That should be good. Sorry, I had to restart my YouTube. I'm not gonna mess with my script anymore because I feel like it keeps breaking my stream. Not even my internet, it's just the thing that I use for my doodling. Uh, Messing up my OBS.
It's been a slow game because despite having so much damage on both sides, the team fighting has actually been kind of at a minimum.
Here's the reality. Ooh. That's a big guy. Moving in. Talon takes the guy, hits Blissey. We can see the Blissey systems early.
Right. Flower Trick takes about half the range. Gets Comfey Unite, but gets forced out.
Like, this to me is such like a... Like, I don't know what's going... Okay. Over here, it's not that bad. Because you're still relatively close to your team, and you're still not overextending. Like, after you use your fly here, like, the Talon Flame Unite moves, it's okay, not the greatest thing, not super awful, but this is where Ton just goes full Bozo mode. Okay, so because Ton goes so deep as the Talon Flame by themselves, and you have to keep in mind, at this point in the game, let me just try it, there. So I'll get a clear picture right here. Like, Ton is completely separated from his entire team. Like, all 4 members of his team, 1, 2, 3. Actually, sorry, 3 members, because the company's on them. Like, the 3 members of your team are over here behind this line. Like, this is the corridor that's, like, separating their jungle from the center lane. And even then, this is still, like, I always use this as a reference. Like, pretend this map, like, the mini-map is a pie, okay? Like, if you cut it right down the middle, this half belongs to one team, the other half belongs to the other team. Like, the fact that you're, like, past this line, this fictional line that splits the map in 2, you're on the wrong side of the map. Like, this is not your side. This is the enemy team side. Ton completely went into the, like, literally just dove 2v5. And you have to keep in mind, this is, like, just because you're Talon Flame, doesn't mean that because you're diving a 2v5, that the rest of your teammates are going to be able to have the same mobility as you as a Talon Flame and support you when you're diving literally 5 people. Like, it genuinely makes no sense. Like, there's no reality where Ton should probably think this is a good idea. Not to mention, because Ton is diving a literal 2v5, it forces the support to pop their Unite move right here to make sure that they're not dying immediately. But then shortly after, because they decide to re-engage a 2v5, literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then these guys are the 2, it's like they just die instantly for no reason. Like, this could have been avoided. If Ton decides to fly away, they could have played this out. It wouldn't have been, like, the greatest situation, but it wouldn't be the worst. But he goes in a 2v5, and then he gets stunned immediately when he lands. He has no Unite move. Comfy has no Unite move. He's like literally on cooldown. And because you're playing for 2 people, because it's you and the Comfy, you're dying for 2 people as well.
Wow.
Like, literally, it's 2v5 and you're just dead. Now the rest of the team are in a position where they have to salvage a 3 versus 5 and hope that they're able to not lose the Rayquaza. Gyarados goes in. There's the Snarl from Umbreon. Umbreon dies to Dojo.
Wow, okay.
They trade 1 for 1. Talon Flame is spawning. Slowbro's going in. Forced to pop Unite move. Dies. So that's a waste of a resource right there. Gyarados goes in.
That's where you gotta start. Now Tone is back as well with the coverage over the top. Huge shot. He is so low.
Good snipe shot from Inteleon. That is a huge pick right there.
This is getting low. Let me look at this Meowscarada. Umbreon into the air. Slowbro coming in. Zero coming in. Wow.
Z-Ray, nasty business.
Yeah.
Wow.
Holy crazy shots from Z-Ray.
Like, I'll tell you this right now, like, Ray completely, like, saved the game right there.
Ridiculous. I mean,
like, if there was an MVP of this match, it would be Ray, for how he played the last team fight.
We said it in the draft. When I think Z-Ray, I think that Inteleon.
Okay, so we'll play it off from, like, what happens right after. So after Ton and the Comfy go full Bozo mode and die in a 2v5, the 3 members of Fennel are left to kind of scramble. Umbreon's really low.
Okay, here comes Unite move, looking for a target right here. Misses just about every.
Do they not have Wish? What moveset did they go? I see Snarl.
Guy hits Blissey. We can see the Blissey system early.
Flower Trick takes about half the range. Gets Comfey Unite moves. Gets forced out pretty early.
They went Snarl and foul play. I think that's a huge. That is a huge mistake. Like they should, like, if Blissey is going Helping Hand and Safeguard, Umbreon should go Wish, and then the other choice of move is up to you. But
Blissey, we can see the Blissey
yeah,
system early.
Flower Trick takes about half the range.
they definitely should have gone Wish.
Forced out pretty early.
You already have plenty of utility with the Blissey.
Wow. I mean, talent.
If they don't have a change in their roster, I remember June playing support defender last year.
Diving once again.
Like so.
I don't keep up with Asia roster teams, to be honest. Like, I don't know when
Okay, here comes Gary's Unite move, looking for a target right
when
here.
they change teams.
Everything.
No.
Wow, okay.
Lukubo gets caught, but now Tone is back.
Okay, anyways, well, sorry, I got distracted. Let's play from here. So now they're repositioning, they're playing topside, which is good. Gyarados engages, because they have no sustain, Umbreon gets picked off. Gyarados popping their Unite move, not the greatest Unite move, but, you know, they trade 1 for 1. At this point, Umbreon goes down, Dodrio goes down, they trade 1 for 1, Umbreon still has Unite move. Blissey forced to Bliss Assistance to Zera.
Lukubo gets caught, but now Tone is back.
Miascarada pops their Unite move, Slowbro used the Unite move, tried to delay and stall for time. They go down.
I'm gonna be honest, they just ran in one Pokemon at a time.
Oh, here we go.
Gyarados goes back in, re-engages, Talonflame is back, misses their fly on the Miascarada, doesn't get the kill secure. They trade Zera for the Talonflame 1 for 1, which is huge because obviously that is a very strong component of their team.
This is getting low. Let me look at this Meowscarada.
Umbreon pops a Unite move, not a great Unite move, just trying to DPS. That being said, Inteleon right here, huge Rayquaza secure when they're trying to force it. Of course, they're losing as well, so they need to make something happen. And they win right here. I mean, the takeaway, what kind of throws the game is, like, literally just taunt. Like, this right here is, like, the critical moment of the game, and you just score a touchdown for the enemy team. Like, they just made it way too easy. Like, I don't know what's going on with Fennel, because these guys are the guys that won the World Championships last year, and if they're playing like this, like, quite frankly, they need to just get their shit down together. Like that right there is just... I don't know what the the game plan was right here. Like, this right here, you're literally diving 5 people, you're not going to kill these guys at that HP range. There's really not much else to be said. And then even when they come back, by the way, so if I were to give them, like, another chance at, like, trying to convince me that they're not, like, playing bad, like right here, yeah, they...
is so low.
They had a roster change? Okay, well.
This is getting low. Let me look at this Meowscarada. Umbreon
This
in the air.
explains
Slowbro
it.
coming in. Slowbro coming in. Wow.
See you right, nasty.
Okay, now that it's said,
Arena is... I've been winking the whole time. I didn't know if he was serious.
but good stuff there.
Okay, so they caught the end of the last game, so let's move on to... So by the way, guys, just for perspective as well, so the match that I just finished watching was the end of Fennel versus Alter Ego, and that ended at 3:27, around there, 3:28. The next match that takes place on broadcast, so 3:27 takes place almost an hour later. An hour. Like that's disgusting, bro. Like, that's why I just don't like watching those live broadcasts.
Evo's Onyx to make it.
It happen again here. And here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Lee Tien Dream Factory versus Onyx Rise. Two incredible logos. I love, so Onyx Rise, Hedgehog, yes?
Yeah, yeah,
Hedgehog.
definitely.
Okay, like,
Absolutely.
sure, no doubt in your mind.
Yeah, no
Okay.
doubt in my mind.
I thought maybe like a wolf drawn artistically.
No, it would have bigger ears.
Zoroark?
Oh yeah, actually.
As a bit of a, I went up.
Through it has been a pretty big mistake. Although I do gotta say the Talonflame has not won yet, which is pretty funny. Absol is a ban. I think it's a great.
Hold on, let me.
call.
I need a
Impact, they
Wikipedia
were
of
so
these
good with
teams.
Absol across the
Give me
board.
1 second.
And, yeah,
I want
just-
to
you
pause
wanna-
and see which I need to see which regions are like which team. I don't remember at the top of my head. So, in Dream Factory are Chinese team. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, that's actually really interesting.
All right, so at this point of the game, or at this point of the tournament, this is the first time we're seeing China at all in any international setting, just because they haven't competed in anything else prior to now.
Alright, maybe Meta not exactly.
And like just as a disclaimer, I don't know what's going on with how they plan on like doing Pokemon Unite in the future. Like I know that sounds kind of weird the way I phrase it, but basically as of right now you have two different games. You have the global version, which is the version that literally everyone but China plays on, and then you have the Chinese version, which is the 500-point game mode. They have a slow rollout, so all the Pokemon in the game are not even available. And you know what's actually really good? If you look at the bans on Onyx Rise, those are two Pokemon on the Chinese version that actually got changed. Specifically Gengar, more than Talonflame. I'm sure they're probably playing a lot of Gengar over there, because Gengar got reworked. So in case you don't know, and you can look it up yourself if you're interested, but Gengar got reworked in the Chinese version of Pokemon Unite, where the Dream Eater in the Chinese version, instead of a skill shot, it's a point and click. And it functions on charges. So think of the best way I can kind of explain it. Think of like an Urshifu Unite move, where you're pointing and clicking on someone, but you also have charges as well. So think of like a Spirit Shackle Decidueye, where you have like Spirit Shackles, but it's charges. Think of it like that, but just think of Dream Eater now. So it's charges and it's a skill shot, or sorry, it's a point and click. So I imagine people are playing a lot of Gengar over there. I think that's more of like rather than them thinking Gengar is extremely overpowered, I think it's more so like a region ban or like a region target ban, because it's something that Chinese players are probably playing a lot more than other regions. And then Talonflame is just like a more normalized ban, I guess.
As ours, but maybe they have a better thought on it. That is an extremely strong first double pick on the side of Onyx Rise. This looks a lot more standard. I'm actually surprised that the Umbreon got this far into the draft. I thought maybe it'd be picked a little bit earlier.
Yeah, Zero Aura being above it in contention is really, really interesting. New Fire going to lock down the Zacian. Onyx Rise
Zacian and Umbreon.
Mewtwo Y. Having that Blissey in combination with the
we got solid comps on both sides.
The option for that helping hand boost, but we might get our first look at a Zoro Compe duo.
Ooh, this feels like a few steps back in like time, I think, as far as meta goes. It's a strong thought. The Zacian is something we didn't really talk about, but we did just see Exist win with Zacian, right? So that's something that we're gonna have to kind of see how it goes. Another pick that we haven't seen for a while, Trevenant, but obviously, I mean, their defender pool is so good across the board, right? Yeah, no, I think you're comfortable in this position with the Trevenant. Mamoswine doesn't look amazing into this position. It's solid in the
Okay, so we can fast forward this. That being said, in terms of overall draft, I think both teams are relatively balanced. I think there's No, overall, both teams are balanced. They have a lot of obvious strengths and weaknesses. But in terms of like both team compositions, like they're both solid. It really comes down to execution, of course. If I had to choose one or the other, it's tough because both teams have scaling, and of course, both teams have early game as well. But I don't know how. Honestly, I don't even know if Zoroark is available on the Chinese version of Pokemon Unite. But we'll see.
It does look they Onyx Rise in orange. Game number 1 in Group C. I didn't do it very well. I did not.
No, it's okay. We're working on it. We were supposed to do Ready to Go, and we also missed that.
Oh, I forgot about Ready to Go. We can't hear it. The crowd's not cheering it.
I know. That's true. That's all right. We get this B stage look. Ooh, interesting clear from Lee TM. They're going to have the Comfey and the Zor start off together, meaning that Miraidon is going to be solo in that bottom path to allow the Mewtwo Y and Trevenant to play a lot more aggressively, try to force this Miraidon back. Don't give him the chance to get some of these early experience Pokemon.
I will say, though, for an early game Pokemon to be solo, I think Miraidon is a really cool choice there, and that probably does explain why they're valuing it quite so much. I mean, first pick, that's definitely the biggest surprise that we saw in the draft so far. Up top, though, we've seen so many top path Zeraoras so far, and it's looking like it's going to be a solid pick probably throughout the entire tournament, but now we really got to see how things go as the Zoroark is up to at least the first power spike.
Eeyore having a nasty flank there on the Leafeon. They got full vision of the Zoroark walking up alongside that Comfey, which is likely just going to be a full-time duo at this point. Bursting down to about half HP, but it's Slow Smoke going to give him just enough time to get away.
It's pretty, I want to say like slow game so far, but no KOs, which is pretty big. Yeah, they're playing pretty, I would say, patient, especially considering the fact that the past teams that we've seen on stage have been so aggressive. But these teams, they're going in, they're just poking each other, they're getting the farm, and then they're getting back out. So nothing huge, although this could be a first little bit of aggression, as this is a very far forward tree.
Yeah, Aluna feeling really strong in this Trevenant, enough to actually try to threaten to seal away this blue buff from the Zoroark Comfey. Not going to be able to get the last hit secure, but is able to walk away from this one. Umbreon can slow you down for a time, but that speed barrier on the other side, no problems for Trevenant escaping.
That felt like that was
This is one of those games. So obviously you guys know, when it comes to competitive gameplay, I think Mean Look is better than Foul Play. That's my personal opinion. I think Mean Look is better than Foul Play. However, this is like one of those times where I actually think Foul Play is probably better. Like, Foul Play is easier to play than Mean Look, especially if Blissey goes Safeguard. Because the thing is, Mean Look has a relatively high cooldown. But on top of that, it's like slow activation, and on top of that, it's relatively short-ranged. Playing Mean Look against a Safeguard Blissey, if they choose to go that moveset, is extremely hard to play. Just because if you're a good Blissey player, you're always going to be pocketing the person that is like a high value team member or a high priority target for the enemy team. So it's going to be like, let's say for example, I'm playing Umbreon, and the most fed person on the enemy team is either, let's say for simplicity's sake, let's say it's Leafeon. Like most of the time, you probably want to focus that Leafeon because they're the most fed, right? If I'm playing Blissey, I'm probably going to be pocketing the most fed and useful member of my team. In this case, it would be Leafeon. So I'm going to be safeguarding them, I'm going to be helping hand them, or if I'm playing Softball, I'm going to be making sure they're nice and healthy. But if I'm playing Safeguard, like, I'm always going to make sure that Safeguard is on them so that Umbreon can never use the Mean Look. Like, it makes sure, like, basically that move will make sure that Mean Look is irrelevant. Which is why, like, when it comes to Foul Play, like, yeah, I don't think it's as impactful as Mean Look overall, but it's easier to play around those cooldowns when you're using that instead of,
early in the way that was going, right? Like, that was very similar. Like, you kind of don't expect that at the 8-minute mark already, but I do like the fact that they're throwing in a little bit of aggression. Finally, I think it was our K opener, and Rhydon being the one to go down, so that was Eeyore going to be able to score as well.
Yeah, we see XGG make the rotation of that middle burst, and I think they actually are able to burst down a decent amount of them before Onyx Rise can show up. However, Onyx Rise does have the numbers advantage now. They're trying to chase down XGG.
Leafeon just got 4 stacks right there.
And the Umbreon, but it's a fast call.
Like, I don't know how many they got total, but I know for a fact they scored 4 times there. So that means Leafeon at the bare minimum has 4 stacks for their attack weight. At 730, which is huge.
Stay alive, but Oh, well, we're gonna get that nice. Uses the Unite to close up, getting the pretty much guaranteed double KO.
Now they just pop their Unite move, get an easy double kill. Yeah, they won't have their Unite move, but like, oh my god, these guys are getting rolled so far.
Yeah, that Volt Switch tech is so devastating on Zera Aura. That one little boosted auto pulls them all the way back. Great look for Onyx Rise mechanically so far, but I like this foul play. Slow down coming up from Yushu, trying to slow this scoring attempt from Onyx Rise. But right now, this game is all in Onyx Rise's momentum. Litian is going to make a adaptation to the bottom half. They will have to contend with the Mewtwo Y.
There's, I mean, a solid amount of poke damage there, but the problem is like, being able to counter-secure this doesn't seem super likely, and yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. That's going to be nice just to kind of push Litian Dream Factory back into this game as far as experience. They're certainly down by a little bit, but levels is not the worst thing in the world. It's not good, but it's certainly a little bit better after they were able to get that.
Oh, they went Egg Bomb.
May help them just at least stay patient to catch up, which has been their style. It's actually surprising. I feel like when we see a comp that has Zoroark Comfey, it's very aggressive. It's just not what we've been seeing.
Yeah, they just really haven't had the runway at any point in this matchup. Onyx Rise has been doing such a good job of forward pressure. They both have their tier 1s up on either side. Obviously, Litian's only been able to score 10 points on this matchup, and now they are just experiencing.
I'm personally not a fan of the Egg Bomb soft boiled, at least with the team comp that they have, as well as
so far away
what they're facing.
A chance to maybe bail out that Zoroark, but XGG has been putting in the time in this central area, is catching up on experience a little bit, is now double digits at 10.
Yeah, this is nice. They're actually catching up pretty well as far as experience. This feels like one of my bad solo queue games where it's like, well, all I can do is farm and then win late game. But
yeah.
They're actually not giving up that much space. They obviously gave up some very, very early points, like pretty solidly. Onyx Rise doing some great math for the overdunks as well. But past that, they have not let them continue to run over them, right? They have.
Unfortunately for Lin Dream Factory, the Zoroark has not been able to really do much this game. And like what I've noticed, like if you watch the Zoroark play this entire game, I don't think they've landed a single meaningful combo on the enemy team. Like they've landed their combo on like neutral camps and objectives, but when it comes to actually fighting, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Zoroark has whipped every single combo of their fate. Which is obviously not what you want to have happen from an early game Pokemon.
HJ escapes on Miraidon, but is not going to result in a defense. That's 20 points in from the Leafeon. Onyx Rise racking up this lead.
Yeah, right as I said, oh yeah, they didn't give away like that many points on tier 2s or...
Like, one thing people need to understand when they're drafting speedsters, there's nothing wrong with speedsters. Speedsters are objectively strong early game Pokemon, and if they're getting good leads in the early game, they can scale faster and become very strong mid-game and late-game threats. However, when you're playing a speedster and you're not taking advantage of your early game power spikes to scale faster, whether it be for yourself or for your team, you run into the problem where you become less relevant and less viable as the game progresses. Like, you're not as much of a threat in the mid and late game if you're not snowballing in the early stages of the game. Because basically, by the time you reach the mid game and the late game, you run into the problem where unless you get a very solid pick, most people on the enemy team are going to be able to withstand the Feaster burst, which is like, Feasters are the same thing as assassins in this game. It's just a different category. But majority of the speedsters that are played in Pokemon Unite, they function like assassins. Like, they specialize in lots of upfront burst damage and picking off people that are not properly positioned or they are just pieces of paper for the speedster. But then when you're not able to kill those things, then that's when you run into a problem where, I don't want to say you're dead weight, but you are just not going to be as effective in the later stages. And right now, Zoroark hasn't done anything for their team. Like, Zoroark has legit just...
Definitely gonna have to find something here, something really big. We're only halfway through the game.
They've done nothing.
Honestly, they could scale pretty well late into the game, but they're gonna have to find that experience. And right now, I think like Onyx Rise is looking at a potential way to kind of prevent them from getting that experience, right? They're moving very far forward. They're going to the center area. They're trying to just starve it.
Yeah, look at this. Onagrai is actually elected to abandon that bottom Reggie in favor of a full-blown push onto this tier 2. Mewtwo Y going to try to buy them a little bit of time, open up some space from XQ. Well, finally, XQG gets on the board. Chaos Streak at 2, looking for even more. Leafeon down, Trevenant down. As long as that Reggie Lucky falls.
Okay, this right here was a disaster for Onagrai. Like this right here
a potential way to kind of
is such a forced like play.
Right, they're moving very far forward. They're going to the center area.
And then on top of that, you guys always have to remember, like, the reason why, like, when it comes to Blissey, first of all, you're playing one of the, okay, how should I phrase this? One thing that I noticed a lot, especially yesterday, is, like, a lot of people give up Blissey and Umbreon on the same team. In this case, Lin Dream Factory has the Umbreon, which is good, because it's one of the few, like, soft counters to Blissey. That being said, like, forcing a 5v5 on their terms when they're playing from behind is not a good strategy. Especially because, like, if you're going to commit to this play, Blissey's going to say, like, Bliss assistant someone. Usually the person that is on the verge of dying, or the person you want to keep alive that's a priority, or the person who's in the center of the enemy team, so you can try to get that Bliss assistance, like, wombo combo damage, and, like, then, like watch what happens here. Okay, a Horn Leech, Woodhammer, whiffs. There's the Mewtwo Unite move, doesn't really land on anyone important. Blissey pops her Unite move onto, is it?
Look at this. Onagrai is actually elected to abandon that bottom Reggie in favor of a full-blown push onto this tier 2.
Okay, so they use it on Zera. But look, thing is, you're doing it right on top of Umbreon. Umbreon still has Unite move. Umbreon steals the shields, then you're just dead.
Looking for even more. Leafeon down, Trevenant down. As long as that Reggie Lucky falls, that's the important one. I don't believe it's a Penta. Not with the Mewtwo Y walking away from that battle. But okay, XGG starting to feel it.
So you were in a, like, for majority of this game, you were in a position where you were up in levels for the most part. You were up in points, of course, as well. But then you kind of tunneled on the 5v5. Like, you tunneled on the fact that you wanted to push with this Regieleki. And now you put yourselves in a position where your lead it's no longer there. Like, you don't have a level experience lead anymore. On the contrary, you're actually down in levels. Because Zacian is level 11 now, Zoroark is level 13. The Zoroark that was if we rewind to right before that actually happens, at this point in the game, Zacian is level 9 and Zoroark is level 11. Then you fast forward literally, what? 20 seconds? Yeah, we'll say 20 seconds. You gave 2 levels to Zacian. You gave 2 levels to, 1 level to Zoroark. You give 1 level to Umbreon and Comfy. And what did you get out of it? Nothing. And on top of that, not only do you give 2 levels to Zacian, 1 level to Zoroark, 1 level to the defender and the support, you also lose your point lead that you had. You were up 205 points up until now. And then now you are up only 105 points, or 115 points now.
The game is XGG, and that's going to be gigantic.
How the game's been? Just got back? They're good for educational purposes.
In every single situation, but literally they got full team wide.
But
they're going to have an attempt to fight down here. Still not quite the 2-minute mark, so
the jury's still out.
But the damage now from Legion Dream Factory is really high, and just immediately seeing a Luna get melted on that Trevenant. An attempt to
oh my god!
Just a little engagement, but the damage now from Legion Dream Factory is really high, and just immediately seeing a Luna get melted on that Trevenant.
Oh, that should not be happening. That should not be happening. You have a faint Zoroark. But okay.
An attempt to steal it.
They fainted too late.
Like,
if you look right here, okay. The Blissey's kind of just chilling in the corner. It's like 5 versus 2. They're not going to go in. Obviously, Umbreon should probably be at the very late. Like, Umbreon's not needed for the damage. At the very least, to zone out the Blissey, so they can't do that. Like, the fact that literally you have vision of the Blissey and they're allowed to just walk up like this. Like, oh, like, of course, it's a 5 versus 1, and you're probably not too concerned about the support. But like Umbreon just goes zone off the guy that's trying to be a nuisance. Like you see them in plain vision. Zoroark fainted way too late. On top of the fact there's the wind-up animation for the last part of the feint. Like if you look right here, like the team's doing damage, they're trying to secure it. They already egg bombed, and then yeah, like that is the closest I can get to before it's actually stolen. Yeah. Egg Bomb, Blissey steals the objective in a literal 1v5. So they traded one kill, or they traded one death, which was the Trevenant, for Regice. That is 100% worth.
The levels that they're hitting now, Zoroark at both of its plus moves, Zacian simply one level away. The damage numbers are starting to scale out of control. Meanwhile, XQ is only at level 11, just ticked into that, by the way, on the Mewtwo Y. On a Trevenant and Blissey composition, like, this attacker is being out-leveled quite a lot. SSY also at level 11.
Okay, so despite everything, Onyx Rise are
just as a reminder, XQ on
still in the lead.
The first time
They don't have the level advantage anymore, but they have the point advantage. They're up 115 points, which is a huge lead. Regilucky spawning in 3 seconds. Whether or not they go top lane, I have no idea. It doesn't look like it right now. Two of them are playing around bottom side, probably trying to preserve that goal.
Hold on to what they had even when they were behind, and so they are behind by 115 points, but their level advantage is so strong. Onyx Rise has to really be like, okay, hold on a minute, let's chill. And these objectives as well could be really big. I guess we're probably only going to get the Regilucky, but it does look like they're just going to ignore it in favor of positioning.
Yeah, good positional battle won by Onyx Rise. They take out both that tall grass beside the Rayquaza pit as well as that bottom Elbush. And you can see Zoroark having control in the top right, and Aluna knows something's up.
Yeah.
He's got a Zoroark radar. That's not a light bulb, that's a radar blip, looking for that speedster hidden in the tall grass.
Just dancing before. Okay, finally is certainly going to be able to see that, but we are going to see XGG just back up, try to play a little bit safer. They've been a really, really safe team, and we'll see if it continues to be that way. But, oh my goodness, Umbreon just getting melted!
Another full switch pull. Such a good play.
They've been a really, really safe...
Like, for situations like this is one of those situations where you kind of wish you had mean look so Zera can't do stuff like this. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but yeah, no mean look in this game. They used their Volt Switch. They time it properly. Like, whether it was skill or it was a fluke, I don't know. But the Volt Switch snapback with the discharge pulls the Umbreon over to closer to the enemy, like closer to their teammates. They get stunned, they get CC'd, they get killed by the rest of the team. Now you're putting a 5 versus 4. And then on top of that, you guys got to keep in mind that this just wastes time. Like, Onyx Rise don't need to do anything because they're up 115 points. If they're in a position when they're in a 5v4, then they have all the time in the world to either take the fight or literally just wait for them to make another mistake.
Full switch pull.
Because the time is not on, like, the time is not on the side of Lin Dream Factory.
Early KO. The Comfey pocket is still available, so the Zacian and Zoroark are still going to be feeling a little more comfortable, even if they don't have the Umbreon. And it seems like they are very willing to just chill, buy enough time, and allow this Umbreon to reach.
Okay, so Umbreon is spawning, you know, 35 seconds have passed, there's still time in the game, but obviously Lin Dream Factory are on the clock right now, they gotta make something happen.
Very clean refight with not a lot of stuff spent. It means a lot, but this time it might be the pick going to the direction of Leech and Dream Factory, but no, we're actually going to survive. Aluna being not going down.
Miraidon actually goes down to the Leafeon, they just got melted. Umbreon goes down, and at this point in the game, I would like to think the game's just over.
Look at this, XG just trying to get away. I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity to, I mean, even take Rayquaza, especially, we're seeing scores go in from Onyx Rise.
Yeah, I mean, kind of textbook.
Zacian and Comfey are trying to get in there. They're playing tower defense right here for the Rayquaza. List assistance onto Zera. They just explode. And then there's really not much, like, honestly, there's really not much to really talk about in this fight because Onyx Rise recognize their win con. They don't need to do anything crazy. They already have a huge lead. They have the positioning. Era makes a play, they get the Umbreon, they stall 30 seconds, Umbreon comes back, they're trying to make a play here right now. You can see Leafeon right here, and of course if you can't for whatever reason, like, it's happening off screen, so I'll circle it right here. Leafeon's right there, they're circling around, they go through the corridor, they're walking through the jungle, they're going for a flank. They run into Miraidon. They pick up Miraidon off screen in a 1v1. Meanwhile, Trevenant is getting dogpiled by the rest of the team. But it's a Trevenant, so who really cares? You're just giving a lot of information for your teammates anyways.
Dream Factory, but no, we're actually going to survive. A Luna Beam.
So you can see Miraidon getting exploded on the left. Trevenant is getting dogpiled by the enemy team, but they survive.
Gonna go down in the back line.
Now,
that's gonna be Eeyore with a double KO, a gigantic flank with only
there's
one
really not
minute
much to
left.
say,
And
guys.
look at this, XCG just trying to
Pretty
get
straightforward.
away.
They just got
I
rolled.
don't know if they're,
I think it's just
but it also has like a the spring.
Clear from Lee TM. They're gonna have the Comfey and position. It's solid in the Zoroark, but it's not gonna do much in terms of
what? This is game number 2. If we're looking at the team compositions, it's the exact same team compositions. Nothing has changed. Exact same teams. There's no change whatsoever.
And that's
So don't even gotta talk about the draft at all.
I mean, you could kind of go with both options. Zero Aura could use a helping hand boost. That would kind of feel okay. So honestly, to do Ready Go, and we also missed that.
Oh, I forgot about Ready Go. We can't hear it. The crowd's not cheering it.
I know, that's true. That's all right. We get the speed stage look. Ooh, interesting clear from Lee TM. They're going to have the Comfey and the Zor start off together, meaning that Miraidon is going to be solo in that bottom path to allow the Mewtwo wide.
I think the only potential major difference is to see whether or not Blissey and Umbreon change their movesets throughout the game. Like, is Blissey going to stay with the soft-boiled Egg Bomb? Is Umbreon going to stay with the Snarl Foul Play, or are they going to switch it up and go like Wish or Mean Look? Who knows? We'll have to wait until level 4. Leafeon is waiting on the side, going for a potential flank.
Now we're going to see how things go as the Zoroark is up to at least the first power spike.
Eeyore having a nasty flank there on the Leafeon. They got full vision of the Zoroark walking up alongside that Comfey, which is likely just going to be a full-time duo at this point. Bursting down to about half.
Oh wait, what the hell?
Slow smoke. Going to give him just enough time to get away.
Oh wait, this is the same match. What the hell? How did it rewind backwards? Realize when Huh? Okay, so this is the game that I just watched. Oh, you know what okay, I see what happened here. So when I was fast forwarding, I thought I skipped the match because they went to a different series. I thought I rewinded thinking I skipped it, but they didn't show the second match. It's just they went to a different series. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. That's my bad, guys. Okay, so for whatever reason they're going to a different best of 3 series. Yeah, so literally they didn't even do the draft phase. Like literally they just went.
Oh, and then we're going to take a jump to see how Nagoya versus Paper X are starting. That's cool.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Okay, we're jumping right
Okay,
into
so
game 1.
Nagoya, Oja, and Paper Rex. Where are these from? Nagoya, Oja. That is a Chinese. Wait. Japan and what was others? Rex. ACL. Southeast Asia, 4th place. So you have Southeast Asia 4th place versus 4th place from Japan. So these are the lowest seeding teams from their respective regions.
OJ versus Paper Rex. I don't know if we're going back and forth or what the situation is, but here we go. They finally got that match set on stage. Let's get into it.
Look at these drafts. Oh, there's so much going on. Psyduck got through. Darkrai being picked. The Sprigatito's on board. We're going to see the Metagross. There's a lot to think about as these first 30 seconds appear.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so our second game of Meowscarada, but ooh, Darkrai doing a lot of early damage. Snorlax going to capitalize, so obviously we might see a Yawn Snorlax in this scenario, maybe to try to synergize with the Darkrai a little bit. We saw Yawn played earlier today. I think Ward was playing it on their Snorlax, so we have a chance of seeing it. Otherwise, the block buffs are pretty phenomenal. You might just want to run that.
I mean, they're playing Darkrai, and I really like the fact that they have the Blissey on their team.
Yeah,
It makes it easier to play. I would hope that Blissey, in this specific game, I would hope to see that Blissey goes Safeguard and Helping Hand.
another great defender
that way it's easier for Darkrai to just get their skills and their...
Classic side up. Classic.
He's got a headache. You can't hit him.
I know.
It's
passive
not
off.
fair.
Imagine ever being able to KO.
There's no
side up.
Umbreon in the game either, so you don't got to worry about
Sorry,
that.
not happening.
All right, well, Paper Rex did leave a few back experience for Yemu to try to pick up. It's already at level 5 and almost filled that effort gauge, honestly, on a pretty good track record, despite how well that path is going for Yama with that Metang. Gyarados actually catching up.
Yeah, and Gyarados it's buff made it stronger earlier. Like it scales well, but it also has like a big boost at the start. What a great escape to get out of this situation. I mean, the Darkrai's about to catch up, so that might be the end of your.
Okay, so it is a safeguard Blissey, which is good.
The trick.
That means Darkrai is going to be able to have that luxury of just playing
really nice way to be
a lot more aggressive when they choose it. When they, you know, when they know it's necessary to.
Just out of range to get that boosted attack damage to follow up on the fact that, wow, I really can't get over how even this top path matchup is between the Gyarados and Metang. Like, both later game Pokemon, so maybe it makes sense, but they're scaling it around the same pace. Paperx does have the Talonflame from HG to kind of give them some backup though.
This has also been like kind of the first time that we've seen like the top half just completely left alone, like the classic 1v1 where they both just kind of like do their thing.
Yeah.
But they, like you said, they are
not so lonely now.
Yeah, no, it's a party, and they are already gone. All those spawns in the center. It looks like we're going to see an aggressive push from Nagoya OJA. They do have they're starting to hit some power spikes, I should say.
Yeah.
The problem is I don't know if they're going to hit the maximum number of power spikes they need to actually push down an entirely defended goal zone. And, it does seem like they're going to retreat.
It's a relatively slow early game. Both sides are playing passive for the most part. Mewtwo walking into Darkrai, but the rest of the team is rotating here. Okay, you got a 5 versus 4, so this is the time for Paper Rex to play aggressive. Snorlax gets caught up by the Psyduck though, so now it's a 4 versus 4.
OJA is no joke. They push Paper Rex all the way back to their tier 1.
Ah, jeez. This is a pretty it's a tough game because
wow.
the other team's defenses.
Nagoya Oja playing really aggressive. Getting that pick on Snorlax was pretty big, but the fact that they were able to bully Paper Rex out of the bottom lane objective in a 5 versus 4 is crazy.
Oh, there we go. We're going to see it attempt.
Yaskarada was also level 9, but they didn't even need their Unite move for that objective. Yaskarada uses the Unite move right now.
We're going to see this goal zone go down, or maybe not go down, at least get close to going down regardless. Lead jumping up hugely for Nagoya.
133 to 0, and that also means that if anybody is stacking, and I'm going to assume that Talonflame at the bare minimum is stacking, yeah, they don't have a single stack. If anyone is stacking on their team, no one has a single stack because they haven't scored this entire game, which makes that item even more, like even less potent than it should be.
There is that trick combo, so devastating with the Metagross.
Yeah, I love to see it. Trick is such a fun move, but another thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about because we didn't see draft, but there is no range on Paper Rex's side, so their attacks, like their aggression needs to be.
Okay, Bliss assist. Who did Bliss?
But another thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about because we didn't see draft, but there is no range on Paper Rex's side, so their.
Okay, Blissey pops her Bliss Assistance onto Gyarados. Snorlax just explodes. Talonflame pops her Unite move, then they use their fly right away. Trying to run away. Miascarada is just baiting them.
Get the damage that they want to. It has to start with maybe like a great bounce or something like that. Something from the Snorlax that it's just not happening. This looks like another big win for Nagoya OJA. They're going to take down possibly the second goal zone. Yep.
Honestly, sometimes one of my favorite scenarios is when the compute and crash doesn't make the walls on Metagross. Honestly, use it for a one-target chase and just get.
Yo, Jumping Wonder, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream.
Opening up enough space in that situation to, you know, finally get another goal zone break. Reggie Alecki gonna be walking towards
Paper Rex right now are just getting team fight diff.
Scoreline right now. No, well, there's 40.
Yeah, well, it's still a donut. It's just a 4 and then a donut. So.
How you doing, Jake?
Hoopa has Unite moves, so they might be going for a cross-map play with their Unite. You might just be waiting for everyone to go top lane.
How are they feeling?
Okay, so you have 3 people defending top lane against the Regieleki. Mewtwo pops her Unite move. Snorlax goes to sleep.
Oh, you mean in the Litien game? Oh, yeah, what do you know?
Okay. Oh, yeah, we didn't even look at bans. We jumped into this very quickly on our side, so I did not get a chance to get Aegislash ban as well. We didn't talk about that.
Nobody. Who knows why they banned? That's funny.
Oh. Wait, let me backtrack just a little. Okay, So they have the top tier 2, like the Reg Lucky pressuring the top tier 2. Hoopa makes the play to go with the hyperspace, like the Hoopa Unbound. They bring everyone down to the bottom lane. Got a
Oh yeah, what do you know?
Oh yeah, we didn't
5
we jumped
versus
into this
2
very
basically.
quickly on our
Down
side,
flame comes
so,
down.
I did not get a chance to. He just slash ban as well. We didn't talk about that.
Nobody. Who knows why they banned? That's funny.
Okay, so from that Hoopa play, that like the purple side scored 61 points.
Nobody, and then they realized that there was players.
And now they're up 208 points going into the 4-minute mark. Gyarados is going for the back cap, side up dies. Down flame pops your Ignite move, actually kill secures the Hoopa.
Oh yeah, I can see them all right there.
Well, I know y'all were watching, but so far, Nagoya looking amazing right now. Metagross absolutely bringing the house down. What a Pokemon that boots the house down, by the way.
You know, we've seen. I feel like Metagross has been like very barely irrelevant for a very long time, but when it pops off, it pops off.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with you what you were saying about the Unite move too. Like sometimes it's just nice to get a catch on it, one Pokemon, even pick up a KO because you get a lot of it refunded, which is really
Like, I don't want to do the whole walls thing. Can we just put it aside?
Yeah.
Let me just get the knockout.
inconvenient.
Yeah, honestly, at this point.
This is one of those situations where I feel like Paper Rex are kind of lost. So it's 325. Obviously, bottom lane objective has spawned. They're in a huge point deficit. What do you do here? Well, for starters, like funneling down here with less numbers just seems so pointless. Has Gyarados had one successful ult yet this game? No, they have not. If your definition, of successful is them landing it on the enemy team, then no. But if they use it to escape, then yes. So it really just depends. But if you're hoping for like a Gyarados like 5-man knockup or something like that, then no, they haven't. There's an ad playing, guys, so let me just finish up here. And of course, I'll link my YouTube so you guys can watch it over there if you want to continue watching and what's going on. So here, like, what do you do here? You're let's say you're playing from the on the team of Paper Rex. You can contest this objective if you want to. The only time I ever recommend this is if you're in a position to do so. Like Darkrai's dead. Talonflame is literally topside. So you only have these 3 members at your disposal. Keep in mind, you have no goal here. So your goal is gone. And then on top of that, the enemy team still has their goal, which is right here. And then of course, they're going to rotate soon, but you have what is going to be a soon 5 versus 3. In any reality, do you think this is a good idea? Like, if you're playing on Paper Rex, do you think contesting an objective with 2 members down, no goal, you're down in levels, and on top of that, you just not in a position to do so? It's just silly. Like, I will never understand the types of plays that some competitive teams make when you have all the information available to you. Like, you know that one person's dead, you know your team member's not here, they're not going to rotate anytime soon. If you know that's going to be the case, you're better off just, instead of being where these 3 are, I'll do like 3 X's, everyone just goes top lane. Because at the very least, you'll have a numbers advantage and you can at least lower or close the gap in terms of the point discrepancy. That's it. But like, trying to fight this 5 versus 3 hopeless situation just seems so weird to me.
A lot of it refunded, which is really
Like, I don't want to do the whole walls thing. Can we just put it aside? Let me just get the knockout.
inconvenient.
Yeah, honestly, at this point. Either way. Another Talonflame split score. Paper Rex is kind of their only chance to come back in this game. Solo has been on a solo mission a lot of this game.
Can't believe I came back.
great.
You know, I'm gonna take another break.
Hey, this
Is it?
guy.
Yeah.
Lunch break? What's
I'll
going
see you
on?
later.
All
Oh,
right.
they fired you.
It's gonna go right to my head.
Buffalo chicken.
And it's Reg too, and it's definitely not worth. It's not worth, especially because that Reggie buff is going to time out before Rayquaza anyways.
Paper Rex was my dark horse choice here, down by 150.
Like, unless you secure that objective and then you're going to fight like right after, or at least fight like before Rayquaza spawns and before your buff times out, like you're basically you're gonna get minimal value off that objective.
Yeah, we
Down by
rallied.
1,200 points. Yeah, this is certainly doable. Level difference is like negligible. It's actually almost exactly the same size of the supports. Maybe getting KO'd right there at the 20 mark is not good. I will say that much.
Like this right here, I don't know what this is. So, once again, it seems like Paper X just don't know what to do. Like, in reality, there's really not much for you to do here. If you were going to do anything, like, if you were trying to be productive, at the very least, you might as well, like, if you really want to fight, you might as well fight for the objective that's spawn top lane, rather than piling bottom. Like, everyone going over here, like, you know, like, right over here, and accomplish absolutely nothing. Like, you are 35 seconds before Rayquaza, you don't have the levels, you don't have the, like, the positioning, like, it just seems like people are just not on the same page, and then when people go in by themselves, they get punished for it.
Yeah, we rallied 1,200 points. Yeah, this is certainly doable. Level difference is like negligible. It's actually almost exactly the same size.
Like, Snorlax and Talonflame are going in, Darkrai goes in, gets caught out, CC to caught out, dies.
Yeah, just read the names wrong.
You're already fired. I don't know what else you need.
Why are you here?
Yeah, they let you go.
Ooh, Talonflame.
Wow, what a combo. That was beautiful. Snorlax into the Talon right there. Holy.
Looking clean.
Nice catch, even with the eject.
Not getting a knockout there feels criminal.
I know, that's ridiculous.
That felt so well played, but I was just saying it before, their team has no range. You cannot follow that Talonflame up. It is literally impossible.
Nagoya has so many Unite moves still, which is crazy to think about, like, after such a hard win.
Ooh, Darkrai almost picks it up on Mewtwo.
They haven't used their Unite moves either.
They need
so
to
you
use
can see
it
where
now.
Solo wants to nightmare duel somebody.
I saw it get canceled. They threw it at somebody and it got
really?
canceled
Interesting.
earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
Bliss Assistance at least needs to show up at some point. Oh my, that went so far.
They still brought it to Blissey, by the way. They didn't need to
Oh,
put it in the air.
no. That was,
Wow, man.
that was rings unbound, fist stuns, and everybody just folded.
That looked
I don't know what's going on here.
Okay.
3 people died.
At least needs to show up at some point. Oh my, that went so far.
They still brought it to Blissey, by the way. They didn't need to put it in the air.
No.
Like, Darkrai didn't even try to unite, they just died instantly.
They still brought it to Blissey, by the way. They didn't need to.
Oh, sorry, no, they tried to unite, but it didn't, like, it didn't go, like, it didn't hit its mark. And then they died, and then it got refunded. Blissey tried to unite, they died, it got refunded. Gyarados didn't get to unite at all.
Oh, man.
They all got caught out.
Fist stuns, and everybody just folded.
That looked really good for OJ.
Okay. So they knock out the Hoopa. Is HT got enough in the tank? Is HT just ripping Rayquaza right now? Oh no, they're abandoning it. Okay.
Yeah, no shot.
Why leave them? Well,
They might as well have just kept attacking Ray at that point, I think. Do something. Nobody's coming back.
Yeah, they're cutting off the respawns here. Great positioning. You know, you can leave those goal zones, just play for the middle of the map.
now we're back on Ray.
That's not doing enough damage.
Maybe they're just trying to pull.
They
They're
have
trying to make a
older
last
Unite.
digit. At this point in the game, you have to understand that technically there's 40 seconds left, but they're down by over 300 points. And they don't have the damage to rip Rayquaza. At this, like, although everyone has Unite moves and whatnot and people are alive, realistically, the chances of them winning this game are so minuscule. And all Nagoya Oja, at this point, like, if I were to be as objective as I possibly could, the game is already over to me. Because in order for them to win, they need Rayquaza. They need Rayquaza to score. They also need the points, which they don't even have. But then on top of that, you have to hope that nobody on the enemy team scores while you're scoring as well. It's like,
Your great positioning, you know. You
they
can
just
leave
got
those
caught
goal
out too
zones,
many
just play
times
for the middle
before
of the map.
Now we're back on Ray.
before Ray, and it's just like you ran out of time to actually make a play.
They have all their Unite moves back, so I mean you gotta do something now, right?
Yes, immediately. Here comes the rip.
Yeah, they're ripping it down.
Okay. Unite move. Meow's in here. Talonfly gets it.
Oh, they got it. They got it. 15 seconds left.
15. How many scores are in the middle? One or just
Oh,
or two?
dang. Metagross scored another.
And Hoopa scored.
276.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, they don't have
Like they did the right play. Like if they even if they get the Rayquaza, as long as they're scoring.
Dangerous position. I think
it doesn't balance out.
Fun score race there at the end.
Yeah.
Just because you're so far ahead.
Strata getting 66, a bit of a...
Nagoya, OJA, the game win.
Summoning demons out here.
Right.
Holy.
Two Paper X players were running up on stage.
Like, how did Gyarados die is my
You know,
question.
You can leave those
Hold on.
goal zones, just play for the middle. Solo wants the nightmare.
Let me see here.
duel
I
somebody.
saw it get canceled. They threw it at somebody and it got
Oh, really?
canceled
Interesting.
earlier. Yeah.
Okay.
Bliss's Assistance at least needs to show up at some point. Oh my, that went so far.
They still brought it to Blissey.
Gyarados goes in. There's the Hoopa. Darkrai tried to unite, but it didn't actually it didn't actually activate. Blissey
No.
Blissey tried to unite me with the Talonflame, which is really unfortunate because not only did they die before it connects, like they're not gonna, it really wouldn't matter. Like I guess if I had to take a stab in the dark, like if I had to give my input, I'm guessing they tried to ult the Blissey to try to get out of the damage like radius of all the skills. That would be my guess. Either that or they panicked and they didn't unite someone that they initially wanted. Like, unless they were trying to unite like Gyarados or Darkrai, and then of course they didn't aim it, then there's that possibility as well. But I'm gonna like, if I were to give them the benefit of the doubt, I'm thinking they tried to ult Talonflame just to get away from the damage. Darkrai tried to use the Unite move, but it got refunded. Gyarados, I don't even think they used their Unite move at all. Like in terms of just like even get a chance to. So we're watching Gyarados here. They got stunned.
That was,
Oh man.
that was rings unbound, fist stuns.
Ripping Rayquaza right now.
Okay.
The pine right now.
Your sub?
Yeah, the lit.
No, perfect.
What?
And Dream Factory.
Okay, so this is game 2 of Onyx Rise vs. Lin Dream Factory. So this was the previous matchup. They're skipping the draft phase, but happens.
Yeah, you know, I was watching game 1 of this on the side while you guys were casting it, and it really did feel like there were some decent moments for Litian Dream Factory, but at times I was wondering if they didn't even know how their Zora combo worked.
Probably.
Which was tough, you know, because they had some big pop-off moments
Yeah,
with it,
yeah.
but they didn't have the finesse of someone who's playing a lot of Zora.
Totally. Yeah. Shown a little bit of an experience maybe, but either way, I thought Onigras played it extremely well in that game number 1. I think they're looking pretty solid in game number 2 so far.
It was
early
definitely
game.
tough for them in game 1 with the Zoroark though, because they were in a lot of positions where they just couldn't like get a real fight until they like were able to defend the goal zone.
Yeah, until Onig walked up on them for no apparent
And
reason.
then it looked good, but well, we're not going to see it again. It's a lot, simpler Pokemon this time around.
Mega Mewtwo Y. It hurts.
Mewtwo Y is such a star this tournament so far. I mean, it's just been playing so well recently. Man, it's so
Face that consistency, right? Like, the damage numbers don't even need to be amazing for it to feel like a relevant, strong pick.
I will say though, after seeing both types, I really like the XP share better. It feels like it does nearly as much damage. Like it's so good, and when you could instead have something else getting like some valuable EXP, I don't know. I mean, it's just such a good Pokemon in general. That's the thing. It's like it's hard to mess it up, even giving it less EXP.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, it just goes back to the speedster meta. Do you actually need the healing, or do you need a facilitator? And U2Y with Side Strike and its
That was
Unite
close.
move facilitates engagements incredibly
Oh my god, the hitbox on that wood hammer.
Or do you need a facilitator? And U2Y with Side Strike and its Unite move facilitates engagements incredibly well.
wow. What?
Gets the KO on the Crustle and secures the Miraidon too.
Aluna.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, like imagine if you were able to give that experience over to Trevin, right? Like that could be so good. I don't know.
We are seeing more and more Paper Rex players.
There's
behind this. It's
so many Paper X players. I'm assuming it's like bathroom break or something that they're all running back for. Who knows? But either way. Ooh, big Psycho Cut lands on almost every single member of Litian.
But heal back with the Night Slash. Oh my gosh, here comes Arena, Revenant. Man, oh man. Onyx just looks so good here.
Feeling good. This is Arena. Finally, we get to see it a little bit. I feel like we talked about it leading up to this event so much.
I think they're
That is
picking the
so
soft-boiled
popular
for the
in a lot of these
Umbreon.
eastern regions, and we
They'd
find
rather have a
a
heal
little
than
bit of
risk
a
like
look.
losing the safeguard shield and whatnot.
with that matchup, right? I mean,
But the thing
literally
is,
enough
they have a lot of
fear
CC on their team. Like, you got the Umbreon, you got the Trevenant, you got the Serena, you also got Mewtwo
Yeah,
as
Zell's
well.
playing great on the Zero Aura, or sorry, the Zero Aura in that first
Like, I
game.
personally feel like,
Serena in
yeah,
game number two,
you
and
might, in the back of your mind, you're worried about the Umbreon, but
Doing really strong, like combining with like the positioning.
Safeguard is not gonna
They're just sandwiching them
save
so
people
well.
from getting caught out.
Oh.
Ooh, but Crustle did secure it though.
Yeah.
Pretty huge.
Okay, you love to see it. Get secure.
Yeah, it seems like in the end, though, this fight likely going to be going in the favor of Onyx Rise. Litian just don't quite have the firepower, and it's given time to contest. They do get the objective. They're going to have a red steel buff, but not on many of their Pokemon any longer with those KOs.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, I mean, these levels, you got 2 level 10s on the side of Onyx Rise. They just look really, really solid. Obviously, you know, Litian Dream Factory, a great team, but this is not their game yet, it seems like.
Yeah, tough luck for them so far, but
There's a lot of tournament left.
Yeah, it's really hard to say though too. Like we've heard, right, that Onyx Rise is doing really well. Luminosity told us that yesterday, and this is like it's a winning game, but it's certainly not like the stompiest game we've seen. Not even today.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it is kind of hard to like make a full judgment yet, whether or not maybe Onyx. What they're just throwing the Zelda around like, all over the place.
all right, Onyx Rise, we've made this mistake before with the same Regieleki push. Seems like they're going to show a little more hesitation. No Trevenant Unite move invested into that team fight. Not over pushing all the way on a tier 2. They're going to play a little more safe.
Oh, look at this.
Well-
Nice catch on the Trevenant right here. Trevenant with the Horn Leech pushed him back. Huge Wood Hammer Unite move from the Absol. Picks up the KO. Absol now running in to try to score. Zacian trying to stop it, and it looks like Onyx is going to be able to peel out there. After what looked like a pretty nice catch from Buzz, but
Yeah.
I mean, level-wise, it's always tough.
Yeah, I mean, they're so under-leveled that it's hard for them to scrap right now, right?
I don't know why they're so reluctant to not rotate on that push.
Just a solid Horn Leech was
Like, they get the Regieleki, you know someone's gonna defend it. If they really want to make that Regieleki push, they really should just rotate to the opposite lane and then push S5 when you have a numbers advantage rather than just sit there in front of the enemy team for no reason.
Really posing.
Having a good time.
Jojo?
That's the second time they've, well,
You know, it's
like in the previous game they did that, but they got wiped this time. Or like, they got wiped that time. This time around, they're trying to commit the same play, but they show...
That is so nasty.
Missing that Buzz Unite stuff. We've got nice rip.
Better
With
judgment.
Stealth Rock, it really does tear down these objectives pretty fast. They would love to have Zacian there with it. Umbreon just kind of watching menacingly. They don't put the Stealth Rock on the objective, but they still get it.
Yep. Yeah, pretty huge. Another big Trevenant engage. Yeah, poor Buzzwole. Simply nowhere to go other than to land a Unite. They do get Bliss assistance, but even that isn't going to be enough. Onyx Rise takes them down 1 by 1 for a KO of 2 on the Zarina.
Yeah, Zarina 12 now. It's got both its plus moves. Absol looking to get something right there. Getting pushed away a little bit by the threat of that.
Bro, this looks like a stomp, man.
They continue to score here, scoring
But then again, these are the 4th place teams from both regions, so I'm not expecting like the greatest quality game ever, but this is a one-sided stomp from Moan. And I feel like the only team is the only reason it was even relatively close last game was because of that failed push last game. But this time around it didn't happen, so now they're up what? 253 points
aren't the worst thing in the world. We certainly
as of right now.
You know, late game team fights won by bigger discrepancies in levels.
Well, sure.
That is a big chunk of change that they're behind.
Absol on the side of Onyx Rise that are leading the charge. Absol taking over the third.
153 smackaroonies.
Much on Dream Factory side that can scrap with it straight up.
The Crustle pick seems random. A lot of people play it, I don't know why.
Very well if they're going to try and find opportunities.
Like, support Crustle has always been a thing. Like, people, like, not even support, Defender. Defender support Crustle, like, people have been playing it a lot, and just in general.
Yeah, it's true.
But I think it's just overrated.
If they can get Umbreon down, they're in a good
Overrated.
spot. Look at that. Absolutely ripping through them.
Yeah, those critical hits care not for how much defense that your Crustle has. Instead, just take care of it. Make it go away.
13 isn't bad. 5 seconds, but they're kind of getting bullied out of the central
Yeah,
area.
they're like bullied out of the pit.
Onyx just has such good positioning to start this.
Yeah, Cressel already down to about half HP. Blissey's going to be so careful about how they Bliss assistance in this team fight.
Umbreon is just ready.
Yeah, there's no real fear on the side of Onyx Rise. Like, poaching a tree doesn't get you anywhere.
Kind of brings them in, you know?
Yeah.
And Trevor.
Wolf in the henhouse situation.
They're even backing up to even farm a little bit more. I feel like it's like smart, but I mean, at some point you got.
Oh my god, poor Crustal's getting caught out, man.
Gets one.
Look, in this situation, like, it just seems so hopeless. Because not only are, like, there's so many things wrong. In terms of levels, you're relatively even. But then you only have so much room to work with. There's no way you're going to be able to backcap your way out of this deficit. So you need to do Rayquaza. You either need to team fight, win, and then go for Rayquaza, or you need to try to force Rayquaza, and then hope to God that it goes in your favor. But the thing is, well, Crustal's getting picked off. Yeah, he's only dead for, what, 10 seconds? But that's 10 seconds less than... Like, 10 seconds less to work around with in this game. You have a team that's arguably... like, debatably better than yours, but... like, I'd say it's pretty close, granted the players on the same skill level.
Still has Unite on the Absol. Didn't even need it to.
And now, Onyx Rise are just waiting for, like, another...
I don't think they have a good opening, but
they don't have to do anything. Like, Lynn Dream Factory just need to pull the trigger and just try to fight or go to Rayquaza, or else they're just going to slowly lose the game.
253 points. They need to sort it out, and they need to do that now.
Yeah. Look at this coverage from Onyx Rise. They're literally a line across that front. That's so good.
Covered every single entrance. Bliss is
That's a huge horse reach in the backside. That was.
And then it's just over.
Oh, whoa, the timing of that Absol Unite move. Breaking ankles out here. They do go down.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Like, who did Blissey Unite move? The Crustal?
That's so good.
Yeah, like, Blissey's ulting to support Crustal. And then literally, Trevenant is on your backline, your 2 damage dealers. And then Absol just comes in and just completely wipes them.
Wow. Oh, whoa, the timing of that Absol Unite move. Breaking ankles out here. They do go down.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, because you got 35 seconds left in the game, you don't got time for Rayquaza, you don't got damage, and on top of that, you burned Unite moves as well.
Yeah, I think Onyx Rise.
297 to 44, you still have a 253 point difference.
Really tough for Legion to do anything.
Yeah, Lynn Dream Factory just got absolutely rolled.
It seems to me like the biggest issues so far for Legion have been their engagement. When they really needed to engage both games, they haven't been able to find the moment they never had the chance. Like, I feel like when you get something like that, you got.
Okay, I'm gonna, like, there was no draft, so I'm gonna play the ad right now. We'll continue on with the next match.
I don't like, it can't
Actually,
be like,
I'll just keep pushing.
it's gotta be like the last thing they're thinking about for it to work. And it was not the last thing they were thinking about.
Huge brave bird.
Oh,
Yeah,
and then
and
immediately back.
That's perfect into that Phantom Force. I love that.
Also, I feel like we haven't seen a Stomp Zarina in a hot minute, too.
Nice.
Wow.
We're seeing us on something right now.
Why is Hoopa in this game?
Well, because we're banning Aegislash and Teleon.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't ban Talonflame or Hoopa, and then they gave them both to Nagoya OGA, this might be like one of the biggest draft dips.
Yo, Paper Rex is my dark horse team, but not if they're drafted like this. Holy smokes.
We take it back, we take it back. Okay, well, Paper X are going to be able to get a pretty solid score here. 30 points is tough to line up an overdunk, but we get a few stacks in.
Yeah, they get to stack up this arena, which is actually really nice. I do like Stomp on it because, yeah, if you know you're not going to have extended fights, right? You just get an opportunity like, can I catch Talon? Can I do enough damage to it the moment it lands? That is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Brave Bird is mean.
That was a decent Mewtwo Unite follow-up.
Yep.
Try and get cover, but they're alone now.
Hey, this really brings me back and makes me think. I don't know why. Fel had the opportunity to pick up Hoopa Talonflame as well, but then also they would fly the entire time. Which again, I didn't dislike fly, but I don't know. It's just Bravebird's so good right now. Like, look at this. It's crazy. I mean, it's not a wrong choice.
Really good into this comp. I mean,
At least the game's closer, though. That is something.
Yeah, you're right. The last
3 point
team
difference, and we're going to the halfway mark. So at the very least,
No fear.
Paper Rex are putting themselves in a position where they don't have to rely on Rayquaza for the end game. Like most of the games that you guys see get like most of the games of Pokemon Unite that you see played, whether it's solo queue, like you know, duos, trios, 5-stacks, whatever, competitive gameplay, I want to say like 95% of matches end up with Rayquaza being taken, and then the other 5%, the game will end in one way or another without it being taken. Whether because it's not needed or like it's just that close of a game and it's like micro decisions, blah blah blah. Yeah, both objectives spawning 10 seconds and 20 seconds. It looks like Nagoya Oja are gonna play topside maybe? But they have Hoopa set up for bottom, so they might just give it up when they realize, yeah.
Just kind of play around that pretty well. I gotta say, I haven't been in love with Gyarados.
There's the Hoopa Unite.
I've seen a ton of it. Clearly, teams are giving it a lot of
30, 25, it's on 1.
I have not been a huge Gary fan so far.
They got a 15-point overcap, which is not that great.
Payrex will take the Regieleki in an early path forward for Yang.
The Mewtwo did get caught out though.
On that tier 2 as well, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The quick rotation for Nagoya is going to mean that this second tier gold zone's well defended.
Yeah, the thing is they didn't get it done fast enough, right? Like they couldn't take advantage of Nagoya being on the bottom half of the map.
That's true.
And they also have time to defend. Nice.
Wish Umbreon.
So overall, that was like a well.
Meatloaf?
Oh.
I think it's foul play.
Yep.
Pushing the Umbreon Unite away.
This fight is chaos.
I'm trying to follow it at all.
Crashing on this tier 2 right now. Talon grabs Snorlax. Mammoth's over them. Huge Ice Fang. If Talon can follow that up right now, barely the teleport gets out. It's a double for Talon.
Wish moved onto the Mewtwo as well.
Yeah.
The parting gift a little bit there as they try to make it all the way out onto the bottom side of the map. Can't even contend to get some ammo swipe for the blue buff. Like, you just gotta run.
Apora's gonna have like 15 KOs this game.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Boris been lining him up.
Yeah, I mean, this combination of trick into the possibility to leave your Brave Bird, you know?
And same with Gyarados. Same
Yeah.
bounce
Yep.
mechanic,
You're
right?
right.
Like, you're feeling awesome when those dives line up the way you want them to.
I actually really like the Espeon follow-up here as well. Like, the amount of, like, CC that Nagoya OJ has across the board is ridiculous. It's gross.
On the side of Paper Rex, the thing I really like is that Mewtwo. I think Mewtwo's been such a difference maker in so many of these games.
Maybe we can fast forward just a little. I don't think anything happens in the next like 20 seconds. Okay. So fast forward 20 seconds. Regieleki spawns.
They're not like they're leaving the basement.
Paper Rex are gonna get this. It's gonna press for the tier 2. Let's see what the Nagoya Oja decide to do.
Oh yeah, they're looking
They might send someone for a backhat because they do have the Hoopa.
They're
It doesn't
guessing
look
they're
like
there,
it.
but I don't think they saw them.
They're letting Regieleki walk. Snorlax walking to.
straight to the back line.
Right back through.
That's further than Snipe Shot. It's so funny.
Buzzwole actually scores with the Regieleki, so they took the point lead with that.
Could be a problem.
Big yawn on the Gyarados.
I really like the Brave Bird with the Hoopa trick, just like in warp back to where they were.
Why did he
Oh no, we got stuck.
Well, that was almost really bad. The game there's huge.
Mammo's shield is gone, stolen by Umbreon, whatever's left of it, I guess.
Stolen.
Yeah.
It's all Talon play now. It's gotta be.
Oh,
there's the Arena Unite with the
There's the
stop.
stop. Oh no.
Oh my god.
The support
Here
core.
comes Gary. Turn on the objective.
Wow.
Umbreon is being completely zoned.
Do they have the damage for this though? Oh yeah, it's
They're able
Gyarados.
to contest this, right? They're not gonna be able to stop it.
The
so-
question is whether Umbreon is going to be able to secure this or not, or like steal it away. Snorlax is here too.
Oh, I wish you had Unite right now. So bad.
Ooh, kind of close.
That was a great.
Okay, but let's watch that team fight again because like it started off relatively close, but then it got a little chaotic. So here's the so this is what I like about the Hoopa tech when they go trick is like literally Brave Bird with Talonflame, then you portal back,
Power nap.
so they're not stuck in that. They're not stuck in the middle of its enemy team. Like obviously, one of the issues, like one of the fundamental issues with Brave Bird is like when you're diving in, if you don't have a Hoopa, is like you're going into the like whoever you're diving, and the only way you can really get out is if you pop your night move. and like kind of reposition yourself. But when you have a Hoopa, you don't need to do that because you literally just port back to the initial position.
Oh no, we got stuck.
Well, that was almost really bad. The game there's huge.
Okay, there's the Hoopa unbound. Umbreon pops through Unite move as well. Talonflame lands their Brave Bird onto Snorlax, uses the Aerial Ace, and then...
It's all Talonflame now.
So, the problem here is, yeah, Serena gets on top of the Talonflame, but also, Espeon died without uniting, which is a little unfortunate.
Gotta be. Oh,
but the nice Gyarados Unite move onto 2 people, which is the back line, is huge. They landed it onto Buzzwole and Mewtwo.
Yeah, Gyarados in the support core.
Turn on the objective.
wow.
Umbreon is being completely zoned here.
And then unfortunately, you're in a position where you're playing Umbreon, like utility support Umbreon in a 3 versus 1. Yeah, Snorlax is here, but then Espeon is also showing up as well. And then it came down to a flip, because technically Nagoya Ojo are still losing. So they don't need Rayquaza, but at the same time, they're not going to be able to score reliably without it. And of course, in a position where you're 3 versus 1, it's a free Rayquaza, and then...
taking a 2-0 victory over Paper Rex.
Yeah, they looked awesome.
This is a group, by the way, that a lot of people were predicting, and me included, Paper Rex and Onyx to make it out. And Nagoya just showcasing some incredible talent in their drafts and being...
Getting the
Snap
gutter.
Oh, so we got LG. Hold on.
over here.
So I never got to watch any of the Luminosity games at all. So this is going to be my first time kind of seeing that. Watch this properly.
Psyduck on the side of Luminosity Gaming.
Psyduck feels safe. Comb obviously feels targeted here.
Yeah.
So at this point of the tournament, this is like the first time you're seeing...
Look, trainer, we're not going to let you have it, buddy.
Yeah, like it is. This is the first time we're seeing Luminosity on stream at this point of the tournament. Also, it's like, just to put things into perspective, this is like the clash of the regions, like the international regions, because this is the West versus like Asia. And you can kind of get an idea of like what both regions prioritize. And of course, if there was any team I wanted to see from North America, it would be LG, because statistically speaking, and just in terms of overall performance, LG has proven themselves to be the best team in North America. So, to put things simply, if LG were to struggle, like hypothetically speaking, because I haven't seen any of these matches, if LG were to struggle against any of these Asian teams, it would put things into perspective of like how strong the teams are. Now, I'm not saying they're going to struggle this game because, like, I don't know. But let's say, for example, like Luminosity were to go 0-2 in this series. Then it's like, wow, these Asian teams are really damn good. Or if, like, even if they're going, like, 1-1 or, like, 2-0, but the games are close, then, you know, you get an idea. Also, which team is Talon? Talon is... APAC, Asia Pacific. And they... Asia Pacific East Winter Open.
Leafeon should just be a global ban because it's so good. And this Talonflame, incredibly impressive. When we were talking to Luminosity yesterday, they literally said, I think we put these Japanese teams on Talonflame because when we started scrimming against them when we got here 2 weeks ago, we were getting it for free every single draft. And now all of a sudden it becomes a pretty contentious pick.
First pick over here, they are going to take the Umbreon, which has, you know, you have a few options here for the side of Luminosity.
I mean, you can go Blissey easy here. I think you're pretty content.
So, like, here, at this point in the game, okay, so what they banned? They banned Comfy, they banned Leafeon, Psyduck and Talonflame are off the table. You have a lot of options as a... Like, as Talon, what do you prioritize? So, obviously, they pick Umbreon, but, like, what are your options? You have you have a bunch of speedsters. You have Meowscarada, you have Absol, you have Zera, you have Gengar, you have Umbreon, you got Blissey, like you got Hoopa, like you got lots of options here. But obviously Talon prioritizes the Umbreon.
With that.
So what do you pick as if you're Luminosity?
Otter looking at Blissey. Trainer now, I mean, Mimikyu is definitely within his wheelhouse, but they're given
Okay.
zero.
So they lock in their support, they lock in their speedster. Whether they run double speedster and they have one in the top lane, we have yet to determine. But obviously, taking the Blissey, solid choice overall. Realistically, like I said so many times before, and I'm pretty sure, like, you can't even like refute this fact anymore. Like Blissey, one of the top supports in the entire game, whether it be solo queue competitive, like it's very versatile. And you do not want to let Blissey go onto the same team as Umbreon, because it just makes it so much more difficult, depending on what the comp they build around it. Zera, like I said, North America players have been prioritizing Zera a lot more than the Asia teams, if anything.
Aura to Overlord. Now, Overlord played, like, kind of, I would say it was a little bit of a controversial Zera Aura at Worlds last year. It was close. They had some really good moments with it, but now this Pokemon has been buffed, so we could see some huge plays out of it. On the other side, Hoopa.
That is
okay. So they picked their speedster and they picked their support. The support pick. The thing I like about them not picking like an all-rounder or like an attacker is the fact that when you pick your support, you don't reveal that much about your team composition until you absolutely have to. You don't necessarily need to pick the Hoopa either, just because you already see that they picked the Blissey. So it's very rare that they run double support. But you know, you keep your cards close to your chest until like it's time for you to pick again. Absol, yeah, absolutely, you're revealing that, but at the same time, strong pick overall, and it's pretty common. So
a nasty trio here for Talon. We've said how strong
Mimikyu from Trainer and Snorlax from Slashcan.
I mean, Luminosity is in their bag right now too, right? Not necessarily as individually powerful are these Pokemon, but these are Pokemon that they are comfortable with, that they know and love, and think they can be successful. Sync 1, did you remember at Worlds Sync 1's insane Metagross game?
I do, yeah.
Absolutely popping off, coming unglued.
I like Inteleon here. I don't love it. I don't always love it into Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu counters Inteleon pretty hard sometimes. Final pick.
Yeah. So, obviously Inteleon is a strong Pokemon, don't misunderstand. My only reservation that I have about this pick is, like, when you're picking it into a Speedster and a Mimikyu on top of that, like, you need to be very confident and skilled as an Inteleon player to willingly lock that into a Zera and Mimikyu. And for some reason, I'm under the impression, because obviously, like, Mimikyu's never been banned by any Asia team at all today, because obviously they're prioritizing other bans. But, like, I'm under the assumption, or like the illusion, that I don't think the Asia teams have played against a lot of Mimikyu players. Trainer obviously plays that a lot over in North America, so it's going to be interesting to see like how they perform. Metagross is a solid choice overall. Metagross, especially when you don't have to worry about playing Metagross into an Umbreon. I think Metagross is just solid choice overall. Yeah, I like I said, and Inteleon is a strong pick, don't get me wrong, objectively speaking, but I'm just not a fan of them picking that into Zera and Mimikyu, and then of course Mewtwo Y rounds out the Luminosity Gaming team.
Like Metagross, how's it gonna brawl into Ab?
So we can just fast forward because they already locked in their picks, and then we can just go from there.
Go all in on just getting to the back line and just deleting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Metagross heading to the central area here. We have Trainer heading to the central area for Luminosity Gaming. Heading over the wall right now. Overlord looking to make something happen.
Maybe concerned about the Hoopa invade, just jumping over, see if they could catch them out of sorts.
Yeah. Peeling back
And
in the
really
goal zone here.
buying time for Otter to stack, because Otter did choose the special attack specs and the rescue hood, if I saw that correctly on Otter.
This right here, I genuinely do not know what's happening. I'm sorry to say, like, literally,
Buying time for Otter.
it's like I genuinely just hate when players do this. It's like, yeah, they're trying to get their stacks,
Because Otter did
but
choose
like, you're trying to fight on
the
pad,
special attack specs.
and like, you're just standing there. Like, literally letting yourself get auto-attacked by a Zera in a 2v1, and you gotta keep in mind, you might not see, like, you might not think it's a big deal, But you're also, like, statistically speaking, you're playing against one of the best players in the world in their respective role. Like, in terms of people that play this game competitively, like, whether you like him as a person or not, like, it's irrefutable that Overlord is one of the best players in this game. So when you are doing something like this in a 2 versus 1, and you're allowing him to get a level lead, or not even a level lead per se, just allowing him to scale faster than necessary is just extremely weird to me. Like, I don't know why
correctly on Otter.
some competitive players do this.
KO,
That's
holy.
huge. And it's going to be a double.
Holy.
Like, what just happened? You allowed Overlord to literally 2v1 and pick off both of you? Like, I'm sorry, like, that's just silly.
Jeez, I mean, what a great start for Luminosity in that top path.
Okay. Okay.
Do have the Shadow Claw. Here comes Metagross. Huge gyro ball right there. Flash moving forward here, blocking for Trainer. They peel back towards the Skull Zone.
Yeah, tackle boosted auto to kind of create separation, which is nice. And that's what I'm talking about. Slash is going to be very responsible because really Otter can only babysit one of two, right? Can only tackle the Zero Aura or Mimikyu, which it means it's up to Slash to get the other one out of trouble.
And we do have the safeguard, by the way. Jeez. I mean, we've just been done. This top path is all Luminosity all day right now. It is so good for them. Otter is one of the highest levels in the match, is Blissey. Crazy.
Yeah, and they're almost fully stacked. If they're not yet, they are on the doorstep.
You don't often see stacking. I feel like you don't see it as often, I guess.
So what's crazy here is, yeah, top lane right now, Overlord and Slash, they're just, oh sorry, Otter. Overlord and Otter are just completely dominating this top lane. No jungle help whatsoever. It's just a straight up skill gap, 2v2. And then if you pay attention now, so Overlord has been just getting free experience in this top lane. There's already a 2-level gap. You can see 2-level differential. Level 6, and yeah, they're almost level 5, but still technically 2 levels. And then now they're allowing Overlord to jungle swap, or like role swap. So instead of Trainer going back into jungle, they're actually letting Overlord take the jungle, just because he's so far ahead.
They're almost fully stacked. If they're not yet, they are.
And it actually makes sense because
You don't often see stacking. I feel like
if you look down in the bottom lane here,
Zero Aura.
let me just rewind it about like a couple of seconds.
Luminosity in that top path.
So yeah, because top lane is winning, like Trainer goes down here because he doesn't need to go top. It's unnecessary.
Kind of create separation, which is nice. And that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
most
about.
of this experience goes over to the side of Talon. So that kind of puts Trainer behind in terms of overall experience. Like, they didn't really get anything, but they didn't lose anything either.
One of two, right? Can only tackle this.
So because Trainer's behind, it's better that Overlord goes into the jungle, because that's just going to allow him, like, basically because he's so far ahead, if he takes the jungle, it basically means he's going to guarantee his level 9 for first objective.
If they're not yet, they are on the doorstep.
Build that you're getting that stacking, of course, you are getting bigger shields. Like, it's affecting so many parts of your.
Unless they severely misplay, but
huge healing change.
judging how things are going right now, I doubt it.
See the priority towards stacking here for Blissey.
Well, I mean, any incremental advantage you can get is good, right? So the rescue hood as well. You know, you think of the healing, but actually boost the shield, and you can just you're essentially just building up yourselves a monster tank, right? We're not going to go with HP. We're going to go with that shield. Now, the other thing about the Umbreon is on the other side of the map. Talon scrapping pretty well here. Has knocked out Curios. They did get Sync 1 back the other way.
Oh my god!
Oh
what a
my
catch.
Mimikyu!
He got him too! No way! Got the Absol! Come on now, Trainer!
Oh my god.
Ripping.
So it looked a little like sus, but then Trainer was able to kind of make sure it didn't go out of hand. So right here, a little greedy for Overlord not to take the Volt Switch back. I think they thought they were going to be able to fight this.
But as well,
Unfortunately, he's on cooldown right now for his discharge and Volt Switch, so he gets punished. But the thing is, Mimikyu is still alive. There's still a threat. Nice heavy slam from Slash. Shadow Sneak into Shadow Claw. Gets the resets. Once again, Shadow Sneak, tags.
What a catch! Did he get
Shadow
him? He
Sneak
got
tags.
him too. No way. Got the Absol. Come on now, Trainer.
Like, well played from Trainer. He
Ripping
landed
through
every
the
single
squad. That's
Shadow
Quadra.
Sneak, got the
Did that-
resets,
did
got
that
the
answer your
kills. Now he's
question
level
about
9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you have a
Yeah.
Fed
Ah,
Mimikyu
questions
and
answered.
almost level 9 Zera as well, going into first objective.
Man, that was just what a great start there for Trainer. I mean, Trainer's level 9 right now. Overlord level 8. Ooh, huge snipe shot. Overlord in a lot of trouble right here. Gonna have to peel back. Could use the wild Pokemon to generate a shield right there. Side just grab
Berries
Barry.
just came up. Yeah, Berries just came up.
Got the helping hand. Slash with a nice heavy slam. Moves in on
Good
the
safeguard
Metagross.
coverage. That was a great safeguard, dude.
Wow. Really good
Talon is they're up against it right now.
Agreed.
I think they're having a real hard time figuring out what they're supposed to be doing. And bam, that's another great engagement on Inteleon.
Yeah,
Doing it
Mimikyu is literally just
so
going to
quickly.
town right now.
Umbreon's easy business.
And of course,
after
Overlord's
that.
doing his part right, like picking up the
Holy dude.
Inteleon.
Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing right there, I love the play from Overlord. They recognize they're charging up the snipe shot, right? They're looking for a secure with it. They don't even care to, you know, wait. They're going to keep ripping the objective, keep fighting at it, and they're actually going to move
Yeah, we got a
in
pause.
with that.
Let me
Zera
see
aura.
where it can.
Pop the discharge, eat
Not
the
that far ahead.
They.
I don't want to click on the actual
limits that Mimikyu
thing
can
because I
push.
feel like I'm going to go
And the
too far
team
ahead.
knows on Mimikyu, understands the
Tons of different options, lots of different.
Sure.
Looking at a very different game in our Luminosity game.
They're going to a different series? Why? Okay. I need to see like where they off of. I don't want to watch this series. I want to go back to. There they are. Okay. Oh, wait. Did they continue playing off stream? Oh no, they didn't. Okay, sorry, I went too far. Sorry, it's very it's very confusing because like during these broadcasts, when they do an intermission or like when they do like a pause, they go to a different series. So it's hard to see without spoiling it for myself. Like, yeah, so like.
Psyduck, I don't think my opponents are going to grab Mamo, but I also don't know their specific strategy.
Okay, so they got the Regieleki after wiping bottom. Now
Nice
they're
little
porting
push here by
top lane.
Luminosity using the Regieleki. Slash is kind of babysitting.
Yeah, Talon are having a really tough time right now.
Deep engage here by Umbreon. Rubix is trying to get it done, and we're scrapping here. 2 players down, 3 players down for Talon. And it's going to be another one real quick if Sync 1 can't turn it around here. LG says we've given up enough resources, we're just going to bounce out because Sync 1 does get a couple KOs for themselves.
You know, it's really hard. I mean, Tier 2, obviously.
That is some good
massive
experience
shield,
going over to
massive
Metagross.
healing.
Like, it helps, but
Massive shields
overall,
and healing.
Luminosity are just
Metagross also, if you hit 2,
putting
with
these guys'
Gyro
backs
Ball,
against the
you
wall.
are just, you have such an incredible shield.
Yep.
The low cooldown down on that paired with that Tier 2 is just going to make it really hard to KO.
Inteleon Unite is out, and that's just to defend this goal zone here, maybe thinking they're not going to get a good opportunity for it. Safeguards are there, putting them in the Coliseum. Slash goes down, but look at this backline stun action. I say backline, but they're actually getting dove on by LG.
Ooh, that's a little
Here they go.
unfortunate.
Able to
That something like that, like, okay, guys. Normally, I wouldn't make a big deal about kills, but when you're playing from behind, like, giving that experience, let someone who's a carry get that
take down
experience.
Trainer right there.
It would have been better if Metagross or Absol got the KO on that.
On this
Yeah.
Inteleon. I do think Mimikyu is such a great counter for this Pokemon. You dive in, you catch it with a Shadow Sneak. Once you move in and hit it once right into your Unite move, it's almost an instant KO. It's really hard for Inteleon to do much about it.
Did you see how low all of Talon was? They only got 1 KO. Kyrios was only able to get 1 KO. But the coverage they provided for Overlord to get out, the amount of damage they were able to put in, speaks volumes to how good Mewtwo has been all weekend long.
Yeah, Mewtwo is just a real superstar Pokemon this event. Already level 13, by the way, for Overlord. In fact, levels looking pretty good across the board here. but a level 13 Zera Aura this early is so brutal. Scoring in this bottom path, 255, 105, and Teleon pushing back.
Like this to me is just like
But
so weird.
just
I'm not talking about Luminosity. I'm talking more about Talon.
Already
So like
level
if I were to
13, by
pause
the
it
way,
like right
for
here,
Overlord. In fact,
like I'm very confused at like what the comms are like for Talon, because they're so split up for realistically like no reason. Like you got Absol attempting to do the Regieleki up here. Hold on. Like Absol's up here doing the objective, and then you got 1, 2, and 3 just standing in the jungle. Like I'm assuming they're farming something. I can't really see because you know the icons are covering the minimap, but I'm assuming they might be like farming or something, which leaves Hoopa down here by themselves. But it's like, unless Hoopa uses their Unite move, which they don't even have at this time anyways, like everyone else, in order for them to get down here, they have to literally walk down here, or like, you know, recall and take the spring like downwards. But the problem is like Luminosity are a step ahead of them, so they are going for the play to push, and then everyone else is like not there in time. I'm not exactly sure what the plan was from Talon to actually like set up.
levels looking pretty good across the board here, but a level 13 Zera Aura this early is so brutal. Scoring in this bottom path, 255, 105, and Teleon pushing back with the Unite move. Nice yawn right there, sets up a big play into a Mewtwo Unite move.
I mean, don't forget the trainer's also level 13 here. Moving forward, a decent job by Talon to run coverage. Power nap there by Slash up front just so the rest of the team can get out. Are they going to be able to... That was a 3-person yawn? Was that what that was? Holy dude.
Slash's yawns have been on point. And it's weird because block was the thing that got buffed a little while back. You'd expect to see it more. They're trying to chase him down. Look at this. Got only Absol with the yawn right into a full heal. Yeah. Good play.
That full heal is down though. Mutant Crash straight onto Otter in the back line here, but that just means the Metagross gets
that right there is like a desperation play.
Was the thing that got
like they're trying to do the thing, like they're trying to make a play right before Rayquaza. And honestly, even at this point of the game, like it's a little late for that. They really tried to take advantage of the fact that Trainer's top lane defending against the Regieleki with the Hoopa Unite. But the problem is, you're playing, even though it is technically a 5 versus 4, you're playing against Luminosity while they're on the pad. And it's not like they're behind in levels either. So yeah, you're down one person, but...
They're trying to chase him down. Look at this. Got only Absol with the yawn right into a full heal. Yeah. Good play.
That full heal is down though. Mutant Crash straight onto Otter in the back line here, but that just means the Metagross gets caught.
Gosh. Level 14 Zera Aura.
You're going to have a level 15 Zera played by Overlord in the last 2 minutes of the game. You just lost a 5v4. Like, you're fighting on pad, which is not ideal, but you just lost a 5v4 and got wiped.
You just know that.
And on top of that, Hoopa did use their Unite move. They will get it back. But the thing is, they used it at 310. So even then, it's like, depending on how much farm you get, you're still, like, you're not going to have your Unite move immediately. And when you're playing from behind, those couple of seconds going into the last 2 minutes of the game do make a difference, because that's less time you have to play around with.
You and Mimikyu gets close to you, it's on site.
Overlord is trying to get their Unite move back.
Yeah, how's it going, Peps?
Before this 2-minute mark. And if I'm Talon, we have to devise a plan here. We need a trap.
It's if you catch Overlord or catch Trainer, if you can possibly get one of them down in this fight, it's, you know, pedal to the floor, do everything you can to finish it right there. Wow.
Oh my
nice
god.
Start. Really nice start.
Is the team going to pull the trigger on that? Looks like they're actually going to try and buy time. It's just an 8 seconds, so they come back straight at Curios. But that Mimikyu missed. He missed the Shadow Sneak in the backside as Overlord. Doesn't get a knockdown.
Okay, and Talion's dead.
Which is a prime target.
Nice of Overlord to kind of recover from that situation. That was a very aggressive play from Slash, by the way.
Mewtwo Unite is still down.
Oh?
Psystrike going to go into the back line. Luminosity's kind of turtled them out.
It's a tough spot for Talon. I mean, they had the Snorlax down. Now they let it come back. Huge Umbreon.
He used his Unite move too early. That is a very bad Unite move from Umbreon. He used it aggressively before Blissey or Snorlax even united. Very, very bad Unite move. Which could have made the difference here.
It's a tough spot for Talon. I mean, they had the Snorlax down. Now they let it come back. Huge Umbreon Unite. Bliss assistance now onto the Zera Aura. But Blissey goes down without the Bliss assistance actually popping right there. We have Hoopa going down. That's 4 down. They're going to continue the chase, looking for it right here. There's the Mimikyu Unite move. That is an ace. The entirety of Talon is down. Luminosity looking pretty phenomenal here in game 1.
Wow, that was very impressive. Trainer having their moment shortly.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was closer than I would have thought it was gonna be. Well, like honestly, Luminosity were winning the entire time. It was just like a little bit messy towards the end. Like this right here, Slash went like crazy.
Is the team
I know he's the defender and he wants to get vision, but at the same time,
It's, you know, pedal to the floor.
like, you don't have the support from your team, my guy. Like remember the pie, guys. Like, if you cut the map right down the middle, like this is their side, okay? Everyone else on your team, 4 people on your side, and honestly, if you look on the mini map, the other 2 is still in their jungle. So this is a little overzealous from Slash over here. He did get punished for it too. Like, I know defenders want to get vision for their team, but at the same time, Rayquaza is not even up right now. Like, you don't necessarily need that vision because until Rayquaza spawns, like, nothing's gonna happen. It's better for you to play like passive rather than do like an over-aggressive play like this without the support of your team, because stuff like this will happen. It's just unfortunate because despite them getting the pick on Slash, they weren't able to capitalize on it in a way that was beneficial towards them.
Do everything you can to finish it right there. Wow.
Wow, okay.
Nice start. Really nice start.
Is the team going to pull the trigger on that?
And then Overlord was able to salvage the situation as well.
Seconds, so they come back.
So despite it being a 5v4,
but that
he volt switched forward into Inteleon,
you missed. He missed the
finds the
shadow sneak
discharge,
on the
and the thing is, the fact that you're able to KO the Inteleon without even uniting is such a huge pick right there.
Overlord
Considering it was a 5v4.
Inteleon, which is a prime
Like, where was the support and defender here? Okay, so I see Hoopa. Where's Umbreon? Oh, Umbreon's like way far forward. So like this is the thing where I said, where like I don't have a problem with Inteleon per se. Like I think it's objectively a good Pokemon, but picking Inteleon into Zera, Mimikyu, and even Mewtwo is just so risky. And when you don't have the support from your defender and your support, and you are getting, I don't want to say you're out of position because you're playing pretty far back, but you know, it's a Zera. Like they just volt switch forward and close the distance. Like if you're getting killed by volt switch and just the discharge alone with a few auto attacks, it's like, yeah, it's a combination of you're still a little too far forward, your team is not playing around you, and on top of that, you picked Inteleon into 2 things that you saw, but you chose to play it anyways.
He missed the shadows.
Like, you don't have the luxury to make mistakes like this because
his Overlord does
they're
get
costly.
a knockout on Inteleon, which is a prime target, Spraggles.
Yeah, that's
Coming
what you're looking
back through the portal is the Umbreon, but now Slash is back. Mewtwo Unite is still down. Psystrike gonna go into the back.
I was wondering if, honestly, I was wondering if Trainer was gonna take the the Shadow Sneak on that, because that would have been extremely funny to watch. They might have got sent back to base.
Line. Luminosity's kind of turtled them out.
It's a tough spot for Talon. I mean,
Keep in mind, Metagross's Unite move also didn't activate fully. So he channeled the Unite move animation, but the problem is he got stunned before it completely finished. So you'll notice shortly after, like when they die, they get refunded. Umbreon also with their Unite move as well. They used it too early, so they didn't get the Blissey Unite or the Snorlax, buddy barrier or whatever.
Now onto the Zera Aura, but Blissey goes down without the Bliss assistance.
So you can see when Metagross died right here, their Unite move actually got partially refunded. So Metagross didn't get their Unite move off properly. Umbreon got a very subpar Unite move off. Was uniting just out of like desperation of the fight because they're not using it for positioning. They're just using it for the offensive and defensive, like, flat stats.
Actually popping right there. We have Hoopa going down. That's 4
And then
down.
Inteleon is
They're gonna
basically just
continue
left on
the
their own
chase,
and they can't do
looking
anything.
That was very impressive.
Yeah.
Team.
They really do look like vintage Luminosity, the kind of Luminosity that won Worlds.
Yep.
They're so impressive this.
Yeah, it is a combination of a skill gap. Like, top lane just demolished their top lane. Overlord and Otter just completely one-sided matchup. Dylan, the Inteleon player, didn't respect the fact that, like, picking Inteleon into their team composition was just like, I don't know how good they are on Inteleon, but they didn't really respect the picks.
Season, and I think every team needs to worry about them.
We've got 40 seconds
And
here.
of course,
what does Talon need to do
The
to adjust?
quadra kill on Trainer in the early game
Yeah.
just fed them too much.
I do like their bans. I like.
And this is the other match, so we can just go into the draft here.
But I mean, well done.
He just quit.
But I mean, well done by Zeta here. Baby, okay.
A Gengar game.
Okay, so let me see here.
Just staying alive.
I know.
I mean,
So we didn't really get to see the draft, how it played out. Obviously, we see their final picks, but Comfy ban, Blissey ban, Psyduck ban, and Talonflame ban. I didn't get to see the order of what Pokemon they prioritized. They have Absol and Gengar and Pikachu, Umbreon and Snorlax, and then we got Trainer on Leafeon. We got the Mew support, Overlord top lane with the Zera, and then Hoopa and Trevenant. Overall, very squishy teams for the most part in terms of like their overall DPS. It really just comes down to who's able to pick each other off first, or who's able to get their damage off first, or more like efficiently and effectively. Yeah, we'll
you
see.
gotta have that on your radar.
All right, let's take a look here.
Gengar game, baby. Okay.
A Gengar game. Right. Feel that?
Nobody can tell us what to do.
Oh, sorry, production.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
It's harder to sell that we're talking to production when we both actively.
Actually, you know what? Let me
removed
pause
our
it
ear-
here. I'm gonna play the ad, like an ad's about to start, but I'm gonna play it now anyways. That way, it just doesn't interrupt. Because I hate when ads play in the middle of a match. So that's gonna be. It's let me. See. So I didn't get to see the matches, but not my fault that they played in the middle. So it was Zeta Division. Zeta Division is Japan's champion, so they are the #1 from Japan. Then I believe it was. Remember the timestamp. So it's 5:54. Southeast Asia 3rd. So it's Zeta Division versus #1 from Japan.
Just what a combination. It's so difficult to stop this Pokemon. Unbelievable mobility, incredible amounts of, all there, by the way.
Class.
I'm not gonna watch the
Oh,
series,
quick
so I'm just gonna watch the end of this first match just because I'm playing ads right now anyways.
On the top path, I think. Right? I mean,
Full heal is down.
I don't.
I feel like they were the ones that kind of got stuck in the Ice Fang and might have had to cleanse out.
I wouldn't be surprised, right? Massive, nice psychic right there, catches two.
Two,
The
and
Surf just pushing them away from this.
having Mewtwo Y Mega'd and having to reset is awful. Like,
Yeah.
that cannot feel good. Rom doing great from range, putting in pot shots as well.
Huh.
But Topo is on an island here.
Yeah, I mean, really deep. Garchomp Unite.
Trying to track it down.
Cyrillich looking to finish
Rom
off
is
Inteleon.
low. Nice snipe shot.
Oh, Grass Knot catches. It's 2 down. They're after the Mewtwo.
Yep.
Garchomp trying to make
gone.
something happen. Nope. Nope. That's Vitopo. 2 down,
They
and
gotta
now
rip this
Garchomp's ripping. It's Rip
They
City.
have to.
Yeah, they absolutely need to, but They've got a shot here. Metagross moving in.
Tomatoes on the backside, yeah. I mean, this needs
Unfortunately,
to
they
be
have
Mamoswine on top of Rob right
Here we
now.
go. Inteleon with the
Damn, that is
secure.
so
And
ballsy.
the crowd goes wild, of course, as Zeta
But at the same time,
takes that.
they burned all their
Rob
Unite
didn't
moves. They kind of lost.
Have to do anything. They were just standing.
Let me go back to the Luminosity series. Just I want to see how that was playing out. So 550.
It's, you know, penta-KOing the entire enemy team.
No, you're not wrong. We're gonna need a big, big.
Do supports
Shell
usually
in the
take the
purple
longest to
team,
get their Unites
Luminosity
back, or
Gaming,
maybe
your orange
defenders?
team. LG up 1 right now, Doom Snacks, as we head here to game number 2. This is on our
I don't really
stage.
class like I
We
don't
get to
really
cover, we get to bounce back and forth between
generalize by
nobody can
class.
tell us.
Some
Nobody
Pokemon
can tell us
have
what to do.
What's
Oh.
that?
fast
Nobody
like
can tell us
generating
what to
Unite
do.
moves, like
Oh,
lower
my bad.
cooldowns compared to others.
Okay.
It's harder to sell that we're talking to production when we both actively removed our earpieces.
We did. We removed our earpieces, and
Production came and talked to us through them.
production, well, they weren't talking to us through them to begin with, and the one person who could see the notes production was writing, you ignored the notes.
To which now they're no longer giving us
they,
notes,
they just quit. They stopped. They said, all right, I guess that's what these guys are going to do.
which is not what we want. to
Oh,
do.
Gengar top lane. Okay.
Right here, Mew putting in some work. One of the best Mews in the game, especially the support Mew variation, right?
To
Feels
me,
like
the only
modern, really.
Mew you can really play these days.
Yeah, it feels like it. We've got Leafeon heading to the top path. I want to see what what Trainer's able to do here. Trainer's Leafeon has been a force, and now this thing is buffed.
I mean, they've got everybody in the kitchen sink up here, right? Poor Curious Baby sitting downstairs.
Wow.
There's a knockout.
Look at that, man. I mean, just really aggressive here. Once again, Luminosity winning the top path. We have Zeraora moving into the central area, it looks like. So Leafeon's going to stay top. Mew catching the Umbreon there.
Meanwhile, Curios was able to
lane
evolve into
struggling again.
Trevenant and insulate the goal zone by themselves.
Yep. And now it's got
Okay. Once again, guys, it all goes back to the whole drafting thing. I'm not gonna rewind it because obviously you can see the Pokemon that were picked, but you guys have to remember, like, if you're not able to, like, okay, some people tunnel on meta Pokemon, and what I mean by that is that they don't see the whole picture of the Pokemon that are being played, whether it be like on your team or the enemy's team. But like, Gengar lane, not a great lane. Like, Gengar is a good Pokemon objectively. Is it a good laner? No. Is it a bad laner? Debatable. Like, it doesn't have reliable secure, and it's just weak. It's not very threatening until level 5, unless you're just severely misplaying. Not to mention, you're playing against two people that literally just clapped you last game. And then on top of that, you're playing against objectively stronger early game Pokemon. So, it's not like you can't play for the late game or the mid game, but when you get shit on in the early game as a Pokemon that takes time to scale, then you're going to have problems. Because the problem I see here is the fact that it's a combination of factors of Luminosity outplaying them individually and collectively as a team. But then you're also, it's like, how do you get back into the game as a Pokemon that takes time to scale versus team that is just playing aggressive, playing better cohesively, and they're playing stronger Pokemon objectively? Like, you're going to have a really tough time. And what's even worse is, like, you're falling into the same situation again. It's different Pokemon, but the same situation where Overlord is now ahead again in the top lane. Trainer is playing a different Pokemon. He's playing Leafeon instead of Mimikyu. But the thing that's better about the Leafeon on paper is the fact that it's level efficient. It doesn't need to get to level 9. It just needs to get to level 8 for its Unite move. And now, because Overlord's ahead in the top lane, he's going to roll swap into the jungle. He's going to get the jungle farm. Leafeon is probably still going to get level 8 for the first objective. And now you're going to have really big problems. Like, at this point, the early game, to me, is pretty much over unless LG severely misplay within the next minute and a half.
We have Zeraora moving into the central area, it looks like. So Leafeon's going to stay top. Mew catching the Umbreon there.
Meanwhile, Kyrios was able to evolve into Trevenant and insulate the goal zone by themselves.
Yep. And now it's got that curse, right?
Yep.
Great secure, awesome damage, able to reset Horn Leech. Really nice stuff here. And Branch Poke.
Branch Poke through the wall.
You can even reset Branch Poke as well. 8 minutes here. Overlord moving in. It is level 7, which means it has discharge, and that's just a really scary place for your opponents to be.
Next coaches on Zeraora here, right back through. What the Dipsker do? Haunter down. Absol getting slashed the other way, but who cares?
Yeah.
That's a trade you'll do every day.
You'll make that trade for sure. Nice catches on Kyrios right here.
Yeah,
4
right,
players from Talon. We have Overlord moving in though, trying to save them. Overlord picks up 2, heading back the other way. Pikachu's very low
so
right
low.
here. Gengar not able to make it happen. Pikachu in some trouble.
Only getting Otter there, it just feels vicious.
Yeah.
They're trading the carries for 1 support at a time. It's like 3-for-1s and for no value.
138 to 9 here. Luminosity running away with the start of game number 2.
Nothing but impressive out of the LG boys this weekend so far. And we were wondering how easy would it be for these teams to just kind of launch and to start playing. Looks like LG hasn't missed a beat.
No, LG looks really good. Really, really good. This is how you hope they would show up. But we don't know how scary the rest of this group is. Obviously, we know Zeta. They look pretty incredible. Buriram looks like a very strong team. Talon is a formidable squad, but they might not be their scariest foe, right?
Correct.
Let's see.
Pushing forward a little bit. It's a 3v3 now as Pikachu rotates. They're just going to start hammering this Regieleki. Absol trying to find their way in. Pretty unsuccessful.
This is looking really rough right now.
Not really the target
I don't like the way
Here's
Talon
Lance,
is playing
though.
this, honestly.
They're gonna have to get this Haunter
But they
evolved.
did get the
Pikachu
steal, which is
secured.
huge.
And right into a Unite move.
Yeah, not bad. Curious with the cover. Trevenant Unite back the other way. I didn't even see him pop up. And that results in 2 KOs back the other way. So we're getting some decent
That is a
exchanges as Talon.
huge
This is what
influx
they
of
need.
experience
It
going
doesn't
over
look
to
great
Talon.
necessarily on the board, but those were quality knockouts that they had.
It's
to
unfortunate
pick
that
up.
Umbreon got the KO, but
We've got the Thunder Volt Tackle build. Volt Tackle
Hunter and
basically
Pikachu were a part of that, so they
buffed
did get some experience.
Right? So you've got
How much experience did they get? Let me
knockouts
see. I want to rewind it here.
Pikachu rotates.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate that Pikachu was able to secure the Regieleki.
Find their way in pretty unsuccessfully.
Level 8, level 8, level 9, level 7, level 7.
Here's Lance though. They're gonna have to get this Haunter evolved. Pikachu secures. Hammering this Regieleki. Absol trying to find their way in pretty unsuccessfully. Mean look on a Hoopa. Not really the target you want. Here's Lance though. They're gonna.
Okay, that right there is huge. So I had to rewind it just to make sure I was seeing it properly. So the fact that Regieleki was stolen is unfortunate. But the thing is, what makes it worse is the fact that because Pikachu secured it, they get their level 9 off that, which actually allows them to actually take this fight a little bit more confidently. Absol pops her Unite move, then Pikachu pops her Unite move to follow off. They pick up the kill on the Hoopas, they trade 1 for 1.
right into a Unite.
Trevenant pops her Unite move as well. Volt Tackle onto Absol, followed by the Thunder. They're stuck in the Mean Luck as well. They trade 2 for 2, but keep in mind, that's a level 11 Zera versus what was a level 8 Haunter and a level 9 Absol. So if you have to choose, if you have to trade for kills and you're playing from behind, you'll trade that any day of the week.
Didn't even see him pop up. And that
So actually,
results in
Talon
2 KOs back the other way. So we're getting some
come out
decent
pretty huge right
exchanges
now.
as Talon. This is what they need. It doesn't look great necessarily on the board, but those were quality knockouts that they had to pick up in that moment.
Interesting thing, we've got the Thunder Volt Tackle build. Volt Tackle recently buffed as well as Pikachu's defenses, right? So you've got some moments where Pikachu could actually more reliably set up a Volt Tackle. Gengar trying to make this happen. Trick might stop it. Really nice Phantom Force right there. God, caught him! Great stuff.
Very nice.
The KOs continue? No. Slash able to peel away.
Able to pick up a couple berries, enough time for Zeraora to step in. Overlord's going to look for
That
another
is not
one. Slash
nice.
gets credit for it, but the work has been.
No. Slash able to peel away.
I'm trying to see if Absol had a Unite move before.
Zeraora to step in.
No, he got it after he died.
For another one. Slash gets credit for it, but the work has been.
It was a
done.
nice individual play, but unfortunately,
Once again, man, look at this level.
getting caught out after the fact
We're
was
over the
just
5
not
minute
that
mark.
great.
We're not, you know, we're not even sub 5 minutes here, and he's hanging out at level 12. Level 13, you get the plus on discharge, which adds the slow to it. Makes it really hard to escape it without a dash. It's gonna be a hard fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, Busadado into the back. We're going block here from the Snorlax. Doesn't matter. Gets eviscerated by Trainer.
20, it was on 7.
Brings Unbound downstairs by Slashcan to bring the team through, defend this goal zone. They're about that offense and defense. They're putting all the points in and not letting any score back the other way. Good cover.
Yeah, look at that. Umbreon even getting ripped up a little bit right there by Trainer. Trainer level 11. Gengar looking for a possible KO. Moving in with the Pikachu Unite move. We have
Oh
the
my god, they don't have enough
Furious
damage.
Unite.
Standing.
That is so unfortunate. They had the right idea, but they're just too far. Like,
Jeez.
Trevenant is just too strong for them. They needed Absol to be there, or like the rest of the team.
Every time you can.
So realistically, at this point in the game, like the objectives are gonna spawn the second time
And
around.
defense. They're
Obviously,
putting all that
LG are in a position to just, take the bottom objective. They have the numbers, they have the positioning, they have the goal,
points in
they have
and
the
not
levels. Honestly, Talon should not be anywhere near this bottom lane. There's no point, especially when you know that multiple members of your team are not going to be there. Like, at this point in time, like, Koopa already... All of LG are already down here in the bottom lane, okay? See all 5 of them on the minimap. You have 1, 2, and 3 people not there. Umbreon and Talonflame are... Umbreon and Absol are here, but, like, what's the point? Like, what are these two going to do against a literally 2 versus... Oops. It's literally a 2 versus 5. Even if Snorlax makes their way down from all the way from the base, it becomes a 3 versus 5. It's still not in your favor. Like, there's no situation where this is going to be realistically fruitful for your effort. At this point, Snorlax probably should have went top lane. Like, don't go bottom lane, go top lane. You guys, I don't know why you're here. You probably, like, at this point, just leave. And you reset. You reset, and hopefully, either you farm all this jungle that's here, like, you have your buffs, you have the Baltoys, you have your, Indinis, another one over here, like, you can still be productive, just don't waste your time. Like, the time that you spend doing stuff like this, like, doing nothing, is just wasted. Because think of it like this. If Umbreon and Absol are either top lane, they get the top lane, they kill the Trevenant, and they get the goal, they close this gap right here. That's like one possibility. The other possibility is instead, if they're not here, they're farming their jungle. And that may not seem like a big deal, but the sooner you clear this jungle, like, your buffs, your Baltoys, your side farm, the sooner you clear it, the sooner you spawn again. And then that way you get more experience before the end game. But instead, they would rather do stuff like this, which makes no sense because they get nothing out of it. Like, they're not a threat to LG in a 2v5. Once again, even if Snorlax is here, it's still a 3 versus 5. There's no situation where they come out on top.
And then he scored back the other way. Good cover.
Yeah, look at that. Umbreon even getting ripped up a little bit right there by Trainer.
And then it was a good attempt. Like, in terms of what these two are doing, I think they had the right idea. But the problem is they couldn't execute it properly because you have a level 10 Gengar. You have the Regice buff that they just got, so Trevenant's going to get that regen.
11.
They got the shield as well.
Looking for a possible KO, moving
And that, like, look at how much HP that they have. Like, that Regice is the difference between them surviving and them not surviving.
in with the Pikachu Unite move. We have the Trevenant now using a
Furious
Unite.
standing.
Wow. All the HP is back.
Jeez.
Double Horn Leech right there. And every time you can reset a fully charged curse, you have another Horn Leech at your disposal. Using it right now. Big catch. Absolute Unite move gets some solid damage right there. Gengar finishes it off. Trevenant does go down.
Better target than getting Slash Otter again. There's the 2-step on the backside.
Oh!
Did see KO come through, but finally, the Gengar gets
Oh,
sorted.
Gengar still died.
Okay.
Gengar not looking too bad in this game.
No,
Finding their moment.
it's really not.
Gonna possibly chase that Snorlax head first into the block, pushes them back. Trainer able to get this secure, no one's around to stop them. Trainer almost 13. The Zera Aura's got to be very close as well. Absol getting caught right there. Zera diving into that KO.
Overlord 13, Trainer 12. Two 12s on the side of Talon, though. They're not far behind.
No, they're really not.
Okay, that was a really good thunderstorm. Nobody to follow up, though, Fraggles.
Yeah, they were looking for it. Gengar almost had it, but you know, they had to go pretty deep. Nice. Gengar picks up. No, come on. Okay. Got him. That was
This
scary.
right here is a disaster.
Wow. Almost had it.
Like this right here is an absolute disaster.
Overlord
This
13,
is
Trainer 12.
like, to me, like, I genuinely do not know what Umbreon is doing. Like, well, okay, first of all, they are playing too aggressive for a team that's playing from behind. That's mistake number one. Like, once again, it's already been proven by the progression of this game and even last game that Luminosity Gaming are just better players, at least based on these two games. So they're getting skill gapped. You're also playing against them when you're playing from behind. So there's a skill gap, there's a level gap, and then on top of that, like, I don't know what Umbreon is doing in La La Land, because this guy over here is literally doing nothing productive whatsoever. Like, I pray to God that when you guys watch these matches, like, I'm talking about the teams that are actually participating, like, the teams that are getting shit on, I pray for your sake, if you want to be competitive players, that you rewatch your matches and understand what you're doing wrong, because it literally makes no sense. Like, this over here, this is just wrong. Like, wrong. Like, you don't take fights when you're behind, hoping that it's going to work out in your favor. Like, number two, what is this Umbreon doing? Like, someone needs to explain this to me. I'm going to rewind it like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, just to see, like, if, like, there's a specific reason why you're up here.
No one's around to stop them.
Okay, the Leafeon took the Regieleki. That's gone. Like, where are you going, my guy?
Very close as well. Absol getting caught right there.
Like, this is like solo queue support random defender that has, like, no map awareness whatsoever. Like, you have a Regieleki going towards your tier 2. Instead, like, you have your team that's, although it's not your fault that they're dying, per se, because they have their own common sense, they should be aware that they shouldn't be fighting to begin with. Like, they're dying. You're up here taking the spring across the center lane to go farm the Altaria top lane. And even then, you're a defender. You don't even clear those quickly. And then what's worse is that because they're losing bottom lane and top lane, because this Regieleki actually walks to this tier 2, they're able to score top lane and bottom lane for literally nothing. You guys got nothing out of this, like, last minute of gameplay.
There. Zera diving into that KO.
Overlord 13, Trainer 12.
Yeah, Gengar didn't make it in time because they were on the spring. Sorry, not Absol. Umbreon is top lane farming for whatever reason.
Two 12s on the side of Talon, though. They're not far behind.
No, they're really not.
Like, I genuinely think this guy's
really
brain
good
is lagging.
thunderstorm.
He's backtapping.
To follow up, though, Fraggles.
Yeah.
Like, your team is dying. The Regieleki went in. Like, buddy, you are nowhere near your team. What is the game plan over here?
No, come on.
Like, Umbreon finally decides to turn around. Like, he turned on his minimap. He opened his eyes. He's finally decided to move his joystick or Joy-Con to the left, moving his character back to the base, only to realize that it's too late. That literally they're getting dunked on top and bottom. So you went from... Okay, so it's 60 to 220. We'll just do the basic math in it. So, while you were doing whatever it is you're doing top lane, you allowed Luminosity to score 140 points in a span of a minute and a half. And what did you get out of it? A couple of Swablues. That's it. They didn't even score. They just got some Swablues.
Just barely able to get out is Trainer. Thankful for that, because if the Gengar picks up the knockout there, you got to...
Wait, what rank are these guys? Or, like, what, Talon. Asia Pacific. Winter Open, man. It might be tilted, though. Who knows? It might be tilted and why they're playing like this.
I think that puts them back on parity on levels. They have to feel good about that. Down by 300 points, though.
This entire match comes down to whether or not this Gengar can set up a catch. If Gengar can set up a catch and continue to move through the team, or excuse me, if the team can set up a catch for Gengar, you know, and Gengar can start moving through this team, they've got a shot. But dang, a level 14 Zeraora is a tough one to stop.
It really is. I mean, Overlord kind of flying a little close to the sun right now. They are a primo target.
Okay. I like this play by Gengar. You don't expect him to do it before the 2-minute mark, right? You put it in easy 50 points, get that goal a little lower.
I think LG has an opportunity to send people on a mission right here. Spraggles, especially with Slash, obviously.
One of the things I hate in Pokemon Unite are pauses. And I'm not talking about like entertainment value. Pausing like right before a Quaza is so freaking cringe. Like there has to be like a legitimate reason why they pause. But like the problem with Pokemon Unite specifically is like they don't have they don't have the ability to rewind the game. Like I'll give you an example. Like in League of Legends, when they pause the game, if there's like a game-breaking exploit or bug taking place in the game, or like something that makes a huge impact on how the next sequence of events are going to take place, they have the ability to like rewind the game to a certain extent instead of remaking the game or continuing from where it left off. But in Pokemon Unite, that's not the case. Like when you pause, it's like, hey, you're basically just expected to play from wherever you left off, and then hope for the best.
On Hoopa, they can just pull everybody back. You're up by so many points. You're up by 250 points. Send everybody on a score, and even if so, it's predictable, right? Once Talon sees everybody around their goal, work around.
Shadow Ball, Dream Eater combination, pick up 1 KO with Gengar. That roar we hear from
No pause.
our B stage game with Luminosity. As soon as we have that available, we are.
I don't want to watch this because I want to watch the Luminosity game. Still Zeta Division. Still Zeta. Holy shit! I just spoiled it for myself. Fuck. This is what I mean.
To Zeta Division.
Because like when I look at the VOD from here on the thing, I can't see what's actually happening. Like I can see like there's a match going on at this timestamp, but like I don't know which match considering they're pausing so much, or like they're
very sad from the rest of the sad.
Really
Backside of a loss to be done.
catches one almost in. Good start. Good start for them. Oh, here we are.
Right back, Rayquaza.
Whoa, this is exactly what I talked about. Gengar with a catch. Catches one, almost into 2. We have Mew possibly heading back to base right
they
now.
decided to stick around.
Pikachu Unite move. Now we have multiple down. I cannot believe we have Gengar doing exactly what we talked about Gengar possibly doing.
Overlord
Slash right now looking for their moment. Do we have the Unite move? No, we don't. We decide to
that
actually
is
wait
so
on it.
cringe. Even I don't even know what like. The game started so quickly, like the transition from like this series back to the LG game, like it's unpaused. Okay, so he got Volt Tackled, he got Thundered, he snaps back, he gets Dream Eater on his return spot, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater gets instant KO'd, reset, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball.
Gengar with a catch, catches one, almost into 2. We have Mew possibly heading back to base right
they
now.
decided to stick around.
Pikachu Unite move. Now we don't. We decide to actually wait on it. It's possible that they're going to use it later. No Unite from Slash. No Unite from Overlord. We're going to try to score in the bottom path here, and we.
If I were LG here, if I were a player, I would be fuming. That this shit, like, okay, think of it like this. You're winning the entire game. Like, it's no debate, no question. You're just stomping them. You're up literally 300 points. And then literally 1 second before a Quaza spawns, pause. And then, like, how, like, the thing is, okay, so they paused at 201.
A lot of work to be done here still.
They paused at 201. And then...
Good start. Good start for them.
Okay, 3 seconds.
Oh, here we are.
Right back, Rayquaza.
Whoa, this is exactly what I talked about. Gengar with a catch. Catches one, almost into 2. We have Mew possibly heading back to base right
they
now.
decided to stick around.
Pikachu Unite move. Now we have multiple down. I cannot believe we have Gengar doing exactly.
Only support side up from what we've seen so far.
I got no comment on that.
Up there, but it's 1-1 in this and running
The group is still appearing, but you are fighting for your life in every single match.
100%. All right, here we go into our draft. It'll be Luminosity Gaming and Talon for game number 3. So, Sprinkles, you've seen a couple of these draft screens already from these two teams. Do you expect any targeted bans due to the game set of what's on so far?
Well, they've been like very intentionally banning this Comfey
Okay.
every single time. So that's been very important for them. They also banned, and then we have, I like that as
It
well.
felt like Talon was trying to bait them into a carry so they could get the Hoopa in that second spot. It's what it feels like with a double support ban. Maybe the Mewtwo Y is a consideration, maybe Leafeon a consideration, but...
Well, you know, we've seen Overlord repeatedly grab this Zeraora, and now it's been taken away from him. Trainer now, still hovering a classic pick for them with the Mimikyu. Overlord moving through their Rolodex of Pokemon.
Yeah.
A lot of great options.
Dodrio's kind of fun into a few of those spots, but not going to be opting into it. Instead, we're going to lock down the Curios pick of the Inteleon. I like that a lot. They are going to be giving up Mewtwo Y to Talon, but at least Blissey's not on the option list for that really kind of power duo. But either way, still a good look.
I think that would have been too early to pick the Dodrio, right? Like you have to wait because, as you said, everything counters it.
Everything counters Dodrio, yeah.
Just too early to give away that strat.
LaFable. This is a Pokemon we've seen a few teams start to pick up more and more, and that's a considerable amount of healing that they're going to get through on top of a shield that Zeraora already has.
Double
side of Luminosity.
A lot of crowd control on the side of Talon. Oftentimes in these situations, Overlord will flex as some kind of range option, but not going to be going with that this time around. Instead, just going for an Absol, wants to have some tank buster potential for that Umbreon and Clefable.
I think it's a good, like, solid pick, right? I mean, especially being able to pick the Mammoth lineup, that means you're going to have so much burst like that between, I mean, just them and Curios basically altogether is going to be able to just shut anything down. Why are you laughing, Zoinks?
I have received multiple messages saying buffalo chicken onion pizza is so good.
Oh,
Insane.
that's fake,
You
right?
have
That's
people, he probably did. You have people that gas you up in a way that is not reasonable. You're not talking about a pizza that is common.
This feels like a bigger conversation. There's not even more to say.
Okay, so Hoopa first pick, then it was Zeraora, Fable, Mimikyu, Inteleon, Umbreon, Espeon. Once again, I'm not a fan of Espeon. In general, I just think that it's a little outdated. Like it can be okay, but like you get outranged by Inteleon in the later stages of the game. If Mimikyu gets on top of you, you're probably just gonna die anyways. Same thing with Absol as well. I feel like you just don't offer a lot, realistically. Like, if you want to play like Espeon, play Miraidon. I generally just think Miraidon outclasses Espeon, but yeah, for some reason Asia teams really like to play Espeon, so there's that. Gengar, I mean, it can work. Granted that you're able to pick off the people that are the main priorities, which is Absol, Inteleon. In the early stages of the game, Mimikyu, but not so much the later, just because Mimikyu can probably survive your rotation of skills unless you're just ungodly fed. They are running full heal, so there's a chance they actually go Hex Gengar, but I'm not 100% sure.
Whoever's texting you right now, they think they're being a good friend, but a good friend would call you out. Okay?
And say, that pizza is good,
Yes.
but also it's not a common pizza. Yeah.
Anyway, a lot on the line for these
Absolute
squads.
clown show out here.
I knew he was gonna
Absolute clown show. Talon did send their Gengar top path in game 2 as well. However, they had Metagross in the middle last time.
Yeah, it feels sad to see Sync on something else than the Metagross.
I know, his Metagross is
I love
really
watching Sync play that Pokemon, but either way, a chance to see a good Zeraora Gengar game I'll never turn down.
I would say earlier, Trainer's Mimikyu was a beast in the earlier games, so this could be interesting.
One of the only players playing it at this tournament.
Yeah. We were pushing that while we were off.
LG has specific difficulty with Sarah Aura. We're going to see if they're able to buck that here and find themselves on the victorious side of it.
Wow, what a great engagement right
Yeah,
there.
that'll do it. Yeah,
Beautiful Night Slash.
That'll do
into
it.
Shadow Claw just ripping through them. Huge fights from Luminosity. This
Wait,
has
hold
been about how the games have been.
You play Dodrio. I'm trying to figure out why randomly boosted auto attacks when I go true attack. Right attack? When your gauge is... So, when your gauge is full and you use an auto attack, you dash in the direction that you're facing. If that's what you're asking. And then of course, like, Tri Attack has two forms as well. Like, when your gauge is full and you're using Tri Attack, the Tri Attack, you'll use Tri Attack projectiles. But if your gauge is not full, then you're gonna use like a melee attack. So Tri Attack has two different forms. It's like a projectile, and it has like the AoE swipe, which is like a basic attack, or think of it like an empowered basic attack. So you have to play around your bar.
Going, right? I mean,
Your movement speed.
really strong.
Chinny TTV, how's it going?
Interesting to see the Night Slash, though. Overlord not really known as a big Night Slash player from what I remember. So interesting to see that change.
Yeah.
I love that pull in from Ghastly. It's so funny looking.
A little bit of a lick. Kyrio's going to be joining a long list of Inteleon players at this tournament. It has been one of the most impactful attackers I think we have seen in any of our games so far.
And
so
a
I think,
super quick level 7 out of Curios there as well. Very quick.
Yeah, contending against an Espeon too, a Pokemon with really solid early game security.
Oh.
Great job.
I actually feel like it's rare that we see Kyrios on a ranged attacker nowadays. It's been so much flexing other weird little roles that
He will literally fill any gap, right?
Yeah, he does.
and I would trust him, honestly. But it's nice to see, like, okay, back
Not
to
the
your
target
roots.
slash he's looking for, I don't think. On the Ice Fang, I think he was trying to poach literally any other character that was there. Ended up nabbing the Umbreon.
Oh,
Whoa.
the Absol combo looking pretty solid there with that Psycho Cut.
And look at that.
Whoa, look at that damage
Wow.
on the snipe shot.
Here we go.
Oh wait, they went
Need
Dream Eater.
now.
Jeez. Umbreon trying to make it out of here. It looks like they actually do. Pretty impressive. Nice jukes.
Be giving up a lot of points in their goals in Luminosity gaming before 7 minutes. It's a scoreline of 155 right now. That is colossal.
Yeah.
They're going to be taking it for free. And it looks like they maybe are going to take Rachel Lucky for free, too.
At level 10 Absol right now.
Yeah, and Mimikyu. They got 2 level 10, so we're not even at 6 minutes yet. This is Luminosity Gaming truly in form. At a minute to wait until this game number 3, but now that they've arrived, they are starting to debut.
Yeah, I feel like the Clefable hasn't been with the team at all.
Been looking to stack, I think,
like,
primarily.
right,
yeah.
like stacking on the backside, but I mean, that's a potential difference maker. It can't be, don't count your chickens before the eggs hatch.
It's true.
Oh
They
no.
escort this in.
Good full heal by the Haunter.
It is.
But the problem is,
Yeah.
Sarah's not there. They have their Unite move. They just let it walk for free.
Is all but gone. Sarah Aura is
Ay,
still
ay,
making
ay,
that
ay.
level 9, but Sid gets hit with that Shadow Sneak, and that's all she wrote. Great dive by Trainer.
Trainer's Mimikyu has been
Yeah.
a thing of beauty in this tournament so far.
And also, always.
Yes.
Just like the
Casual Quadra.
Yeah, easy.
And the tier 2 break.
Yep.
Like, we don't really...
Was that the first? That was the first Regieleki of the game, right?
Correct.
First Regieleki of the game when we broke tier 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Trainer has to have one of the highest hit percentages for long-range Shadow Sneaks of any player in the world. I think it's got to be.
Very good at it.
All right, with the rotation down to bottom side, we're still ways away from the next Reggie, but early positioning never hurt nobody.
How is everybody this huge on Luminosity Gaming right now?
Where are they getting the experience? Where are they finding it?
I mean, that Gengar is still a Haunter, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
level
it's
8.
not evolved. It's level 8.
Only 4 levels behind their other carries. It's not a big deal.
Breaking these goal zones early, yeah, you might be giving up EX
Oh
experience on the
my
other team, but you
goodness.
Also, make it way easier.
Great
to
Unite move
centrally
by Otter right
invade
there.
for your team.
Not a big deal.
So
breaking
Dara tried to get the pick on Hoopa before they
these
transform,
goal zones
but unfortunately for Hoopa, or unfortunately for them,
early. Yeah,
he's able to get the Unite move off right as he's uniting.
you might be giving
So,
up
like-
next, like experience on the other team, but you also make it way easier to send.
They don't get CC, but on top of that, like the frame of like they're not taking the damage.
Kind of the front line in that team fight, I guess.
Very much so, yeah.
Just walking up with a KO streak of 3 for Luminosity Gaming Curios.
You gotta really give it up to Otter. They're using that Hoopa Unite move in such a beautiful way to get the invulnerability and kind of negate everything Sync was trying to do there with Zero. They still finally went down, but they had to try so hard to get them.
Okay, this is Talon's first chance in this game. We have multiple Unite moves finally online.
Yeah.
Gengar has hit final stage. We have Kai on this Clefable with no Unite move yet, but certainly doing a lot more healing with this Moonlight.
I mean, if your Clefable's still trying to stack right now, this is a tough look.
Look at this, level 13 Absol. We have a Regieleki walking. It was KO'd at about 4:15, which means they'll have another opportunity pre-Ray to send another Regieleki.
They're working through this tier 1 right now. I mean, they've gotten all their points through the top.
Oh, wow.
48-point overdunk, by the way, on tier 1 of the bottom path. I mean,
Damn,
this
this
is
is
the
brutal.
cleanest we have seen Luminosity
Honestly,
gaming in
the
a
series
minute.
would have, like, I'm pretty sure that if it wasn't for the pause last game, the series would have been over already.
I mean, this is kind of the
But-
spread that they were at. This is actually exactly it. 230
Yeah, after last game,
253 points.
Luminosity are probably just
This is where they were, I mean, in game 2.
taking these guys to the cleaners.
All right, fair enough.
This was the spread, point spread.
Talon fans, don't turn off those TVs.
Correct.
It's okay, it's okay. You can make it out this time, I believe.
You're not giving up too much.
For a solid 20 seconds, and you just wait, you kind of let them wander around and eventually take them down, but I guess with this bottom Reggie spawning in, that is not going to be an option. Talon forced into this top play, by the way. They cannot afford a Regieleki to walk to them, so they can't even show up for this Registeel fight in the bottom
Look
side.
at this Clefable, though. That's really scary. I feel like that is a potential for like a huge pick. It didn't happen in the end, but I just feel like it's scary.
Yeah, all of Talon is just setting a trap here.
They actually could have set a trap into like the bottom tall grass, right? Like to catch them coming back up potentially, but
Maybe a bit of a concern that like everybody's so huge that
yeah.
Slash knows exactly
Yeah,
where
Slash
he is
had to
too.
download. Oh my word. Check the exact tall grass they needed to. Shadow Sneak gonna go wide of the Espeon now.
They could like rip this on LG if they see that nobody's close by. Like it's definitely a huge potential.
If Umbreon goes down, it means your Inteleon's not going to really have much to contend with the body block in front of it, so all of a sudden your Snipe Shot gets a lot better. But Slash in a tough spot very early, but the Unite move's going to give him a bit of bulk.
Finding 2 decent targets, Ice Fang down. Nice snipe shot by Kyria.
There we go.
Oh!
Not able to make it happen. Mimikyu Unite move shutting him
The
down.
Gengar missed a Shadow Ball.
Decent targets, Ice Fang down. Nice snipe shot.
You mean
by
her? Yeah, I missed a Shadow Ball.
we go.
That would have been a KO. It's real unfortunate because he needs the reset there too. And because he missed the shadow, like he missed the kill on Kyrios, Zero's like tried to Unite move for the kill secure.
Oh, looking for it. Not
But then like it doesn't even matter because he gets shielded by
Mimikyu
Hoopa.
Unite move shutting him down. That's 2 for
Yeah, that is
the
really
Inteleon.
unfortunate.
Great for the Inteleon. Very nice stuff there. Luminosity continuing. The
I don't think it
KO.
would have mattered either way
Trying to get Clefable.
because Overlord and
Zero or Unite move not
Trainer
enough
are
to
so
close
fed
out
anyways, but-
Inteleon. I feel like that might just be a little too tough to contend with Trainer LGC picking up the Rayquaza on the Mimikyu.
Opportunity to really
Yeah.
do anything. It was just
This
Trainer
was
shutting
just
it
a
down
steamroll.
immediately. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I think Trainer's playing.
So, and we have Spraggles here,
Yep.
who's saying Obayon on fun.
On fun, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Obayon on fun. That's
I like
pretty much
that.
exactly what you said.
That's honestly
Word
yeah,
for word.
Nailed it.
Great. Okay, so we got the content cowboy here saying Obayon on fun.
Okay.
It's big. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep pulling it away when the camera goes to
Yeah,
it.
there you go. Good.
Yep.
Jeff, you got one? Felice, you got one?
I just want to know what he's going to draw our heads on. You know,
Well,
I feel like
The
his was
content cowboy was easy.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah.
Chef Hat?
Oh, that's good. Why are you giving him outs? Why are you giving him outs? This is supposed to be a challenge.
Oh man.
Nobody
Was
helped
it?
me when I was
Speaking of
drawing.
planet, can draw another pizza?
I'll take the pizza. My prediction is, I don't know. That was such a weird game.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, like I don't even know like what just like don't don't like send your support to the other side of the raid pit. I don't.
Yeah. We'll say cleanup macro.
Okay.
Yeah, that works. That made me sound smarter than my answer was.
All right. And if everybody's wondering what Chef looks like, that's what it is.
Yeah.
It
Cleanup
kind of looks like my head is
It's
exploding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fully does.
I'll take it.
True.
I'll take it.
It's not bad though.
Okay, I'll try two seconds. Okay.
Yeah, what's this one gonna be?
It's gonna be good.
Oh, they don't want to.
Thank goodness, back in game.
You got time.
I'm enjoying
Better be
slick
better
back
now.
hair on this.
Revenant's getting their first pick. I mean, they had the option, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, not looking good for all.
Gengar missing a lot?
Not your fault.
Well, I mean, like,
chain.
I think they kind of just panicked.
Looks like I have neck.
The thing is like when you Dream Eater someone, they're stunned. They're asleep. They're not gonna move. If you're missing your Dream Eater on someone that's already stunned, realistically, I think it's just it's a misplay on your part, but I think they're just whether it's a combination of nerves or
Mewtwo, why?
really misplaying. I don't know.
Yeah.
However you
It's
want to,
really
however
interesting,
people
but-
want to
but
see it.
honestly, Insomnia has been one of the best teams at using Mewtwo Y. Almost
Yeah.
certainly. They've been using it 100% of support, and it's been like really key for a lot of their fights.
Okay, yep, a Hoopa first pick. With the way this tournament is going, that should come as a surprise to absolutely no one.
But
Ooh, a Gyarados. Well, I've seen Gyarados before, but the thing is, I think this is the first time that people have actually first picked Gyarados in their rotation.
On board with this Gary Prio.
I've been confused by it all day. I do think Gyarados is a good Pokemon, but I have been surprised at the level of priority teams are giving it.
And Usakazu played it Waterfall last time too, which is something we've not seen in this tournament whatsoever until now.
They're liking this.
Oh,
Back
Scyther
to
slash
Scyther.
Scizor as
To be
well.
fair, it was brutal last game.
Yeah, last time they had a little bit of help with long-range poke damage because they had Soon on that EXP share Miraidon.
Wait, Revenant
They're
and
swapping
Insomnia.
it up
What
this
region are
time.
these guys from? Revenant, Insomnia. Revenant is from India. Insomnia. From Japan. Okay. Japan, third. Wait. Yeah, Japan, third place from Japan, and then we got Revenant, which is from India. Won the.
Time and going Psyduck instead. So I'm curious on how well that'll play out. Revenant X-Bark has played this Darkrai so many times within their own region in the playoffs. Like a big part of the reason they found a lot of success. So them returning to that would make sense, but of course they are going to choose a different Pokemon. Yeah.
That's how it always goes.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about that. Metagross getting locked in. Final pick.
This draft is better, which was my prediction.
Yeah.
The draft better.
Okay, so they're running a similar concept here. I'm assuming they're going to go EXP share on. Well, actually, I don't know. They have an EXP share on 3.
Oh my god,
Okay,
support
so it is
Espeon,
a,
bro. So
supports
cringe.
Espeon, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like
so
that.
it's an exact mirror basically of what they did last game, but with just slightly different supports. quote unquote.
So they're going. Okay, so it's obviously based on this team comp. Obviously, it's Scyther Jungle. It's gonna be top lane Gyarados, I'm assuming, with either the Espeon or the Psyduck, whichever. I would assume Psyduck just because it's a little bit stronger, so the lane isn't too weak. And then you got Espeon and Trevenant in the bottom lane, I'm guessing. It is going to be Espeon support because they're running that XP share, and it's going to be Trevenant that's going slightly more offensive.
We're
build.
making room for.
They're going
really
Assault
fun
Vest and
items like
Focus
Rocky
Band.
Helmet a moment ago, but they did swap now. So it'd be Assault Vest, Attack Weight.
I
and the
do not
Focus
like
Band.
this.
Obviously, that assault vest
Like,
is
I
really
could-
good for
oh,
eating
whatever.
snipe shots, right?
Yep.
The whole
I
idea
do not
behind
like
it
this
is you can tank
attacker
snipe
support
shot, they'll
meta.
break your assault vest. You know, you give enough time, and the assault vest will charge back up.
Like,
and
guys,
do
like-
another snipe shot.
You could have, like, literally, how did Blissey slip through the cracks? And no one,
Yeah.
well, like, okay,
Slime
they
is
chose
really
Psyduck,
not
so
gonna
I
have
get they might not
much
want to
poke
double up on
damage to work
supports,
with
but
in this game. Like, they're gonna have to wait for Luna's.
yeah,
probably
if you were gonna
sword power in
play
these
support
situations,
attacker,
which
you
is
could have just gone Blissey.
strong, but it's like it is gonna be a lot slower than that Miraidon.
But you would've got so much more
constantly
value.
Charge beaming and getting so much early poke damage allows Scyther just to kind of walk up and one auto attack gets him a knockout. So different looks.
These are
for sure.
Japanese 500
Slime
IQ
kinda
strats.
was some of the poke damage though as well. Like that's what they've been doing, right? They just dual wing beat and they just play from safe ranges, and the Espeon's going to have something. I'm curious as to what exactly they're going to build it as a support Espeon.
Ready, go!
One of us gets it every time.
Yeah, assault vest.
I think we did a really good job with that.
That was our best one.
Yeah. Got our teams heading to the top path. Bottom path, we have the Trevenant, we have the Espeon. We see two clearing at the center for Insomnia, your orange team, Revenant, X-Spark, your purple team. I got myself.
Wait, hold on. Before we
Oh,
continue,
sorry.
how many Indian teams are in this tournament? One. Okay, there's only two. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there's 5 Japanese teams. Indian teams. APAC team. 2 Chinese teams. Ace. One Korean team. Chinese. I just wanted to check because I honestly had.
This time.
I got it.
We're learning.
We've seen this matchup in the bottom path a few times with the Inteleon versus Espeon, and so far Inteleon's been coming out on top most of the time. Also, I see that tackle from Mr. Crowley. They were trying to chase all the way to that goal zone. Fortunately, it fell just a little shy when the Magikarp was making a run for it, but either way, Revenant X-Spark, even after a game one like that, they're still playing really aggressively.
Boy, Psyduck is just so brutal to deal with. Isn't it? Just unbelievable amounts of stuns, just so much pressure, and then once you enter that headache mode, you get the ability to throw your
Okay, so it is a Scyther.
just stunning twice in a row.
I was wondering if it was going to be Scizor or Scyther, but it is a
It's like the
Scyther. That
moon.
is confirmed.
Like the moon. Accurate. Accurate statement.
Yeah. She was next to a slow turn look away from me towards everyone else and always.
I mean, if we're being 100% truthful here, it does have surf, and the tide is created
Yeah,
by the moon.
thank you.
So it does create the tide. It does almost make sense.
Yep. Psyduck just as good as the moon.
Nice gyro ball right there. That shield is just so hard to deal with in some of these fights, especially if you're able to catch two. Only able to get one there, but still able to just sustain in a crazy way through this engagement. Trick on it as well, giving you that extra move speed and the extra shield. That's a really powerful combo. I don't feel like I've seen too much Metagross with the Trick shield.
Would you ever consider Shadow Ball on Hoopa in this game instead of Phantom Force?
I think the only problem is you lose the healing.
Yeah, but you get so much good extra little stuns. Feel strong. Either way, Absol goes in for a dive, but can't take out the Psyduck, which means the return KO is going to immediately happen.
Never allowed to take out a Psyduck. Wow, they're pushing all the way down. This looks like it should be pretty successful. They've got some defense there, but they just don't have the strength.
Not a huge over from Insomnia, but a lot of Pokemon needing their stacks, so totally fine in that situation. Tier 1 gonna be broke.
Yeah,
They had a
and it gives you
4-point
great
overkill.
positioning
Like,
with
they haven't
Psyduck,
scored
right?
top
You
lane. They have
basically guarantee
84
that
points.
one Revenant is
So
gonna
that means it's a
fly
4-point overtap on the
heal
bottom, which is basically
this,
nothing.
Reggie in the bot path.
Is that a
As
trick
I say
Hoopa?
that, though, 3 members of
Yes, I'm
Revenant are
pretty sure
actually
it
making
is.
their way there, possibly looking to surprise Insomnia.
A lot of people have been
Waterfall.
playing Trick Hoopa this tournament.
Yeah, no Hoopa to back him up is gonna be a little bit tougher for Matang to hang in this early game, but
You gotta get slimed down.
yeah, Unite move.
Ice Fang.
Immediate response. Great shot from Espeon.
I like seeing Psyshock here.
Yeah.
You know, I think as you talked about, you really want some good range damage right now, and I think Psyshock does that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like you need it. Also, if Metagross gets close to you, it's one of your only options for that like little bit of a stun. Give yourself a little bit of room.
Oh my god.
Really well played by Insomnia there, using Scyther for the dive, taking
I
out
don't
the
think a
Intel
single
bomb,
person has used Sucker
making sure
Punch.
that they just couldn't
I've seen Night
secure
Slash
that
and Pursuit.
kill.
I have not
Damage
seen
on
Sucker
it,
Punch, not
and
once.
When Metagross goes to turn on it, they can move back in. Great.
And I'm pretty confident I've
It's a
watched,
really fun team. They're
like I've been paying attention enough to see
I totally agree. They're such a cool team.
the Absol players, but yeah, I don't think a single person has gone Sucker Punch.
Yeah, and their builds, I should say as well.
Oh yeah, a win here by Insomnia would essentially guarantee them day 2, right?
No,
yeah.
they lost the
They
first
lost.
set.
Oh, they did lose.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, they won a 1,200-point game. And does it just count over? Is it by points the entire day? That's how it should work. We should do a tournament like that.
Yeah, I think if you get 2 wins, it would have to be a 3-way tie of a 2-1 resulting teams, and then it would get a little interesting. We'd have to go to tie breaks in that scenario. But yeah, with Insomnia's case, a 1-0 advantage already. Or sorry, disadvantage. Big Metagross
Okay,
tonight.
catching Cypher is good. What can they do with that?
Wow. Obion with 2 on this tree.
And they're going to get in so much. What's the overtime? No, did they even get an overtime?
No, I don't think they're going to be able to break. Well, this is Gyarados gets a KO.
Wow. 4 points. I mean, anyone can kind of bring that
Oh
in
my
at any moment.
god.
Yeah.
It also leaves.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Bro, that's just dirty. This guy's getting bait.
What a horn leech.
Yeah.
They
Ugh.
have no fear. Oh,
As an Absol player, that was painful to watch.
Yeah, it hurt SB on quite
That
the
was
bit.
painful to watch.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Luna gonna have to take the long road home for the time being. Reg Ice spawning on the bottom path. Scyther moving down. Ruben is making their way there as well. So another one of these situations where Revenant trying to play the risk a little bit, seeing if they can steal these objectives. I just think so far things have not resulted in their favor. There we go,
Okay.
though.
Now you're seeing what they're actually trying to combo out a little bit. Rings on down. Rally does not come through.
Yeah, Slime's Unite move is gonna fall flat.
Bro, Metagross didn't come down. Why are they fighting this then?
Oh my word, what a Horn Leech combo with their Unite. Great capitalization by Luna, of course.
Metagross. Oh, he might get the kill.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Close, it can jump
Psyduck.
out. Wow, Psyduck with such a great screen right there. The Psychic pushing him back. This is so unbelievably mean.
The moon!
Oh!
And they get
Oh!
it. Wow, amazing. I cannot believe they even got there. I thought Psyduck fully stopped them.
Yeah, me too. All right, Mr. Crowley.
Okay,
See
well,
you.
late to the party, but still gets the kill and gets the objective.
Like 3 times to poke.
Uh-huh. Yeah, pretty wild. The damage looked good so far. But all right, Revenant X-Spark now with the best look they've had all game long.
Yeah, but they did this in game 1 too, right? They had a good moment, they bounced back, evened up the experience, and then they hemorrhaged it immediately.
Yeah, that's true.
This is literally what they did in game 1.
Hopefully, lessons learned in between the breaks of game number 1 and 2. At least if you're a Revenant X-Spark fan. If you're an Insomnia fan, you're hoping that 0 lessons were learned instead.
Few points in. All right, that's a pretty early Regieleki. They should be able to deal with that without too much. Although, are they committing to pushing this in? They
Well,
might.
it's
They're
only 4
aggressive.
points, right? So,
Oh yeah, so they should let it go in, maybe.
well,
Oh, that's bad.
What a play.
Oh my, that's wild. They
Oh, Metagross Unite move. Why?
Angry Metagross, you should not have used that there, team.
Oh, I got refunded. It's
Probably
fine.
shouldn't have slowed down the
Wait, did it?
Regieleki. If you let that Regieleki land instead, you're
Yeah.
probably feeling a little bit better. But either way,
Uh-oh.
timing tough no matter what in
Uh-oh,
that situation.
220 Unite move from
Mr. Crowley will be back
Metagross.
for 3 seconds before the final stretch begins, but will be without a Metagross Unite move.
They are defending against Regieleki like now at the 2-minute mark. That's so
What are
good.
they getting caught for, brother?
Yeah, big push. Trick. Hoopa will be able to walk away, but not with the waterfall right behind them. We do have the Metagross back, though.
Nobody's really making it through these portals to like make that much of a different side.
Wow.
It's getting taken down. All right, wasn't able to escape
Okay,
that.
well, there's 2 players down.
Obion's out as well, so the whole supportive core for Insomnia is gone. Revenant X-Spark only have to deal with the damage dealers.
Oh.
And one of them Slime, which is always tough, a level 15 Scyther. Gonna get one.
This is the weirdest split.
That just does Unite move, by the
Very
way.
bizarre, I
Yeah.
totally agree. We get a KO.
Yep.
Mamoswine still has Unite, Inteleon still has Unite, Metagross might get it back.
They didn't like either. They needed to just do something, right? They needed to try to back cap, or they needed to just try to take Rayquaza or make a decision because now everybody's resetting. We've got to unite for Inteleon only, basically on one side. As is.
Walking right into the Lion's Den right there. Three
Absol's dead.
Right here.
Okay, big shots coming out of Exel on the top side
There's
of the
still
map.
a little bit of time. There's a chance.
There's only 45
Unless Inteleon
seconds
dies.
left. Every single second that goes away is so tough. Big engagement.
Oh, nice little teleport.
Nice one, Leech. Back to back.
Oh!
United is back.
Oh!
They've got to rip it.
They need members hitting Rayquaza, and they need members running towards goal zones.
Do they have
right
the
now.
time,
That is
though?
the situation we are in with the time. Mamoswine is on the fast pace. Same with Hoopa. Is going to be making a mad dash for these goal zones. Rayquaza shield's given. They got over 15 seconds. This is looking great for Revenant X-Spark.
Whoa! They got this.
Damn!
Whoa!
That's it. Wow, so
Holy!
I did not see that ending coming.
I
Damn!
mean,
How did this
Mr.
happen?
Crowley with the Metagross unite that they earned shields down.
Okay.
Back, though.
Well played from the
Final
2-minute
stretch
mark.
begins, but will be without a Metagross unite move.
They are defending their Spiritual like now at the 2-minute mark. That's so
What are
good.
they getting caught for, brother?
Yeah, big push. Trick. Hoopa will be able to walk away, but not with the waterfall right behind them.
There's the hoop
Do have
unbound.
Metagross back though.
Nobody's really making it through these portals to like make that much of a different side.
Absol pops her Unite move on the side dog.
Okay, well, there's 2 players down.
Yeah, Gary chased the daylights out of Absol and didn't even get the kill. That was just like...
Insomnia is gone. Revenant X-Spark only have to deal with the damage dealers.
Inteleon dies.
And one of them Slime, which is always tough, a level 15 Scyther. Gonna get one.
This is the weirdest split fight ever.
This is very bizarre. I
Yeah.
totally agree. We get a KO.
Yep.
One
The
down
opportunity's
for
gone now, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't like either. They needed to just do something, right? They needed to try to back cap, or they needed to just try to take Rayquaza or make a decision because now everybody's resetting. We've got to unite for Inteleon only, basically on one side. As is.
Walking right into the Lion's Den right there.
This
Three
has got to be
members.
Exo right here.
Okay, big shots coming out of Exel on the top side of the map. They're going to turn towards Rayquaza, but there's only 45 seconds left. Every single second that goes away is so tough. Big engage with a Psyduck in combination with the Waterfall Gyarados.
Nice one, Leech.
Okay. There's the Mamoswine Unite. There's the Metagross Unite.
Back to back.
Espeon pops her Unite move. Doesn't really do too much. Gyarados dies to the Metagross. They get trapped inside the Metagross fortress as well. They got CC'd.
They've got to rip it.
They need members hitting
I missed the part with Inteleon though. Hold on.
Walking right into the Lion's Den right there.
The
Three
fact that
members.
Metagross survived right there is actually criminal as
Okay,
well.
big
Because
shot.
that is the difference between them winning the game and losing the game. Because Metagross resets, comes back with Unite move, and actually just
Into the Lion's Den right there.
PCs all of them. At least like traps them in the Unite move.
Okay, big shots coming out of Exel on the top side of the map. They're going to turn.
Okay, he misses the Fell Stinger. Gyarados goes over the wall, lands the Dragon Breath, trying to get the auto attack. Psyduck with the
Every single
Psychic
second that goes
Stun.
away is
Hoopa
so tough.
uses the trick. There's the
Big engage with a Psyduck
portal
in
out.
combination with the Waterfall Gyarados.
Nice one, Leech. Back to back. Metagross Unite is back.
Whoa!
You've got to rip it. They've got to rip it.
They need members hitting Rayquaza, and they need members running towards goal zones right now. That is the situation we are in with the time. Mamoswine is on the fast pace. Same with Hoopa. Is going to be making a mad dash.
Man,
for
that's
these goal
crazy.
zones.
On the
Rayquaza
buzzer,
shield's
too.
Given. They got over 15 seconds. This is looking great for Revenant X-Spark.
Whoa!
They got this.
And it's really unfortunate
What a
because
finish there by
That's it.
Holy!
Wow, so
Holy!
like Metagross didn't have
Yeah,
Unite
you
move
gave great,
initially.
boys.
Yes.
they come back and take that huge win.
You know, I gotta say, one of the moments that made that fight, the top left Elbush, if Inteleon does not make it through there, it's over.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, such an important piece of the draft. But all right, we're going to be hopping games real fast. So we're going into FN Esports of Korea going up against Utopia from mainland China.
Oh, Korea.
So far, FN Esports looking like an amazing squad in our tournament. Utopia, we've not gotten a chance to see on broadcast, but they did fall to Revenant X-Spark 2-0.
Looks like a pretty normal draft that we'd expect coming out from Utopia. We saw some different things coming out from Lee but looking pretty much
What was the
expect.
Scyther items? It was attack weight, razor claw,
We're
and
talking about. I'm surprised we've not seen way more Pikachu.
I don't remember the
Yeah.
third item, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that I
know
honestly
it's attack weight and
expected
razor
to
claw
see
was
a
two of them.
ton of. Gyarados does get hit by the Shadow Sneak, but immediately into the depths with the Dragon Current. Nice play from our Gyarados, and woo! Yeah, there's a reason I've been talking about Zhong being one of the best Gyarados players in our tournament. We're seeing it on full display in this matchup.
I mean, level 10 leads you
Oh
on
my god.
Pikachu's on the doorstep too. Just cracked their Unite move. The Thunderstorm came out. They're being
Bro,
relentless on
wait.
that team.
Yeah, they're not going easy. In
You
this
know what?
team at all.
Maybe for the you're stepping to
That very often.
Wait,
unless you
fast
have-
forward this? Like, China's getting rolled.
Trying to get some big wins. I didn't hit the
home goal zone and
Oh,
getting
Thunder.
KOs and potentially.
of the Pikachu
Oh
slamming.
my
They
dear
have traveled
Jesus.
to play in the ACL.
They would be 2-0 in that scenario. Really need to rally in this game. Obviously, there could be a 2-1 tie situation, but likely a 2-0 result is going to be putting you into dates.
As usual, we definitely know the tiebreakers. But yeah, this
If
is.
Revenant wins, it's going to be FN Revenant moving on.
Yeah, Insomnia will have lost twice.
Probably, yeah, and Insomnia was lost twice, and then Utopia
That
was
would
lost
be
twice.
a shakeup.
Oh my goodness!
That would
yes.
be a
Are you
shake-up.
kidding? Oh, that would be wild. I mean, truly wild. All right, Pikachu laying down some damage on the goal zone. You see Utopia just having a retreat. They just don't have the experience.
Oh
or
my
battle
god,
power to
China,
win
bro.
these team fights around it, and plus they got to defend against the Reggie Alecki. I mean, 4
Yeah,
minutes left.
give these guys maybe like another 4 years of Pokemon Unite and they might be a competitive team. But like right now, like watching this is like I'm skipping this match. This is painful to watch. Jeez.
Champion in this tournament. Like I want to say FN, obviously.
You
but,
are
I mean,
down
that one game where they got just really took
465
down by
points
Assault,
going
that makes
into
it tough.
Rayquaza.
Great.
Luminosity
I'm
game was
biased,
great.
of course.
You are
but
They had that
all your
stumble
damage
against
dealers are
Talon.
level 11.
I think
There's no farm on the map right now.
looking,
Ultra
Ultra
Ego
Ego
against
was-
Fennel.
was
yeah,
looking
What a
vicious.
litmus test.
right.
Looking vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at LG, they played
Did he just say fucking bitches on broadcast? Wait, what?
Ultra
Ultra
Ego
Ego
against
was-
Fennel.
was
Yeah,
looking
What a
vicious.
litmus test.
right.
Looking vicious.
Yeah.
I swear to you, I don't know what he said, but it sounds like he said fucking bitches on broadcast.
I think Alter Ego was
Turning up the volume.
Ultra
Volume.
Ego against Fennel.
Was
Yeah,
looking
What a
vicious.
litmus test.
right.
Looking vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at LG, they played 28 good minutes of Pokemon Unite out of
Oh, I thought he said fucking bitches. Bro, I'm definitely
30. Alter Ego's a great call. FN's a great call.
Yeah.
I think FN, like, it really was like, oh, after that first game, it was the meme dunking your face in a bowl of ice cubes,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, okay,
Yes.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
this
awake
is-
now.
Uh-huh.
And they
They can, but it's
Let's
got a
just
long
watch
way
the
to
last
walk.
2 minutes. This is the
by
only
the time you
thing
mix in
that.
the home goal zone, you'll be looking in double time. But crazy stuff. FN Esports absolutely shutting down this game, and they're going to try to take the fight in the enemy's central.
That's never where you want to fight in 2 minutes. If you're the
Pretty
team who's
successful.
central it is. Well,
Oh
I mean,
my
same
god.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
The
And
game
they're not
ended how
actually
it
gonna make
started,
it.
with everyone dying and dead.
Yeah, good stuff. FN Esports showcasing. I mean, they're one of the
And the
top
Red
teams.
Delecki went in. They don't even need the Rayquaza. They could have gone to score, come back, get some more points, go for
But
the
hey,
point world record.
If these teams experience that you could bring into the World Championship.
The worst is to do that. Like, yeah, then
Yeah, we got numbers.
Oh god. Oh,
in the
God.
matches, so the witness draft on that in that game. That's
it's really impressive that like,
so sick to see. FN Esports on an absolute.
Oh my god. That's
Heater
not
in this
something you
tournament,
see every
2-0.
day.
I mean, likely a congratulations to FN Esports on qualifying
Yep.
for day 2. And now this game becomes even more important all of a sudden.
Yep.
Man, it was always kind of important, but yeah, either way, very important game right now.
there's a decent
Credence.
chance, I would say. Oh yeah, Credence
We've
back.
got a Gengar,
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's crazy to see that. I feel like Ruben's
Welcome to the
Absol was
big
one of
leagues.
the best parts of this Revenant Export.
Bro, they don't have the.
Not going to be having it. Revenant Export also with a Mewtwo Y band.
This is
in
just
game
what
number
happens when you
3.
play on a different game.
Yeah, putting a lot of respect on it. Looked good. I mean,
Yep.
Mewtwo Y has looked kind of good all day long whenever it's been on the map.
Yep.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Miraidon, to be honest. I think Miraidon's particularly strong. Glad to see Insomnia pulling it out.
Yeah, instead Luna picking up the Mew, opting into the experience share, of course, which means that Soon, who has normally been playing a lot of the supporter EXP share style roles, is actually going to go away from it. Oh no, they wouldn't, because Greedent doesn't have the EXP share. So it's likely Mew and Miraidon via the EXP share.
They're sending back Magikarp to get a little bit of their center area EXP. Oh, I'm thinking about it, and so if Revenant X-Spark wins this, then almost certainly it's Revenant X-Spark and FN that qualify out. If
100%,
Insomnia
yeah.
wins this, it could go to a 3-game tie, because Revenant X-Spark and FN haven't played yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
So there's the
and they both
potential.
2-0'd Utopia. So
Right.
their match records are going to be extremely similar. Right,
And literally, I don't know what the match or the tiebreakers are.
no, we know it, we know.
Yeah, of course. All right, they're
Oh,
actually doing
okay.
well. Hold on.
Okay.
And able to line up the Dream Eater after the Miraidon passive fades. That electric terrain would
Oh,
counter the
no.
Dream Eater really hard.
Don't
so
be the
they're able
Absol.
to make that work, but great bounce back from Slime. Gets a couple of KOs via that Absol.
Yeah, but I think the experience that they got, I mean, those two Pokemon getting early experience is huge. Like,
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
going to be carrying them through.
That
like,
is
Yeah, Ruben got that. It still isn't Gengar.
absolutely
so, yeah, they
unfortunate.
really need that
Yeah.
EXP.
Yeah, because they had to split middle like you called out with Crowley. Try and get Crowley online.
Yep. Which, I mean, check mark there. A couple of boxes done. So, Revenant Expert looking a
Bro,
little
look
better.
how
This
annoying
post
Miraidon
from
is.
Insomnia
Like,
is
if
so
you guys want
tough
to play
deal with.
SP on
Revenant
support,
Umbreon,
just
too,
play
but
Miraidon,
those
man.
bulky defenders that we have
Look how much
available
range you
in the
have.
Metagame, but still,
And on
there's
top
a
of that-
lot of damage to just be trying to walk off.
You could build the same way. Expedia, Curse Incense, and whatever third item you want.
Chuck coughing up berries
I
everywhere.
feel like they used to make more Pokemon that made sounds like that, and now we see them less.
Shout out Chandelure.
Yeah. I actually looked up one of my tweets about how the Disable sound like boom. Back literally.
that's true.
Sounded like the bass boosted.
Oh yeah, we've had some fun ones for sure. I remember there being like someone's footsteps could be heard by everybody. I forget which Pokemon that was, but either way, Slime just doing slime things yet again. Mr. Crowley goes in pretty deep, but the Trevenant stuns just not really early enough to line up for that KO in the Gyarados.
Umbreon.
Of course, not being level 9.
I've been seeing a
means
lot
you
of
don't
those the
really
last
have
couple of
that
days.
Gyarados dive into the depths angle that you can sometimes take.
Right.
Just a little bit more in there where they want to be. And then, I mean, they need a lot more to be where they want to be, but a little bit more, and they've got a place where they could use it to get to where they want to be, maybe. Still, I'm starting to get there, but level 7s for the supports versus like level 9s and 8s on the other side, that's tough.
Look at this. I think Ruben waiting, 1, for their blue buff to spawn, and 2, potentially for Insomnia to invade. Hopefully having a little bit of a phantom ambush. Not going to line that one up, though. Absol takes down the Umbreon, and even
Someone
if
wanna
that
check,
Dream Eater
the
lands,
PayPal of this
there's
Umbreon
not
player?
enough room to try to jump onto that attack with the Greedent still running around.
Well, it's because he hit Greedy.
Yeah.
Oh, nice knife shot.
Oh, my bad.
Head
Yeah, I
noggin.
thought he hit Greedy.
Oh! Oh, there's no follow-up
At
though.
least gonna bail
That
him
was
out there
a
little bit.
that was a very
scary
nice
spot
pull
at
though.
the head
Yeah, I
noggin.
thought he hit Greedy.
Oh! Hornleech at least gonna bail them out there a little bit, but a very scary spot. That's Gengar down. That's a Unite move too, out of Ruben. Not gonna find the knockout there.
Yeah, Insomnia's in
Plays
control.
pretty well through that Hornleech, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
15 seconds.
Oh!
Hey. Pretty well through that Hornleech, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
15 seconds.
Can you even see the Miraidon from that range, or was it just like pure chance?
Insomnia's in
Plays
control.
pretty well through that Hornleech, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
15 seconds.
Oh! Hey.
Okay, okay.
Excellent.
Diesel not out of this one yet.
No.
Maybe not the best place to try to go back.
I've always
Well, at least Inteleon is.
All right,
What
I'll
is
go
that
next one.
Gyarados Unite?
Solidarity and all that.
I could have just dragged this onto the wrong side.
But that's what solidarity means. Again, I mean, Ruben just playing this like really
I like how
Which
every time they
I'm not
pan the
joining you
camera,
for a long
Gengar's
distance
kind of
fight,
just sitting in a
instead
bush doing
hoping to
nothing.
catch a single
He's
Pokemon
just,
from
he's just a
Insomnia,
chill guy
rotating
living his
for maybe
life.
a back cap or even to get some early damage onto these objectives. That's where Gengar can truly blow them up with this Phantom Force, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball combination.
They need to figure out a way to get on top of Sun Tzu because
Yeah.
this charge beam is just being a problem.
Yeah.
It's just eviscerating them before they can close any gap.
And I'm sure Vulcan, not a whole lot of scores. You see that goal zone still about 50% HP on the bottom side, so I doubt there's been a lot of stacks in from the Umbreon. Does have the
Oh,
Regieleki.
Gengar 1v1 the
Gonna make it
Absol
out.
in top
Gengar
lane.
takes
Nice.
both down
And got the
Absol
Regieleki.
and the Regieleki. So Ruben winning that battle against Slime, that is huge.
Ruben
Side
united
goes
and
down
died.
after expending their Unite move. Tons
What
of
are
points
these
gonna go
defenders
top.
doing? Oh my god.
Take the lead.
In what reality is it,
look actually
like,
pretty
what is happening in this bottom lane?
Healing. Gonna make it out. Gengar
Okay,
takes
so
both down the
Gengar
Absol
1v1's the
and
Absol. Then you see the
Regieleki.
Trevenant
So
and
Ruben
the
winning that battle
Umbreon.
against Slime, that
Trevenant
is
goes in,
huge.
pops Unite move, just dies. Literally just horn leeches into 3 people. Technically 4, but we'll just say 3 for simplicity's sake. Then Umbreon's like, I gotta score my 8 points.
Expending their Unite move. Tons of points
In the
gonna
middle
go
of 3
top.
people, decides to pop Unite
Take the
move,
lead.
dies anyways.
It's gonna look actually pretty good for an X-Mark.
That was a really good belch.
Yeah, did Felsinger missing there kind of help him for a moment?
I think it did, actually.
I think the belch would have caught
Yeah.
the Inteleon, but actually having the little bit of a miss is going to give him a situation where they're able to get back to the goal zone. So they'll take that situation any day.
Ruben
This
is
could be a solo queue match. It's a
quietly
pre-recording.
It was all that knockout on Absol and the Regieleki.
One of the
Yeah,
players
I know.
couldn't participate today, so they have a pre-recording of a solo queue
well.
scrim.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're looking really good, honestly. I like their team comp for team fights. They just haven't actually team fought together either.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, use that to get out, Crowley.
Yeah,
No, we go in, we
one
go
bit
in.
of experience was a lot.
What are these players doing?
I mean,
Someone needs to
it's a Pokemon that
explain
can
the
charge
thought
its Unite move
process.
incredibly quickly,
Oh,
but
They're,
not
like, I
getting
feel like
out
the
of there
only
as they
sensible
freaking
player
want.
on this team is
Yeah, and
Inteleon.
we'll see if the punish happens. Ruben gonna take some poke
Yo,
damage.
Inteleon, man, you gotta find a different
Checking
team.
the tall
There's
grass style
something
move
wrong with
that
your
charge
teammates.
move. He kind of does it all.
All right.
At least,
Revenant
based on
has
this
played
game alone,
these,
I feel like
Rayquaza
Inteleon's
fights,
the
I
only,
will
like,
say,
human being.
loose.
Everyone else, Chat
They
GPT.
tightened it up.
Oh,
Okay.
Hi, Absol.
that's slime down already. 15 seconds, so they will be back in time
A
for
bit.
Rayquaza, but still, what a pick.
Yep.
yeah, if that was like 10 seconds later, that would have been the best pick of all time. But now it's just like a great pick to like give them momentum, I guess.
Low key, it's probably shutting down Insomnia's plan of a really early attack.
Yeah.
Like finding the Absol there and taking them out just means that, okay, well now our
They
fight
can't posture
is going to
like they
happen
were
around
going.
Rayquaza
Yeah.
instead of an early push on the bottom side.
Yeah, no, that's a great call. Half HP gone on Maridon with
Goodbye.
one snipe shot.
Ruben got caught a little bit, almost went down.
Mad low.
Here's a big play. Right with the coverage. Obion all the way to the back line.
Dodge the Absol Unite.
Oh!
Oh, Gengar whipped! Gengar whipped everything!
Gengar not going to make it out there. Unfortunately, the combo just misses thanks to some really well-timed eject buttons from Insomnia.
Are they flipping?
Oh, Zero Ord knows exactly where Exol is.
Yeah. Oh, great!
Oh,
my!
Tensai coming through, but he gets picked up on the backside.
Yeah. Tensai's still around and has the Unite move. So does Crowley. Crowley going to engage with the Gyarados Unite move. Maridon gone.
Oh my
all that
God.
damage is going to be out. Trevenant Unite move only hits the green, and when it's Zero or the picks it, Uzakazu that entire time doing damage to the Rayquaza is just going to take it out of the pockets of Revenant X-Bar.
Wow, that was really close. That could have
It's
certainly gone
Jover.
either way.
Maybe.
Tensei is MVP of
Yeah,
this
it's
game
over.
to me.
What amazing
Yeah,
plays.
I mean that, and then helping with the pick earlier on the Absol in the tall grass on the bottom path, like they have been making some great plays, but I don't think it's gonna matter at this point. It's unfortunate. Close match though.
Yeah, there's a minute remaining and no Rayquaza shields really to speak of other than this Absol. But still, I think with not having enough members of Revenant X-Spark up is going to be the difference maker.
That's actually 0 up.
There it is.
That's significant.
What? To the back.
Maridon
Goodbye.
with one snipe.
Yeah, well, let's
Taking
play
them
for
out
you.
just means that, okay, well now our
They
fight
can't
is
posture
going to
like they
happen
were
around
going.
Rayquaza
Yeah.
instead of an early push on the bottom side.
Yep, no, that's a great
Inteleon's landing some nice
Half
poke
HP
on the
gone
Maridon.
One snipe shot.
Ruben got caught a little bit. Almost
Nice Horn Leech, lands onto Mew into Absol, lands the Wood Hammer as well. Gengar uses their Dream Eater and Shadow Ball on the Greedent, takes them down to half HP.
There's a big play.
Shadow Ball forced the Unite move because they're getting caught out right there.
All the way to the back line.
They decide to re-engage.
Absolutely not.
Whiffs. Oh, so they. I don't want to say whiffs because if Miraidon didn't eject, that would have landed. But you know, nice outplay from the Miraidon to eject the skills. On cooldown, now forced to Unite move, has nothing left. Gets surfed, gets pursued, gets auto attacked with the Psycho Cut, 5 versus 4.
Unfortunately, the combo just misses thanks to some really well-timed eject buttons from Insomnia.
Are they flipping?
Oh, Zero Orden knows
Absol
exactly
is
where,
pacing
Absol
around.
is.
Yeah. Oh, great! Misses thanks to some really well-timed eject buttons from Insomnia.
Are they flipping?
Oh, Zero Orden knows exactly where Exol is.
Yeah. Oh, great!
What?
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Inteleon was basically in between two different parts of the team. The Absol was coming from the top side, and then of course like Sarah's kind of up there, but they're mean luck. But then Green was coming from the bottom, so they got pincered. A nice little choke point. Like rewinded 10 seconds.
Well-timed eject buttons from Insomnia.
Are they flipping?
Oh, Zero Orden knows exactly where Exol is.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
great!
Oh, that felt stinger.
Through, but he gets picked up on the backside.
That is so unfortunate.
Knows exactly where Exol is.
Yeah. Oh, great!
Oh man. So like Inteleon started off right here, like you know, 0.1. Then Sarah came in, forced them to Felstinger that way. But then the problem is Absol comes in and literally just like a bad sequence of events for Inteleon, literally just like put Inteleon in like the worst position possible. And the most unfortunate thing is, up until now, Inteleon was like the only person on the team that was like seemed mechanically capable and had like the game sense like to play it out. The only thing they could have done differently is literally type backwards. That is literally the only thing, because I think at this point, I don't know if they had a eject button or not. Let me see one more time.
The combo just misses thanks to
We're
some
gonna
really
focus on
well-timed
Inteleon
eject
here.
buttons from Insomnia.
Inteleon sniping, we're trying to get some poke down.
Oh, Zero
Sarah
Orden
knows that they're there.
exactly where Exol is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Felstingers.
What?
Inside
Yeah.
through, but he gets picked up on the backside.
Yeah.
And then it's
Tensai's still
3
around
versus
and
5
has
right
the
now.
Unite move. So does Crowley.
Gyarados pops their
Crowley
Unite
gonna engage
move,
with
trying to get onto Absol, hits the
Gyarados Unite move. Miraidon.
hits the Miraidon, hits the
So all that
Greedent.
poke damage is gonna be
The
out.
problem is, this entire time, Sarah is leashing the Rayquaza. It didn't reset. And because he ulted the Greedent, it actually... Or sorry, not the Greedent. I think, who is that?
Tensai's still around and has the Unite move. So does Crowley. Crowley going to engage with this Gyarados Unite move. Miraidon gone. So all that poke damage is going to be out.
Oh, sorry, Trevenant.
Trevenant Unite move
He
only
ults the
hits
Trevenant, and the irony is, the AoE from the Unite move actually secures the Rayquaza.
Greedent, when it's Zero or the Pixit. Uzakazu that entire time doing
And then
damage
it's
to
over from
Rayquaza is just going to take it out of the pockets of Revenant X-Bar.
Wow, that was really close. That could have certainly gone either.
Where did Umbreon use their
Make it
Unite
out
move?
there.
I'm trying to see.
Plan of a really early
Half HP
to the
dodge
back.
from Miraidon.
Goodbye.
Right here.
Ruben got caught a little bit, almost went down.
Mad low.
There's a big play. Right over the coverage. Obion all the way to the back line.
Well, they did take... Okay, so they used it as like a defensive mechanism to stay alive, but they also stole the Greedent's like shield from their Unite move, so not the worst thing ever. We already know Gengar with all their skills
Unfortunately,
here.
Tensai
Yeah.
coming through, but he gets picked up on the backside.
Yeah. Tensai's still around and has the Unite move. So does Crowley. Crowley going to engage
Gengar
with
played
this
too aggressive. Like, they tried to make a play, but unfortunately, because they didn't execute it properly, they ended up dying, and they were just not relevant in the last fight.
Struggled in their games earlier.
I talked a lot.
Play an ad really quick so it doesn't interrupt.
About the slow be happening.
Talonflame. They get to make a lot of big plays with it, but at the same
Carry sometimes, but those opportunities are few and far between, it feels like.
Yeah, I remember specifically there was one match where they really did not engage together at all, and I said it. I was like, wow, they just like tone, and it's tough. It's tough when you can't follow that up. So we'll see.
Oh, so it's Japan versus Godlike East. Okay, so India versus Japan.
We're going into draft now, and I don't even know if they're going to get Talonflame again, but honestly, maybe you just give it to them, seeing how it's working last time.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a game-winning Pokemon for them. First ban is going to be the
there you go.
followed by the Psyduck. Next ban they're scrolling through is going to be the Zacian, maybe something Godlike has really been enjoying in the tournament. Final ban now.
Yeah, Blissey has been an extremely common man in our tournament, so not surprised to see that one. Things like Umbreon or Inteleon could also be in that final slot. Leafeon, again, a Pokemon that we kind of consider to be one of the most ban-focused Pokemon in our tournament, has been making it into a lot of games.
Yeah, we have Mashio. They are back.
That would be a weird first pick.
It's a very bizarre one. And they are going to grab the Zarina. I think this was banned out against them early,
It was,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so this could be a mistake from Godlike. There could be a huge reason when they were able to do this. Oh, wow. We're going Comfey Zora.
We could see Sweet Kick,
Zeraora.
for sure. This is the time we would see Sweet Kick.
Yeah, it's going to make it tough for Zarina. I mean, a Pokemon that does want a melee brawl as often as they can into Zeraora is a pretty tough matchup in that specifically. So now I'm curious where Fennel wants to go with their support options, but all of a sudden I was kind of going against the Slowbro in the early, but now that there's a Comfey duo option, I do love it, especially if you're also going to take the Mimikyu.
Wow, and we head on over to the other side. We could also be seeing a Zoroark. Two great.
These guys are the only. Well, I don't want to say these guys specifically, but like, I've noticed that in Asia, these guys really, really, really value the Serena. Like compared to other regions, I don't really watch Europe, so I don't know about them. But at least in comparison to the West, like they see Serena as like a top meta top lane pick compared to the other side of the world. Pretty interesting.
We do see the Zoroark, it probably would not be Sweet Kiss at that point.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like the Zoroark pick here. First of all, because we wouldn't be able to pronounce the names. Okay, thank you.
There we go.
But
How many
secondly,
Zero
yeah,
picks
I
this
feel
turn?
like they have a strategy. Shifting it seems a little bit weird, but those are two strong picks to get in their second set of picks.
Yeah, Mamoswine, obviously a really powerful pick into Serena specifically. Does have some good matchups in a Mimikyu as well, but if it's Shadow Claw, it can be kind of a tough one. Dun has played a few different builds of the Mimikyu in the past. We've seen Shadow Sneak, we've seen Trick Room, so a lot of different opportunities for that player to really express what they want to show on this Pokemon.
They're running into a comp where they're really going to try to like group up at this point. Like, I mean, look, this is a full melee team essentially with the Clefable.
Yep.
Godlike is in a weird spot where they simultaneously feel like they do and don't have enough damage. You know, when you take a look at them. It's going to be interesting seeing what Blastoise is really able to output. And then you look over to the side of Fennel, and they have some pretty incredible, healing out of something like Clefable. But you do have Zeraora on the other side, which acts as kind of a delete button in certain situations. So we're going to have to see how they play around that. I feel like the longer sustained fights from Godlike.
This is day 2. No, it's day 1.
But if they're able to burst down members of Fennel, Clefable becomes essentially useless in these moments. Dodrio, I don't know. I love Dodrio. I'm not sure I love
we
it
can fast
here,
forward
but if
this.
we get an early advantage, that can be powerful.
Eventually, we would see Tun pick up the red buff, but instead, just trying to defend against any potential invades from the Zeraora, I suppose?
Yeah, possibly here. Clefable evolved, very nice. Serena, a little slow here, but with the help of this Umbreon, they're able to clear this up a little bit faster. Umbreon now evolving, moving to the top path. We have our 850 birds spawning in between here. 4 members of Fennel, and here we go.
All right. nice stomp, get in some early damage. Slow smoke gonna slow down everybody. They try to push towards that.
They should really just
There's
leave.
the sweet kiss, baby.
Great damage from the Serena. Again, another stomp game.
Yeah.
I guess again, if you're just trying to jump on everybody else, just standing all on top of each other, we're gonna form like one pile basically this game, and somebody's walking away.
Yeah,
Maybe.
they shot those scores extremely well.
Yeah, I mean,
Squirtle put in
really
some work.
frustrating to deal with, right? The new increase to Sweet Kiss, so you're getting a bigger shield on Sweet Kiss now. And Sweet Kiss actually, it has an interesting interaction. I didn't know much about this move, really. I'd only played it sparingly. The shield you put onto your ally when you attach, it is permanent until the enemy's break.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know that either. It's so rare.
it is. It's extremely rare, but it's very good, obviously, for discharge Sarah Aura. I mean, how brutal. We saw this combination, what, year 2
Yeah.
in UCS in North America, and I remember it being really, really interesting, really exciting, kind of difficult to deal with. Now that Sarah's better and Sweet Kiss is better, this could be brutal.
yeah.
Yeah, it felt like the shield was pretty much like a non-point of the move perform, right? Like you didn't really pay that much attention to it, but with the buff, I mean, I haven't seen the numbers exactly, but certainly something to think about.
Got the attach right here, heading down to the bottom path. And it looks like our team's just kind of splitting here.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to focus
Oh,
on that
man.
top side. They know that Goblin is just going to be hanging out there, trying to level up against Blastoise as quickly as possible.
It's
The
obvious
more
they're trading
pushes
top or
you
bottom.
succeed with on the top side, the longer you keep that Blastoise away.
Goodbye.
I really hate when people do that.
They're just too late. They're like, whoa,
Like they try to defend a goal that's just not defendable. Like, what are you gonna do in a literal 1 versus 4? You saw your teammate die. There's no excuse that you don't see them.
Go take something.
But they're like, don't worry, guys. I'll save the day.
To take this bottom
And then he runs it
right
down.
Now. I mean, they have so many Pokemon that really need some later game levels. Looking at Artist and Goblin at level 8 and 8, they're feeling fantastic about getting that bottom objective.
Yeah, that feels like a really awesome place.
You know what else is
to
interesting?
begin.
They didn't
Starting
take
off
top
strong
lane.
Here at level 10, Zera Aura. They have Comfey online. We do have Surf on Blast.
Why though?
Yep.
Heading to the top path.
They like.
Okay.
Must be a quirk of the Indian meta. You know, surf Blastoise, but not a bow.
No way! Come on.
Oh.
All right, Tom, for the
my
culture.
God.
I like it.
We were just asking why we weren't seeing more Mimikyu.
Yeah. Mimikyu feels a little bit like a day 2 Pokemon. I'm not gonna lie, it's just gonna get better and better as this tournament goes on, it feels like, and with a lot of the teams making it into day 2, likely playing a lot of that Pokemon in particular.
That felt pretty criminal that they would get that. I mean, we saw the Shadow Sneak land, but even still, I thought, you know, by the time he dives in, there's definitely damage on the other side. Nice secure right there. They're gonna head down to the bottom path, put a ton of points into this goal, 161 to 95 right now.
Big momentum for Fennel. Big, like, I mean, they were playing this really, really slow. They gave up that bottom objective, of course, the Regice, and they take a really long rotation to the top side. Mimikyu, they're only out, and they were able to win with it. Massive.
Oh, yeah, immediately taking out 2 really important members of Fennel.
Okay.
As it stands. Yeah, Godlike Esports definitely put in some fight. That got them all to be basically ahead in levels as well. Let's see if they can take this. I mean, they're really trying to push it down. This is going to be a really hard team to break on goal, though.
Yeah.
The rolls fly on the Clefable, so they have another chase down option for the back line.
Wow. Whoa!
Jesus.
Yeah,
They are not respecting the
Yeah,
Umbreon,
I don't
man.
think they're fans.
Like a comfy shield with a discharge shield on top of their own goal. Like the moment they stack those shields, Umbreon's just gonna press left trigger.
Yeah,
And they
really
did.
tough, the Fennel right there.
Yeah, it's always hard to fight on a tier 2, especially, you know, you're on the 5-minute mark here, so these shields and healing is massive for these even lower level Pokemon.
They just gave us so much
Play rough
experience
Mimikyu, by the way.
unnecessarily. They didn't even need to make that play.
I wonder if that invulnerability is something they're looking for to maybe avoid a Sweet Kiss right there,
Yeah.
to sort of give themselves that momentary invulnerability, not take any damage, do some serious damage to their target.
Zera Aura, Blastoise both have Unite moves you'd love to dodge out of the way for a moment if you had the possibility.
Maybe Ice Fang as well. If you could make that mid, that would be huge.
might be trading down to a lower tier support when you have a Pokemon like Clefable on your team, but the fact that you have Umbreon in your defender slot just makes that feel just fine. It's such an unbelievable defender. It's at the top of these defender tier lists for a reason.
That was Reggie like you walking top. It looks like Fennel is deciding how they want to play this. You know, if enough members of Godlike peeled away, I think they could decide to move in. They were kind of positioned for it to see how they wanted to address it. Nice catch right here. Unite moves basically everyone. The Hydro type moves up in the air. Mewtwo Unite move. Surf pushing Clefable away as we have more damage.
Oh my god!
Zeraora picks up a KO.
Bro, I can't believe Zera lived as long as they did. Jesus.
Serena is picking up a KO on Zeraora.
Alright, Mewtwo Mega Evolved in the back line's kind of the last option for Godlike. They're going to give up the Comfey and just escape with the Mewtwo Y. A minute remains on this matchup and a
right here. If enough members of Godlike peeled away. The Mewtwo Unite move. Surf pushing Clefable away as we have.
Oh my god, bro. What is the focus of this Mamoswine?
Oh, Zeraora picks up a KO.
Also, I think that, like, if Mamoswine Unite was there earlier and united, I think that could have made the difference, actually.
They're going to give up the Comfey and just escape with the Mewtwo.
But the problem is like, they focused the Dodrio, and by the time they got there, it was, like, kind of close to Rayquaza, so...
Through that, heal through that with the Clefable, they weren't able to do enough damage. We kind of talked about it, right? Were they going to
I feel like that was a missed opportunity right there.
Like, do enough damage fast enough to this Fennel squad? It doesn't look like it right now.
And that's so characteristic of Fennel. We talked about how they're a little bit different than some of these other Japan teams, especially recently with how they've been playing in these tournaments. They're going to play it a little slower. They're going to try to win these big team fights instead of trying to make these split pushes happen. And they make a great one working on the top side. I was honestly shocked that Lucapo wasn't trying to Dodrio score in the bottom tier 2. But Godlike was covering it well. The Mamoswine was hanging out on the jump pad just in case for any situation, trying to block the Dodrio. So good read by Godlike. They're not far behind, but the levels and momentum is all in Fennel's favor.
We're missing a lot of Unite still, I do have to say.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, kind of both sides, at least 2 from both sides, but we'll see how long they can delay it for. I mean, 3 missing on Fennel. That 3-minute mark fight was super awkward, and things were used. So, okay, we are starting to get them back slowly. I think both teams maybe just going to take a little bit of time, because you don't want to go into this without those.
It's hard to rip Rayquaza against the world champs, but when you got Zeraora, Sweet Kiss Comfey, maybe you do, especially with Blastoise for coverage. Feels like a good spot to be.
Oh, Serena's Unite move got canceled.
Whoa!
Oh, what is that camera?
Send him to outer space. Multiple members of Fennel
still
down.
gaming now. Not for long.
Wow, wow, wow. Ton's in trouble right here.
No.
Getting pushed off with the surf. It is time to rip.
Nice
Mamos
ice
the
bang.
They take him down. It's just Umbreon left. Clefable's coming back, and it is time to rip this off the map. Half HP
Oh, they have no
right now.
secure,
Clefable
though.
has a Unite move. Umbreon has a Unite move.
Blastoise needs to zone them off.
Here we go.
Pick up Hydro Pump.
Oh my god! Did they roll Hyper Beam too?
Rip this off the map. Half HP right now. Clefable has a Unite move. Umbreon has a Unite move.
Something big, Hyper Beam.
Okay.
Believe.
Oh no, they got the Hydro Pump. Okay, it was Hydro Pump, then they do Follow Me. Umbreon's going in with the Snarl and stunning 2 of them.
Half HP right now. Clefable has a Unite move.
Did they get it with an auto attack?
Hyper Beam.
Or was it the draining?
Hydro Pump.
Yeah, it was Hydro Pump. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Fennel!
Oh, they can't.
Fable has a Unite move. Umbreon has a Unite move.
Something big, Hyper Beam. Believe it.
Pick up Hydro Pump.
Bro, where's the Blastoise skills
Right
though?
now,
What are you?
Clefable has a Unite move. Umbreon has a Unite move.
Something big, Hyper Beam. Believe it.
Pick up Hydro Pump.
Oh, Blastoise, my guy. Blastoise, Blastoise,
Oh
Blastoise.
my gosh, Battle!
Oh, they can't break the shield. That's 100 points in. God, Mike Esports has 45 seconds for a response, and I think the pop-off on stage
The
may
pause
be a
does
bit
not
too
matter.
hardcore. I think we got to disconnect for one player on stage.
Oh,
But
wow, that was, I mean,
Draft. The comp on Ultra Ego looking extremely scary, though, I will say.
I hate this. I hate, like, don't get me wrong, I like the fact that they're showing a variety of different matches, but I hate the fact that they show matches in between, like, the other series. It throws me off so much when I'm watching this. And then they, what, they skipped the series? Or, like, am I stupid? No, when they won, it was only up 1-0. Okay, so that was their first match. Then they went to another match. And they went back to this match. Like, this is a mess.
Slowbro in a different way to be able to do that.
You're the defender. I mean, I think Mamoswine really shuts down Slowbro really well. So, like, the enemy team here couldn't have even gone Slowbro, in my opinion, in this match. But yeah, like, doing the draft in a way you can pick Slowbro is always good for a team if you think you're, like, the underdog.
Why are they doing an interview in the middle of the match? I can't even hear what's going on.
Sorry, that was the entire team just backed.
Yeah,
And
that was
all
interesting.
redeployed at the exact same time. That was a really, really interesting, like, way to re-engage.
That Metagross took no damage.
Oh my god. Oh, they're all grouped right there. That's actually so scary. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the Buzzwole use his full combo Metagross and he was still full health.
No, deal no damage.
all right, it's pretty low. So is Mamo. Oh boy, they're all gone.
Wow.
Alter Ego goes down 2-0, it looks like.
That means the group's gonna get really interesting.
Yeah.
Crazy group. I think you would not have expected it to be so up and down.
Yeah.
You know? But it's really competitive. Yeah.
That's just,
Or not, you could rise.
So, if you really consider the end of the season ending IC,
gosh, start to a draft already complete. 3 speedsters locked in. Paper X only having 1, but that one is.
I know I saw these guys play earlier. Rex and Eyes again.
The Leafeon.
we are seeing the Buzzwole, which has been a pretty good counter to these speedsters so far. I like that a lot, although there might be some awkwardness against Masquerada. I'm not sure I've seen that matchup very much, if I'm being honest. Masquerada has weird, unique matchups.
How do you feel about Masquerada?
Love it.
Yeah,
I
me too.
love it on this Pokemon.
Uh-huh.
There was a time when its Unite move.
A roll of an option. It's got to be the quickest cast
No.
time out of any of the secure moves. That in that case.
That was the first match. Let's just kind of speedrun this. So yeah, this is the first match that we watched.
A lot of options.
Then it went to a different
Hyper-
series.
I don't know what they want.
Interview.
That,
Exist
heck of a
actually,
team
yeah,
fight.
they kind of
It was really good.
rocked them in
Yeah.
game one.
Nasty.
I think
You expected to show up that haven't yet?
doing the
Oh, this one. Briefly.
Like letters.
We're winning.
Games that were just really the competition keeps getting better. It's really cool.
Into year 4, which
Man,
is
it
so
was cool.
fun.
No, they didn't.
About it. Getting some healing as they move up towards the burst here. 4 members of Paper Rex. They're moving in, but not far enough to get the extra.
Gotta pause it here. Playing. Too much surfing through the VOD to find what I'm looking for. They even do the draft? No, they didn't. Not on broadcast.
Draft already complete. 3 speedsters locked in. PaperX only having 1, but that one is the Leafeon.
We are seeing the Buzz Wall, which has been a pretty good counter to these speedsters so far. I like that a lot, although there might be some awkwardness against Masquerada. I'm not sure I've seen that matchup very much, if I'm being honest. Masquerada has weird, unique matchups.
How do you feel about Amp Masquerada?
Love it.
Yeah,
I love it on this Pokemon. There was a time when its Unite move was even better, and it was kind of a crazier thing that you could run, but it's still really good. It has a very strong Unite move.
Totally agree.
And you're able to charge it just very fast. I guess there is a question as to what kind of Meowscarada we are going to see in this match. Given that they have Buzzwole, it feels like you can't play Night/Trailblaze. It's just, you can't be near it that long, right? You have to kind of have more of a hit and run style, so I'm guessing we're going to see Flower Trick come in here.
All right, I'm not complaining about that.
No, me neither. I love it.
Why LG spending time in interviews should be concentrated to win the games ahead? Not much you can do until your matches start.
Sub-region, so they definitely know each other. But that's still definitely very uncommon bans, I would say, for this video.
Yeah, that's true.
Paper Rex banning the Zeraora. Interesting. I mean, this Pokemon's had a weekend already.
Yep.
Great.
I totally get the ban on that. It just feels like it's like one level below some of the other bans we usually see. But I mean, it can be a game winner for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a player that wants to play it, it would be great to deny that for sure.
Will-O-Wisp getting some secures from Aluna in the early game. You know, Phantup not really lauded for its incredible early game, but sometimes, every now and then, we see a big early swing.
Nice little Night Slash combination. Takes it down to about half. Getting some healing as they move up towards the burst here. 4 members of Paper Rex. They're moving in, but not far enough to get the extra Razor Leaf damage.
Yeah, it's interesting. Onigrise probably doesn't have the firepower to get some knockouts on that push, but the same is true on the other side for Paper X's early game. It won't have enough to really clear space to get some scores. So, bit of a stalemate in the top side. Bottom path, though, Trevenant going to be taking a lot of really damage with Axe Q helping out at range with that Mewtwo Y. They're going to be just fine taking some early poke.
I gotta say, I feel like Mewtwo Y has just been such a good pick in every game. You know, even if the teams are not winning, it feels like Mewtwo Y is not the reason. This thing is really great.
Yeah, it's such a safe pick. Like, the damage numbers you have are fine. It is so tough to KO. That Pokemon is easy to be at range. It just doesn't have
Oh my god,
thing you
damn.
can solve in your draft when you're putting that Pokemon on the roster, but as long as teams are doing that, they should be in a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, having 2 eject buttons on a 10-second cooldown or something like that is pretty absurd. It's easy to get away. You have a move that makes you unstoppable, a global Unite move, and you can shift with tons of damage to your autos. Really solid Pokemon.
Yang on Helping Hand Safeguard Blissey, by the way.
Yep.
I mean, not a lot of Pokemon going to benefit from the auto attack speed.
Yeah.
Potentially Buzzwole or Leafeon in some niche scenarios, but otherwise, not a lot. With the Unite move. Yeah.
I mean, even without Unite move, it's not like Unite does no damage. You're not trying to do that. You want to put time.
What's the? I mean, yeah, you're not gonna a ton maybe out of the.
If it was me, I would go then interview.
I think could be really valuable.
If I was there, I'd be picking out, man.
Because sometimes you just need that little extra.
Some nice, authentic Japanese food.
You can actually get a grab.
Well, maybe it's Flail-Lax. How about that?
I wonder how good the food is at the venue, though.
Strategy. Flail-Lax Helping Hand. Yeah, come on.
Okay, my bad. Get those LG boys back in here, and
Yeah.
I'll walk on out.
You get out of here.
That would be fun, though. I will be honest. That would have been really fun back in like pre-nerf, right? Like when we saw really broken Flail-Lax. That was a pretty fun time, if I'm being honest.
I think Flail-Lax is still pretty good.
I agree. I think it's
a very
fun.
strong pick, but
Oh,
compared to
no!
it feels like a safer option, maybe just a little.
What canceled it?
That was a pretty fun time, if I'm being honest.
I think Flail-Lax is still pretty good.
I agree. I think it's
Very strong.
Oh, the Razor Leaf. That's such a huge Razor Leaf. Because that means Masquerada doesn't score and the Regieleki breaks the
Competitively, it
tier
feels
1.
like the safer option, maybe just a little too good to ignore.
And the problem is
Masquerada
nobody had any
pretty
points.
Huge knockout. Phantom Force trick combos there, but just gets outlasted.
Yeah, I mean, I think what HT was trying to do is just trying to make sure the Regieleki breaks.
Yeah.
Rather than have them get a big over, so he just threw his body out there.
No, makes
Which,
sense.
For what it's worth, he was successful. If that was truly the goal,
Right.
if he was making a miracle play, I think you're looking a little too far out in the stars for that.
Doomsdash doesn't give the benefit of the doubt to a lot of players, so this is big. This is a big moment. I like it.
Ooh.
That was so close.
Close. They knew, but
Yeah.
they didn't know.
Just for confirmation, it's heavy slam yawn. So I think a good amount of yawn today.
We have, you know, block feels like it could be the popular choice, but no, a lot of teams deciding to pick up yawn.
Definitely like a two good option situation, right?
Yes. Block is massive, the shield is huge, but at the same time, yawn sets up big plays. You know, you catch someone with a yawn, a snipe shot is going to hit true every single time unless you're aiming it poorly. You get a multiple player yawn on the enemy side, you can jump in with Leafy on Unite. I mean, there are a lot of great options.
You can do like Buzzwole dunk into yawn, into snipe shot, and it's just like you're just comboed forever. And it's over. It's infinite.
It's kind of funny to think about the state of that, of the Snorlax moves. It's genuinely like, Yawn feels like the more teamwork-oriented move of the two. Because often you're just using block for that additional shield that you can get, and then you just immediately cancel it and walk away. It's kind of funny to consider that being the scenario. Ooh, big rotation.
Oh yeah. Going all the way to the bottom. They're kind of backing up for Paper Rex. Okay, no, they're going in. They're going in.
Oh my god!
Power nap secure.
Yeah,
the
that-
rare power nap secure.
Very surprising that they were able to get that. Like,
I feel like that usually happens when you're trying to power nap to stop the other securers, and then they burn a little bit faster than you expected.
Bro, they just
And
lost
then
a
they
3
have less
versus,
life.
like,
I mean, it's rare.
they
Obviously,
didn't actually
but,
team
I do
fight,
feel like
but
that's
they're,
usually the case.
they lost the
It's so
objective
good
in
at
a
stopping
3
other
versus
securers,
5.
right?
Yeah.
They're kind of
And then you just immediately cancel it and walk away.
Like, you can see, there were 2 of them top lane, they take the hoop on bound portal down to the bottom lane. You see Intellion and
Kind of
Buzzwole
funny to
here.
consider that being the scenario.
Like,
Ooh,
yeah,
big
they're
rotation.
resetting, but...
yeah. Going all the way to the bottom. They're kind of backing up for Paper Rex. Okay, no, they're going in. They're going in.
oh,
Power nap secure.
Yeah,
the
that-
rare power nap secure.
And they
very
trade 1 for 1.
surprising that they were able to get that. Like,
Or sorry, 1 for 2.
I feel like that usually happens when you're trying to power nap
Yeah,
to
1
stop
for
the
2.
other securers, and then they burn a little bit faster than you expected.
Jesus.
And then they have less life. I mean, it's rare, obviously, but I do feel like that's usually the case. Because it's so good at stopping other securers, right?
Yeah. A very mini Blastoise scenario.
Yeah. A smaller thank you.
Run, Hoopa.
Regieleki being completely ignored for now.
Yeah, interesting. Both these teams instead just wanting to just bout in the middle a little bit.
I said it earlier, there's a lot of just fighting in the center area in these Asian regions. It's really interesting.
How do you find the
They
matches
have
so
the
far
run-
compared to
it's
North
like
America?
because they rotate a lot and
Yeah.
they run into each other, but they just end up actually taking the fights in the center.
They'll ignore a lot of just like free XP too. Like we've
I
left the
do
top
think
farm
that the
up
Asian
for a
teams
long
are playing
time,
different things.
in this matchup.
I think overall, the games are closer for the most part. I think both regions, like when I watched North America yesterday, I just saw them like make so many mistakes. I do think that the Asian players are drafting better, or at the very least, they're drafting more balanced teams. I do think that like they could improve as well with the drafting. In terms of the games themselves, it's really hard to say how much better or worse they are. The only thing I can really tell from the games that I've seen are that some Asian teams prioritize other things rather than what you would normally see in North America. So just as an example, like when you watch North America, a lot of the people that draft, they prioritize Absol and Zera. You'll still see stuff like Meowscarada and Talonflame, but yeah, I don't think the Asia teams care for them that much or as much, because like when they see, like, let's say for example every single speedster is up and available to pick from, they will prioritize stuff like Talonflame or like a support or even defender more than some speedsters. So they draft differently, that's for sure. As for the gameplay, yeah, it's like it's hit or miss to me. I'm not gonna say that they're better or
right now, but instead we're trying to play for that middle experience,
significantly
play
worse
for the
than
objective. Anything
what I saw
contestable,
yesterday.
That's priority number one, especially for Onyx Rise right now.
I think the Asian teams draft better though.
It's a PvP game.
North American teams draft like shit, I'll be honest with you. At least the ones that I saw
Eeyore
yesterday.
13, that's Night Slash points, yes?
Eeyore 13, sorry.
Absol level 13, that's Night Slash.
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Pretty sure it was that move slot.
Or wait, is it? Is it?
I actually
Psycho
don't.
Cut Plus,
It might be
actually?
Psycho Cut Plus.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
It's your second move. Yeah.
Gosh.
That's always that weird. I always forget that plus. It's a weird one. It's something bizarre, like slow. I can't remember.
Right. Yeah, I was kind of hoping you knew, because I certainly don't. So
I remember it being a weird one. I think we've looked up this exact move
We have,
on broadcast before.
Yeah.
Because we had that.
All on the website.
What is this? I remember.
Why is Buzzwole recalling at full HP here? Are they lagging?
I remember it being a weird one. I think we've looked up this exact move on broadcast before.
Yeah.
Because we had that.
All on the website.
What is this?
Why are you?
I don't.
I remember it being a weird one.
I'm genuinely so confused. What? I genuinely don't understand why Buzzwole's recalling here. They're full HP, and then they came back down.
This exact move on broadcast before.
Yeah.
Because we had that.
All on the website.
What is this?
Are they?
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Whoa, alright. Onyx Rise getting away with a bit of a robbery of a secure in that scenario.
Solo was just a smidge too early.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
It
I guess they kind of
increases
brought-
absolute
genuinely so
move
confused.
speed by
That made no
20%
sense
if
to me
you're
whatsoever.
near a debuffed enemy. So it is speed based.
Okay.
It's increased absol speed.
So it's like...
It's an odd one,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I guess you'll close the gap faster so you can.
Yeah.
Do you think LJ North America Merge Cup made a difference? Oh, it made a huge difference.
Alright, one double team baiting out some snipe shots. Ooh, nice engagement.
nice.
Revenant.
Oh, nice Bliss Unite.
Oh, the Mewtwo Unite is huge.
Snorlax Unite. Keep it pretty healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, meow!
Yeah, it doesn't recall. Instead goes through the Hoopa portal?
Yeah.
Okay.
To recall. They had to disengage from the chase. We do have an absolute Unite still.
That's Leafeon Unite. That's pretty big. Like whoever they target with that might be a game changer here.
Avoiding,
So close. 165, 154 the minute left.
yeah, avoiding these snipe shots is just the most important thing for Onyx Rise right now, so they have to play so safe and out of the way. Challenging spot, but as long as the Luna's there to enable some of these moments, that's huge.
Nice.
Psycho Cut debuff onto a couple.
Oh, Absol whipped their Unite move. Oh my god.
Wide on that Unite move, and now Leafeon's able to capitalize.
I mean, they still have threats up. It's not over, but yeah.
They don't need to score much.
It's not over.
Oh yeah,
They're right.
It's
I'm
so
gonna check
close.
the score in a minute. Yeah, it's an extremely close game.
I don't know if they know who's winning. It's like that close, right?
Oh, it's slightly over 10, so I think they keep.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right. Barely.
Oh my god.
Right. Oh, it's slightly over 10, so I think they keep.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Bro, look at that. It's still up and you can't even see it. Yo.
Barely.
Oh, Rex got it.
Lissy got it with a fucking auto attack, bro. Jesus Christ.
Again. Gang picking that one up, most likely with just a really good old auto attack.
Unfortunately, they can't stop him top, though.
Uh-huh.
Gonna put him up.
All right, Paper X.
Wow, okay.
Really, really strong in that match, honestly.
And Paper Rex was, went 0-2 early.
Yeah, did.
Who'd they run into?
Nagoya, right? Yeah.
And then who's left?
All right, cool. Yeah, I believe we have a hard cutoff time now, but seeing a more tank-based duck is gonna be kind of fun.
Feels like a brawling Armarouge, right? Feels like Fire Spin. I could be wrong.
Yeah, going like ranged on top of already having the Inteleon plus like your Hoopa's got a little bit of range.
Why not just pick it later?
Maybe they're trying to hide Serena,
Well, like I
guess.
said, just
is my
choose
only
Tank
thought.
Duck instead, right? Like, why not do that? Maybe, is Lapras good against Absol?
I should probably play Nat right now before I forget. I'm gonna play during the match.
Because it doesn't get chunked quite as much because of the passive. Is that like the idea
That's
here?
the hope, I think. But
Yeah, Shell Armor, the passive. I think that's what they're thinking.
I should probably get some
as
food
Zoinks mentioned
before I
before,
continue
don't think
watching.
it's gonna make that big of an impact.
yeah, it's like in theory, I think it'll
Whole bite to eat earlier.
happen.
I should probably get some
Yeah.
food.
it'll
Yeah.
before I start the
frequent,
next
but
series.
I don't know if it's enough to justify that selection.
One way to find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. We head into our next game.
So I completely agree with the Fire Spin option. What do we think's the secondary move for Armory?
Side Shock, I think,
Yeah.
for sure. But I do think there's a reality where we see Armor Cannon Side Shock here. You can play it with a curse item. You know, you're doing a lot of annoying damage. But they're heading to the center, which feels like it has to be Fire Spin.
Yeah. Yeah. Did forget that those are in the same slot. But no Flame Charge believer from you?
I think Flame Charge is a cool move, but Side Shock is so good. It does damage that ignores special defense, and it knocks up in like a kind of a crazy way. The range is pretty dang solid. It's very fast. I think that's probably what they'll play.
I think you, again, then you're really like committing to being up close as well. And that just feels like, I don't know. I don't know if you want to commit fully either direction with your team. I don't know, I could be wrong. It's always a hard, I always guess wrong with I'm gonna choose on Armarouge. Or anybody else, if I'm being honest.
Is that me or the
I think the
stream?
trick is whenever
Why does it look like it's like stuttering?
you guess something, whenever you make a prediction, the world wants you to fail.
Yeah.
It's unfair, but it's the caster curse.
I've lost more coin hide predictions than I can count at this point.
Not me.
Be nice. Yeah, Armor feels like such a good pick in ME2I. You constantly proccing that passive.
I'm so confused.
Anytime you're taking that special attack damage, just boosting up your own. Feels fantastic.
Certainly Fire Spin.
The Absol.
Like I can't tell if that's me.
Gotta watch
Like
out
my
for
internet's
Splatoon.
fine.
What an astonish, by the way.
Uh-huh.
To catch 4?
They could have turned
Not the
around,
speed.
honestly. And they might have been able to like catch a KO right there. That was that was huge. I don't think anybody expected that, but really beautiful stuff. Just them dropping microphones everywhere. We were so close to making that a clean exchange, but it's okay. We're just not gonna have any more microphones.
Okay, you know what? Let me pause this and figure out what's going on because like the stream was perfectly fine up until now, and my internet's fine. So let me just check my settings. Give me like 2 minutes. Give me. I'm not playing ad. Give me like 2 minutes and figure this out. No, 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 no. I don't know what was going on. Like I couldn't tell if it's like the stream, like the VOD that I'm watching, or the computer. But it kept on stuttering. I don't know why.
Yeah.
or he won't. It doesn't happen.
So like I just
Oh yeah, he won't get it back in. Who knows? Who
made sure to
knows?
close everything.
First solid.
I think it was me though. I don't know why.
That first burst.
Performance on the
Surface,
computer
giving
just like
up some space.
dropped down to like
Great
0.
This to me feels like
And paper.
man, a draft screen differential.
Yeah, whenever you get a side up 5th pick, it feels like a pretty strong grab screen differential.
I mean, dude, what is this lab game?
Yeah, I really do love the Armourouge. I mean, we got to be sold in the Lapras still. It is Water Pulse. We don't know the other moveset of the Lapras yet.
Okay, we just want to keep it. I also do things. Just can we yell at them so we can hear you? We can hear you.
Okay, and we have it on a little pad.
Your microphone is on. Oh, that's
Your mic's on.
yeah, whatever.
They'll get it fixed up. It's fine.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, every single pick on the side of Paper X is ridiculously strong, right? And I kind of feel like maybe if you're going something saucy like the Armourouge or like the Lapras, you kind of just go one saucy option.
Bumblebee.
Bumblebee, yeah.
Okay. A little bit more stun availability. It's not exactly synergistic with your Unite move like Ice Beam is, but hey, still a solid option. Reggie Lucky is going to break that goal zone. A solid 19-point overdump, though, with that objective. Solid still.
Armourouge jungle, bro.
Right now, I mean,
Yeah.
This thing is struggling right now. It's not like it's 6.5 minutes in. Objectives, both objectives are gone, and you're still not even level 9, or you're just hitting it right now.
They just can't get past their
Like
wall.
it's just not a factor right now.
They're like, yeah, we'll save that for ourselves for later.
Onyx has some Unite moves to work with now. We got the Inteleon Unite, we got Armourouge, Serena just unlocked theirs as well, so finally having a few options. Trick Hoopa starting to get to work as well. You can see that Serena with the Grassy Glide triple axle combo getting yoinked right out.
That could go. Accurate sound effects.
Yeah, that's good. Good folio work.
Yeah, man. The balance is so big. The balance from Tall Grass. Name a
That Serena got cocky. They thought they could take the trick back, but the problem is they got CC'd and it timed out.
Nice Psycho Boom. Honestly, hits almost every single target. Lapras Unite gonna get the knockout, but Bliss Assistance is kind of the soft counter in that scenario in the backline. Absolute Unite is too much for the Armourouge to deal with, and Eeyore's gonna go down. So trades on both sides, no ground really gained from either angle, but honestly, I feel like we're going to be favoring Paper X with just a great response after losing a couple of members.
Yeah, I mean that was a solid attempt by Eeyore to try to make some magic happen, right? Stepping up.
Yeah, Psycho Boom lands on 4 targets, and then the snipe shot there to finish. It was a really nice combo play. And I mean, if you're going to be running double attacker, you need to be lining up a lot of those.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. I mean, if Yang was just a split second slower, they'd probably get the Absol there too.
yeah.
That's really what kept them going. So, I mean, try to take an opportunity. That's a quality knockout too, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is certainly not over. I mean, levels are looking pretty even.
Yeah.
Point lead isn't huge now either. I mean, it was looking big, but the numbers aren't that huge.
It's about to change likely, right? So, well, only 12 points. Really small overdone. Yeah, I think Onyx just really wanted to rotate quickly to stop this Regieleki, so they make some quick decisions. I don't know about that one on that tier 1 though.
Honestly, like if you're behind, like, you know, if you could have been behind by 40 and now you're behind by 50 or like 30 to 50, it's not the biggest deal in the world, I think, because you still need to get one more big hit somewhere. So maybe that was their idea. They just want to stay on pace.
Those frames on the scores helped a ton.
Yeah.
A ton.
The Hoopa Beam going through like 3 people, you know.
Oh, Serena's Unite move got canceled.
The hopscotch. All right, again, another one of these weird trades in terms of team fights between these teams. A lot of Unite moves, a lot of damage thrown both directions, but everybody's able to walk away for the most part. I think 1 KO on the Onyx side, but other than that, both these teams just kind of retreating, regrouping, and trying to join another one of these fights. But yeah, what a weird situation again.
Yeah, just everybody lose all your resources. Yeah, nothing happens. All right, okay. Get out of here. We'll see you next time.
It feels like they've been giving us little teases of what their team
Yeah,
fights could look like, and now they're going to give us the main course here. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe they won't. Maybe somebody will mess up really badly. But yeah.
I haven't seen this Armor Rouge do anything productive this game.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-oh.
No.
Thank you.
Gyarados DC, guys.
That was the segment.
Gyarados DC, pause the game.
We're going to have
Pause the game.
You walk away.
Oh, never mind.
All right, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. We are going to have both objectives spawn in takeable time for sure. Obviously, it seems like there's plenty of Onyx Rise down in the basement Reggie, but Paper X, that's actually pretty scary. If they can go up there and take that Regieleki and then push in more points, then they might have one of those leads where it like changes how you play the final fight. You know?
Yeah, it gets scary with no Hoopa bail out like situations to actually try to backcap with this, but it is still a whole lot of points that is being threatened on that tier 2. We can see Onyx Rise trying to play around the Rayquaza pit extremely early. It's a lot of poke damage on a Mewtwo Y. We're going to have to see a bit of a recall for Solo. Great positioning one by Onyx Rise. I mean, they're in good position.
Yeah, I like sending Eevee here. We got to get back and ready, though.
Yeah. Onyx Rise, I mean, you got an opportunity, but yeah, good work for Paper X, making sure that a rip is still really scary.
Onyx Rise, I think, needed to
What
be
region
at
is
that
this?
moment. Like, you have to be ready to take a 5v4
okay, I
in
forgot.
some aspect, but they just weren't in a position to maybe.
I'll double check after this
Look
game.
at this could be a huge flank. I mean, you look at it, he catches it, but
Oh,
oh
Unite
no, you flanked yourself.
Great cover by the
Watching the Unite move is huge, too. I would have nervously hit that button.
Yeah, 100% I'm hitting that button. A really scary spot to be in. Jeez.
We could have seen them burn down and go for the flip. They obviously don't want to flip, but I'm just saying, like, they're showing a lot of self-control at this moment.
We are sandbagging a lot of Unites right now.
We were using them a lot fast and loose earlier. Now we're locked down on those Unites.
Onyx Rise just realized there's only a minute left. Like, you got to do something here. It's starting to get too long. Look, they're giving another.
They don't know where Gyarados
flank.
is. This thing is
It's
gonna.
a scary one too. They're gonna catch as well.
Great jump on
Axeon.
Axeon. Great Mewtwo Unite.
Yeah. Mewtwo Y Unite, and I think Fell Stinger a little bit too long range to even land there as well. So scary. Onyx Rise is going to be feeling just fine about the scenario.
Let's go next. There's nothing to say about this game. They just got gapped.
But Paper X still is feeling fine.
Something like, I mean, the Blissey, giving the Blissey would be great. And just trying to play around that and what it's supporting.
Their players in the event can be matching up on stage right now.
I completely forget who walked out. Did they send out rolls together?
Was it Overlord and Kokata?
Yeah. Oh, hey, it was a nasty stare.
Whoa.
All right.
Look at the ludicrously huge water bottle that
Overlord's got equipment he's going on stage with. All right, it's coin hide time. Which color? Which color? Orange.
Orange.
For me. Oh, orange, double orange.
Overlord looking like a water boy out here.
Okay. Oh,
Purple.
Wonder Chef W on the purple pick.
Yep.
And that's been another coin hide.
It's because
right.
it's the whole
Matches of our entire tournament.
imagine
Flow chicken.
Yeah. Correct. Contestant.
it's a
Despite the
I don't want to jump too far ahead because I actually want to see this.
Thank you very much.
I wasn't criticizing it. You slice a pizza with the brain. You've never seen that. I don't understand. So you check because
The most important.
Would you cut them off?
Okay, there we go.
From Luminosity Gaming, like there's a chance. Even
Okay,
if you
Hoop
go
on
to
Psyduck
Bliss,
ban,
you
Q
may
and
say
Zero
the
ban,
division commits
first
to
pick
something
Blissey,
And those are two very
Helion and
competitive now.
Leafeon.
be happy to commit to those, I think.
Yeah. Oh, so in doing this, you take Inteleon, but you do give Slash the Umbreon. That's the decision you're making, I think. Whoa. Okay.
That's
A total departure. They're playing a little bit more safe. They want to
yeah,
have
they're
Braun have
hedging,
more
they're
info.
hedging.
Yeah.
They're hedging.
Interesting.
I don't know if I necessarily like that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like, you can go so many directions.
Love that. Yeah, great two counter picks.
Yeah.
That's going to be nasty. Okay, Zeta Division still has a chance to play a Comfey duo with the Leafeon if they want to. Okada going to be locking in the Zoroark. We're going to see. I I mean, this has been Luminosity Gaming's bread and butter winning tournament on tournament with that combo. Zeta Division, showcase a look on it too.
So inside baseball here, when we were talking to LG, I asked about Slowbro and its potential uses in this exact type of matchup, and Slash said, I cover that with Mamoswine real easy.
Okay, interesting.
That's literally what he mentioned in our interview. And Overlord on Blaziken is sick.
Also, the crowd popping off for Overlord's Blaziken pick, which I actually think is so cool. This is something that Luminosity talked about a little bit, is like, obviously they're going to be playing against a lot of Japanese teams in front of the home crowd. They are not the hometown favorites.
Yeah, they don't play that in Asia. I realized. I saw one person play it earlier.
Here in Japan,
but
so it's so cool to see the energy and
yeah,
support
Asian
in this
teams
matchup.
don't really
I mean,
play Blaziken,
don't worry
which is
about it.
kind
I
of
think
surprising.
that largely, Zeta Division fans are going to be a little bit louder.
This is actually really
Cool to
solid. Like,
see.
they don't play
That's
Maridon, they don't
really
play
cool.
Blaziken.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of any other Japanese team that isn't Zeta Division, you want LG to try and sort them out now and put their backs against the wall.
Yeah, likely, right?
Very fun draft, very exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, look how far Leafeon went down. You know, there was an opportunity for Trainer to jump on it early, actually convince the Talon play instead.
Kakata on the Metagross makes a ton of sense to me. If Comfey is going to be your only healing opportunity, you just need something that can self-sustain, right? Kakata is going to be on an island for a large part of this game. That's how Zeta Division always plays. Kakata ends up hanging out in the top half
For this match.
Oh, perfect. We nailed that one.
We did good.
That
we
was
did
sick.
good.
We
Love
waited
that.
until LG was on. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that was huge.
the damage is going to be gigantic against the Metagross as well.
Fantastic. I think we did.
I think you're right. I think this actually comes down to Tomato and Slash.
Sorry, I was just laughing. Spraggle's not even on screen and did drop his microphone.
Nice. It's certainly not going to work.
Yeah, thank you.
Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. All right.
Thank you.
You walked away.
Okay, so a 3-player push on the top side.
Hopefully on Beldum early sucks. Ooh. Like, it's so difficult to play into.
Beldum early.
Beldum Comfy,
Yeah.
it's just miserable.
Yeah, that iron defense, the defense boost is crazy, and then that huge boosted auto attack. It's slow, it's predictable, but if it lands, it hurts so much.
And when you're a little baby, you really don't have a lot of tools to get away from anything.
Ooh, wow. Look at this. Vidopo kind of punishing the 1-buff rotation from Trainer on just the Fletchling at the moment. Is they going to steal the blue buff? But Curios
good
with the
damage.
is going to put a lot of damage in.
Yeah, that's an understatement. That was nearly a KO.
Forcing them back is not irrelevant here.
Yep. That's massive. Slash playing this really aggressively. Slowing up. Ooh. I mean, for so many crazy threats in the early game, a little bit of a passive look from both these teams. I mean, so scary, but maybe a cold situation.
I mean, I think LG had some really good evasive maneuvers. I mean,
Yep.
both Rom and Vitopo went in to try and see if they could chip someone, and successfully dodged out, did LG. So they're testing the waters.
Oh, totally.
They're testing the waters.
They're testing the waters for blood. You know, that's what it feels like. It's like there's a bunch of sharks, and they're like the moment they sense a bit of weakness, somebody is getting jumped on.
100%. Well, we'll get a first look at maybe a mini team fight. 8 minutes to start, and the birds are there, and they're gone.
Yeah, I would
Vitopo gonna
test that. Right,
crush
good
that.
coverage here. Hukata rotating around to actually cut off.
Yeah, Overlord did get hit by Grass Knot. So that got really scary there for just a brief moment, but is able to get away and get the berries. But this Comfey Zoroark duo, this early game is a little too strong.
The crowd popping off for an Overlord KO.
Yeah.
Overlord getting put down.
Yeah.
I mean, it is fun to see Overlord get KO'd by like his signature kind of in a way, right?
Against
Like that's a
Zoroark,
little
yeah.
bit interesting. Yeah. Not that it's never going to happen. It hasn't happened before. But
Right. Well, Slash does go down, but a little bit of scoring will get them their evolution into the Philoswines, feeling a little bit stronger about that in particular. Wow, Curios on the run right now.
Damn.
Gonna get shut down. Zeta Division on this Hunter pattern.
Zoroark is getting some nice picks here and there.
Sprinkles was really talking well about Vitopo before this tournament.
Yeah,
like
a
a
lot,
lot.
yeah.
Well, I'll admit it. He's right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Vitopo's really good.
Yeah, don't tell him, but yeah, he's incredibly
Well, okay.
correct.
Yeah, obviously I know that everybody on Zeta is quite good, but particularly today is looking very, very special.
Okay, so Luminosity Gaming going to be going all the way to the top side. Trades on both. Leafeon going down, but of course getting a KO before doing so. They don't have a Metagross to contend with, just the Matang at the moment.
Not hitting a snipe shot kind of hurts. Allows it to walk. A lot of points to go in.
There you go. A little bit of a comeback. Talonflame trying to get some stacks for Trainer. Get it as low as possible so we can potentially break this goal zone at a bigger margin.
Yep.
Luminosity Gaming punching back.
Yeah, well done. Well done. I like this lack of contest that they had downstairs. Just try to find some value somewhere else. They are going to need to get Mamoswine online, though. That's going to be critical. You can't say it's the way you deal with it if you don't have it online to go in there and deal with it.
What?
Yeah. Multiple Unite moves used by Luminosity just simply to get out. There was a Bliss assistance used earlier on by Otter to try to support Overlord.
Damn.
Not a single one of those gambles going to work out in their favor.
Oh, running through them.
Yeah.
Okay, chance for some damage.
Zora Comfy duo are putting in work.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful block.
Snipe Shot, it does go through wild Pokemon. It doesn't go through player Pokemon. So Wajiro hopping off is a chance to absorb a Snipe Shot before it can land on the Zoroark. I mean, really heads up Comfey player.
It's of ELO Season 2.
Yeah.
It always comes back.
Honestly, I think a really, really well-played Comfey is awesome to watch.
Yeah.
The difference between like the top level Comfeys and like just really good
And, like,
Comfeys
me.
is infinite.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
different
you're
character.
top level, yeah.
It's
Agreed.
like I'm playing with one hand on the controller, eating a sandwich.
Yeah. And you're like, hey,
Floral
what?
healing.
And they're like, great healing.
Like, aren't you gonna hop off, grab some more flowers? No, I'm not.
Overlord in a 1v3, gonna lose that one pretty handedly.
Oh!
The goal zone, but not without
Oh,
any kind of
close.
concern. Very, very low.
Bro, this is like the
HP.
it doesn't happen very often, but like this is one of those games where like Overlord is getting bullied.
Yeah, you can see Rom on this Leafeon, like as soon as they get any kind of engagement victory, is immediately just taking a peek into the enemy central area. Whether it's that blue buff up, is that red buff up, I can knock it out so quickly that it might be an opportunity to take it away. Reggie Alecki is not going to land. Mamoswine makes it in time, but hey, there we go. Luminosity Gaming does find a way to secure a Reggie steal.
It's a nice little boost, but they just haven't been fighting together quite yet. And I know
Oh, and walk too.
Red Lucky goes in. That's actually huge.
Can they get me both?
Curios.
Yeah. Oof. They get Vidopo, but that's all they can achieve.
Damn.
Not slowing down
Bro,
Overlord
Luminosity
as
in
well.
shambles right now.
Gonna try to get a little bit of healing with that fire punch, but not enough. Yeesh. What a start from Zeta.
Actually almost won that fight after being at like 1 HP. Okay, they didn't actually manage to find Gokata. That's pretty big. They're getting some reverse EXP. I mean, look at the levels. It's actually, I want to say, is it slightly in LG's favor? Yeah, no, not quite. No.
So, I mean, getting the Topo was huge.
Yeah.
And then getting the Ice Fang repositioned into finally Curios hitting a snipe shot in that combination has done them a lot of good here.
Yeah, Vidopo actually had almost a 40-second respawn timer when they got KO'd in that situation. So having a phenomenal early game, already at level 14 and still a minute away from the final stretch.
We just had the double support core rundown for for their
Slash
Unite
and
moves
Honor
back.
are on a one-track mind right now.
Like, hey, if I get these 13 points in, great. If not, I'm knocked out and I get my Unite move back.
Yeah, please just give me my Unite move back.
Oh, this is pretty aggressive. Oh, big. Weird timing on that. Felt like really late to try and really get that KO.
I don't think they were looking for it. I think they were really worried that the final hit of Faith attack was going to take out the talent. They'd rather just dodge away.
Yeah, but still, I mean, Unite comes back quick, but it's a little bit scary to use it at, 250.
Totally is. Okay, Reggie Alecki has spawned in. Good forward pressure by Kokata. Going to capitalize by the Zoroark. Vidopo getting a ton of damage. Overlord threatening some damage as well.
Flash pop their Unite move. Sugar 2, that's huge. Trainer going down quickly.
Yeah. All
Their
5
respawn timers are short.
Yeah.
Luminosity are in trouble here.
Silver lining. They do have a
I think this is like the first time in like a long time I've actually seen Luminosity struggling the way they are right now.
A rusty line?
Like a cloud. Dark cloud.
A cloud, yeah.
Oh, hold on a minute. They had a little bit of opportunity there. They're kind of getting caught out, but there might be an escape. Although, hold on. Trainer
Nice slow roll Unite.
That's unfortunate.
Oh!
Taken out as well. That was was just not the engagement that LG wanted. Instead of going to take advantage of this,
And they're
turned
pulling
out
too.
It looks like they are.
Yeah, they went all in on Vidova. Like, it was just, we need to knock out this door. They don't have enough time.
Wow. Wow. That was clean.
Not this go around. That was really Zeta Division's game from start to finish.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, there was no breathing room allowed for Luminosity Gaming there. Well done by Zeta, and that looks like a tough team. Oof.
I think Luminosity did a really good job of fighting
Yeah, no. This is day one.
their way back into standing a chance at the end.
I didn't get to
but
watch these matches.
The way they got caught
I'm
out,
like, I'm way behind.
Completely got rid of any prospect of winning. Like, that was just, I don't know if it was like miscoordination, or miscommunication, coordination, or whatever word. It was something not.
What seeding is Zeta from? Zeta Division is... Oh, they're first. Oh, okay. So Zeta Division is Japan's first, at least to this year's standings. Fennel was last year's world champions. Okay, got it. I think I was confusing.
I honestly think their coordination was fine. They just aimed for the Zorak and they didn't get the KO, and they're all in now, and it's a situation where Metagross Unite is going to shut you down after that. Like, I mean, taking out the level 15 Zorak is paramount in some of these final fights, and unfortunately, you swing and you miss sometimes, and Zeta Division is feeling way better.
I don't know if it, okay, obviously, it takes more than luck to beat LG, but the thing is, from my time watching competitive matches, at least as of recently, I don't think any North America team has stomped LG the way Zeta Division did in this specific game.
Better about that.
I'm just not sure if they're able to even get a follow-up if they do, right? Two members.
Yeah, this is map 1. This is game number 1.
And they did have their kind of main damage core out there, but like, I don't know how you expect that you're gonna take that out and then escape.
Oh wow, I'm
when it's
impressed.
already kind of your main target. They also had a pretty sweet combo that they could have done if they got a Mammoth Swine, Ice Fang, picking something up. It could have been cool, but this is not what happened.
Yeah. Now look at this. Zeta trying to make it a real situation here on the scoreboard. They want to beat LG by 1,000, and they're pretty darn close.
Yeah, their points there. They can pick them up. 3 seconds left. Pick them up. They're doing it. They're doing it.
I do feel like this is a tournament with an unprecedented amount of four-digit finishes.
I know.
It's been crazy so far.
What a dumpstering. Well done by Zeta. Great draft, really clever. Grabbing Slowbro first, banning Mimikyu.
They lost game 1, yeah. It's a best of 3 series. But they actually got stomped in this first match.
They didn't need it as much,
Well, they were so far ahead,
Yeah,
right?
they were so far ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Essentially, it was just saying, if you want to go comfy, we've got our resolution sorted.
Yeah.
Holy
If we wanna
moly.
go comfy,
Or our
we've
damage
all
farming.
Resolution sorted.
Vito,
Oh,
155,000 damage.
Against LG. That is a little bit of a statement, is what I'm going to say.
Carving them up out there. Yeesh. What a
Yeah, we
performance.
saw this at least. That you just go, whatever, move.
No one cares about this series. Fuck you guys. Is the other team really good, or is this the first time on stream? No. So that team that was playing LG, they're the first seed from Japan. So at the very least, as of right now, they are the best Japanese team.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say?
Okay, 10 hours into it.
So not only
Team forward first time. So
In the draft a little bit. Very well done.
So
by
number
Zeta
1 from
Division.
NA versus
Yeah,
number
I would
1
ban
from...
ban as the
Japan.
second option. You could just ban away Comfey, I suppose.
Yep.
Another option you could move towards, and it looks like that will be locked in. Zeta Division not going to be changing their ban strategy. Confident with what worked so far.
you still
Yeah.
first pick Felicity?
I thought
Yeah,
Fennel was the best
that's
team in
the big
Japan.
question mark.
So Fennel was Fennel are the current world champions. They won last year's Worlds. But if we're talking about right now, they are the second place team in Japan. So Zeta Division is number 1, Fennel is number 2. At least based on current standings.
right? I think you might have to.
But like you could argue Fendel's better, but like you could argue Fendel's
Like,
better
it's
because
not.
they won
It's
Worlds, but yeah, right now
But okay,
Zeta's
Trainer gonna
number
take the
one
Leafeon
for
in
Japan
his
at
first
least.
pick.
Well, because then you put them on either like Hoopa Umbreon, Blissey, something like that,
Yeah.
and then you get the what's left, right?
Ooh, Blissey Serena would be interesting. Oh,
Okay.
Oh!
Blissey Hoopa. Very
You get
interesting.
what's left is the direct quotes that you just said, which
Okay.
is accurate, which is essentially nothing.
If there's a support player in this tournament very willing to not play a yellow background supporter Pokemon,
Correct.
I mean, it might be Otter.
They need to anchor this pick though. They do not need to grab Mew now. Mew attacker is not awesome.
There are some
Keep
teams
going.
that have been trying to play it. Like a few of the APAC teams have been trying to see if they could make it
You
work.
can try and play whatever you want, Zoinks. You are allowed to do that.
All right, Tyranitar pick incoming from Zeta Division. Here we go.
I mean, they've done other options. They have done new 2Y support as well, so it's not like it's
Okay.
like them stealing it away would end their opportunities. But wow, they're really kind of going. I mean, this is a scary team. Oh my goodness, on the Zeta
Yeah.
Division side, this bird is going to be a problem. There's no way we see Cranberry. Okay.
Yeah, likely going to be Trick Hoopa. I think we're going to see Watch Your Own Tomato swap, so I think that would make a little more sense in that scenario. Oh, Overlord looking at potentially a Buzzwole as a soft answer, and Curios going to lock in Meowscarada.
Interesting.
Super interesting choice from Luminosity Gaming. Definitely a tech I personally did not expect. We're going to have like a very weird damage score. We could see Curios and Overlord swap
Switch,
mix.
that's what I was gonna say.
Or the
There's
top
very
5
likely
supports off the
opportunity,
board.
but It will be that
Yep.
Metagross again for Pukado.
What I've noticed about this tournament as well is
the Metagross. I mean, you'd have to shit the
a
team.
lot like
You go
supports
really
are
high,
becoming like the
and then
top
you'll
banned
have a
Pokemon as
animal
well.
Blissey. That could be really scary to like shift it from this melee like brawler comp to all of a sudden you have this really scary range option and double support, and it's kind of like less predictable.
Yeah.
But I mean, this works really well too, obviously.
Yeah, so that helping him would work great there. Now what you've done is created two amazing Blitz assistance
Yes.
targets. Now you have like Serena and Metagross set up to be just truly perfect combinations in some of these late game moments.
Win-win.
Where Otter picked Mew, I think I would have liked to see
Suicune
Umbreon
not good anymore? Suicune's
slash
fine.
not pick in that mode.
I have not seen Suicune in like the
Slash
last.
can play either Umbreon. I could go to Otter and play.
I actually don't think it's allowed.
Cheerios play at top
Uh,
too.
Yeah.
I don't
And it
remember
really
Suicune
opens
being
stuff
played
up.
in this.
Plus
Like it
you
was played
can tell
yesterday, but that was the
competition.
NA
She had problems with last game.
the NA March
and it's
finals.
just not in the mix. So I think I would have liked to see that, but
I generally just think it's allowed in this tournament.
Umbreon does not make an appearance on the draft screen.
at all.
No ban, no ban.
Because I don't remember seeing it at all.
Snorlax
And it's never been
an
banned
option.
once.
I like the Snorlax into the.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just not allowed.
Into the Talonflame specifically. A lot of fun little rest combos. You can try to block these quick moving birds, but
We missed it.
No.
Oh, we missed it.
Yeah,
Bad
we missed
time.
Yeah, I had a really good point about Snorlax and Talonflame that I had to get out, so I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's totally fine. When I think the metagame of this tournament
Why don't you play
is evolving
professionally?
faster than any tournament we've cast. In like
I have
the
no
last-
interest in playing professionally.
but probably ever actually.
This really is just like a training ground for these teams. Like every one of these teams is going to come out of here infinitely scarier. Like yeah, you think NA was kind of not standing a chance against LG before? I think it's the next But wow.
That's an early KO. Jeez. All right, Meowscarada going down. It is Curios taking on the Meowscarada.
He was hinting for stats, right?
Yep.
Like he wanted to get those in. That's an exchange you're always got to be willing to make.
Yeah.
If they get this, they probably do get this KO, right?
Huh? Maybe not. Wow, just walked away. They turned the exact same moment. It looked like they were bots.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just that locked in.
Yeah, instead, Trainer just getting as much damage as they can on this Leafeon, and of course some attack weight stacks as well to work with. No KOs though. Notable no KOs. I'm excited to see Otter on this Mew. I know maybe the draft pick position wasn't optimal in that scenario, but I am really excited to see that Pokemon trying to make some waves. As good as Blissey is right now in the metagame, I do like seeing Otter on the pocket pick.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, it's a classic. It's always so fun to see, but it's going to be interesting the amount of like damage or KO potential that they have. I mean, they've got a lot of damage on the Luminosity Gaming side, but it's not all of them accessible.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh, but Trainer. Yeah, those situations are
Good
so
rotation from
scary.
Trainer.
I mean, Leafeon just so incredible at applying this pressure. Good rotation by the Vidobo to dodge any of the leaves, but Yubu Sonato not going to push through the shields created by the goal zone.
I feel like Trainer didn't have the best game last game. Just never had a chance to like get to full power, but already looking to be having a pretty strong game this time around. I mean, look at that, level 8.
Yeah, Trainer was fighting from behind all game though, right?
Yeah.
Like the Talonflame was never ahead.
Yeah.
The Topo was just completely taken over. The engagements they were taking where they were down a level or two every time. So you're right. I mean, when you're playing these types of characters, you're fighting from that position. You have to keep trying because there's no other way into the game.
Yeah.
But it's really tough sledding.
Totally. All right, another huge. You guys didn't even need
They really wanted that Talonflame.
But Talonflame going to fall nonetheless. That goal zone extremely low on the bottom side. And so far, Zeta Division yet to score a single point, but a good strike taking down that Buzzwole.
Certainly the first point will be here. Didn't quite get there in time to stop the whole thing, but still, I mean, ahead by like 70 points is pretty good. They scored in the bottom, I think, maybe, or they're currently about to score in the bottom.
Yeah, poor Slash is trying to defend against these as long as he could, and oh no, didn't take that Citrus Berry. As soon as the goal zone being broken, the other one is going to vanish. Regice is secure, but look at this. Zeta Division on a mad dash to tier 2.
Immediately.
They're not even defending. I mean, Overlord was there, right? Like there was a chance to try and defend it, but it's like whatever, we'll take it. They're gonna have to deal with the Regieleki. They did take the basement Reggie in the meantime, which is pretty huge. They're trying to stay ahead in level and strength. It seems like that's what they've been prioritizing both games. Not that it's managed to happen, but ooh, nice escape against the fly.
Let's see where Curios goes in this Meowscarada. I mean, trying to get just one spot where you land a flower trick, maybe bring it into a group of enemies, but the Hoopa going down with some nice Overlord. Looking great.
This is really Overlord, right? Like I can't really, yeah, this Overlord. It's so weird that they didn't switch between Overlord and Kyrios. Like I was so sure that was gonna happen.
Ow!
Nice.
Oh, play.
Play for Flame. Super Swole Smackdown being countered by Flame Sweep.
It's honestly refreshing to see.
Grass versus grass
Like normally when you see LG,
versus another grass.
you just automatically think to yourself, like when you're watching them in North America, you automatically think to yourself, oh, LG's probably gonna win. Like regardless of whether you like them or not, you recognize that they're the top team. And usually it's like kind of one-sided. This is like one of those series where it's actually genuinely close from like start to finish, at least up until now.
But Masquerada have a
I'm
much
not even
tougher
too
start.
sure why Otter was in that.
They're keeping it
position
competitive.
Where 3 of them were. Okay.
Nice.
I mean, Curios unites to try to take out a single target on the other side, but of course, is Arena going to respond immediately? Trainer doing Trainer things, making sure that 40 points are being plugged in some other point in the map, and despite Luminosity Gaming kind of losing these last couple of engagements, are holding a pretty solid lead.
Yeah.
Trainer also got a KO in that right before that happened. It was a 1v1 that led to that. So yeah, Trainer absolutely popping off this game, which is expected on the Leafeon.
Yeah. Huge. All right, Overlord does find one. Actually chooses to Unite move. Won't get the secondary hit of Super Swole, but it's going to take
good
that fight.
super
Big
power.
Unite move from the Hoopa to respond, though.
Right into
Gonna
the
bring-
power nap. That was gargantuan power nap.
Yeah.
Nice bliss assistance. Wow.
Oh?
Yeah, this Metagross on the doorstep of level 12. So tanky, I'm going to say for a moment, actually gets bursted down extremely quickly. Slash going to try to steal a bit of the experience if they can, but unfortunately, the Pokemon that you would want to be getting damage done in that situation is forced to recall. Curiosity Meowscarada just way too low on HP to really contend there.
Looked like Otter was kind of spacing out. Oh my goodness, there's one. Only one. This Metagross is looking like it's going to be a problem.
Yep.
Yeah, Kata with a really fantastic response. Emerald two-step able to take one, but certainly not two. Zeta Division taking yet another Regieleki and setting it down, but they're also showing presence towards bottom side.
It does look like the
Hoopa
big
doesn't have a
game
Unite move just yet.
not well, there's a chance that we can see the Snorlax make it over here.
Okay, Overlord is defending top lane, Leafeon recalled. 2 of them are bottom. Yeah, this should be free. Unless Kyrios steals it.
The Rock's actually completely blocking it off.
Yeah.
So, as usual, Regirock is the strongest Pokemon in the game.
Oh
Yep,
my
not even
goodness,
close.
it's broken.
Not even close. Good heavy slam.
Yeah, unfortunately, Slash is yawn right now in this Snorlax, so it doesn't really have a big chance to block multiple targets who are attempting to score on their goal zone. Instead, just trying to buy a little bit more time for Overlord, who's already bursted down. Geez, so much damage onto that Buzzwole.
Yeah, Overlord has not really been in this game very much, and again, oh my goodness, Kokota is just maximum menace.
Wow,
now.
49-point
Just
overcap.
running
Holy
over.
moly.
We had such a good start of the game, but it's been almost solely just Metagross that's just been running their team. They just don't have an answer for it, and that's not the first time we've seen that today. Like, Metagross is really kind of in a scary spot.
Yep.
Especially with 2 supports.
Yeah, there's a lot of backup
Yeah.
for that Pokemon. And it does mean that Kagata's got to play this more frontline-centric Pokemon. However, with a level lead like this, I don't think they're worried about that at all.
Yep. Not at all.
Yeah, the good news, you were mentioning it, Trainer popping off in this matchup is at level 14, and they catch that Metagross.
Oh
early.
man,
A lot
that's an
of
early
shields,
Unite
though.
move from
Metagross
Overlord.
gonna give him a bit of movement speed, and Shrink
Oh,
fails him out.
He's popping their Unite move as well. Serena's charging the passive. Lions is...
They're going to unite.
Oh!
Gear's going down.
Dude, the Metagross Unite move cut the freaking Talonflame.
By their teammate. So, come on.
No matter what, cannot avoid it.
Here's the only one down right now. This is really scary. They're trying to think about whether they want to back or not. We're going to see that Talonflame back, the scariest position of all time.
Yeah.
Hoping there was nothing going to hit them.
Rom is so threatening right now on this Serena. Little 14 did just Unite move.
Wait, why are they
The
pulling,
backline,
though?
by the way. Trainer LJC taking so much damage from that Serena. I don't think they got the mobility to get away. That's going to be it.
Why are they flipping?
City Gaming are going to seal the Rayquaza.
Otter, you absolute MVP. They need to get points in though.
Hello?
Yeah, it's going to become a score race
Oh,
very
yeah.
quickly. That bottom, neither goal zone broken with the initial scores either. Wow.
no.
419. Curios still has a shield, but they need to get to a goal zone.
Oh no. Oh, Curios is being sneaky. Oh, please just stay on Curios. Please. Please stay on real Curios.
Come on,
Stay
Curios.
Oh, don't
Oh,
even-
and
no,
Slash has a shield.
Okay.
And Overlord has the shield too.
They're trying to push bottom though in the meantime to try to get counter score. There's only 3 members. I mean,
Rom just playing the patient right now.
Oh, this is so scary. I think there's no way you stop this Snorlax shield.
Yawn!
Oh, yawn!
A full heal,
Cleansed it.
full heal bails him out of it for just a moment. Our full shield's gone.
Oh, what's just gone?
Oh, Slash!
Okay, they're pushing bottom southwest, right?
Yeah, they're
they got
pushing
50
the bottom.
points. If that goes in, that is enough.
Oh, my
clearly.
goodness.
Oh, they need to score in there. There's 26 seconds left. That's
Look
a lot
at
of
him.
time. Oh,
Kokata! Super Soul Slam finally steps through Flame Sweep to clear!
Okay,
That's
20
20.
points in, not quite enough yet.
it needs to be Metagross. This 15 needs to go in. They need to wipe them. Overlord's down, so 4 members up.
Nice surf!
Oh, what a devastating surf from
Solar
Otter.
Beam! Kokata's still standing!
I don't think they got enough time right now.
Ah!
City Gaming.
Holy!
Oh my God!
Word.
That... Otter, are you kidding me, brother?
Multiple game-saving moments.
Yeah, that was ballsy, though.
Like 6 clutches in a row. Can I just point that out? That was amazing. Oh my God. Enough.
I don't think they got the mobility to get away. Rom is so threatening right now.
Right now, this is really scary. They're trying to think about whether they want to back or not. We're gonna see that Talonflame back, the scariest position of all time.
Yeah.
Hoping there was nothing gonna hit them.
Rom is so threatening right now on this Serena. Little 14 did just Unite move somebody in the backline, by the way. Trainer LJC taking so much damage from that Serena. I don't think they got the mobility.
Yeah, Serena united the Leafeon, but Talonflame was too early with the fly. Look how low it is, and then...
Serena, little 14 did just Unite move somebody in the backline, by the way. Trainer LJC taking so much damage from that Serena. I don't think they got the mobility to get away.
Like, look how low it is. Then where's Mew?
That's gonna be it.
I think Mew got it with the surf.
Seal the Rayquaza.
Otter, you absolute MVP! They need to get points in though.
Real, yeah, it's gonna become a score race very
yeah.
quickly. That bottom.
I have no idea. I don't know if he has a pick. I mean, I like Mamoswine a lot. I mean, it's another great option for, obviously when you have this set of double support, you're going to want something that's some sort of like speedster or like super hard carry. And if you can catch them away with an Ice Fang, that's good.
Okay, now you...
I'm actually gonna pause it right here because I'm gonna play an ad anyways, because otherwise it's gonna interrupt the next match. I'm gonna grab some food really quickly. I've returned. I want snack. No. When I say snack, I just mean food, and like I actually got food. My dinner, which is like barbecue chicken and rice. But while I'm eating, I'm still gonna be here. I'm gonna play the thing, but I'm gonna hide my cameras, punching in your face. I'll turn myself back on once I'm done.
Where are they gonna go with this?
So now we hide what Overlord wants to play here a little bit.
No!
Yeah, just a lot of
Oh my god, I
reliance on,
freaking fat
we
ping,
either
like
get
I
it
was moving
here or
my
we
keyboard and I
don't.
freaking
Yeah, it's
clicked
gonna
this
be
thing.
it's gonna be the end game. These final fights, and unfortunately,
I know, I was close, okay.
Funny watching game one to have a shot. Funny watching game one and just seeing a team essentially
Luminosity Gaming
There
side
you
means that the healing of Clefable and this huge tanky comp is going to be really hard to take down now, right? It's just going to be so hard for them to burn through with only really like 2 damage dealers.
Yeah. I love that we talked so much about how these two teams are so similar, and then we see the draft reverse a little bit in Game 3. That's really fun.
It was so funny watching Game 1 and just seeing a team essentially play Luminosity into Luminosity.
Woo! Okay. Another great Metagross start alongside that Leafeon.
Such a
A
powerful
defining
Hero making it out to his wild work.
defining pick in this game, it feels like, is going to be this Leafeon. Currently, it's on the side of Zeta Division. It's working out really well so far.
The fact that Trainer didn't get that again is like kind of a bummer. Not that, you know, Talonflame isn't amazing, but just doing so good on it.
I'm so used to watching Slash on Mamoswine that like my brain is flipping the teams right now.
And he's on Hoopa, not even on Blissey. That's also wild to me. To see Slash not picking up the Blissey in this game, but
It probably means it's Safeguard helping hand.
Otter is literally clearing the center area
of the enemy central.
Come on.
Yeah, one thing Luminosity Gaming's always been very good at.
Hanging out. Big Catherine.
Yep, there
Oh,
it
it's
is.
hanging.
Doing a little bit of dancing.
What are they doing?
Okay, good set. Good set so far. A little bit split up, yeah. They could actually maybe catch out somebody right here. Although they're already so scared of this. Dang, oh my goodness.
Fuller's just gonna get bursted down.
Wow. Brave Bird is so good.
Yeah.
They just gotta land him though. Trainer had some near misses.
Ooh, Trevenant just 1v1 Mewtwo though in the bottom
Curious
lane.
has a big 1v1 in the bottom
They
side,
traded
and
1 for 1.
Tomato's still stuck on the swing up in this situation. So bottom path going incredibly well for Luminosity Gaming. It's
Yeah,
just
seven,
the problem is I mean Kakata's doing great on the top side. So that's the
There it
trade.
is.
And
There
there's
we
the
go.
shutdown.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah, they're gonna have to put a lot of energy into KOing Metagross.
Yeah.
It has to go down, and it can only generate 1 shield, basically. You can only give it 1 shield. You can't let this thing hang out long enough to generate multiple Gyro Ball shields.
Yeah, Wajiro might have something to say about that as this game continues, but at the moment, so far looking great. Wow.
Oh.
Leafeon Unite what?
That was
What's the biggest shock Pokemon?
Alright, LG, I'm actually
It's not
feeling
really
it.
a shock
LG is
to me,
really
because
they're
I thought
on
someone
point
would
right
pick
now.
it.
It's their coordination, right? They
But
don't
I
have that
think
much
if we're
damage,
talking
but
about
their damage they
if
have
we're
is ridiculous burst, and they are
generally
hitting those targets
speaking,
perfectly
game number
together.
1,
it is looking
they
very
picked
clean,
Phalanx.
at least early game.
I don't know if I've ever seen the Trick Hoopa combo.
Game
from
1
LG.
Phalanx in this entire
I
tournament.
don't know if I've gotten. a
And then
chance
they
to
picked
see it
in
or at
game
least
3 as well, I
commentate it.
think.
Right now, it's crushing.
Certainly never seen double support Trick Hoopa like
Yeah, maybe
Blissey. That in general is weird for them, but that they're showing that they can do it. And if they beat them with their own comp, that would be certainly a statement.
Uh-huh. All right, yeah, Reggie Lucky gonna be going down.
Yeah, they're taking it.
Yeah, you actually have Otter and Slash being the ones farming the wild Pokemon on this side. Really need to get that Hoopa Unite move optimally. That's what they're looking for. And hey, another KO for Overlord. Wow, actually not wanting to take the 1v1 in this situation. Does not have Unite move yet. Only at
Ooh.
level 8.
That's not good.
Gets shut down by that Mewtwo Y of Rom.
Reggie
Curious
like he
again,
pushed.
quietly, just level 9,
Yep.
Yeah.
just in the bottom path, doing their thing.
That Metagross 10 is very scary.
Uh-huh.
Vitopo 10 also very scary on that Leafeon.
Yeah, quickly, I think gone are the days of where you could burst it down in the early minutes of this game, but no longer. When you had the Brave Bird evolution advantage, I think that was your chance. Absol Unite to get out of the Metagross Unite. That's going to be a Leafeon.
They really don't like Overlord, man. Oh my god.
Unite leapfrog at this point.
Good blitz assistance. They got to convert on this. They have to convert on this.
You're going to heal and then you're going to try to
Man,
land, but
that's
boy,
tough.
That was hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they don't go down.
Yeah.
Sure.
Is the situation there, but
Yeah, a lot of resources for nothing. You lost Overlords Unite, you lost Otters Unite. That's a tough one.
I know we keep saying it, but Metagross looks invincible.
It's so strong.
The MVP Pokemon right now.
Certainly of this matchup, it has been.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it work out really well in a few others as well. Similar concepts too. It just hasn't gone down. Wow, great escape.
Oh no.
Oh, really nice.
Doing its best Talonflame impression. Eating right into the wall.
Yeah, technically true. Luminosity Gaming taking their
yes,
time.
the Rings Unbound fake pull, so everybody can go score and farm instead.
Oh, what
okay.
a Revenant Unite move, by the way. That is Hyper Beam on Clefable, so if they want a chance to try to secure with it, they will have the opportunity, unless Wedgero gets KO before they even get the chance. Yeah, the opportunity I mentioned
That Trevenant was preposterous.
Yeah,
This Pylos,
I think it hit 6 members of Zeta Division.
the really bad thing here that I need to point out is the fact that Piloswine is still a Piloswine. You're more than halfway through the game, and you're not level 9. Depending on if there's a situation where you're able to engage or like even fight, like it basically means you're gonna get 2 Unite moves max, like 2 meaningful Unite moves off max this entire game because you're so starved for experience. That's really not good. I think this is actually the first time I've seen an Asian team play Mamoswine. I'm pretty sure I saw it before, but I don't remember. They're not having a good game right now.
The coach
The merch
backstage.
booth felt their threat. The merch booth caught the forest curse.
Oh no! Okay, it's a 5-on-1. Can we take down the Metagross?
They even united for him.
Yeah.
They got to get rid of that thing.
5-on-1.
Leafeon coming in and do some work.
Roger was done that. Overlord feeling this Absol in this game.
Yeah.
Oh my word, is he
Beautiful.
triple?
Also, there is one thing that Spriggle said that actually needs to be corrected. If you rewind the match to, sorry, I'm eating, so like it's hard for me to use my keyboard.
Unite, you lost.
So we're talking about right here. So what Unite moves were used in this sequence of events? You lost the Absol Unite, you lost the Metagross Unite, you lost the Blissey Unite, Leafeon Unite as well. Now, although it didn't go in favor of
Good Blitz assistance. They gotta convert on this.
what do you call it?
They have to.
Although it didn't necessarily go in favor of Luminosity, the thing is, if you look at what happened literally 30 seconds from now, at this like situation of events,
True.
yes, Luminosity don't have Unite moves. At least like on the Absol, on the Blissey, it doesn't really matter because they have the numbers because of the Hoopa Unite.
Unbound fake pull, so everybody can go.
Piloswine's
score
under level.
Oh,
okay.
And when it comes
Unite
to team fighting, the enemy team is debatably more actually not even debatably, it's just like because nobody has Unite moves, it's really hard for Leafeon to really be meaningful in a team fight situation, and Metagross is not even there. So Metagross isn't there, Leafeon doesn't have Unite move, Piloswine doesn't even have Unite move because they're underleveled. So like you have an underleveled team on top of the fact you have a numbers disadvantage on their side. Like it doesn't matter if they don't have Unites or not.
That is Hyper Beam on Clefable, so if they want a chance to try to secure with it, they will have the opportunity.
Besides, most
Unless
of
Wedgero gets KO before they even get the chance. Yeah, the opportunity I mentioned
That Trevenant was preposterous.
Go get Coco again. Okay, Coco got a save from the Penta Ender. But
I like the preemptive Blitz.
Yeah, we're taking this no matter what.
Look at how low Kokata is now. Brave Bird. Did he miss the Brave Bird?
No, it hit. That's just the size of the shield, dude.
It's just so big.
Just walking away.
Crazy.
I like the slash pulling the berry through before the trainer can take it after he Brave Birded to there.
Oh no. Oh, you're all alone there. I like the attempt, I guess, but yeah, not gonna be able to get anything off of that. Still, it's
Zeta
LG.
Division, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team.
I should have just said nothing. LG's pulling this together really well, super well. When it looked like there was not a lot of options, I should say.
When there was no light.
Overlord is the that Absol has enough burst to deal with Metagross, to deal with Mamoswine, especially if Clefable doesn't get another round of Moonlight, right? Like you'll get one round of Moonlight on it, but if you can stop Clefable from getting a second round of Moonlight, that could be really big.
Like win or lose, I think LG drafted really well, and they were very smart about it. But obviously, with teams like this, it comes down to anything.
with so few teams going for rips on Rayquaza, just because the explosiveness nature of all this I mean, it's too big of a risk to do it right now. We get some really interesting endgame situations a lot of the time. It's a little bit of poke damage.
I really like that trick hoop
Just a little bit of a trick.
on the Talon
I
Flame.
like that like explosive gut check.
Like, you get your damage up and then you just pop out. That's so toxic.
All right, here we go.
150 and still no.
Yeah, I mean, LG is all around this.
LG's up, so, you know, they're kind of seeing if Zeta's going to try something. Leafeon's got 50 on the bottom path.
Yeah,
Moonlight down.
Capped on the second tier, but I think
Overlord's on the hunt for Vitopo, too.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, they got the talent. Great cover by Kyrios.
Overlord's going in.
It's down.
oh my god.
Three.
Okay, Absol's still alive. Pops Unite move has Bliss assistance.
Overlord runs through this entire team right now.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Overlord just saved the game. They don't have the damage for Rayquaza.
Can rip that.
They can't
Oh my
rip it.
goodness. Just recall.
That is actually huge.
Yeah, they just have to kind of like, they just have to sort of dance around it and make sure they can't start it. That's what they're looking at right now.
What an
Obviously,
Overlord
Zeta's
bailout.
looking
Yeah,
to
the
start.
Brainbird's back. Straight into the trick, big engage,
Wow.
pull through, chunk of damage. They can't step up.
But I mean, look at
Forcing
that
out the
moonlight.
Yeah, you're just forcing out the moonlight early. Now they can do it again.
Yep.
Yeah.
They can't do Rayquaza though. They have no range to
They have
pull.
heal back up and just doing it slower and slower. And that's what they're doing. Look, they're walking away.
Oh, huge Brave Bird.
Oh my gosh!
Trainer! 3 KOs.
It's
I think
over.
Right there, getting one of the last ones. That's got to shut down their chances.
Wow.
20 seconds left. LG losing so bad in game number 1, but they are just dissecting Zeta Division now.
Let's
Legion of Brave
freaking go, dude!
The
Ah.
Legion of Brave Bird was perfect.
That game number 1 went so bad. I was so upset. I wanted LG to do so well.
I
Wow.
want to preemptively get up and then have you guys shift over because they're going to walk down here.
Yeah,
and we need to talk to them, right?
I guess.
Yeah, here. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stand up.
All right, sounds good. Luminosity Gaming.
Wow, dude.
Celebrating like they just won the tournament against Zeta Division because honestly, at this point, what a look.
Look at
Yeah.
that, man. I mean, what a game.
It was a good series. What happened in game 1? LG got literally rolled into the ground. They got absolutely rolled.
Just a little bit of a
Which
trick.
is very surprising.
I like that like explosive gut check. Straight back through.
All right, here we go.
150 and still no.
Yeah, I mean, LG is all around this.
LG's up, so, you know, they're kind of seeing if Zeta's going to try something. Leafeon's got 50 on the bottom path.
Yeah,
Moonlight down.
Capped on the second tier, but I think
Overlord's on the hunt for Vitopo, too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Mamoswine with the nice Ice Fang. Wait, Mewtwo Y pops her Unite move. Unfortunately, Mamoswine kind of... Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but if you look right here,
yeah,
Moonlight down.
Capped on
Right.
the second tier, but I think
the Talon Flame goes in,
For Vitopo, too.
pops away. So Mewtwo's using their Unite move,
Yeah.
but the irony is, Mamoswine kind of helps them out by, like, CCing them with the Ice Fang, but then takes them out of the range of the Unite move.
they got the talent.
Trevenant goes in with the Horn Leech.
Great cover by
Got the block from Clefable. Mewtwo Y. Mewtwo Y is so damn close. I don't know why they're basically in melee range.
Overlord's going in. Oh,
Then here.
Good catch.
Oh, they got the talent. Great cover by Kyrios.
Overlord's going in. Oh,
Down.
Yeah, this right here. At this point, it's looking so good for Zeta Division. Talonflame's dead, Trevenant's dead, you have the Hoop Unbound against the Blissey and Absol. But obviously, Absol and Blissey at this point in the game still have Unite moves. Leafeon has Unite move. And what's even worse, if you look very carefully here, so you need to pay attention to this right here. Watch what happens, like, literally, like 5 seconds before, so I can't rewind it 5 seconds, but I'll do 10.
Overload's going in. Oh, no.
Down.
So this is actually a big misplay from the Leafeon.
Oh, so does Tree.
If you look at Leafeon right now, so pay attention to Leafeon. When Blissey goes into Bliss Assistance Overlord, they literally unite the same time Bliss Assistance connects to Overlord, and look how much damage they take. Well, like, it's like a combination of, like, Absol and the Bliss Assistance. But, like, yeah. Like, Absol, Night Slash, he pops his Unite move, but also Leafeon put themselves in a position where they got hit by the Bliss Unite, and they just got exploded. And then at this point, it is a literal 4 versus 2, but Clefable's on the verge of seeing the afterlife. Mamoswine's really low, so they're kind of fearful of being killed.
There's honestly a chance Overlord runs through this entire team right now.
And then I think...
Overlord's still up. There's a chance. There's honestly a chance Overlord runs through this entire team right now.
Yeah, and then of course, if you look carefully as well, so you gotta pay attention to what happens here and here, like, what's gonna happen here.
Oh.
So obviously this is a misplay from Mewtwo. Mewtwo misplayed because their positioning is just very poor. Like, obviously you're playing a ranged character. You should know that ranged characters should not be so close to people that can kill you. But then of course, like, literally it's like 1 or 2 steps away. So what happens here is Mewtwo is forced to use their teleport because their positioning is just kind of god-awful.
They got the talent. Great cover by Kyrios.
So they evolve into Mega, and obviously they're spamming their A button, but then they're afraid of the Absol. They got Psycho Cut, but at least they dodged the Night Slash. They port over the wall, which is good, but then the problem is, because that skill's on cooldown, in a few seconds...
Down. Oh, so does Tree.
Overlord's still up. There's a chance. There's honestly a chance Overlord.
So yeah, they get Night Slash, and then they use their teleport. And of course, like here, there's a lot of things, like, first of all, your teleport was on cooldown because you had to go from here to here, okay? And then, you have your teleport back up, but you also go, like, this way. Like, if anything, you could have gone, like, there's only 2 people alive. You know that everyone else is dead. At this point, you could probably go this way, closer to Mamoswine, and hope that they can peel for you. Like, maybe, like, throw a couple of skills, auto attacks, whatever. And I don't even think they got their second blink off, because they like, they teleported once, but they didn't get the second one off. Or they must have got it off, like, right before they die.
Down. Oh, so does Tree.
There's the Night Slash, there's the Bliss Assistance, Pursue, or sorry, Night Slash.
There's honestly a chance Overlord.
Yeah, so the Night Slash connects, hits the Mewtwo, hits the Clefable, kills the Clefable. They teleport once.
Entire team right now.
Yeah, they got it off, like, right before they died, but yeah, the thing is like, they could have gone the other way, but those are small nitpicks.
There's Overlord.
But then the problem is, of course, you got to keep in mind, the Mewtwo dying there, and of course, Overlord living. The main at this point of the game, the Mewtwo's like the main component of their team, because like, they're losing. So even if they win the fight, if Mewtwo's not there to pull the Rayquaza from a safe distance, it's very hard for them to do this objective. That's why the moment Mewtwo died, like, the game is pretty much over. Because even though the other 2 people are going to spawn relatively soon, they cannot confidently do the Rayquaza in front of several people of LG with their team composition. Like, they only have one form of ranged attacker, which is a Mewtwo, but they're dead for 30 seconds. Like, what are the other people going to do without Unite moves?
They can't step up.
But I mean, look at that moonlight.
Yeah, you're just forcing out the
You got a 4 versus 5, literally all melee,
And this is
can't do
like,
shit,
The fact that they
no
have to
Unite
go back
moves.
up, it's just getting slower and slower. And that's what they're
and your only win con at this point in the game is literally Rayquaza. You're not going to backcap, like LG are not going to let you backcap more than 200 points while they do nothing and sit on their hands.
doing. Look,
It's not realistic.
Whoa! Whoa, what a brave bird! Oh my gosh!
Trainer! 3 KOs, I think, right there. Getting one of the last ones. That's got to shut down their chances.
Wow.
20 seconds left. LG losing so bad and winning.
Good hydration.
What, Big Waters?
Big Waters. Oh, you got the exact same
I got Big Waters. I actually was given
Oh
this.
god, I think I'm going to skip this series. It's freaking... watch this one. This is Fennel. Fennel's the
Seems
world
like an
champ.
interesting choice.
They've been having a bad.
We were just
I've been watching them
asking
play.
last
I've seen them play
game.
twice, and
We were
honestly,
just
they've been playing like
asking,
shit.
Should we continue?
Like Fennel has been playing like shit. I'm not afraid to say
We
that.
should continue. And here we are.
Yeah, well, I will say, most of us said nothing, and Swing said, let's well,
Zoinks did say
maybe
let's
don't quote me
soldier
word
on.
for word. Let's just finish this thing.
Yeah.
And we all went.
Okay, fine.
I was like, in that case, can I have a bottle of water, please?
I don't know.
I'm being assigned with a lot of blame for this out of nowhere.
No,
but it's-
we deferred to whoever was most passionate. I think
Yeah.
it was the right thing to do.
Okay.
You were most passionate. You could have passionately said, let's end this, but
Yeah.
you didn't. You said, let's keep
Fennel
going. And
versus.
I think it's
My friend actually just
that I'm
won't do Fennel.
IG Fist? I don't know. Is region is IG Fist is Japan won the Winter Open. Okay, if they're number one, they're number two. Okay. They qualified in a different way. I don't know how this works.
Jeff, your purple team. It's this, your orange team. Japan versus Japan. Exciting.
You can move the blue chair there, Chefs.
You can still keep your.
Come on, Chefsky, move the blue chair.
Why? I'm not putting that much effort in.
There's a soft fight happening. Like a mild fight
Yeah.
between Tombstacks and Jeff
like-
over a chair.
It's like passive aggressive, but like more on the passive side.
Yeah, it's extreme.
Now I know what Zoinks feels like every broadcast.
Were both China teams on stream, or was it just the one? They were all on stream at some point. China is currently the worst region by far. They are currently the worst region in the entire world, and actually, it's that may not be fair to say. At least at this tournament, they are the worst region by far. They know how to draft, like they draft proper teams. But they're the way they play the game is just terrible. Like, it's not their drafting that's the problem, it's just the way they play the game. But I think that's more so due to the fact that they just don't have a lot of practice. Or, like, they don't practice well, they don't have enough practice, they're playing a different game. Yeah. So it might be a little, too harsh to judge them too critically. Just because they've been playing for less than a year. On top of that, they don't have access to the same characters because not all of them are released over there. And then on top of that, different game mode.
Yes. Okay, seriously though, this is a sick match, and I'm really glad we can see this match
I agree.
exist. Storyline where they're the only Japanese team that wasn't an ACL. They've gotten through the open bracket, and now they're looking like absolute monsters. Versus Fennel, the current world champions, who were an ACL. So just feel like they have a lot of proof here, and then also they can make it out of their group in the first seed, which is huge.
Yep.
Massive. You may locking up the Blissey even without the Serena possibility as well, because of the exist ban is really interesting. Seen you may play a lot of that with the Serena, but we could see something like a Metagross potentially a little bit later, but Fun going to be going back to the Talonflame again.
Yeah, he's been loving that. Making a ton of huge plays, but also it does feel like, you know, you're playing on a razor's edge and they will get just a little too deep. And it's been happening time and time again as well. I feel like just as many times that just as many isn't right, but many times.
How do they qualify? Every region has a certain amount of teams they can send to Worlds. I think they just have their own like competitive circuit, and whoever comes in like first and second will go up at Worlds. I don't remember how many seeds they get, or like how many teams they get, like team slots.
I mean, that's
Whoa!
They went from an interesting pick to an interesting pick to an interesting
Bro,
pick.
it is the crime to play Mr. Mime.
Yeah, solid consolation prize, I think, in that situation.
I am a Mr. Mind.
Oh!
Cinderace.
He's Cinderace, maybe, potentially.
Hey,
Probably.
Truly, Japan overlord.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. This is interesting now. So that Blissey could easily be Helping Hand Safeguard. Helping Hand for
A Zacian and a Cinderace with a Blissey?
That's crazy good.
Oh, and there's no Umbreon
So,
too.
I say Overlord too because we've seen him pick up this Cinderace.
I don't know.
We've asked him in the past. The most frequent
I don't know
answer
about that
is
draft,
Crowd
IGZ.
control on the other side. I don't want to play something.
It's
melee.
spicy.
You might be thinking the same thing. Snorlax, Mr. Mime, Metagross, even with the Aegislash last pick. I mean, that is just so many.
The only person I've
stuff
ever
to
seen
against
play
opponents,
Mr.
so
Mime.
Just do damage from range.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, absolutely. When there's so much that you don't want to.
More people would play. Oh, sorry.
Sure. Yeah. Just
What I was going to say is the
Pick
only
back.
person I've ever seen play Mr. Mime
Softball
consistently
to your
is
opponents.
Bruv
With
from
a Pokemon that recently got
from,
kind of a surprise buff, the first attacker, the first like
Ounce.
auto A presser.
And every time I see it, I
attacker
just
to get
cringe
this
internally.
defense penetration on its auto attack. I believe actually on all of its attack.
Like, this support is just
That's
so
pretty interesting.
underwhelming.
I was wondering if we'd see more Cinderace this weekend because of that.
Yeah.
And we definitely knew about it when it happened. Definitely.
Oh yeah. Big news.
Yeah, big news a week later.
Big news, everyone.
I mean, I think the defense penetration is going to go a long way in this matchup.
Absolutely.
Metagross, Snorlax, like, that is,
Yeah, as I said,
Aegislash.
Ounce.
So many high defense targets to try to fight against that Cinderace can be feeling a little bit better than what it was a couple of weeks ago.
It really comes online in the later levels too, right? Because it's scaling throughout the entire.
And did you
map.
see how he
Once
is
you're
in
up near
Ultra
level
5?
15, you have about 20%.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna see him in Master, man.
It'd be great to see them hit that benchmark. Obviously, 13 is a crazy moment that we see from Cinderace so often. The auto attack speed getting ridiculous at those kind of moments.
Zooming in. Seeing Yume. Seeing P. Seeing Tone. Alright, I'm really excited for this. Interesting, they sent Eevee Center. I guess that makes total sense. I really don't know what they were gonna do with the Mime still. So I really didn't have like a concept in my head of what their comp was gonna look like as far as lanes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, supporter, Mr. Mime, a bit more of that tank out of the Snorlax. I think it's just going to be a lot of trying to get Metagross online as quickly as possible, and I guess same story for the Aegislash.
Metagross, we've seen such a problem.
Wow, early Snorlax damage, truly trying to cut them off the rest if they were
Bro,
able
the Leafeon should have went to go bully the Cinderace, man.
lower than where they were taking a nap.
Talonflame looking to make it all the way to the top path. They're going to grab 2 berries and run there, see if they can get there in time. Looking to pick up a KO. Close
Very
on
close.
Snorlax and close on Leafeon. They pick up 1.
Oh my
they
god.
might have gotten the other 2.
Yeah, it's dangerous to be that close to a Leafeon who's got Razor Leaf out,
Yeah.
but still potential.
You see, if you went bottom, you'd have a dead rabbit.
But
You'd have
safe, picked up a
rabbit,
KO.
rabbit,
Still
rabbit dinner. Now you got none. Your family's gonna starve.
Tone, that's huge. Just needs to get that evolution. It feels like they get a huge boost of just like where they can push, what they can aggress. Listen, they get KO'd. I mean, that's an option too. That's been a really scary Snorlax. Doing a lot of damage this game.
Yeah, oh jeez, not able to make it out. Leafeon
Go invade! Go invade!
Have
Quick!
a nice chance here. They're gonna roam into the enemy central area. Can't believe they're
Oh,
retreating
wow.
when given that option.
There you go.
I mean, this is looking great for Exist right here.
Uh-huh.
I'm not even really sure exactly what Fennel was attempting to do there.
Oh, their team is called
that's been something that I've
Exist.
noticed from them through some of the games this weekend so far. Sometimes they're
Oh.
at places.
Okay, that makes
and
a lot
it
more
doesn't really
sense.
seem
I was
like they
pronouncing
have
it
that
so
much to
weird.
gain, and they
I
don't have
said
much backup
IGZ
either.
exist.
Like,
Yeah.
like just weird
Or IG this.
spots that they end up being in, and they give up a few free picks.
Well, good news for them. Key doing absolutely fine in the bottom path. Level 7, out leveling the double A, in a really, really good spot. You can just see here, double A just has no options. You just got to retreat constantly. The auto attack pressure too much, and Tone actually the one to capitalize.
Yeah, very nice stuff using that eject button mid-air for the fly, landing down, picking up a huge KO, taking some of this here.
What's wrong with this
Leafeon
Fennel?
now.
I mean, what's wrong with Fennel?
Level 8, they have our first Unite move of the game.
know the real crime?
Yeah, as you said, farming really well. Already
The
level
biggest
8.
crime in this game so far is the fact
Very
that
good.
Cinderace wasn't punished for playing Cinderace lane.
Nobody
Nobody ever punishes the Cinderace. Now you have a level 8 Cinderace, and you guys are starving.
Engage from exists to try to contend, though. Extremely close with the Talonflame to take it down.
Interesting. I'm wondering if Exist should have just moved in a lot sooner. They kind of let them rip it a bit, but they had great secure on the side of them. So it's kind of a scary place to let them rip. And you did have a Unite move on Leafeon. Maybe if you just got some pressure there early, you could pick up the KO.
Yeah. That'd be huge.
The rip on Fennel is ridiculous. They can burn down objectives so fast. They're gonna have to watch for that at the 2-minute mark for sure. Like, they've got one of the best rip teams we've seen all weekend. Oh, that was weird looking.
Yeah, we
flew to the woo.
So we're gonna buy ourselves a bit of time. And immediately going down. Mr. Mime getting a little credit for a lot of these KOs. It is a wall-based Mr. Mime. I guess it's been a minute since we've seen any other.
That is not a thing in North America, Howie.
It's true. Power
I
swap
can tell you from
is
personal
much
experience that is
thing,
not a
really
thing.
ever competitively.
Trust me.
We did have a very brief period where Mr. Mime was the most criminal thing in the game.
Yeah.
But it didn't even really, I don't think it was even during a competitive season.
It was right after Worlds.
Oh.
So it was immediately after a World Championships.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Glaceon, Mew. Oh yeah, because it was Mew. It was Mew, Mime, Glaceon. That was quite a meta.
And you would Psychic to shred Spadef too, and you would just have so much damage to fall. It was wild. Well, ships in the night a little bit within these tall grass bushes. Neither willing to walk
This
towards
looks
the
so
other.
funny.
Obviously Metagross revealing themselves a little bit on the tall grass. Yeah, this Surf Slowbro again making another showing for Fennel. I'm really critical of that Pokemon still, but
Was it telekinesis as well? I think. Yeah.
Surf Telekinesis.
Saw it for a split second earlier.
I don't mind telekinesis if you're going to be going slow growing. I think that option's just fine right now, but
Yeah. I mean, if you're
That's a play. You can play with all the amazing North American players now.
slow bro,
Yeah.
just really don't feel like it's pulling off like what you want it to, other than your Unite move. Like, I just don't think you're getting a lot of relevant moments with Surf. It used to be one of the best crowd control moves in the game, but it's kind of got outclassed by so
Bro,
many defenders these days.
People that play Mr. Mime in competitive are trolls, dude.
A lot of defenders
What is this
like,
Mr. Mime doing for you? Nothing.
kind of-
You lose lane, you leave lane, you're still losing.
you don't have
Like,
the
you're
same
holding the
sort of
biggest
skill
L over your
set,
head.
especially Surf Plus.
God
You
forbid.
can kind of
Mr. Mime
multiple
players, man.
backups on your opponents, but
That
you're
is the
not
greatest
moving
tragedy
them or stunning the way you
since the
are
War of
with
1812.
Warhammer or something like that. You're not jumping into them like you are with Heavy Slam. So yeah, it doesn't seem to have the same kind of play-making capability, I guess.
Yeah, especially in a match that Umbreon was available in. No, sorry, no, banned by Fennel, but yeah, either way, I'm kind of shocked to see it slip by the wayside.
I do really think it's a Surf Plus. That's when it becomes like a real.
I agree.
Threat.
Surf Plus is great.
Yeah.
All right.
Sit there forever. I was teaching one of my friends the game, and they were like, "What is going on? Why can't I move?" I was like, "Sorry, buddy."
Yeah. Yeah, those 3 knockups, devastating. Now, Slideout gets those on his first surf, of course. Doubles
Yeah,
them up, but,
why
yeah. No need for the plus move there. Big push by Fennel onto the bottom tier 1. A chance to kind of come back a little bit in this match.
I mean, they're just behind in points, right? Their levels are actually, well, tied-ish, right? Exactly tied now, right after I said that. So realistically, it's just points, and they actually did come back in points a pretty decent amount. I mean, what, 70-ish points? It's not the
What?
worst thing in the world yet.
What is that Unite move? What are you doing?
That's why you pick Fly.
Tommy? Or Tommy? I don't know if it's Tommy or Tommy.
Clean little maneuver.
I'm gonna call you Tommy. Tommy, what are you doing, buddy?
It's been a good answer to deal with, I mean, just in general, Talonflame dealt with Metagross surprisingly well, considering it kind of feels like it shouldn't, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's playing well. Ooh, nice cutoff, B1, making sure that support cannot make it down to the rest of the team, but too little on the.
I can't believe they let Mr. Mime get a kill.
Not able to contend that register.
Like now they're gonna think that Mr. Mime's actually good. Like they were playing it for the memes, now.
Really close between these two squads, 194, 267.
Yeah.
Level-wise, it's also quite close.
Yeah, that push into the bottom path really worked out for Fennel. So, I mean, now you got to trust in this slow bro to be able to lock down. I mean, likely the Leafeon is going to be your best answer, but I don't even really know if you want to pull the trigger on that Unite move until Leafeon decides to jump in. So a bit of a staring contest between these two Pokemon, potentially. Right now, both these teams playing it extremely safe. Like you mentioned, extremely close game.
Yeah.
This is going to be big. This is really, you need to kind of feel the momentum, I think, in this set. But the Secure and the Rip are very strong on Fennel. They're not threatening it yet, but it's just something they've got to be aware of. I mean, Coup de Grace is really nice. I mean, the Secure is pretty good on Exist as well, just in general, across the board. But the Rip is certainly controlled by Fennel.
Oh, they're getting nervous.
Yeah, it's phenomenal right now. Top path being completely controlled by Fennel.
They're wasting so much time.
Obviously, like
I think Cinderace is trying to get to level 14.
Range, but
nobody's doing anything.
Secure moves from Exist
This
are
is so funny.
threatening that it's
I mean,
like,
this is what you're supposed to do when you're winning, though.
farming like
Like,
Mysol.
people might get bored, but legit, when you're winning, you don't gotta do anything.
Just kind of pacing here.
Like, they got a minute to do something.
Okay,
Obviously, Exist doesn't need to,
Exist has got to be confused. Like, what's going on? Actually, I'm a little bit confused. This is an interesting route we're taking all the way around, but
They're getting nervous, guys. Watch, watch.
Left. What is going on? We're like walking like a I don't know, it's a field trip we're taking all the way up towards Ray.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fennel potentially taking a look at the
Oh, there's
a
a
huge Snorlax.
Unite! Unite!
Yawn, heavy slam, full Unite.
Oh my God! Cinderace got 2.
Oh, even trades.
Wait, hold.
Trades. They got to really deal with the Cinderace. He is melting. Oh, this is such a good dive.
Oh no!
Wow.
Still has to recall, right? Or can you try to stop this 40? I don't know. You can make it in time.
Oh!
Zones.
347, 194 with only.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. How did these guys win Worlds? Like, deadass. They're playing like they're actually playing like shit, bro.
Wow. What an odd
Bro, they're throwing so damn hard.
moments here of this game, wasn't it? It just was
How
like
did you
sort
guys
of-
let these guys win Worlds? Like, bro, if this is what you lost to,
Yeah.
That was, I mean, I love the fact
God
that they
damn.
did obviously a final push, but they could have potentially made something happen and maybe been able to get a refight. Like, it's not like
that what I just watched was a giant nothing sandwich. They literally, starting from the 2-minute mark, they literally did nothing for a minute straight. Like, nobody saw them. They didn't hit anybody. It's literally just like fast forward 10 seconds, nothing,
just in general.
nothing,
Not
nothing,
one- yeah, you can
nothing, nothing.
Obviously, Exist doesn't need to.
49 seconds left. What is going on? We're like walking.
Like, you know when the kid, okay, you know what's funny? Like, you know when there's like a production issue, the casters are like talking like for hours on end. They just have to keep on rambling just to fill the time gap. Like, this is like one of those times where they're generally just so confused that they don't even know what to say because they're just flabbergasted.
I don't know. It's a field trip we're taking all the way up towards Ray.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fennel potentially taking a look at the Rayquaza, but a huge Snorlax in-game.
Oh my
Yawn,
God,
heavy
dude.
slam, full Unite combo.
Well, oh, even trades. Even-ish trades. They got to really deal with the Cinderace. He is melting. Oh, this is such a good dive.
Whoa.
Wow.
No, that.
Fennel was to get a refight. They're really afraid to get out of.
All right, let's go to
Exactly.
let's go to game number 2. Hold on.
Velocity Gaming on the
Already done.
Okay.
Limit, like you remove yourself from the tournament.
Yeah.
It's not like
I don't think,
I'm just
yeah.
like you can't just concede a match like you concede.
No, yeah, that's
So they have to play it out. Okay.
Ooh, what?
I don't know.
a main stage game of Nagoya OJA versus Onyx Rise. And then on the B stage, Paper X will be playing against Liten Dream Factory. However, the final group stage set of games that we're playing out of Group D will be moved to tomorrow, just due to time, which means that Zeta Division versus Talon will be played on the main stage, and Bariram will be versing Luminosity Gaming on the B stage. Well, actually, both those games will likely be on the B stage.
Yes, both of these games will be on the B stage tomorrow. I don't know if either of them have implications, right? No, Zeta Talon does.
Zeta Talon does.
So we're going
Bariram,
to have
LG
the rest
could.
of our bracket. What's that?
Bariram LG could, right?
No. And LG 1, 2.
World where LG like
Like
No, I guess if you concede, you probably end up eliminated. Like you remove yourself from the tournament.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm just like you can't just concede a match.
Wait, what are they talking about here?
Like,
No, I guess.
they could set themselves up for a second place tie. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Is there a world where LG like?
Like,
No, I guess if you concede, you probably end up eliminated. Like.
Oh, okay. I thought they were talking about something that actually happened. They're talking about hypothetical. So, like, because I was fast forwarding to find the start of the match, I heard them talking about like something like conceding a match like on the main stage or whatever. But they're talking about like hypothetical situations. It didn't actually happen. Sorry, I went to rewind because I heard that and it sounded interesting.
Where they say we're out anyways.
Okay, I am going to pause it right here just because I'm gonna use the restroom really quickly, and ad's gonna play anyways. So I'm just gonna use the restroom very quickly. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I have returned. Han is typically on defender role, but because Mashio is out sick, the sub Serata is on defender and Ton is on carry. Yeah, he's carrying the other team. That's what he's doing. Carrying the other team. Okay, well, we're on the last series, I think, for day 1. And we can move on to day 2.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
That's been awesome.
Oh my god, I went too far.
I believe if they beat them here, Fennel will be eliminated. From
I
the
think so.
tournament.
Honestly, I think that game win from Exist might be
Might have done
That
it.
might have done it already.
finale. I don't know. I haven't actually taken a look at the group results in a minute, but fun draft from Fennel.
Zeta Division.
I love this Zera Orb.
If you're talking about the most recent matchup, they were facing Zeta Division. Zeta Division is the #1 from Japan as of right now. But Fennel are the current world champions of Unite. Like, they won last year Worlds.
I've seen it work so well on so many different rosters. I don't think we've gotten the chance to see Fennel play it though. So excited about that.
Good point.
Zasha, first time out of Fennel as well, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Zashi. We got Blaziken, Asia Slash on the other side with a Comfey.
We started seeing way more Aegis Slash in the second half of today, and I don't know why.
That is
Not at
correct.
all, and then suddenly it's like every other
If Fennel loses, they are outie.
We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It's the metagame of this tournament has been the fastest evolving of any event I think ever that I've been a part of, anyways.
But also, could just be a side effect because we were watching way more games than we normally do.
True.
On a broadcast.
So we were
like,
downloading it
we're going
faster.
back and forth between both games.
We watched
we're
like
getting a
20
full picture.
Yeah. Which is really cool that we've had that
Oh my
ability
goodness,
with the
yeah.
B stage. That's been awesome.
B stage has been incredible. It's all a blur now
Yeah.
at this point of games,
Totally,
but
yes.
it has been fantastic getting to see so many of the matches.
There's no way that the world champs lose.
Shout out Twitch chat.
Yeah, surely not. They got world champion plot armor.
I don't think we're there.
I don't think we're on TikTok, sadly enough. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Is this an Asian team only tournament? Then why is LG playing? LG is playing because they won NAIC.
Doing well.
So because they won NAIC, they got the invitation, which is why they're the only one here.
You know, it does feel like that a little bit. Then again, you get like an 8-person foul play right there. Feels like they got something.
46-person foul play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
It hits them next game as well.
It's been a while, I don't remember.
It's been fun to
But
see
basically,
some
they won a
Aegis
specific
Slash
tournament and they got the invite.
Last couple games. Moose that we almost never see due to Sacred Sword just being so phenomenally good.
Yeah.
That we do very rarely see that moveset, but
Yeah, I still just feel like it's so good when you have something to dive, but if you don't have something to dive,
Oh my gosh.
not as useful.
Mamoswine's so unbelievably mean.
Great escape there from Tone.
Well navigated. Especially because Exist split to go try and catch him.
They sent a lot of people and none of them got it.
all
It's
hands
the
on
stable
deck.
line.
Look at this. Very aggressive look. Aegis Slash will go down. Loses.
Wow, they're
Bring on
so
it.
low. I can't believe they're scoring there. I mean, it's a good amount of points, but they're at like one.
Well, they're in that range.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good way to get back to base and get more points.
A little two-step and a pair of shoes for each person.
Tough land. Tough land.
Really close. I mean, they tried to thread that needle in an impressive way. That was a hard one.
Oh, they're just gonna let that in.
Nasty, Reggie. I'd like you to land. Like, I mean, only 9 points left on your go zone. Very scary overdump coincidence. That's not the word.
Winky dinks.
Winky dink.
Plenty of points in pocket for the one person who's there as well. So, fell up in points. Levels, I don't know.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's not super different. Hard to keep track exactly of supports, but this is definitely looking pretty good for Fennel altogether, I would say.
It's interesting to see B1 playing just so almost dedicated to Tommy on this Blaziken. Like that seems to be where they're doing up with. Kaki on this Leafeon has been able to kind of roam free all solo.
Blaziken itself has a lot of potential sustain, so I do kind of like that if you feel like you're against a low damage team. that is not a low damage team, so I'm curious how that's going to work out exactly.
Good blitz resistance. Is it enough? Nice chip up. Fly goes, or not fly. Yeah, fly.
That's such a huge misplay. I don't know why Leafeon did that.
Potential sustain, so I do
Like right here, you're doing okay. Like you're trading damage back and forth.
So I'm curious how that's gonna
Literally, Leafeon should have just waited for the shield to time out before they pop their Unite move.
work out exactly.
Because literally, you get no value out of it. Like, yeah, they...
Is it enough? Nice chip.
It's a low damage team. that is not a low damage team. So I'm curious how that's gonna work out exactly.
Good blitz resistance. Is it enough? Nice chip up. Fly goes, or not fly. Yeah, fly.
Yeah, and because they didn't wait, Zera's still alive and he kills the Blaziken on top of that.
So wind beneath their
That's a
wings
misplay.
and a little
Big one, actually.
This is still a pretty slow game altogether, I would say. They're doing some little trades back and forth, points and KOs, and experience and everything. Nobody's really like pushing down these goal zones super hard, or there haven't been the huge fights for the objectives. Could change for this next set of objectives, but it certainly seems like both teams are playing kind of understanding what's at stake for the end of this match, and they don't want it to kind of end prematurely by making a big mistake.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know, it's a short game, but there's a lot of moments in those short games that can absolutely devastate you if you played them wrong. So.
United is the longest 10 minutes you will ever live, though.
Yeah, true.
Good point. Good point. Oh, second pull attempt.
Yeah, looking for a pull, pulling them away from the objective.
Ooh, nice
Sword
secure.
was secure right there. Talon up into the sky, landing down on the Blaziken, but it's not enough. Aegis Slash pushing forward right here and getting pulled into the side of Fennel, getting KO'd.
Wow, he landing a few of these full switch combos in this top fight. Huge Umbreon Unite, by the way.
Yeah.
Buying them so much time and room.
Wow, double for Serrata
Wow.
on the Umbreon.
Talonflame lives. I mean, just through it all.
Yeah, I mean,
Incredible.
great job with on Serrata too.
Yeah.
You called it out, Chef. I mean, that Umbreon Unite, you mentioned the Umbreon Unite, you just called out how kind of menacing they were on pad. They did a great job.
I mean, loving the slow bro ban from Fennel. If it means that it makes their team pick Umbreon, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I really am all in. Good choice. Sometimes you got to ban Pokemon from your own team.
It's a ranked thing I've seen.
And sometimes it's your friend's thing.
Yeah.
It happens.
This is a very possible steal for sure. I would be very scared of this.
Uh-oh.
Like get a real big secure, I say, as we don't again. Okay.
Ow.
They were just late on it.
Well, everybody stopped hitting, and so yeah, they just lost track of that.
Whoa.
Yes.
They had lost a 5 versus
Okay,
4.
This.
They're playing so scared.
We'll steal for sure. I would be very scared of this. We haven't seen an overheat, like get a real big secure, I say, as we don't again. Okay.
They were just late on it.
Well, everybody stopped hitting, and so yeah, they just lost.
Holy moly, dude.
track of that.
Whoa.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay,
Look
Fennel.
at this.
Well, Fennel has decided, they rolled over.
Yeah.
And then they rolled over again. They're like, actually, we can get back up now.
48-point overdunk. Huge. One away from the maximum number.
We really need Fennel now to not do what they've been doing and split up too close to the Rayquaza fight. That's been certainly the way that they've lost, I think, the most today.
Yeah, it's a good point. Really good point.
Also, I mean, like the last game, I don't know. I mean, they're not the ones that have to make the push. They're not going to make the mistake of not doing anything for too long, which is good. That prevents them from having to make that decision. So we'll see what Exist does, because we obviously haven't seen that situation where they're behind up against Fennel. How quick they'll push. They'll try any surprises.
Blaziken having kind of an uneven day, huh?
Yeah.
Feels like it's had some moments, but
Gives
it
and it
isn't
takes.
really dominating.
Totally agree. Does feel like an all-rounder that particularly likes to have a Blissey combination with it. You don't have that in drafts, it can be a little more difficult.
That's scary. They,
Yeah, is there or going for the deep check?
yeah. Oh, they're actually doing a kind of significant amount of damage. Why are you doing so much damage on those autos to Rayquaza? That was a lot. That was like 4 autos. It was all down to like, look at that, like 75%.
You
80%
notice
life.
this, but Tone is level 15.
Oh yeah, it's been 15 for a while too, actually.
Oh my god.
Immediate.
5%
noticed this, but Tone is level 15.
Oh yeah, it's been 15 for a while too, actually.
They just ripped that to the ground. I mean, like, they're not ready.
Well,
And there we go.
That was kind of anticlimactic, but damn.
For the final stretch and then another after. So gonna be a ridiculous points game. Moonlight and still feel like you have to pick Wish. I think maybe we never pick Fable again. It's maybe game 3.
I don't know.
I'm just curious what else, you know.
What are you
other things
watching?
wanna play, man.
You watch some Rich Rayquaza.
The slow mo is really interesting. I do wonder. I feel like that's an implication of what you want to try and play, right? But I don't know exactly what they're setting up. I don't know if I've seen Fennel. Have Fennel banned Slowbro before? Maybe they did earlier in the day.
maybe they did just last game.
Oh.
Because Zoink said, I'll take them banning Slowbro if it means they're taking Umbreon.
Yeah.
How are the
I
matches?
get it 2 games.
They're going okay.
W.
This is the last series before day 2.
W draft
Bang.
Fennel so far.
Are you sure we're watching pros?
Pretty big
When I watch Fennel, I'm not even sure anymore, man.
are, but like I said,
They
I
leave me
don't like
questioning
the
my existence.
See the Gengar? Certainly not Yume playing the Gengar, but oh, what?
Okay.
Our first Venusaur
Got a
of the day?
I have to imagine is likely some kind of issue on stage, but who knows?
They're not. I don't see anybody.
Well, currently our picture-in-picture is showcasing exists
True.
on camera right now, but we'll see. The draft will continue until we're told otherwise. So, Mewtwo Y and Mamoswine going to be exist lock-ins, and Fennel has played a lot of this Sableye in tournaments past. It would be really fun to see that one show up again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Venusaur is part of the strategy. It's just like we counter Talonflame.
Yeah, I think it
You know,
genuinely
like
could.
Giga Drain Pedal Dance type situation.
It doesn't look like they're not. Wow, this is.
Especially if you have Clefable
Yeah.
sitting on it too.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
They've kind of built a monster here.
when we talked to Slash, he was saying that, like, yeah, Metagross and these big kind of hyper carry tank Pokemon, like the Metagross, or like this Venusaur in this draft in particular, are kind of being propped up by these incredible supports with omega amounts of healing. Clefable, one of those Pokemon.
Oh, we have the
This
first
is another
Venusaur.
old meta almost type team, right? I mean, when we're
The
days
first
when we saw
Venusaur and I
the
think
Venusaur
first
with the-
Mimikyu from an Asian
everybody
team.
Group up and the Venusaur with the pedal dance.
Kind of like the
Well, like,
protection type.
Trainer from LG played Mimikyu, but I think,
You could even go
nobody else
finish
played it up
too.
until now.
Just
I could be wrong, though. I don't
really
remember.
making a problem.
Whoa, yeah, that'd be
Also,
pretty
first
wild.
Venusaur, though. That
I
is,
feel like
at least
if
on
you're
stage.
picking
First
Moonlight
Venusaur
and
on stage.
Still feel like you have to pick Wish. I think maybe we never pick Clefable again. It's maybe that option.
I don't know. I mean, if
So I'm just saying, you
yeah.
layer it not because you think you need it. You just make it like
Go all in.
Like, yeah, you can't contend with this. It's just too much.
Okay, okay.
Push it
I
over the
see
top.
I see
What's
it.
their
Layer it
build?
not
Curse, Incense, Rapid Fire Scarf, and Focus Band with full heal.
because you think you need it. You just make it.
So,
all in.
it might be
yeah, you
Pedal
can't
Dance.
contend with
Might.
this. It's just too much.
Okay, okay.
Push it
I
over the
see
top.
it. I see it.
I do somewhat see the concept as well with the comp that exists brought, because this has been one of the first games where we haven't seen any of the I mean, our damage, I guess, altogether is pretty low. It's not like the highest damage, and a lot of it is consistent damage. It's not super high burst, so it does feel like if they have some sustainability, you know, things like the Mewtwo Y are just gonna, I mean, it's got a lot of damage, but it's hitting you at constant pace. Your heals from like Moonlight and stuff are slowly going up, and it could be a little bit difficult to deal with, but I don't know if it's gonna pay off. If I'm being 100% honest, I think we're all
Go! All right. Got it. Crowd locked in. We're locked in. Game number 3. Spraggles, let people know.
That's right, game number 3. Venusaur's on your purple team. You 2Ys on your orange team. I'm surprised to see Venu here, but I mean, this is maybe the point when you just really want to play, you want to mess with something, right?
Yeah.
If you got a pocket pick and you're one game away from guaranteed being eliminated, maybe just use it, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Like, okay.
Okay, buddy.
Little fun trip.
Yeah, a bit of a run. Yume actually backing off instead of stacking in the early game to try to support the Mimikyu in the top side, really wanting to ensure that knockout. They do so, but no Moonlight stacks in the early game can be really dangerous for a Clefable.
Yeah, it's always tough, right? If you don't get them early, you run out of opportunities to grab them at some point.
Get them.
Yeah,
It's kind of the result oftentimes.
tough.
And a Pokemon that just really succeeds so well with how much shielding it's able to put out if they can get those stacks in. Tommy taking the Talonflame away from Ton, and unfortunately, this Talonflame
Just barely missed.
Crazy.
They were able to push down this, I mean, this poor solo Bulbasaur down in bottom path, get some scores in. It's definitely going to be taking some time. Nobody's really helping it. Nobody's helping it KOs or farm anything. So, I mean, they're not taking the goal zone quite yet, but it definitely isn't going to be popping off fast, which is scary.
Yeah, B1 on a bit of a heist.
Oh my god.
Be able to take that
Bro,
round.
that's so sad. That poor Chansey.
What's going on and what's, I mean,
They just
Colorado
leashed it for
Chansey's,
Leafeon.
Ability to knock out wild Pokemon is not extremely quick.
Not quick. Not quick at all.
No.
And this Bulbasaur evolution, not quick at all either. He having problems.
Late game comp.
Not this late.
Very late game comp.
Yeah, I mean, exists kind of the same boat, but not in terms of what levels they're at currently. Maybe strategy-wise, same boat.
Yeah.
Level 7 Metagross.
When your Blissey's a whole level above their hard carry, it's a little scary. I mean, it's not their hard carry.
Leafeon already.
Yeah.
So they're ready to go. Looking at Metagross right here, they know they're there. Here comes Mewtwo. Why?
And nothing. And patience. Oh, given vision.
Wow.
Yeah.
Actually choosing to go for the Metang in that fight. Does not go for the Mewtwo-I, but the Mewtwo-I likely just going to bail out in the first place anyway. Ooh, Shadow Sneak? No, not going to land.
Yeah, with the multiple dashes from Mewtwo-I, I think you just say, you know what, I'm going to take what I can get. I know I'll get this KO. Mewtwo-I can dash away from me in a million different ways.
Yeah. It's no Trick Room Mimikyu, but it's got a lot of dash.
What is Tone playing, actually? I didn't see moveset yet.
Tone is on Mimikyu.
Oh, yeah, but moveset. Moveset?
It is Shadow Sneak.
Okay,
I believe Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw. Oh no, it's actually like we play rough, isn't it? Mid stun one that big.
Oh, yeah, that's something that Tone has played before. The Shadow Snake player up, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what's going on in this game. This
One of
game
the
looks so
other players
weird.
Play Shedinja Doll in that combination as well. It's more popular, but
I'm a fan.
instead going with the X attack instead.
And yeah, it is Petal Dance Venusaur, the first of its kind.
Okay. Uncontested center spawn going to this Venusaur is really nice. That is exactly what they want. They're ahead by a lot of levels now. Fennel been, like, half their team did great, and the other half did not so great, but it balanced out.
Exactly. Regieleki locked up by Exist. They currently have the points lead, potentially going to be holding on to it, not really pushing ahead any more than they have, but Regieleki at least going to give them even more breathing room.
Tone jumping in, and oh, that flame sweep actually hits.
Bro, that
people.
Mimikyu's crazy.
But Regieleki
I can't believe they actually took that Shadow
locked up
Sneak.
by Exist. They currently have the points lead,
Look at this.
potentially going to be holding
Okay,
on to it, not really
right?
pushing ahead any more than they have, but Regieleki at least going to give them even more breathing room.
Tone jumping in, and oh, that flame
Bro, I'm telling you, Ton is having like the worst tournament.
sweep actually hits people. Good job. 3 people, really great one. Like
He's
we said,
having a
when
really
it's
bad
good
time
one,
this
we always
tournament.
talk about it, but
His
that
plays
one
was
was
so
certainly
off.
a good one. And look at this, just trying to get one more. Very hard to take down. Was that a Hydro Pump?
It was the Hydro Pump.
It always looks so funny.
Once again today, the Hydro Pump.
Change the world.
Hot.
Wow. Metagross Unite move can't even find a single target. They're all getting knocked out too quickly.
Yeah, it had one, it was Venusaur, and it was gone.
Yeah, compute and crash. Unfortunately, heavy on the crash. And we get it back.
Oh, good Venusaur Unite.
There we go.
Jesus.
That's a lot of damage.
Okay. Now
That's a lot of trolling. Why are they fighting on the tier 2?
So it's a really good combination when the two of them can work together in tandem.
These guys have like a gentleman's agreement to like have a competition of who trolls harder.
I was actually going to say that I was a little bit worried that they weren't going to be able to deal with the Metagross very well. Like they weren't going to have the damage to deal with it, but immediately after that fight, I think I'm wrong.
Whoa, way rough. So unbelievable.
Not even X attack boosted there either, by the way. Can you imagine? If we still had that item ready to go.
Oh.
Wow.
Wait, what? Oh, did
Actually made it out. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Could you get caught again, though?
Tony.
a little
Wild Pokemon, absorb that Shadow Sneak first. Oh,
at any cost.
I mean, they're
At
trying
any cost.
so hard to take down Talon.
Is Talon a defender? Are we just going to reframe Talon as a defender?
Oh, wait.
Certainly, Braver.
Yeah, I think Tun's going to likely go down here to the Metagross. He's going to buy themselves a bit
Oh
of time.
my God, he lived.
Not fall.
He lived. Oh, he's dead.
Go down a little bit later to the Blissey. A Hyper Beam from Yume. Gonna lay down some immense firepower.
I think Umbreon, which we were talking about that earlier, Umbreon's going to be a great pick up against the Metagross, right? Like when it gets into those big fights, being able to steal that shield away is going to be, I mean, a significant amount when you've got extra damage.
It's just tough because it gets it back so fast.
Yeah, I know.
Just immediately Gyro Ball again. And get all of them immediately back.
But it is also free shield for the Umbreon.
I liked when we saw more Rapid Strike Urshifu back in the day against the Metagross. Being able to do the damage below the shields that it's creating is a really fun signature move. Also Tyranitar may be a good example.
Yeah.
Damage is fun, but I'm also kind of glad it's not too strong, you know?
Right. Tyranitar, you're saying?
True damage.
Yeah.
In general.
Tink is interesting, too, in the shield,
Yeah.
right? We
Yeah.
have seen almost none of in the championship series.
Yeah. We saw it in Aos Cup against the Metagross in particular. Just trying to use extra damage. Mold Breaker go burr.
Playing pretty slow, pretty safe game. Again, so much on the line right here, potentially. I don't actually know.
This Venusaur pick has been so like
Maybe, or not.
even though they're the highest level in the game, with the exception of that Unite move with the tier 2 goal, I have not seen them do
The
anything.
two Japanese teams fighting against each other. One at World
I feel like they're
Championships,
honestly
and
just like
the
non-existent.
Big win for either one.
We talked about this so much last year, but like, when you're the world champions, everyone is always playing their best against
Unite! Unite!
No
wanna be
way.
the world champ,
No
man.
way.
You don't get away. You don't get away. Oh, no way.
Wow.
They get out.
Talon with the Duke.
Okay, yeah, Talon's a defender.
Tommy, that is absolutely
Nice shield steal.
U2Y laying down the damage.
Wow.
Tun picks up the KO on the Metagross, so the most tanky Pokemon going down. And so is Mamoswine. All 5 up for Fennel still.
Okay, they got a Talon Flame.
Breakaway's already done.
Oh my God! Mimikyu just ate the Talon Flame. The Mewtwo.
You gotta wait for
Too early. Yeah. Talon Flame gonna be going down. It's 5 members. Fennel rallying back.
Huge.
Oh my God! I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Talon Flame. Very impressive.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Unfortunately, surviving was not quite enough. And now we're really going to need to know these tiebreakers. That is a really interesting setup. Certainly, I think we all agree that the fact that it was a 2-1 set could potentially have a lot of implications for the tiebreaker. So that means, what is this? Exist is now 2-1, right?
Yeah.
Fennel is 2-1.
Alter Ego
2-1.
2-1.
Wait, who did Alter Ego lose to? Exist?
Do we know that for sure? Did they for sure lose to Exist?
Well, they didn't lose to Fennel. And then we didn't we just watch them play?
They didn't lose to,
Was it Godlike? Or Revenant? Revenant?
was
I
it
forget.
Letian Dream Factory? Yeah. Oh no, Paper Exodus.
Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, this could be a potential 3-way tie. So, Fennel versus Alter Ego is 2-0 for Alter Ego. So, I feel like Alter Ego almost definitely makes it out, right?
Yeah, with a 2-0 result, you have to feel that they're going to be one of the
Right.
squads making it into day 2.
And then Exist, yeah, we would really need to know the score of what Exist versus Alter Ego was. Because if Exist 2-0'd Alter Ego,
I think they did.
then that seems like likely that it's going to be Exist and Alter Ego.
My God. Okay. Let me go get a drink. We're on day 2, guys. Finally. And you know what's crazy? despite me watching all that, it took me less than half the time of the actual VOD. Less than half the time. If I sat through the entire stream, I would have been here another 6 hours. Alright, let me go get a drink really quickly. I'll be right back. Let's get a move on. Got a long... Actually, how long is this VOD? Holy shit, they basically did 24 fucking hours. God damn, bro. Now, if I look right here, because obviously I skimmed through the VOD to see where the starting point is, they didn't start playing until the first hour, literally.
Make sure Vitopa doesn't get the Leaf Fiona, and also it doesn't have the Comfey to go with a Zoruk or something like that. So it's interesting to see the double focus on those bands, but now Talon with a chance to pick up a big damage deal of their own. They're going to sink on the Absol. So no Metagross locked into this point. Obviously, they can change around the Pokemon they selected a little bit later, but it seems that the Metagross is going to go over to Kata.
That seems like a triple Vitopo hit with the Slowbro. Like I've got to feel like they're like, okay, well, we're just not going to let them get any sort of like hard carry assassin type to do anything. And hey, they can even, if they pick up the Mimikyu, that's even another option. That's going to lock them down. But you were talking about how the Metagross is going to be really big here for both teams potentially, and it looks like Zeta's the one that picks it up.
I wouldn't. Talon is likely going to go with this Mimikyu. They want a little bit more brawl. I would not mind Talon going double attacker in a composition like this. When you have such an amazing front line like Slowbro and Blissey, I've been pretty critical of the Slowbro, but at least it's a very, very tanky Pokemon. You could play something like a Glaceon in the back lane alongside the Mewtwo Y to synergize with that Blissey and just try to auto-attack down a little bit of front to back against this Clefable and Psyduck, but the healing is so strong. Vitopa's going to go with the Cinderace, though. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice here. The thing that's scary for me, seeing...
The thing that's scary is that you pick Cinderace into an Absol and a Mimikyu, and on top of that, they have a Blissey, and on top of that, they got a Mewtwo Y that outranges you and has more mobility than you, and for the love of God, will probably do more damage than you. Like
for Zeta is I feel like Mimikyu is a great counter into Inteleon. I think it's pretty dang good into Cinder as well.
Yeah.
And this also does open up a very reasonable trick room situation for it. If Cinder or Inteleon are not fighting near a trick room, the damage reduction for Mimikyu is intense.
Yep.
And then if they are fighting near the Mimikyu, they're just going to get gobbled up.
It also lets you get away from Metagross, right? The Gyro Ball's a pretty insane area of effect that it swings in, but Trick Room gives you so many dashes. It
though right into your Unite, and it's essentially a like one-hit KO combo. So I can
There are
imagine
more
also
people
not
watching
running
Pokemon Unite at that venue than players in the
Double
game.
ranged attacker against
It
a
is
team that has
factually
Mimikyu
proven.
and Absol. It feels like a really scary pick to me.
Uh-huh.
I have faith in them, obviously, but in my eyes, I would probably be too afraid to go a second squishy special attacker.
Yeah?
And yeah, really, like, either way works great. That's the thing about it, is either Mimikyu build works really well, and if you want to try to, like, kind of double dive, then yeah, the Shadow Sneak's great.
It's essentially a single elimination as we're going to be moving through here today. The winner of this will be moving on to that
Single
single
elimination
elim bracket. This is our final.
That's what I like to hear. No more group
and there's
stages.
no interesting tiebreaker shenanigans or anything. It's just whoever wins this match.
Wait. Oh, they remade the game. It was a mistake. Because I was looking, I'm like, wait, where did the where did the Garchomp come from? Oh. Okay, so the Cinderace was a mistake. They meant to pick Garchomp.
Makes it into the bracket. Whoever does not is eliminated from our event.
Early
That makes a lot more sense.
right there. Mimikyu also secured, or at least the wild Pokemon was secured on the side of the Mimikyu. Able to get that as well.
Yeah, I guess that bottom one.
Wow, that is
massive.
huge right there. They stole 2 from Garchomp. Another opportunity right here, looking for, they get it again. Wow, they're just absolutely dominating that top path. Winning every single contested piece of lane farm is incredibly important.
And they're winning bot side now, too. Absol getting a nice big flank bot. The Metagross, as I say it, of course, immediately. Metang gets the shutdown. Why is Caster Curse not on our
Oh, I know.
That's
Because
the free part,
That should
yeah.
be the title of our broadcast. The Caster Curse.
That's a sketch idea.
Yeah.
Okay, keep that in mind for a
That's a
segment.
Pokemon Unite sketch idea, everybody.
Everybody keep that in mind in chat.
Yeah.
Chat, keep that in mind.
Hey, chat, keep that in mind.
Everybody.
Chat, take a note. Caster Curse. Give me an Ender note on this one, chat.
Stone tablet and a chisel, please.
Side up
Tablet's
and
the wrong aspect ratio.
Inteleon in the bottom path. We do have the evolution in stage 1.
And this top side looking so good for Talon right now, but of course Metagross can change all of that in a heartbeat. Healing just not. Alright, so
Oh!
Come on! I can't see the
Jeez.
screen here. It didn't exist. Remake
healing just not.
evolution in stage 1.
Okay, Shadow Claw's the Gibble.
And this top side
That's 2
looking
versus
so
2.
good for Talon right now, but of course Metagross can change all of that in a heartbeat. Healing just not. Alright, so
Damn.
I can't see the HP bar. I'm getting close to the screen here. It didn't exist.
Got Ultra 3, that's it for today.
Little spin.
You guys grinding Unite, man.
I'm just so excited. That was the most adorable little spin from a Metang I've ever seen.
Metagross really is so important for this tournament. It's been, there may be no Pokemon that has done done better than my expectations more than Metagross.
Yeah, I mean, with that
agree.
Clefable right beside it,
Yeah.
that's such a huge playmaker.
Another Pokemon that I didn't think was going to do as well as it did, and Clefable's doing awesome this weekend.
Yeah. Oof, absorbing that damage. That Mega Evolution's so scary. You see them trying to trade off auto attacks for a minute, but rather just hide in the tall grass. When you're invisible, those auto attacks cannot target you. Able to hide for just a moment.
Getting ready for this fight at the 720 Verts. Nice telekinesis, bringing them in. Question is, do they decide to move in and fight? They do. They're looking for the KO. Not able to grab it there. Very close.
Headache.
Popping the passive is good, at least, right? But yeah, I mean, that's really the best you're going to be able to do. Unfortunately, wow, that Slowbro just got melted.
Yeah.
I really don't like the follow me.
Right there.
Scary
Almost getting
teleport.
caught,
I mean,
yeah.
you almost went back into it. That's always worrisome. Okay, first Reggie is a Reggie Rock. So for those of you playing for 3 of the same Reggie, keep that one in mind.
Nice snipe shot. Easy secure for Zeta right there. They had that one in the bag. Nice side kick. Grabbing the Absol. Great siege on this bottom goal zone. We do have Mimikyu hanging out in the top path all by their lonesome. Going in with the Unite. Pick up another one.
Wow.
Metagross
I didn't know where
is
the
up.
third Pokemon they scanned was, but I guess it was the Slowbro.
It had to be.
At range. That is wild. Good look. Also, Vidopo getting all these KOs has been massive because now Gukata had the chance to actually roam through Central
Oh,
area
man.
and just take all those wild Pokemon because Metagross is already at 9.
Oh my gosh, Mimikyu had to unite just to stay alive, but goes down regardless.
Oh
Zeta
my
is
God, they
absolutely
died in the
farming
middle of
here
their
in the bottom
in the middle of their Unite
One
animation.
good look from Talon on the top side, and all of a sudden Zeta Division just takes control of everything.
It almost feels like it's just Vitopa. I mean, like, their levels are fine. Not fine.
Rom's been hitting some shots.
That's
too.
true. That is absolutely true. That damage.
I gotta say, the positioning there from Lance feels pretty chaotic to jump into the entirety of that group as they made their way to the bottom path. That was tough.
All right, Telekinesis is going to pull Metagross away. Surf going to give him a little minute. Side Strike as well. Okay, all hands on deck, but it's enough to KO the Metagross.
Yeah, and with Metagross down, it looks like they're going to be able to kind of move through this a bit. Clefable Unite move, very nice. That combination with the Talion picks up the KO. 4 members of Talon
They're fighting
at this goal zone right here. The side strike onto Mewtwo blocked there by the Clefable, and they're going to peel back. Nice plays from Zeta, able to only give up a little bit in that fight.
I can't believe they hung out as long as they did. I think Inteleon gets one knockout, gets a little ambitious with the Unite move. I mean, that could have got dangerous, but good amount of damage. I mean, not a terrible loss. Only one Pokemon KO. Did that Shadow Sneak land? That was remarkably close. I don't think it landed on the Inteleon.
You know, that entire situation, it seemed like Zedivision was just running them over, but Talon ended up not behind almost at all, right?
Yeah.
Their levels are, well, they're just barely behind on levels. They're 30 points behind. Like, who cares? Like, that's definitely not a significant lead. And if they take this base of Reggie, then they're pretty much certainly evened up.
Yeah.
Well, one thing to notice is while Talon, Zeta was winning in the bottom path, they were able to let Mimikyu essentially do whatever it wanted in the top path. Nice slow beam into a Unite move from
Oh,
Absol.
nice combo.
Immediately,
Slowbro into
this
Absol
Metagross
Unite.
is
Nice.
taken off the map right there. When Metagross is not able to hit any
Garchomp
general
is
balls
coming.
because it's shut down, it doesn't have the sustain, obviously.
Garchomp
that it
is
needs.
leaving.
Now we have a nice score in the bottom path here, breaking that goal zone. 209.
Garchomp's just like,
185.
nah, forget about it.
This has been one of the most even games that we've seen. The leads are just so tiny, and it's switching back and forth as well. I actually thought this was going to be a much more one-sided Zeta match when we went into it, but Talon is playing amazingly. The thing is, though, Zeta scales so well into this end game that it is going to be a very scary final 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can't draft out much of a better late game composition with Garchomp and Metagross. Like, that is terrifying as these seconds tick down.
Interestingly enough, we are one Regirock away from already hitting our goal.
Hey, yo! I've been checking for heart sprays, did not see any being played in this game, so bummer there. Okay, ooh. Well, interesting. Garchomp getting, I mean, the targets that matter. Finds their way all the way to the Absol. Mimikyu is going to unite them, but that's already after the Unite move's faded.
We saw the Unite, the Metagross Unite just on a solo slow, bro.
Oh my gosh. What a fight.
Huge.
That's big. That's going to give them the ability to get that lead back just in time for kind of that final stretch farming. Okay, can we get the even exactly?
No.
We were either stacking or we were charging a Unite move or both.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point of the game, you have to imagine it's charging your Unite. Vidopo's been crushing it, so I'm assuming that we're full stacks.
Level 13 Metagross, going to be hard to pick up a KO on that. They're chasing down Clefable here. They're actually getting really aggressive as they move forward.
Wow.
Do they decide to move in? Yes, they do on the Garchomp.
Oh my
Inteleon
God.
in a lot of trouble, caught by the Shadow Sneak. That's a
All
double.
that.
Zeta caught.
Oh my God.
Triple for Talon.
Oh, what a shot there from Lance. Huge play on the Mimikyu.
And they're going to be able to get through space from Reggie. Oh,
Oh,
that's it.
Regirock. We did it.
That's the second time it's happened in the first game.
That's
That's
insane.
unbelievable.
I know gravity when there's an
Odds of
Absol.
that are 10,000.
Hey man, talk to the
One.
Clefable player.
That sounds right.
Yep.
Just like pulling the Crown Rare Pokeball.
Okay.
Except for me.
Yeah.
I was told that I have a juiced account.
You were told this.
In my comments.
I think the second line was don't tell anybody about it, though.
Snipe shots. Low bro.
Psychic.
Oh!
They go for it right away,
Yeah.
moving in, but Metagross does not go
Half
down.
HP still.
Oh, that's a big
Garchomp
Metagross
kind of
Unite.
blocked out by that
Yeah.
Metagross Unite, but I don't think it'll matter too much.
They're decently
Mewtwo
low.
Y
Oh,
is
Mewtwo Y's,
doing
yeah.
some damage.
If Mewtwo Y gets Metagross, that'd be huge.
Wow.
No, they're just not barely able to.
So close. Talon is in trouble right here. They have Mimikyu and they've got Mewtwo Y. Mimikyu's
They
gonna
can
have to
Shadow
jump
Sneak
in.
steal this. They're not standing in the way or anything.
They have the body block.
No way!
Mimikyu got it.
Are you kidding me? Mimikyu weaves in and steals that Rayquaza.
I don't think
They're
Slowbro
gonna
holds
need
this.
Absol to help defend here. We have
Right.
4 members of Zeta, 5
No,
members
there's no
of
way.
Zeta. Absol hits. They hit with their move, but they're not able to use the Unite move or anything. So 5 members still fighting, looking to
30-some
possibly
points from
score
Blissey.
here.
Oh, it's
on
over.
this
It's
goal zone.
over.
68 points scored by Blissey. They're going to push forward though. 438. They are up. Blissey has a Ray Shield though, as Mewtwo Y goes down, and they're fighting on this main goal zone.
Jeez, what a steal from Lance, but at the moment it's just simply not enough. Blissey does still have a shield, so they're doing whatever they can to farm up points, I think, and dump them in.
Actually, wait,
Number
Blissey still has
76,
Field. They get more
within
points if there, like, if there is any more
Blissey
points.
can just find a
They can
few
still
more
win in
points. They
theory.
could make this happen.
They have 30
How many
seconds.
points do they need at this point? Maybe like a pocket of 40?
Yeah, yeah.
Give them a chance. That's a lot to ask for a support who's having a very tough time farming up points. Mewtwo Y takes the jump pad, and Teleon's going to have a free shot at scoring in the back line.
Oh, this could be the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be-
No, it's
Depending on
over.
What
It's
Intel
over.
scores right here, this could be it.
Wait, so
42.
what happened? How did, like, I'm shocked that Metagross took so little damage.
Was don't tell anybody about it though.
Snipe shots hit. Oh, bro.
Okay, there's the Slowbro Unite. There's,
Oh, they go for it right away, moving.
like, that did no damage
The second line
whatsoever.
was don't tell anybody about it though.
Snipe shots hit.
Okay, there's the Psyduck Psychic. Slowbro Unites. There's the Side Strike from Mewtwo. They have the shield. Then there's another shield.
They go for it right away, moving in, but
Absol pursued and united as well.
Metagross does not go down.
Another shield on top of that. That's the Unite move.
Oh, that's a big
Garchomp
Metagross
kind of
Unite.
blocked out by that
Yeah.
Metagross Unite, but I don't think it'll matter too much.
They're decently
Mewtwo
low.
Y
Oh,
is
Mewtwo Y's,
doing
yeah.
some damage.
If Mewtwo Y gets Metagross, that'd be huge.
Wow.
No, they're just not barely able to.
So close. Talon is in trouble here. They have Mimikyu and they've got Mewtwo Y. Mimikyu's
They
gonna
can
have to
Shadow
jump
Sneak
in.
steal this. They're not standing in the way or anything.
They have the body block.
No way!
Are you kidding me? Mimikyu weaves in and steals that Rayquaza.
They're gonna need this Absol to help defend here. We have
That's right.
4 members of Zeta, 5 members of Zeta. Absol hits, they hit with their move, but they're not able to use the Unite move or anything. So 5 members still fighting, looking to
30-some
possibly
points from
score
Blissey.
here on this goal zone. 68 points scored by Blissey. They're gonna push forward though. 438.
That is unfortunate. I think it could have potentially played out differently if Blissey recalled. But not recalled, like played defense. It's hard to say because like at this point in the game, like yeah, Mimikyu gets the Rayquaza, but the thing is, everyone's alive on the enemy team. Then at this point, wait, you have 2 people alive: the Blissey, the Slowbro. The Blissey's prioritizing the scoring to try to compensate for their point deficit. Here,
And steals that Rayquaza.
Slowbro's trying to do the best they can. The problem is as well, like they're using their surf to get away, which is fine. But then they're on cooldown, so
They're
they don't
gonna
have that
need
for the
this
defense.
Absol to help defend here. We have 4
Absol
members
comes
of
in.
Zeta, 5 members of Zeta. Absol hits.
Absol comes in.
They hit
There's
with
the
their
surf
move, but they're
again.
not able to use the Unite move or anything. So 5 members still
Light
fighting.
kick. Garchomp scores.
Looking to possibly
See, right there, unfortunately, he missed his Psycho Kite, or didn't use it in time, so Garchomp scores regardless.
score here
Then on
this
top of that,
goal
he
zone.
goes with the pursuit
68 points
afterwards.
scored by Blissey. They're gonna
Slowbro
push forward,
dies.
though. 438. They are up. Blissey has a ratio.
Mewtwo
though,
dies.
As Mewtwo Y goes down, and they're fighting on this main goal zone.
Jeez, what a steal from Lance, but at the moment, it's just simply not enough. Blissey does still have a shield, so they're doing whatever they can to farm up points, I think, and dump them in, but another 76, bringing it within 100.
If Blissey can just find a few more points, they could make this happen.
How many points do they need at this point? Maybe like a pocket of 40?
Yeah,
Would
yeah.
give them a chance. That's a lot to ask for a support who's having a very tough time farming up points. Mewtwo takes the...
That's a little unfortunate as well. So this might have actually made a difference as well. The problem is, Mimikyu united to stop the Garchomp from uniting, but also with regards to the timing, because the Blissey ulted after Mimikyu already started the Unite move animation, the Garchomp doesn't actually take damage from the Blissey Unite. Like, the Mimikyu will get the stats from, like the stat buffs from the Unite, but the damage is mitigated because of Mimikyu.
Jump pad, and Teleon's going to have a free shot at scoring in the back line.
So then it takes longer to kill the Garchomp.
Depending on what Intel scores right here.
And that's literally what? You're using 7 seconds that you don't have to KO the Garchomp, and then
42, yeah.
that's 7 seconds you don't have to score. But it doesn't really matter anyways, because while this was going on, the Inteleon's backcapping, just furthering their lead. So they would have to score more anyway.
Blissey's going to try to run, but they don't have enough points. Wow. Shots hit low bro. Oh, they go for it right away, moving in, but
Yeah, that did nothing to Metagross, though. I'm actually genuinely surprised, because they used 3 Unite moves on that. They used the Mewtwo Unite, they used the Slowbro Unite, they used the Absol Unite, and they got it down to literally like half.
Metagross does not go down.
Still.
Oh, that's a big
Garchomp
Metagross
kind of
Unite.
blocked out by that
Yeah.
Metagross Unite, but I don't think it'll matter too much.
They're decently
Mewtwo
low.
Y
Oh,
is
Mewtwo Y's,
doing
yeah.
some damage.
If Mewtwo Y gets Metagross, that'd be huge.
Wow.
No, they're just not barely able.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And crowd goes wild. We hit that.
Yeah, that's true.
Spreggles has a mustache.
Office, for the most part.
Well, that's their problem.
Yeah, true.
All right, Blissey first pick. Talon choosing to go first. You're gonna just go over all the Pokemon that we're not seeing, and yeah, we're getting a really similar draft here. And
Yes, we are.
I think it's relatively expected, right? When both teams felt like they could have won the game, and then both made like they let go of a few different things. Okay, this is the big difference, and I think that's a great choice.
Okay, let's go. I love that change. We take the Metagross away from
I'd be
the
so
beta
surprised that
division.
they don't pick Umbreon,
It does
like
have an
actually.
interesting matchup into Garchomp. Like, you know,
They don't
it's,
need to pick it right
I find
now,
that
per
Metagross
se,
will win
like,
a lot of the time. So I
but
imagine Kata's going to be going on to a different option, but they're going to.
I don't like this Clefable pick. I actually do not.
Absol.
So they stole that away from Talon.
So the Follow Me Clefable is just a really weird pick. This time around, like, they lock it in again. Because you don't really have a front line now. Like you have Psyduck with a lot of utility, then you have the sustain from Clefable, but like it's so hard to kill and just like front line for your Inteleon with they have no front line.
Something that was difficult for them to deal with. Now Talon having to decide their final 2 picks here.
I like Gengar into Psyduck Clefable. This feels like a pretty decent option.
Yeah, Gravity could be annoying, but instead they decide to look like pivot back to this Mimikyu.
Okay. Can't really go wrong with that pick. I think Lance had so many phenomenal secures and some amazing early game, so can't really take that away from them.
Very similar setup here.
Yeah.
For these 2 squads.
Yeah, I think Absol Metagross trade. Other than that, it's the exact same lineup, right?
Yep.
It does feel like if an Absol does well and scales well into the late game, it is one of the Pokemon that can hurt Metagross. But if the Metagross is like a little bit too far ahead, it doesn't seem like it can hurt it at all, which is a bit of a problem. But the LG game where they decided to use the Absol as like a Metagross counter kind of felt like
Alright, we can fast forward here just because
sad laughing.
Not clapping. That's fine.
They're clapping for their Zeta division.
It is unfortunate to see kind of that illusion broken, but okay.
Heart's
Really
broken. That's
sad
what day
the
2's all
entire
about.
show now.
It's true. Day 2 is about that. You know, it is the sad truth of a tournament like this is it's going to ruin everyone's day except for one squad. You know,
When you think about it in that way, it is kind of tough.
that's also the beautiful part of life, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to put a spin on it.
All right, well, last
Beautiful
time
thing to say.
this matchup went phenomenally.
Oh, nice
for
secure.
Talon in the early game, and I'm feeling pretty good. And a reminder, the Blissey secure bingo board spot is for Rayquaza. We can't give it to that nice
We'll
little
see
wow.
what I decide to do.
All right.
Why is it just Blissey? Why not support?
Yeah, why not, Zoinks? Why'd you do that?
Why is everything a fight?
Look, I wanted the same thing. I don't know what it is with you two.
I like it on Blissey.
They were the Sync was the one playing Zen Headbutt, by the way, at
Yes.
Worlds, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically the only move I have been playing. Magna Rise is solid, but geez, that headbutt is just simply so
Metagross
fun.
good.
I can't put it
Metagross
down.
has been a
I
solid
agree.
pick
It's crazy.
for competitive play.
The defense boost you get too.
It's not something you.
Yeah, that's
I don't think
plus,
it's much of a
right?
solo queue
That
Pokemon.
That's really nice.
Like,
is it defense or is it
now, if
straight
you're playing
damage
casually,
reduction?
but for competitive
Damage
with
reduction,
coordinated
right?
teams, it's solid.
Maybe it is. I thought it might have been special.
Which
Yeah,
I think is it's even better.
for sure.
But it also depends on what you're facing as well.
We got Wajiro essentially just playing for information at any given point. If they get a chance at a blue buff, I'm sure they'll take it. But otherwise, that Moonlight healing, they are not worried about any kind of danger from the other end.
We almost had support steals buff right
We
there.
did.
Very
yeah.
close.
Doesn't even need to be a support on that one. Just as long as a buff is stolen on an invade, we get to mark that spot.
Oh, well, that's going fast.
Dude, Wajiro has not left. I guess the team does not need support. They are here just making sure that timers are taken up.
Sometimes the most supportive thing
They
you
take
can
the
do
ball
is
toy.
just be annoying. I mean,
Crowd's popping up for a ball toy steal. That's awesome.
Look, it's zooming away. Ah! Oh, they're gonna pay for it. No, they're still the berries.
This is criminal activity.
so annoying. I love it so much.
Four members.
They literally like.
four
I don't even
on
understand the
one
purpose of that because it gets nothing done. The only thing that really does is give them like a
Boots the
vision of the enemies and where they are.
Oh, big damage from Sync on the Metagross.
They got a little too annoyed. They got angry. They re-pushed back. They're like, no, stop it.
All right, so will be a Reggie Alecki focus for Talon overall. Slowbro gonna hang out, just make sure this goal zone doesn't fall too early. But other than that, everybody else is gonna be taking down the Reggie Alecki as quickly as possible. Mimikyu and Blissey getting to work on that. Metagross going through a rotation that for once they will be alone on in their central area. And Mewtwo Y gonna join the fight on the Reg Ice.
It's kind of wild to me that we are only at the 7-minute mark of this match.
Yeah.
How much chaos is caused.
Yeah.
Okay, good secure.
Wajiro just hanging out. They do take the Reg Ice as well.
Ooh,
A
nice.
Snipe shot lines up with an Absol hit. Massive play from Zeta Division.
That is just so much damage. This is a pretty slow rotation, by the way, that they made down to this basement, Reggie. I'm surprised that it took them quite so long. I felt like they could maybe.
Absol, why are you playing so scared? He's less than half HP.
Still Talon's points.
Oh my god. Bro, like, watching Absol sit in his butt for all eternity and do nothing is actually, like, triggering me.
Oh, whoa, canceled out.
Oh!
At least Inteleon's doing something, but my god, man.
Snipe shot. Jeez, Zeta Division.
Rom is on another level.
Okay, well, he was aiming for the slow bro, don't worry about it.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Secondary target.
Well, sometimes you take these shots and you know, look, it's getting one of them.
Yeah, that's always the point, right? If you have 3 targets, you aim for the one in the middle. Okay, big damage, a few Unite moves. I love these play calls from Zeta Division. You know you have a Unite move advantage because you just saw them attempt it on the top side with that Metagross Unite. So
These snipe shots are just insane.
it's making Mewtwo Y's damage look like nothing.
Yeah.
Like Garchomp is able to walk it off. Honestly, Fable feels like an amazing answer to Mewtwo Y.
Fully, yes.
Like, who cares about your auto attack damage? I have the best anti-poke support in the game.
Yeah, Rom really having a game so far.
I guess it just forces them to stick by the Clefable, which is at least an advantage for you. But yeah, it just doesn't have that burst.
Moonlight, I mean, we're not at Moonlight Plus quite yet, but once we are, it's like, who cares?
Those snipes are crazy. Yeah, Inteleon's been putting on work.
I don't think it's going to matter too much in the long run.
Absol, on the other hand, has.
Duck gets caught out.
There's a lot to be desired from the person playing right now.
Definitely an argument for best Hollowware in the
I
game.
feel like they don't have
Suit.
a lot of presence in this game.
Potential. Trying to just steal it away. Absol should be able to steal that, yeah, pretty easily. They have the Unite if they thought that was necessary as well. Now they can use it to try and take the
Man, these snipe shots.
Yeah. You got to ban Inteleon against this team. just too much. Absol with 50 points, leaving that goal zone on one. Wajiro, 40 points. They don't even go down. They just got their Unite move. I think they splashed, but honestly, that's probably optimal.
Yeah, I think in that moment.
That's actually the best roll you could possibly get. Or was it blocked? Did they just block there?
It looks like they blocked it. Don't worry, I wasn't going to correct you.
All right.
Wow, I mean, Zeta's fights have looked so clean. Vitopo just coming in to rip through them, but it's Rom setting up these beautiful snipe shots. When you take away, you know, half the HP.
Two of them are not here.
It's perfect for something like
We have a 4 versus 4. Bliss. If you even want to call it that. What?
You know, half the HP of a target. It's perfect for something like Okada or Vitopo.
Oh my god.
In there to get these big. What? Get out of here.
Tomato? Oh my word, I didn't even know. Had to be an auto.
And they use the Bliss assistance for that too. Jesus.
Yeah. Whoa.
I'm pretty sure that's what I saw as the explosion from Psychic, which of course, if you look at what Talon had for a secure there, they missed really.
Yeah, it's made a thread in that damage. Great work. Vitopo also playing it really safe around the slow bro, making sure that Scald's on cooldown before they jump in on this Absol.
Speaking of arguably best hollowware of all time, that Slow Bros hollowware is legendary.
We got some greatest hits, honestly, in this game.
Yeah.
The Absol one is one of my favorites.
Agreed, one of the best battle passes. Yeah.
Can you imagine going home and to do so, you climb on a mountain of gold? That's great.
Yeah, just poking, like you said, doesn't really matter all that much at this moment. And the problem is the other side has so much stronger poke.
Despite everything that's been going on this game, it's actually a pretty slow game.
To run away with things as much as Zeta did.
But it is game point for Zeta, and they want to move on, so maybe they're playing conservatively.
It's huge for Zeta Division. 30 seconds left.
They got a level 14 Absol though.
But it just feels like this fight is going to be so difficult because we honestly, it almost feels like we haven't even seen the damage come out from the Garchomp yet either, right? It's been doing a little bit of its own thing. Like, it's been there, but it hasn't even been necessary. But if you were to get rid of the big 2 burst damage dealers that they've been kind of winning these fights with, you still have to deal with the Garchomp.
Right. Yeah. It feels like Talon hasn't been able to take a real honest fight this entire match yet. They've just been so far behind in terms of EXP. They've been forced into this kind of farming metagame instead. They have not been able to play around objectives. You can see Zeta Division within 2 of them to their name with their Ice and Seal. So
they really need to hit a nice skull on that Absol.
On the wall.
Yeah, whoever, really.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh.
Ow.
Half the slow bros HP.
Oh.
Okay.
I like
Side up
it.
down.
And they did hit their skull, by the way.
Huge weight. Okay, Talon.
Oh. Talion down. That's gigantic.
Yeah, Sync 1 lining up some really nice metagrow stuff. Wajiro is still up, so that means that Kada is going to have a chance to keep making it. Wajiro walking away.
Adam's back with the Unite move.
Wajiro has been invincible this game. Oh, I like that. Going for the back.
They're pulling Rayquaza.
They do have the damage.
Well, not
to burn it
anymore.
down. Honestly, I'm really surprised Zeta Division just didn't burn it down. They had the secure as well.
Whoa.
Psyduck gaming at the moment.
Oh, nice shield from the Gyro Ball, though.
That Gyro Ball is peeled out. Mimikyu in so much trouble goes down. The snipe shots.
They're going for it.
Out could be Zeta's
5 people alive.
Yeah, immediately. You got
Here is great on their side. Absol and Inteleon. Here comes the Metagross. Looking forward with Gyro Ball. No, it's Absol.
That was the problem. Was there were so many threats on the side of Zeta Division that they took down a lot of them really well. That was an excellent team fight from Talon, but then it was like Absol's still just barely alive. The Garchomp's still barely alive, and Wajiro standing.
Yeah, using the Slowbro Unite move on the Psyduck is just very questionable to me. Like, I understand you're trying to go for a pick so that hopefully by the time you KO that person, like, the 5v4 difference is enough to win the fight, but the thing is, in this case, it's not. Especially, like, when you have three threatening damage dealers on the enemy team. Like, is it worth it? Probably not.
Yeah, whoever, really.
So, like, Slowbro starts the fight with an engage after getting poked by Snipe Shot. They even flash eject for this, too. Or, like, you know, flash for this.
On the wall.
Yeah, whoever, really.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, so you use the slow bro Unite move for the side hook. They're dead for 15 seconds.
And they
Mimikyu Unite move on the who?
Yeah, something like
Who Mimikyu Unite?
Oh.
Okay.
I like
Side
it.
up down.
And they did hit their skull, by the way.
Huge win.
Oh.
Ow. Half the slow rosation.
Oh.
Okay.
I like
Side up
it.
down.
And they did hit their skull, by the way.
Huge weight. Okay, Talon.
Oh, they united Absol and they didn't even get the kill.
Oh, Talion down.
That is so unfortunate.
Now Sync 1 lining up.
Not only do you not the you don't get the KO on the Absol after uniting them, but on top of that, they survive as well.
Some really nice Metagross stuff. Wajiro is still up, so that means Akana is going to have a chance to keep making it. Wajiro walking away from that fight, ridiculous.
Wajiro has been invincible this game. Oh, I like that. Going for the back cap instead. They do have the damage to burn it down. Honestly, I'm really surprised Zeta Division just didn't burn it down. They had the secure as well.
Whoa.
Away. Psyduck gaming at the moment.
Metagross barely surviving on that gyro.
Yeah.
You got
Here is great.
So many threats.
And then at this point, it's just a free rip.
Here comes the Metagross.
Talon are out.
Looking forward, gyro.
Does Zeta Division move on?
That was the problem. Was there were so many.
I don't speak English. Hey, leave it.
Soon be here on basically whatever Pokemon will be willing to take it.
Oh, Shogun.
All right. Number one.
Whoa.
They both say number one.
Oh, uh-oh.
Let me tell you,
That
by
can't
the. I mean,
Sorry, I want to see the draft for these matches. I don't want to like get too far ahead.
let's go.
Nice spectacles. All right, we've relented. We've relented.
Yeah. Did a little bit of a look and a look back as we're heading into draft here. Insomnia exists. I'm with you, Zoinks. I do think Exist feels like the stronger team here.
Yeah.
But Insomnia, as we talked about earlier, I think they throw so many interesting plays at their opponents. It might be hard to prep against them.
Aegislash banned right away. Is Tommy not going to have the chance to play that one? Felt like they were playing a ton
Oh,
of
yeah.
Aegislash, and kind of one of the only players at our event playing a lot of that Pokemon. So
Looked great too. Tommy just had a great tail end of the day where everybody else seemed to be slowing down. They were
Let's see
on.
first pick. Right?
First pick.
Or Mewtwo.
Gosh, this thing is so good right now.
one of the only teams to be playing Miraidon in our event. But if Mewtwo was available, they're going to go
Good take that.
Mewtwo Y also does a great job of
Wow, really? A Mew first pick.
hiding
I'd be okay if they don't pick Blissey. I'd be so
what you're
surprised.
doing for your comp because it fits in so many different things.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of sense.
Blissey.
Absol with
They banned
Potion
Umbreon.
at
Take the
moment.
Blissey.
Not a terrible item whatsoever on that option. And the Gyarados
What?
And wow, Darkrai locked in for Insomnia.
I mean, look, if you were to catch Absol with your Darkrai,
Uh-huh.
it's basically a one hit.
Yeah,
It's going down. It's squishy enough. Maybe the Focus Band, maybe the Potion. Blissey, and it looks like Zarina.
Currently, leftovers. So that's a bingo square if it does not change. So keep your
Square.
eyes peeled, chat. Gotta make sure we don't miss an option. Blissey Serena, wow, I mean,
Wait.
world to you.
Is Insomnia a Japanese team? Forgot. Yes, they're third place Japan. Okay.
Year one throwback.
Yep.
Still good. Still good.
Slimy been on this Scyther all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And they play it well.
They do.
And Obion has been playing the Trevenant, but I think normally on the Trevenant elects for no EXP share. So,
Yep.
I
Which
like
means Mewtwo
Greninja
might pick
here.
one up, right?
I think Greninja plays well. I think even Scyther trying to dive it, I think you can outplay it sometimes.
Look. I like Greninja as much as the next person. But like Such a weird team comp. I don't know.
Oh, it's one of the hardest Pokemon to dive.
Yeah.
Even as an attacker, that double team is ridiculous.
If you're running double team too, it can really frustrate Darkrai.
Is that a support Darkrai?
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have Soon picking up the Darkrai with the EXP share, but Luna also gonna be rolling with the EXP share.
We do have the Blissey hanging out with leftovers. We might be getting rid of that square. And there is a Rocky Helm on Gyarados, right?
Yes,
Wow.
there is.
So no matter what happens,
Why?
leftovers Rocky Helm is going down in 1. That's an official Zoinks Boink.
Is it maybe to cheese a knockout early to slide in like some early effort gauge? Like that is
Cross
a
off
wild
the block.
They're-
We did it.
They're
All
playing
right.
bingo, my guy.
They hit. We have in one box as an either or, but in fact, in a very rare case, they hit both.
I mean, I guess maybe it is a Magikarp thing.
It has to be a Magikarp.
Maybe they decide when they move in with Gary, they're right next to him, so they're gonna get a proc on this thing.
If that little bit of damage is the difference maker between getting a KO and them just walking away, it could be massive. But
I mean, it gives them 50-ish points of defense, so maybe they've found some good break points when they're trading, you know?
yeah, maybe they just really like the look of it.
Go! Only me.
Now that I think about it, I think I saw one from day one. But in terms of the live broadcast, I think this might be like the second time I've seen Darkrai this entire tournament.
You trapped us.
Not a lot of people play it.
Warned us.
Insomnia, your purple team exists, your orange team. 2 teams out of Japan here in our single elimination bracket at the start here of essentially day 2. We watched some ends of the group stage to start our competition, but here we are. It's all coming down to this.
This Mewtwo Y with the EXP share is just so threatening. It's
The thing
a lot
is,
Obeon to get to that level 5, maybe a little bit
I think
quicker
people
on that Phantom
underrate it.
otherwise, and we've
Like,
seen
after it got
Obeon
nerfed,
do on this defender, that horn
people
leech
stopped playing
charge
it.
combo.
But the thing is
It's
like,
fun, but it's also just ridiculous.
it's still solid early and mid game. Especially if you have a Blissey, because it makes it easier for you to land your skills. But
No.
I think it falls off in the late game.
Get trio
Unless you're just exceedingly far
okay.
ahead. Or
Not see that
you're able to
often
just
at
set up
all,
for a pick
especially
properly.
slime.
I mean, you could see it playing into Zarina.
Why is there an echo? Echo? Wait, are you talking about like the broadcast or me? Oh, you might be talking. It might be the broadcast because it's like they are casting from like a separate section of the stage, like right beside like the Japanese casters.
Zarina, that's for sure. I feel like Zarina brawls a bit better than Scizor,
Yeah.
but this is why we love Insomnia, right? They make things like this happen.
You can't hear?
Yeah, again and again, it seems first big engagement, and it's Scizor, the one brawling. It's going to be Mewtwo actually takes the KO onto the Absol, but a lot of early damage from the punch on his Absol. I
Insomnia
feel
is
like
so
that's
cool.
the matchup that you're opting into Scizor for, is into Absol.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way, all right, well, Tommy gonna have to play this extremely safe, taking a hike all the way to the top of the map, rotating around for a very safe score, but 10 or 18 points. Very solid.
We now have buffs taken by both teams in the central area
there we go.
invade. So there you go. Absol in a lot of trouble right here. It does go down. Greninja evolving. So we have Frogadier on the board, but it takes a long time for Gren to get online and get really useful.
A more waterfall Gyarados from Usakazu. Really loves that pick. Does not play Zero Aura in this matchup. It's kind of been their iconic pick in the last day of tournament play, but not banned, not chosen.
The thing with Insomnia is every once in a while, I feel like
Wait,
they're just enjoying cooking.
I just realized
Like
they went Potion, Absol, and Eject Button Greninja against a Darkrai and a.
They're like a
Waterfall.
golden corral of
Yeah.
a kitchen. Like
It's
you're
a
getting
buffet.
so many different looks.
You've got some hits and misses because of it. Scizor is in trouble
Cheesecake
right here.
Factory, if you will.
Serena.
Just the yard sale of menus.
Oh, Serena with a big engage.
Okay.
Oh my
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Quick vibe read off the fans in the audience.
Oh!
Cheering for it the moment. Usakazu with the comeback, though, KO streak at 2, so the Insomnia fans able to answer back to the Exist fans out there.
I'm with you though. That felt like a big exist.
Bro, this Gyarados is
I mean,
so
it was
damn fed.
50-50 almost almost it fell.
For our top lane Gyarados, like,
Back right away.
Yeah, you're right.
borderline level 9 for...
I wasn't disagreeing. I was agreeing, if anything.
First objective.
Stop pointing me, please. It hurts my feelings.
My bad.
Here we go. Reggie Rock getting taken here. Reggie Alecki on the other side. Insomnia right now having a tough fight here as 5 members of Exist are going towards this goal zone. We have Zarina having to peel back here from Obion, and it looks like, big time Tree United. They're going to move in and pick up a KO on Mew.
Oh, careful, here comes Gyarados. Maybe.
Utilize the actual tree debuff, but at least helped Obion stand up in that fight.
Look at that water
Pain
shot.
split.
What?
Pain split. Not only.
Oh, I didn't even. Oh, okay.
Way to get boinked.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he got the wrong one!
Okay, boinked.
Wait, did he?
Way to get boinked.
Oh, no, he didn't, he
No,
didn't.
he didn't point me. He didn't point me. He was helping me with that.
Okay, boinked.
But you're right. Another sort of unexpected pick.
Okay. This arena has been very impressive.
It's
Dude, it's
so
been
solid.
so good.
I mean, credit to Insomnia for defending that goal zone, I suppose. Like, they hold Exist to only 71 points, but Exist the ones getting the majority of the big knockouts in that last team fight.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got Pain Split, Trevenant, Scizor, Rocky, Helm, Gyarados, EXP Share, Darkrai. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Pain Split into Water Shuriken, potentially, being the return damage.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
looking
I mean,
for it?
it's not bad into an attacker. That's
You also
great.
don't
Not bad
have-
into Absol either. Absol wants to do a lot of damage to you. You're sending a lot of that back.
You also don't have a healing support on your team. So you can pick up some passive heals if you grab onto Blissey or something like that. Next major objective going to be the bottom Reggie. Well, likely. Top Reggie will be spawning in quicker, but with the way these teams are rotating, feels like that is going to be the first major point of interest. But Insomnia, this Darkrai Gyarados duo, actually going to have a free Regieleki, it seems.
Yeah, it's what they did last time.
Yeah.
Exist went 5 bot, they split 2 top, and what gave them the point lead here. And they were able to defend that tier 1, so maybe they're feeling very confident in their ability to defend. Did we just see a Mewtwo Y unite?
Yeah, I think they were just trying to get information.
Yeah.
Every member of the team was
Oh,
secured there
nice.
by the Trevenant. Beautiful stuff.
Right to the back line too. Scizor.
Let's see Unite onto Zarina.
Good
Zarina's
serve,
looking for a
though.
target right now.
Great serve.
Yeah, Surf buys him a little bit of time. This Zarina still the main damage threat for Exist. Like, Tommy just crushing it now that they're up to levels, and they got that safeguard Blissey, basically using their moves on Zarina on cooldown.
Oh
Like,
my god.
so sick.
Tommy's looking great.
Yep.
It has been a good fight for them, but, obviously the Gyarados was off breaking that tier
They're having
2.
trouble with the Scizor though. I mean,
Yeah.
that was Tommy and Greninja on them. And
Took
that
them a
took,
long
that took
time.
a lot of time. That took a lot of time.
Yeah, it was dangerous.
Okay, so the thing is
Also
like,
on that Gyarados kind of joining the fight rather late.
despite that being a 5v4 the entire time, Insomnia still come out on top. But I honestly don't like the. Okay, there's a couple things I just don't like. We can play we'll play it back from here. Obviously, keep in mind that at this point in the game, they're playing for bottom objective, like they're contesting, but it's a 5v4 because Gyarados is staying top lane for the Regieleki, okay? So you got a 5 versus 4. They're pulling the objective. Unfortunately, they're not able to secure, which is really unfortunate because you should not be on paper, you should not be losing an objective when you are playing with Unite moves and you have a numbers advantage. Like, you have all your resources on the table, but you lose the objective.
Every member of the team was.
So they lose the Reggie. You can consider this good or bad. So right now, technically, it's a 2 versus 5, okay? Because there's 1, 2. And then the other people, like the other 2, 3, and 4, are topside. Like, they're backcapping while this is going on. So, the thing that's, like, kind of concerning is the fact that, yeah, they lost the Reggie, but they're playing so scared. Like, if you're panning your camera to the top lane, you'll know they're doing Reggie. At least one person minimum. You'll see the other 2 people behind you. So, at this point, yeah, you lost the Reggie, but, like, just turn on them. Like, just commit to the play. Like, you have Unite moves, you have the numbers. I know you're scared of the freaking Trevenant because you lost objective, but like, if you're already this deep, you might as well commit to the play.
By the Trevenant. Beautiful stuff.
And then now, it reaches a point where you're hiding backwards into the two people that were backcapping behind you. So now it's like, okay, well, we gotta bail out. We lost the Reggie, time to go. Meanwhile, top lane, this guy got the Regieleki by himself. He's just gonna push that to their tier 2. And of course, that if you're paying attention, he crashes it and then he scores and he breaks.
Right to the back line too. Scizor.
Bliss assistance onto Serena, but realistically, not the greatest Unite, but you know, you're keeping your carry alive. Darkrai tried uniting the Serena.
Great serve.
Yeah, Surf buys him a little bit of time. This is a
It's so weird. Look at the animation though. It looks like they're stuck in the Unite move, but they didn't actually get taken to.
Unite onto Zarina.
Good serve though. Great serve.
Yeah, Surf buys him a little bit of time. This Arena's still the main damage there for Exist. It's like Tommy just crushing it now that they're up to levels, and they got that safeguard Blissey, basically using their moves on Serena on cooldown.
Oh my god.
So sick.
Tommy's looking great.
Yep.
It has been a good fight for them, but, you know, obviously the Gyarados was off breaking that tier
They're having trouble with the Scizor though. I mean,
Yeah.
that was Tommy and Greninja.
And Scisor's more of a meat shield than anything else. Like, you're like, their role, despite them being an all-rounder, is more of a, they're just frontlining damage and sustaining rather than actually outputting damage. And unfortunately, Gyarados rotated, but by this time it's already too late. Scisor's dead. So what happened in this fight? You lost the Mew. You lost the Mew. You lost the Absol. They lost the Trevenant. They lost the Darkrai.
But, you know,
And the Mewtwo. So it's a 3-for-2 overall. 3 in favor of Exist, but they also lost objectives. So all in all, it's more worth for them.
Breaking that tier
They're having trouble with the Scizor though. I mean, that was Tommy and Greninja on them. And that took a lot of time. That took a lot of time.
Yeah, it was dangerous. Kazu on that Gyarados kind of joining the fight rather late, but it was because they were soloing that Regieleki, and because, like you were mentioning, Deus Ex, that 5-player dedication to the bottom side means that a tier 2 was broken by Insomnia, so they get a 275-point scoreline and having a pathway all the way to that home goal zone.
Did you have the Lecky timer on when they took it? I missed it.
I was just thinking that too. I think it was over 4, but I'm not sure.
Hello, Gyarados. We'll deal with that rocky helmet damage. You can see the little true damage prop to Serena, but Gyarados chasing him down.
They
Just barely missed the Serena, but did catch the
No way. Yeah. Cocky getting out of that too. Like, we've seen this all weekend long. These big engagements, and they just fall shy of the target they're trying to get. And you can't imagine the experience swing that you would have gotten if you were able to deliver on that moment. But these teams are so good about working on like the most razor-thin amount of HP.
Gyarados continuing to offlane here while the rest of the team positions for this top objective. Insomnia is already up. They would love to have this walking towards their home goal zone.
I'm glad they're playing for top
Gyarados
lane.
now making their way top, so this could be an early Rayquaza fight. It has so much importance for Exist to not lose this Regieleki.
Yeah, man, if Serena loses any more HP, you might have to just throw your Bliss Assistance.
They're going in though.
It's a major fight.
Bliss Assist.
That is a very early Unite. Bliss Unite, Mewtwo Unite, Mew Unite. They're choosing this fight.
They're caught in the nightmare. They're coming back out now.
I think they're gonna beat.
Absol whiffed their Unite move too. Absol's dead now.
Oh, they went. Cocky's already down.
Yeah, they beat Darkrai.
Yeah.
But
the
you
Scizor,
did take 2 Unites, right? You took Serena's and Blissey's Unite for that exchange. It looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening here in the objective, but not enough. We are chasing with Scizor
Slime
right
gets
now.
this.
Wow.
Yeah, pulled a bunch close. The only Unite move up for Exist right now is Greninja.
Objective, but not
I don't know why Serena.
But
the
you
Scizor,
did take 2 Unites, right? You took Serena's and Blissey's Unite for that exchange. It looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening here in the objective, but not enough.
I'm guessing they were on cooldown. Let me see here. Hold on, wait. When did they? I can't see because the freaking camera.
Cocky's already.
So there's the Unite move.
Yeah, they beat Darkrai.
There's the tropical kick.
But
the scissor.
Triple Axel. I feel like they should have had their tropical kick much sooner. I'm not exactly sure why they pathed to the left towards the enemy goal, but I could be wrong. I just can't see because they pan their camera, so I don't know when they used it.
Not enough. We are chasing with Sizzle
Slide
right
gets
now.
this.
Wow.
Yeah, pull a bunch close. The only Unite move up for Exist right now is Greninja. So, I mean, a good chance to steal a Rayquaza, but I don't think Insomnia has any interest in...
I mean, they still have a chance. They have a Greninja to actually pull the Rayquaza. They gotta wait for Serena, though. I think Absol's trying to get their Unite move back, but...
They get farmed.
But they need Rayquaza.
This could farm their moves back up, and it looks like they are looking to do just that.
Good read by the Mewtwo, right? To at least suss out what's going on. Heavy rotation, and oh no, the retreat Unite is a horrible use of that. Well, I mean, it's what they needed to do.
Yeah.
It's just not ideal. In fact,
Yeah, you're totally correct. Tough spot.
they cannot deal with this Scizor. It's gargantuan.
Just
man.
out bulking them. It's crazy.
Holy.
Serena gonna go down. Absol marking a couple of opponents, but they just have to turn on Rayquaza. It's their only win condition now. We're under a minute. You need over 100 points to turn this game around.
Absol down, taken out by the Trevenant. Lissy down. Greninja having to run from Scissor, almost picking up the KO with the bullet punch and the Swords Dance right there. Darkrai looking for it, not able to grab it. Look at these water shurikens. They have to end up uniting it. But only 25 seconds left, and that should be game one for Insomnia.
Should be. Wow, Insomnia with, again, a crazy draft.
Yep.
No matter what, we always see some wild stuff from this team, and it works out huge in game number one.
It's not even a crazy draft. It is a crazy draft, of course. But I mean, it's a crazy lot of things. It's Pain Split, Trevenant, Waterfall, Rocky Helm, Gyarados. It's EXP Share, Darkrai. It's
Like, I'm telling you, their draft was awful.
unexpected.
Like, it's a combination of their draft as well as just the way they played the game. Like, trust me, guys. I like Greninja. I love seeing it in competitive play because it's one of my favorite Pokemon. Like, I'm biased. That being said, would I recommend Greninja in this team composition? Absolutely not. Like, if you feel obligated to play a ranged attacker, at the very least, play Cinderace because it scales much better. Greninja's scaling is kind of, I don't want to say it's mediocre, it's kind of mid. But you're also playing Water Shrieking as well, and you're basically doing no damage because you don't stay in the fight long enough to actually threaten anyone on their team. Like, by the time you get to the end game, realistically, you're doing no damage to Trevenant. Gyarados does so much damage, and they're more of a threat to you than you are to them. So you're probably spending most of your time kiting backwards, running away, doing this, and that, and you're not even getting your Water Shriekens off to begin with. And of course, if you're playing Water Shrieken, you need to get your auto attacks off too, because it reduces the cooldown of your Water Shrieken. But these guys spend more time running away than anything else. Yeah, you can do damage to Scizor, but the thing is, they're just a sustained monster. Like realistically, they're not there for damage. They're literally just there. They're like a pseudo frontline. And yeah, you're right. They nerfed the healing as well. The healing doesn't do jack for you. Absol, let's put it this way, Absol was irrelevant in this game. They were level 12 going into Rayquaza. They died a lot. They didn't contribute a lot. They didn't have an impactful early game in the least. Like, I say this a lot about speedsters. You're playing speedsters for the early game. If you're not playing the early game, or you're not doing anything productive, or doing anything to help your team snowball, or at least survive the early stages of the game, then realistically, you're just going to fall off sooner rather than later. Absol pretty much spent their time just playing Farm Simulator, and of course, when they did contribute in fights, they didn't really get anything done. They lost majority of the objectives. They didn't win many fights. When they did fight, they were pretty much just using their Unite move to do damage, then they ran away. They got caught out a couple of times. Muse support, I mean, like, you can play Muse support, it's not a big deal. It's just more so your carries are not really doing what they need to do. You can play whatever support you want, but if the carries are not doing their job, then, like, it doesn't matter. Serena was doing okay. Like, Serena was, like, the the saving grace of their team in the sense that they were actually a threat, but they were pretty much on their own. Like, if I go back to this team fight, like, this top lane team fight was like a desperation fight. Like, on top of that, they got nothing out of it, and they burned 3 Unite moves. Like, here, like, play it back from here. So what happens here? Obviously, they want to contest the third Regieleki, because they already know they're down by over 100 points. They have a third Regieleki lose con. So if they lose that, they probably lose the game, like, right off the bat. So it makes sense that you want to contest that. But the problem is, like, you don't need to force the fight if they're not doing the Regieleki. Like, at this point in time, keep in mind, like, while all this is going on, the Regieleki technically hasn't even spawned yet. So you're forcing the fight on their terms, and you're playing from behind. Like, at this point of the game, level 11, level 12, level 11, level 12, level 12. And yeah, the levels are relatively close, but even if you trade, like, let's say, for example, the fight goes evenly. Like, you trade the same amount of kills or whatever, it's still too early for you to take advantage of anything. Like, by the time this fight is over, which you will see within the next 30 seconds, the Rayquaza still hadn't even spawned yet. And by that time, they burned majority of their resources, and they can't transition to the Rayquaza. The only time I ever try to tell people to team fight is if you can like, especially if you're losing. Like, if you force a team fight right before Rayquaza, you better make damn sure that when Rayquaza spawns, you can transition and take that objective right away. Otherwise, the fight is pointless. Because then you find yourself in the same position, but then the problem is, when you fight again, you don't have any Unite moves left, which is exactly what happened, like, now.
The fight. It has so much importance for Exist to not lose this Regieleki.
Yeah, man, if Serena loses any more HP, you might have to just throw your Bliss Assistants.
Okay, so now they're pulling the Regieleki because they know they want that win con, but this is the one they force the fight. So, the only good thing about forcing the fight is the fact that they make the Scizor pull off the objective. So you can see here, Scizor was doing the objective, but then they turn away and go towards the fight. That is literally the only, like, consolation, but the problem is, they're playing from behind.
It's the major fight.
Blitz assistance.
Serena Unite move
They're in the,
miss.
yeah, they're in the nightmare. They're caught in the nightmare. They're coming back out now.
I think they're going to beat Darkrai in the Nightmare, though. It's going to get close.
Oh, they went. Kaki's already down.
Yeah, they beat Darkrai.
Yeah.
But
the
you
Scizor,
did take 2 Unites, right? You took Serena's and...
Okay, so what happened here? Pretty much everyone united. Almost everyone. The only one that didn't unite at this fight was literally Greninja. And I'm pretty sure that's because they didn't even have it to begin with. Otherwise, they probably would have.
Yeah, man, if Serena...
They're caught in the nightmare. They're coming back out now.
I think they're going to beat Darkrai in the Nightmare, though. It's going to get close.
Oh, they went. Kaki's already down.
Yeah, they beat Darkrai.
Yeah. Literally everyone united except for Greninja, but that's literally because they didn't have it.
Serena's and Blissey's unite for that exchange. It looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening here in the objective, but not enough. We are chasing with Scizor right
gets
now.
this.
Wow.
Yeah, pull a bunch close. The only Unite move up for Exist right now is Greninja.
But not enough. We are chasing with Scizor right
gets
now.
this.
Wow.
Yeah.
You see, my issue is here. I think if I had to give an opinion, they had to risk it and go for they had to start pulling the Rayquaza now rather than later. Because they have 4 people up. At this time, Darkrai's dead, Serena dies, but you still have 4. It's technically a 4 versus 4. You know for a fact that literally every single person in this game, except for Greninja, burned their Unite move. Waiting for everyone to reposition and potentially get more, like, Unite moves back on the table is not in your best interest, because look how the team fight just played out. You lost, well, you didn't necessarily lose, it's just that you're playing at a disadvantage, and then you have to fight again. Now, what's going to happen if you wait more time, everyone gets their Unite moves back again, or like some people, and then you team fight again. Unless someone significantly gets outplayed or misplays, the fight's probably going to go in this, like, it's going to be the same result. Realistically, Greninja should have started pulling now. Like, as soon as they got back, they started pulling. You have a Blissey with Safeguard and Helping Hand. You still have Unite move, so you can reposition yourself. Rather than, like, you could use that for a secure attempt, or you can use that to literally reposition yourself. The choice is yours. Also, another thing here, this full heal doesn't do anything for you. They have so much CC, like, they have, well, I don't want to say a lot of CC, because this Trevenant went, King Split and Curse. But at the very least, if you had full heal here, if Trevenant tries to, you know, King Split you, at least you could cleanse that with the full heal. I know they're playing Water Shrieking, but against this team, like, against a Darkrai, against freaking annoying Pain Split Trevenant, even a Side Strike Mewtwo, as long as they're focusing you, then you're gonna have some problems. They should have pulled it here.
So, I mean, a good chance.
But then the problem is, instead of pulling it here, they tried to go for some weird niche play. Like, I don't know what the play was here. At the end of the day, guys, they're not gonna backcap the difference of points that they're down by. Like, they are literally down by, what, 182 points? You really think the enemy team is gonna let you backcap that amount? No, they're not. The only way you're gonna get that amount of points is literally if you win a fight or if you get Rayquaza, either or. But at the end of the day, you just try team fighting, you're not gonna win. So what's your only other option? Rayquaza. Like, you have an underleveled Absol trying to farm their Unite move.
Thing for Insomnia, though, is
and then even though they got their Unite move back, it really didn't do anything for them.
Side of Exist. They don't need
they get
to do
farmed.
anything. So yeah, Exist could farm their moves back up, and it looks like they are looking to do just that.
Good read by the Mewtwo, right? To at least suss out what's going on. Heavy rotation, and oh no, the retreat Unite is a horrible use of that. Well, I mean, it's what they needed to do.
Yeah.
It's just not ideal. In fact,
Yeah, you're totally correct.
Absol got their Unite move. See, like, even here, Absol got their Unite move back, but they used it in, like, a most pointless way possible. Greninja, instead of using it for, you know, repositioning at Ray and flipping it, they used it like this. They baited that, like, they ran into their own teammate who was hiding in the bush and exposed both of them. And then they just lose anyways. Like, if you're playing backs against the wall and you are that far behind, this is like one of those rare times where you got nothing to lose. Just flip it. And you had two Unite moves on the table. Gyarados got theirs back right now. Or, actually, they had it. They got it back at...
chance to steal a Rayquaza,
what
but I don't
time?
think Insomnia has any interest in burning down the Ray with the point lead they have at the moment.
Tough. The tough thing for Insomnia...
They got it back at 131. So you still have the Greninja Unite move. Absol got theirs back
by the Mewtwo, right?
at...
Side of Exist. They don't need
they get
to do
farmed.
anything. So yeah, Exist could farm their moves back up, and it looks like they are looking to do just that.
Good read by the Mewtwo, right?
They got it back at 119. So there's a 11-second difference. They would have had it up for Rayquaza if they started pulling. Or even now, like, instead of doing whatever this is, they could have started pulling now, and then used both those Unite moves to try to rip, but...
Right, to at least suss out what's going on. Heavy rotation, and oh no,
despite them playing the way they have been up until now,
well, I mean, it's what they needed.
they had they actually had a chance at winning.
Yeah, you're totally correct.
It's just they had a very narrow window, and they didn't take advantage of it.
Man, this team.
Two in this column, two in this column. So
Top row.
we honestly, top right to bottom left diagonal, looking like a very possible.
Oh, that's
bingo run.
extremely... all we need is an Obeon start. Dubsnax will spill water no matter
that's
what.
don't even worry about it.
And then we have a gold badge team comp.
Yeah, but
Is it just water or is it any liquid?
I mean,
we'll probably just call it
liquids
water.
are water.
I mean, but with Obeon in this era of denying the camera the stare, it's gonna be really challenging.
It's just tough. Well, he knows. At this point, he's obviously aware of the bingo.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy in the community around it, but
Well, I think it's why the audience is so split. On them right now.
almost down the middle.
Exist does have...
Their split bingo board,
Yeah.
non-bingo board.
I think Exist does have this interesting slime.
Oh.
Meow.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's their most iconic pick when it comes to that. Maybe they would say the Zoroark, that's the plushie they're walking with on stage every single time, and their Zoroark was amazing. I think we only got to see it in one game, but yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Double defender, double attacker is a synergy we have seen time and time again. So makes a lot of sense. However, double speedster into double attacker, usually a pretty good run. Yeah.
It's gonna be a.
My issue with this team composition that Exist decided to draft for themselves is that it's relatively low damage. Like, they are going... So, it's XP share Blastoise than XP share Blissey, of course. It's going, like, more offensive defender Ho-Oh. But most of the damage is going to be coming from Inteleon and Glaceon. And the problem that I have is the fact that they are not necessarily... Like, Inteleon's laning is perfectly fine because you have the crits and you have the secure. But, like, early game jungle Glaceon doesn't pose much of a threat until you hit level 6 at the bare minimum. Or unless, for whatever reason, the enemy team that you're playing against is just full of bozos that don't know how to position properly. But, like, until you hit level 6, you're not really much of a threat. The issue I have with that is because their early game is not great either. Insomnia's early game, not great. But, because Exist's early game is not good either, to punish that, it just allows them time to scale. And if you look at both teams in comparison to each other, I would like to say that Insomnia's late game scales much more than the other team. That's the problem I have.
Like, true defensive Blastoise here. Offensive Ho-Oh.
Asia loves Gyarados and he loves Garchomp.
So I likely a flamethrower build out of this Ho-Oh.
I think 100%.
Maybe even fly if you're running X speed.
You could run fly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bulk and the extra damage isn't bad.
We have two members of the team, so both the Trevenant and the Gyarados picking it up. So no at the tail end.
All right, here we go. Insomnia, your purple team exists. Your orange team, Insomnia, one game away from moving forward in this bracket. Again, this is all single elimination, so the tournament's on the line for Exist right now.
They got the new Blastoise Holloware, the Squirtle Squad. That's fantastic. Dripped out Squirtle. Top path for the Ho-Oh, so yeah, truly a full damage brawler Ho-Oh build. Not even just don't give it experience share to help it level a bit faster. This is meant to be one of the main damage members of the squad.
Nice secure there by Ho-Oh, able to pick that one up. And score.
Chansey actually getting the berry there.
Yeah.
Which gave it the opportunity to get out. That was pretty close.
Yeah,
Ho-Oh's early secure is very good.
It is.
Yeah. Even in team fighting, that boosted auto being able to hit kind of both members of the enemy path is really, really strong. One boosted auto attack from Squirtle landing in a Meowscarada does make it a little challenging for them to push even farther onto that goal zone. So Exist with a very quick early defense.
Yeah, gonna peel back here. We have birds spawning right now. It's gonna be hard for Meowscarada to get in and make much happen here. I feel like it's level 5 is the right.
Shoot. I forgot to check if Glaceon went Curse Incense or not. I think they did, but I don't remember.
Is it? Yeah, I don't even know.
Yep, I just caught a little corner of it.
Gotcha. Okay, so going with that really long, or sorry, kind of mid-range fight plan.
Very fast Gyarados for Insomnia, where you want to be.
Yeah, it's doing really, really well. Honestly, don't know where they picked up a lot of that effort gauge, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like the path was actually going pretty well for Exist on the top side, so.
I was about to say they might have scored, but if you look at the scoreboard, 0 to 9 here, so that's definitely not it.
Either way, Gyarados actually going to choose to try to cut off the Ho-Oh instead of going immediately for those birds as they're spawning in.
Nice clear. Some of it eaten there by this Solvest. Gary going to have to peel back from this fight. Here comes Meowscarada looking to fight here, and that is a Trailblaze Night Slash, I believe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Big jump for the Meowscarada.
The Mewtwo just 1v1 their jungler, so that's not good.
To score. Blissey and Ho-Oh, that is a bulky, and Blastoise, that is a bulky trio to try to burst through to get a score onto that goal zone.
The nice thing about Trailblaze Night Slash is, objective-wise, you can offlane with this thing just as well as a Gyarados. You can also move in for some of these big fights. You have a great Unite move. It's really interesting to see this play because I think a lot of teams would obviously be picking Flower Trick Double Team, but you do have some really great shred options with it. The ability to sort of rip down the easy offlane Regieleki and then immediately make it to another fight is very, very powerful with a set like this.
Yeah. Hitting the think Gyarados might be a bit more of a relevant factor in this second game. I feel like it didn't have as much room to shine.
Just have to be careful here. Gyarados is actually rotating this time around. Got a 5 versus 4.
Now it might be time. We do get the Meowscarada and jump in the backline. Waterfall to cut them off. But unfortunately, they're going to get right around him.
Yeah, Ho-Oh just staying in the top path right now, deciding to get in stacks instead and score. Makes sense. When you're double stacking, I feel like you have to put a priority on it, even if it means your team loses a fight here or there.
Yep.
It's just
I think War Turtle end up right there.
deciding to get in stacks instead and score. Makes sense. When you're double stacking,
Oh,
I feel
they're
like you
scoring.
have to put a
Wait.
priority.
Right around him.
Yeah, Ho-Oh just staying in the top path right now, deciding to get in stacks instead and score.
Oh, no.
Makes sense. When you're double
They were just out of
stacking,
position.
I feel like you have to put a priority on it, even if it means your team loses a fight here or there.
Yep.
It's just way too valuable. You're giving up essentially 2 item slots if you don't get any work done.
Yeah, I mean, that extra bulk's going to help late game, right, with that big Ho-Oh Unite when they're trying to bring people back up. It's one of the biggest concerns when you are playing with Ho-Oh is being able to get any value out of that before you actually get taken out. And with the bulk, it makes it a little bit harder to prioritize correctly, especially with the fire blowing in your face the whole time.
Bit of a heat wave. With Exist rotating away from the tops, I'm kind of shocked they did. I felt like they had to after that Inteleon goes down, that dive. They felt like they'll have to come down, but it does allow Insomnia to finally get some big points on the board, going from 30 points to 105 now, and a Regieleki walking towards the goal zone. So Exist with a composition that's just so entrenched and defensive, seeing them give up and out into your goal zone like that feels a little strange to me, but I doubt this Regieleki is going to have a chance to go in, but it does give Insomnia even more room to stock up on even more points.
I love how these teams are using support Mewtwo, using that Unite move for information.
Yeah, is anybody going to come stop me from scoring?
Exactly.
No? We're good.
Here we go. They can look for this fight here. Meowscarada ready with the Unite move. It's also level 11. Jumps on in, hits the Night Slash. Ripping at them a bit, but goes down before it can throw its Unite move.
Wow. Okay, Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team fight. Blastoise getting in range, but only at level 8, so no Hydro type to utilize.
That is a beautiful one. That's exactly who I would want to put in that Nightmare. You're gonna slow
Wait, did they get tagged by that Unite move?
Blastoise getting in range, but only at level 8, so
ripping at them a bit, but goes down before it can throw its Unite move.
wow. Okay, Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team fight. Blastoise getting in range, but only at level 8, so no Hydro type to utilize.
That is a beautiful.
Yeah, I'm so confused by that interaction. It looked... Unless they got hit by the... Okay, wait. Maybe they got hit by the Dark Void afterwards.
Wow. Okay, Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team fight. Blastoise getting in range, but only at level
No, that's the Unite move animation.
8, so no Hydro type to utilize.
So why are they able to move immediately? That's what I don't get. This is the second time I've seen the Darkrai animation, and it looks so off to me. I don't know why.
Wow. Okay, Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team fight.
Because the
Blastoise
thing
getting
is,
in
they
range,
got
but
stunned. That's the Unite move right
at
there.
level 8,
They got
so no
stunned.
Hydro type to utilize.
They got Dark Voided right there. But why are they able to move?
That's exactly who I would want to put in that Nightmare. You're going to slow Glaceon down, make sure its Icicle Spears does not do enough to you, and you almost
I don't know.
certainly get the KO.
Nice, Trevor to Unite.
Yeah.
Yep. Easy way to catch in here.
Obeon gonna shut that down. I mean, Ari, like with a pretty nice turnaround snipe shot to get one more KO in that exchange, but great work from Obeon to really even the score no matter what. Insomnia holding on to this lead in a fantastic way. Exists. A nice opening, but can't really do anything else past that.
No, I mean, well done by the Darkrai here. Well done by Sun Sun. I mean, perfect prioritization.
Let me see one more time.
Oh, utilize.
Down before it can throw its Unite move.
Wow. Okay, Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team fight. Blastoise getting in range, but only at level 8, so no Hydro type to utilize.
That is a beautiful one. That's exactly
Yeah, you know what? I think it is. Yeah. So they got hit by the Darkrai Unite because the way I know right
Okay,
here.
Exists with a real chance to kind of even things up with this next team
Yeah.
fight. Blastoise
Okay, so they
getting
were in the
range,
Darkrai Unite. It just doesn't look like it from Spectre view.
only at level
So when
8,
they get
so
hit by the
no Hydro
Darkrai
type
Unite
to
right here,
utilize.
notice how Mewtwo and Gyarados are not even like. If Mewtwo was able to A press them or B press them, whatever, they would have hit them right now. Because obviously the way targeting works is based on HP, and there's no way that Otto wouldn't have prioritized the Glaceon at this stage. They're definitely in the Unite move. It just looks off because of the spectate. Okay, yeah, it makes sense.
Yep. Easy way to catch in here.
Obion gonna shut that down. I mean, Ari, like, with a pretty nice turnaround snipe shot to get one more KO in that exchange, but great work from Obion to really even the score no matter what. Insomnia holding on to this lead in a fantastic way. Exists a nice opening, but can't really do anything else past that.
No, I mean, well done by the Darkrai here. Well done by Sun. I mean, perfect prioritization on the Glaceon. Great follow-up with the Trevin Unite and getting the knockout right afterwards. And it really made that push easy at that point.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so Meowscarada again on this big burst damage combination. See it trailblazing from such a long distance out of that Telegrass, but Registeel is going to leash. It's going to walk all the way as far as it can.
This is going to be the last fight before Rayquaza, if there is going to be one.
And go back to full HP and stand in the same place again.
Rip is on for exist here. Decent spacing by the
Bro, look how much damage this Trevenant is doing. Okay, pay attention to Trevenant and the pain split damage that Blastoise is taking. Well, it's the pain split and the curse, but like, look at the true damage, man. This guy is running away for his life. He can't even do anything.
They get straight to the back line. Mewtwo Unite is going to really bully everybody out. Hydro Typhoon does kick through the Dragon, coming back through with its own form of rage. They're going to take the Registeel, and now let's see if they push. I mean, they've got a decent opportunity here. Ho-Oh Unite can drag somebody back from the brink of hell into this battle that they're trying to wage.
It's so funny to say that Hydro Typhoon, it's in the middle of 4 Pokemon and only knocks up one.
I know.
Because so many of them have ways to get around it. I mean, Uzakazu has to dive underwater in that moment because no bounce.
True.
Yeah. You just feel awesome, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, well.
I guess I did.
I was in the right spot, I swear, guys.
Oh, they're pushing here. They feel back. Yeah,
it's a turtle comp. Like, Exist is a good way to build that out.
Yeah, no, it is. I was just saying we have that Regieleki, and Meowscarada has sort of positioned itself to watch it and decide when they want to deal with it. Meow just able to rip this down. They have enough information to know exactly where Exist is. So this could set up a nice overcap for them. You know, they could have this walk.
Good serve.
And possibly set it up for Ray. We'll see.
That first snipe shot, I mean, putting poor Darkrai down to such low HP, they have to recall.
Yep.
It's going to give them a little bit more time. But again, Exist just has not found a way to push onto this tier 2 at all. Wow, Slime playing very aggressively. Instead of just scoring on the Regieleki debuff goal zone, instead trying to see if they can steal a KO.
The timer is off by a second too, which is just a bit of a shame.
Close. Still 303 to 107.
Oh, they got the Darkrai. This would be the time to fight. They gotta fight now.
Trevenant's going down. Meowscarada moves in and trying to get Glaceon, but not able to take them down.
Oh, that is huge.
Wow.
Insomnia are trolling here. What is that?
Out of that fight while doing damage the entire
Start pulling Rayquaza. You have a Ho Unite move too.
Snipe shot. Jeez, alright, hitting so many important ones.
Decent Mewtwo Y Unite. Gyarados Unite on Inteleon. They get a ton of damage in. Waterfalls through, can't quite get it.
Oh, Unite! Oh, Unite! Oh, Unite!
Coming unglued. Oh, Unite for everyone back. One of the best uses of that we've seen in a long time. Holy.
Oh my God!
What a hydro pump.
They have to start just pull, man.
What was happening? They're still low. Yeah, Meowscarada has another opportunity. Trailblaze gives the shield. They move in. They don't get the KO.
Oh my God, this is going horribly wrong.
Here comes Gary, ready to stop them. Oh my gosh,
They don't have enough in the tank.
low.
They don't have enough in the tank. Safeguard in, Blissey.
This is what happens. They had it, and then they crumbled. Like, and Insomnia gave them the hall pass. Like, they legit just threw. Like, okay, I will get, like, if people make a good play, you know, at least I will acknowledge it. So, the fact that Meowscarada's backcapping when the Regieleki is there, they know at the very least it's a 5 versus 4, at the bare minimum. Like, best case scenario for Insomnia right now, it's a 5 versus 4. Best case scenario. You have a group of 5, like, they know they gotta fight now. I don't know why Insomnia are literally pushing against 5 people when they are literally 3 versus 5. Like, this right here is such a literally bozo tier play. You got one person up here. You got one person up here. So what do you have? It's literally a 3 versus 5. They technically don't know Mewtwo is down there. So, in their eyes, potentially, it's probably like 4 people. Like, the only vision they have are these 3 people, and then this person up here. But either way, like, no matter what, you're up at least one person, so you take that fight, which they did, which is good. These guys are overextending beyond belief. I have no idea why. Darkrai gets sniped by the Inteleon right there, so that's perfect. So now you have an actual 5v4, because Mewtwo finally rotated from bottom lane, but at this point, like, they shouldn't even be fighting. Glaceon Spears? Bliss, who did why is, okay, someone needs to explain to me why Blissey is uniting the full HP Ho-Oh of all things. Full HP! Like, why are we uniting? You lost one of your best support resources for no reason whatsoever. And then you guys gotta remember, look how much time there is on their death counters. You guys do not have the time to continue the team fight. You guys won. The fight is over. Like, you forced that Rayquaza, and then you still have a Ho-Oh unite. But the problem is, they're still trying to fight.
Y unite, Gyarados unite on Inteleon. They get a ton of damage in. Waterfalls through, can't quite get it. Glaceon looking for their next target. Glaceon coming on blue. Oh, unite for everyone back. One of the best uses of that we've seen in a long time. Holy. Oh, everybody.
And then they club together and then allow themselves to get picked off by Meowscarada. And because they got the kill, they got the reset. Gyarados is coming, Meowscarada comes back. It doesn't even matter if Meowscarada dies here or not, because Gyarados and Mewtwo are on their way. Even if Blissey's secured there, it doesn't even matter. Because there's barely any time for the game. Yeah, they would have to go score, but they would probably trade anyways. The other 3 people are dead.
Slime's ability to survive being one of the greatest threats in that entire matchup. I mean, what a Ho-Oh unite to really turn things around for just a moment.
They also, for a team that had a Ho-Oh unite move as well, they played so scared. If anything, they should have let themselves die faster, so that way they can just use that unite move faster. But can do. Also, one of the key factors into why they lost is their team composition. Their draft was actually just horrible. I don't know how they got, like, how they allowed themselves to draft this team. Where is it?
What day is it?
Gyarados, right?
That's not the game.
So many.
Helmet in game number 2 in
Okay, let's see how this played out.
they're walking with on.
Looking at Blaziken
Okay.
here.
Makes a lot of sense. However,
Okay, first pick Mewtwo. First pick for Exist, Blissey and Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, I'm not a fan of Ho-Oh. I just think it's a little underwhelming. Realistically, it has okay laning, but overall, it's like one of those defenders that doesn't have a lot of utility. Like, it's kind of weird because Ho-Oh's kit, it's like, it's a mix of mobility and damage, but you're also a defender, so you don't really need that. Like, it's one of those few defenders that doesn't have, like, CC. It, like, it doesn't have CC. Like, yeah, it has, I think it has slows in its kit. But overall, it's like, what is this Pokemon going to do for you overall? Besides press left trigger and revive you if you die. Then they go with Darkrai and Gyarados. Like, the Asia Asia regions love Gyarados. They've been playing it a lot. Darkrai, they started playing it a little bit more in the later stages of the tournament. Specifically Darkrai support. How do I feel about Darkrai support? I think it's overshadowed. Like, if everyone's banning all the supports, like the traditional supports, I don't necessarily have a problem with the Darkrai support. I don't think it does a lot in the early stages. Like, once you get to level 5 and then you get level 7, where you can start stunning people, then you become more of a nuisance. But until then, like, it doesn't do much. Gyarados is just Gyarados until you get your, until you evolve into a Gyarados, like your Magikarp and you're worthless. The thing that's a little bit more surprising to me is when people play Gyarados, for some reason, they're allowed to get, like, they are left unattended, and they get Gyarados so quickly in these games. Like, getting Gyarados within the first minute of the game is so shocking to me, because it tells me that people are not punishing that weak lane in any capacity. Like, how is a Gyarados, like, how is a Magikarp evolving in literally 1 minute? Like, that should not be allowed. Like, that's a crime. If I'm jungling against someone that's playing Magikarp, I'm gonna make sure I delay that evolution for as long as remotely possible. And then by the time they become Gyarados, like, we're fed enough, or at least we're scaling fast enough to the point where you're not as big of a threat than you should be. And then of course if we misplay in a team fight, then obviously that's on us. But yeah. Then they decide to go with Blastoise and Inteleon. So there is no okay. Don't get me wrong, Inteleon can do damage, okay? Like, it's a good attacker. But up until, like, you barely have any damage on this team. Like, who is Blissey going to pocket on this team besides Inteleon? Like, they picked Glaceon, but Glaceon did, like, so poorly that it wasn't even a threat. They got kind of lucky at the end, but I don't want to say it's them. It's more so the enemy team throwing. By the time we got into Rayquaza, I think Glaceon was like level 12, and they had just leveled up too. And then they got the comeback experience, which allowed them to level up, through the kills. But yeah, overall throughout the progression of the game, Glaceon just was a non-factor because they just kept on dying, where they just played Farm Simulator. But they played Trevenant and Meowscarada. So keep in mind, because Blissey went Safeguard and Helping Hand, they have no sustain on their team. They have no heals. So any damage that's inflicted upon them, it's gonna stick until they reset. Or like they self-sustain in any capacity by like damaging people. There's a little bit of self-sustain on Glaceon. Not a lot. And then, of course, because you're relying so much on your Glaceon and Inteleon to do well, in order for them to carry you through their damage, they need to get through the front line of Trevenant. They also need to get through the bulk of Gyarados. And even then, they have so many threats on their team that it's like, you got your work cut out for you. Okay, so if it were up to me, like, let me look at, because I don't remember at the top of my head. Hold on. Okay, so instead of the Ho-Oh, happened here. Capture failed me. Second. Why is my window capture not working? What happened here? Let me remove all my window captures. I don't know what happened here. All of a sudden. I think I gotta close my There we go. I don't know what happened. For some reason, it just closed.
You could run fly.
Yeah.
Well, I think both are really solid here.
Okay. Let me go to API Unite for a second. Just because I kind of forget what's available. Okay. So, what they could have done better. They could have drafted better. For starters, Ho really didn't do much for them. The only Unite move, like, don't get me wrong, the Unite move at the end of the game was good, but they didn't utilize it properly because they didn't transition to the Rayquaza right away. So, if it were up to me, and this is obviously opinionated, don't take it as fact, or like, don't say like, whatever. They could have played Umbreon. Umbreon, at the very least, provides a lot more utility than Ho-Oh. You have, hey, like, you get CC with the Snarl, you get C-Block with the Mean Look, you get healing with the Wish, and you have no sustain. Like, you have Blissey for Safeguard and Helping Hand, so you have healing if you want to go that route. Or if you wanted to go the combat-oriented build, you go, you know, Snarl and Foul Play if you want. It doesn't matter. Also, you mitigate, like, you have the Unite move to deter the Trevenant from uniting. You have Slowbro as well. Like, Slowbro can lock down anyone that is a priority target on the enemy team. If you wanted to go damage, or at the very least, like, CC and a mix of damage, there's also Mamoswine. Like, but Blastoise is just, like, whatever. And on top of that, Blastoise's early game is kind of like, it's, like, not great either. It's not amazing, but it's not bad either. At least, with Swinub in the lane, you can play a little bit more aggressive if you want to, just because it is a strong laner. And then attackers. What happened with attackers? Is Snorlax meta? Yeah, a lot of people have been playing it. I've already said this a lot. Like, in terms of attackers, you don't have a lot of options just because most of the attackers in this category are, like, not that great. Well, like, are just kind of, like, falling off. Miraidon solid. B2Y solid. Miraidon solid. Inteleon solid. Everything else is kind of whatever. Pikachu is good in some scenarios. Not, like, it's not something I would blindly pick, but Pikachu can be solid. But it's more of a support than it is an attacker, at least nowadays. Not a lot of people play that as the attacker role in competitive. So, like, hey, could have gone support Pikachu if you wanted to. And then for the jungler, what do you got here? Got Zera, you got Talonflame, got Leafeon, got Absol. Like, there's, like, every single speedster is pretty much available. And at least you would have better early game, and you can actually do something for your, like, for your team to scale faster. But instead, they decided to go for another attacker, which is the Glaceon, and they didn't do shit. Like, that may sound, like, that may sound harsh, but realistically, they did not do shit.
Raw speed at which
he moved around when he did it too.
Did.
Like, he zipped to the side, you know? So much energy. And it was after like a long day.
As we head into our draft, here we go.
All right, let's get it.
Good vibe.
And the question I was asking before draft had an issue before is, do they ban company literally as I'm getting the sentence out? Of course. I think that's the right call.
Absolutely.
I think Zeta's combination there is luminosity levels of Comfey Zora. You can't let them have that.
It's kind of throwback to was it EUIC last year where it was like against Zetavid? It was just like I don't know.
Eldest
ban
Gloss
Dragon
is an
Knight.
attacker?
Beating us
No.
with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ban that.
No.
Make them do something else.
They seem like pretty common bans aside from this Comfey.
Yep.
Comfey obviously very targeted. I do like the fact that Hoopa's gone through, like, I mean, it's just been banned so much. After the
It
start of the
should be.
tournament, everybody's like,
Very
oh,
good.
never mind. Let's not have that happen again.
Look at the priority now on Inteleon. We're talking about the metagame shifts within the ecosystem of a tournament, and now we're seeing like Duck might go back to OJA right now.
Wow, Tomato.
Double
did grab
support.
it. Dude, if they
But they took away the 2 remaining supports that are actually viable.
ROM something they really don't want to play. We'll take 2 attackers. That would be very funny. As we head over to OJA right now for their next 2 picks. Umbreon, I feel like is an easy one. Absol, another very strong
This
one.
is where Mewtwo Y, to me, feels like it comes into play. It'd be tough to pass up on that.
You also could gutter it, I think, at this point. I don't think OJA is going to
Wow.
grab it.
I mean, Kokata prioritizing this Metagross. I mean, it was a demon all day yesterday. This Darkrai leaves something to be desired if they're going to play it in this true kind of speedster-esque role. It makes, now, just from watching it last match, it makes more sense as a support.
Final pick.
They're going to need more firepower.
Ooh, well, that's firepower.
They've really enjoyed this Garchomp, and then they could, swap, obviously, the Metagross over to Vitopo.
Let's, Iroas on the Crustle. Not a lot of Crustle played. I think the only team I saw play yesterday with Crustle was one of the mainline China squads.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the first time that we've seen it for a while. I wonder why it's coming out now. I mean, we saw Nagoya OJ play a lot yesterday. We saw them basically all their games, and this does not feel like it's something that they've gone to. I'm trying to think if there's anything in particular that it's really stopping, but maybe it's some sort of strategy against Metagross? I'm not really sure.
I do like this Umbreon into Metagross, right? We talk about just the value that the Umbreon Unite has just to snatch some shields out from under it.
Yep.
The difference to me that I just noticed from Zeta Division, Kokata is actually picking up the Garchomp, who was the one playing the Metagross yesterday to a lot of success. Vitopo actually going to be on the Metagross going into this game 1 here.
They did have, earlier on stream, we did see them have this set up, so they have some familiarity with it, but you're right. Oftentimes Vitopo is playing one of those. Nagoya OJ, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. Sorry about that,
Don't
Jeff.
back
How many
sleep.
fingers am I holding up?
I don't know.
Doesn't have the mask on, so
Yeah.
you can't guess.
My mind powers disappear as soon as the mask gets off.
Cast with the mask.
Cast with the mask.
You know, if I had more game sound, that would be fun. We should do that actually.
That
Try
would-
to do a blindfolded cast and
that-
see what we can figure out.
It would be very fun. You get some audio, and you'd have to go, I think Umbreon moved top. Nope.
Yeah, maybe not fun right here, exactly. I would like to see...
Sabo is down.
Oh, man.
Tomato's putting some pressure on this poor little Dwooble. Here comes, oh, nice stun, engage. This could be a follow-up. No,
Oh.
barely gets out of range.
Nice stuff. Man, Psyduck is so good.
It's really good.
It's okay.
What?
Love it.
Put the mask back on, bro.
All right, I will. Tomato on top. It's such a funny thing to think about. You know, we've seen Tomato play so much, and it's weird to see him on a Pokemon like Psyduck, which obviously Psyduck is like Tank Psyduck is so common, but it just feels weird in my head. I expect like a real big defender.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Intel in some real trouble here. They go down. We've got the Crustle put to sleep. Still hasn't evolved. Still a little Dwebble, and they are now going to score and stack in this bottom path.
I mean, that was quick 3-4 stacks there for the Matang. Vitopo's got to be feeling good about that. OJA trying to find value going across. Here comes Tomato to be a menace. They are able to secure tons of damage put in. Here comes Darkrai, just stunned enough.
Ooh.
Dragon Rush in, caught the mean look.
Beautiful.
That's unfortunate.
Out from the mean look, like.
You're trying to get some value there for Absol, but did not happen. Take a buff, throw it right back the other way.
Crustle evolving isn't bad either. It is going to make, between Umbreon and Crustle, it is going to make Zeta's approaches bizarre. But OJA needs to get online to be able to leverage.
You see, the problem there is, I like the fact that they went mean look,
Division.
but they're mean looking by themselves, as if like they have the entire team beside them.
There's gonna be a point in this game, I think, where they're
Like
gonna
they have no follow up. So, like I don't know why they're running into like 3 people using mean look and then dying for no reason.
Later scaling complex Zeta division, anything that you are successful.
Like those types of situations are easily avoidable.
First couple minutes of the game
Walk away.
is put you essentially miles ahead when you're trying to sprint to the finish line with these huge kind of stage 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, level 8.
Gargantuan.
What a start.
So Rock Tomb, I do think that maybe it's to just physically block the Metagross from being able to do what it wants to do. That's my best thought. Have y'all thought of any other concepts as to why?
Oh.
My goodness.
It's to dissect the team, in my opinion, split them up from each other.
It also
Okay, nice mean look. They actually have follow up.
It's annoying. The slow is very difficult. The stuns are big.
You also just the carry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you carry hard. It's super hard with it. You win every fight.
Yeah, no problem.
Give enough time. There's a rock tomb, and that's just like a really unfortunate place to fight in, right?
Good computing crash.
Wow.
Building your own rock walls around them. Wow.
Yeah, speaking
Garchomp
of a
got-
rock tomb.
Garchomp.
Nice.
For Zeta division.
Damn, this shit never
Made
ends.
that fight
To me.
way more palatable for OJA.
Yeah.
I feel like we're at a point where I almost want to start seeing the Inteleon bans. All the Inteleons left in the tournament are
nasty.
Yeah, they're using aim hacks. It's ridiculous.
Certainly something that you have to like realistically consider.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's
And-
so good.
At least at the very minimum, some sort of answer. I mean, like, all day that we've been seeing, all weekend that we've been seeing them, they're just landing shots from outside of the screen constantly, over and over. Not there,
Oh, it's because I'm watching both VODs back to back.
Sit back to base.
The other one already
That
finished.
happened, but, they'll be back.
Forever, forever,
A
forever.
lot in this match, right? We saw like one missed.
I could have
KO
separated it
on
into
Tomato,
2
like,
streams, but I didn't want to.
one
I'd rather
minute
just
in,
sit, watch it all in one
7
sitting.
but able to achieve
While it's still fresh for me,
rolling
and then I don't have to do it again.
Really, it's been on the sword. Yama has been carrying OJA to some amount of relevance in the first half of this game.
Ooh, we got a heart spray, by the way. Do we have 2?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's 2 on the same team, right?
Oh, is that what it is?
2 in general, I think you said.
2 in general?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the orchestrator here. There's a shiny spray. 2 hearts.
I think we might have missed 2, unfortunately.
They can do better. Wow, that was a little bit rude. A lot right there for that poor little Blissey.
Another thing that Rock Tomb does doesn't necessarily have to have that big of a strategy behind
Yeah,
it.
man, gotta get that Uber Eats ad revenue.
Yeah.
Okay,
Whoa.
Dragon Rush right into the middle into the Unite move. Not
You
bad.
see? Look at that mean look. It's beautiful.
Makes the
Beautiful.
hard. And
Useless
now
Garchomp Unite.
that even the Rebel Rouse is going to give them the shields they need.
You think Foul Play can do that shit?
So Nagoya
Hell no.
OJ's strategy is going to be you just annoy them until they give up. You're just going to mean look them and rock tomb them, and they're never going to be able to go anywhere that they want to.
That mean look was excellent. Really made Garchomp so much more useless with that unite.
Not even able to get the Crustle in that engagement either.
Yeah.
Because of a good Rock Tomb and a Rebel Rouse popping that Unite move just for that huge shield. Umbreon nowhere in sight.
Nice
Well,
secure there.
Not that Umbreon would take the Crustle shield. But it could if it was on the other side.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, it would be big.
Or if it was just really mean to its friends.
Yeah, that's true.
Imagine if that
Spraggles.
was the mechanic. Take
Like
their friends.
Here we go. Ripping through it once again. Garchomp is just so good. You can't leave an objective alone for a second in this thing. It just rips it apart. Darkrai moving in, catching Absol, going for the Unite move. Got canceled right there. Sword looking for a possible KO, not
Just
able
for a
to get
single
it.
target,
Metagross.
but it's worth it. Just breaking the
Oh
sword.
no, Inteleon got psychic.
Across the wall, Fell Stinger out. But Metagross right to the back line. Well done.
They're trying to burn down this Regieleki
Look
before
at
getting
They got it. They got the Regieleki. That's the important thing.
On this Crustle. I mean, this tank core is doing work for OJA. If they weren't here, this would have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
Like, it looks bad now, but think about how...
Oh no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
They are okay. They got a ton of points in. I mean, it still is a really
God
great
damn.
defend. It took them so much longer than it would have otherwise.
Yeah.
They
Not
Just
able
for a
to get
single...
it. Rips it apart. Here we go. Moving coming in, catching Absol, going for the Unite move.
Yeah, Sword went full wacko mode here. Like, this guy dove 1v4 trying to secure that kill. Misses the Darkrai, unfortunately.
There, Sword looking for a possible KO, not able
For a
to get
single
it.
target, but it's
And unfortunately, Inteleon got psychic by the Psyduck, gets pulled into the enemy team, forced to eject button. Super low.
But Metagross right into the back line. Well done.
They're trying to burn down this Regieleki
Look
before
at
getting
Iroha's absolute hero on this Crustle. I mean, this tank core is doing work for OJA. If they weren't here, this would have been a lot worse.
Oh my
Like,
god.
It's bad now, but think about how much worse it would have been. Holy.
They are okay. They got a ton of points in. I mean,
Yeah, that Crustle support, man, that ain't it, man.
Longer than it would have otherwise.
It ain't it.
Yeah, they
That
did like
Crustle.
an eject button X.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Give it Topo. Level 14 Metagross.
Like, how did they... Okay, I'm genuinely curious. They gave up both Blissey and Psyduck over... Like, okay. To be fair, they prioritized Inteleon. First pick Inteleon, and they gave away the Blissey and the Psyduck. And then they're stuck with Crustle support. Hell no, bro. That is such a cope.
You know, we were talking to LG yesterday. I think they have the wrong assessment on Metagross. Curious is like, why, you know, we're seeing Metagross be popular. And Curious is like, well, it's good at a lot of stuff. It's not really feels great at anything. But when you're looking at Zeta Division, when you're looking at like Sync 1, when they were playing it, it's like, man, it does look kind of great.
Yeah.
I do think they do a great job of, as Luminosity talked about, a great job of prioritizing support for it, right? Nice setup here, able to take Reggie Steele. It's going to be big.
This could be a fight. Iroha's low.
Oh, Reggie Steele snipe shots.
Double miss snipe shot. Oh, there we go. Third time's the charm. Oh,
Nice
they're
trap.
trapped in. That's
That
actually
could be an
huge.
engage. Darkrai with the.
Oh no! Umbreon died before uniting!
Knockout.
Oh my god.
Wow, they put him in
Darkrai's
the nightmare.
1v1ing Inteleon.
Nightmare.
Yep.
Oh my god, everyone's just dying, bro.
Well fought
It's
by
over.
Zeta.
Yep.
Over.
Here they go. They're going to go for the objective.
They still have 3 Unite moves on the table. They just got gapped.
They're right in front of me.
Right there, yeah.
I'm like,
Like, what happened here?
oh, there we go. Third time's the charm.
Like, not a bad Rock Tomb.
Trap.
That's
That
actually
could be an engage.
And then Snipe Shot lands on Tomato.
Darkrai with
But the problem is, Umbreon just died.
Oh, Reggie Steele snipe shots.
Double miss snipe shot.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Third time's the charm. Oh,
nice
they're trapped
trap.
in. That's
That
actually
could be an
huge.
engage.
And like the thing is, they got full on CC'd. Like they went in for the mean look, and then after they mean look, they got Darkrai stunned. They got hit by the Gyro Ball.
Darkrai with the.
They got psychic by Psyduck.
Oh, Reggie Steele snipe shots.
Double miss snipe shot.
Oh.
Oh,
Let me
there
see.
we go. Third time's the charm.
One more time. Rock Tomb, Dark Void,
Trap.
That's
That
actually
Psychic. Okay, so they got Dark Voided. They got stunned by the Psychic. They got pulled. They got hit by the Gyro Ball. And then literally Dark. I think the foul play hit them.
Darkrai with the.
So literally they couldn't even move. I can't even say they didn't Unite move. They just got CC locked to Oblivion. Then it's a 5 versus 4. Darkrai's literally running at Inteleon because they have no way of avoiding that Unite move.
Back though.
So Darkrai's just like, hey buddy, there's my Dark Void, there's my foul play, there's my Unite move.
Put him in the nightmare. I
Yippee!
think the Inteleon's in the nightmare.
And Absol's just like, okay, well, I'm trying to run. I got 4 legs, and I'm trying to go as fast as they can take me. And then literally Metagross just unites.
Yep.
Inteleon's
Gone.
down.
Inteleon United trying to 1v1 the Darkrai, which is like so unrealistic. Absol United trying to avoid the Metagross Unite move, dies in the process. Umbreon just died. Like, they can't do it. They're not allowed to play the game. They just got stunned and they died. Crustle presses left trigger, but they're Crustle. They don't do anything.
Knockout.
And you know what's funny is that they all press Unite move. They try to save the Inteleon. It's like, don't worry, buddy. I'll save you. And then it doesn't even matter because they're isolated in their own Unite move.
Nightmare. I think the Inteleon's in the nightmare.
You got sent to the Shadow Realm and Crustle's just standing there.
Very well fought by Zeta.
Yep, and here they go. They're going to go for the objective.
Sword is still around. So where is Sword? Oh, they're right in front of me.
Right there, yeah.
I'm like, look at the mini map. They still have coup de grace, so they can't just easily burn this down without at least trying to figure out where they are going.
No, they have to wait for the whole team, right? Zeta is up by 1 billion. Like, they don't need to do anything here.
Yeah. just saying they can't say, oh, only one's left, like Zeta for themselves burn it down. Obviously patience, especially when you're up by 230 points.
Yeah, if you can get in there now. Holly taking a ton of damage is not ideal here. Maybe just trying to bait them away so that there's a way into the Ray Pit for OJA. No, that's a great catch. It's a great catch.
Yeah, it's rip time. Nothing they can really do.
Garchomp's still with their Unite move. Bliss assistance still available.
Guys, first of all, like, do not give away Blissey and Psyduck. Like, if they're both on the table, take one at least. Inteleon is not worth the first pick. At least not to me. Definitely not first pick.
This is done for.
Yeah, they don't have the damage to rip.
I mean, Oja just can't do anything.
You want to see what happened? It's very simple. So what is it? We're at 9:35, so...
Ban company literally as I'm getting
This was the
my
draft.
ass out, of course.
And I
think
cringe
that's
at
the right
this.
call.
Absolutely.
I think Zeta's combination there is
Ban Dragonite.
Okay.
They're beating us with that.
yes.
Yeah.
Ban that.
They could have taken either support, but they chose Inteleon first pick.
Let's not have
And then you know what happens?
Look at the priority now.
Both
on
support,
Inteleon.
both the last two
Talking about
viable
the metagaming
supports
shift within the
that are actually like meta and solid like
And now
S
we're seeing,
tiers,
like, Duck
they got
Milo
taken away
to
in the first
OJA
round.
right now.
Wow, Tomato did grab it. Dude, if they grab U2Y right here, like give Rom something they really don't want. They're very strong.
This is where, I mean, Mr-esque role makes, now just from watching it last match, it makes more sense as a support.
Final pick.
They're going to need more
Yep.
firepower.
Ooh, well, that's
Yep.
firepower.
They've really enjoyed this Garchomp.
In a speedster meta, though.
I know. But if you disable it, I feel like it can't build up shields, and it would already do a lot of damage against it in general, right? So I feel like there's a theoretical there, but it's more of a
Feels
theoretical.
like a gutter pick, right?
Yeah.
Orange side gutter pick. Things have kind of lined up. Bang, Chandler.
Yeah, like somehow they choose a less speedster meta, and you get a final pick, yeah, and yeah, something like that. I don't know if that's real. It's just I don't know, I'm brainstorming, because I don't have any great ideas against Metagross, and clearly these teams don't either.
Let's see what happens here in game number 2. Oja down 1. They're going to need to figure something out here. The bans.
Exact same bans.
Beyond Hoopa and Talonflame. First pick.
Oh wait, no, it is second game. Sorry.
They could steal
I thought I was
it
rewatching the same thing.
from, and they did.
Oh my god, don't do it. No!
I think it's a good choice.
I mean,
I agree.
Lissy Duck on the other side again. If I'm Tomato, their Duck has been crazy.
No! You didn't learn your lesson! You didn't learn your lesson!
You steal your own Metagross away? I don't know if they have a Metagross player.
Yeah, I guess they could. They go sword.
Wait, is this okay? Let me double check. I need to fast forward. No, it's a game 2. It's game 2. They didn't learn their lesson. What was that? I'm yelling. Oh my god, bro. Like, who are like? You know, I want to watch this game just to see what happens. Like, by the sheer, like, this is just sheer curiosity. I want to see what happens this game.
I mean, you can once as well.
No. Yeah, I'm watching this game. No. I'm watching.
Sustain a little bit. Okay.
No skipper.
Maybe the
No
thought-
skippering. No.
OJA, your purple team.
No.
Your orange
No.
team. Ready, go.
Maybe the thought with Eldegoss is, yes, Metagross is tough.
I can't believe it, man.
It's
I
also
can't
not
believe
really
these
forced to
bozos.
down either. So your Pollen Puff actually has value versus in almost every other situation with all these speedsters running around, it has no value because the puffs don't do anything. Maybe even Cotton Guard helps you through. You just go guard, puff, and you try to sustain that way. And really, maybe you're all in on your sword at this point, right? You're just trying to puff it, guard it, wide guard, and then you have the pot shots over the top to let it frontline for you in that sense. And by then, you hope that Shu has hit a snipe shot, that Glaceon has burned down his shield with Icicle Spears. And then Umbreon maybe mean look, wish support.
Oh
I mean,
my
it could
God.
just kind of be all in on this sword.
Yeah, it really could be. You have to see how they want to play it. I mean, the thing about Glaceon is you get this thing to a high enough level with the max HP shred and all that, it is just so frustrating to deal with in some of these final fights. All you need to do is click one icicle spear onto your opponents and it's on.
Ooh, already getting a little bit low. Good block. Whoa, that actually had a ton of damage, that side up.
Yeah.
It's more than I thought it would be.
You know, Spike's not even online yet. Really, we need to hit 6 to be so, and there it is. It is Icicle Spear, which is what we were talking about. That's kind of one piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
But Zeta Division is an incredibly strong team. I mean, if I was able to assess it going into the game, you know that they already understand what the options are here.
I do think this curse is a really good option in this squad, especially into Blissey. You know, it wants to keep this Metagross healthy, and you're just doing everything you can to stop that.
You know what? The EVs
Oh
are
my
very good
God.
to Darkrai, just their natural passive as well.
True.
Yep.
Okay.
Now,
maybe
despite the
OJ
fact
has
that they
cooked something
traded
up.
1 for
Makes
1,
sense. It makes sense on paper.
like I don't know why the fights look one-sided. Like they look so one-sided.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it a decent amount this weekend.
I've been talking about it all year.
It's true. Yeah. You're a big fan of it. I've seen, you know, it actually got played a decent amount. I want to say in the qualifying games for this tournament. I'm pretty sure I.
They went healing Blissey? It's probably because they have Umbreon.
Edge cases,
Like they don't want Umbreon to get more
it makes
shields
a
than
lot of
necessary.
sense, but you never want
makes
to pick
sense,
every
but-
game because that just means the meta's in a real bad spot.
Yeah, true.
When does that ever happen? That was not a fun time.
Good assessment, chef. That's why you're on the
Yep.
yes.
Yep. That's what they asked me. They're like, was this a fun time? And I'm like, no.
No, that was not fun.
Yeah.
Was it fun when you were wearing a blindfold? Yes, that
Yes.
was.
Oh, okay, okay. Intellion's putting in work.
See, I'm glad I'm not wearing a blindfold right now. I can see that.
That was a phenomenal shot. Tomato can't do much here. Decent disable. Oh, that's a lot of pressure. Well done.
Damn. Okay, okay.
Foul play too helps.
They
a
call him
lot.
Pond. James
Okay,
Pond.
I'm kind of on board with what OJ is doing here.
I
It makes
feel the
sense.
same, yeah, I
Feels
think
like they
it's
figured something out.
Yep. We're gonna see how it'll continue as they get ready for some of these bigger fights. You know, everyone getting online with their Unite moves and such soon. But yeah, I like what they're putting down so far.
Good attempt by the sword.
Yeah, you'll give up the KO for that, right?
Yep.
Definite possibility you can take that.
I'm actually surprised that well, I'm not surprised, but I feel like we could have seen Shadow Claw maybe on the sword instead.
36-point
Their
overcap.
base around
What is Blissey doing over
a
here?
little bit longer.
Yeah.
I think they're both good
Oh
options.
my
I
god, bro.
think they're both good.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
You could go either way with it. I think Shadow Claw is nice, and it has some good disruption.
Yeah.
So it could annoy something that's trying to get its moves off.
Right, and everything's kind of up in the front line, so I kind of feel like that could have been away, but more mobility is nice. Wow, look at this thing just floating away.
Wait, look right here. Is the screen vibrating because of Metagross?
Either way.
Is it
I
just,
think
is the
Shadow
screen
Claw
vibrating because of
has
Metagross
some good
moving?
disruption.
Yeah.
So it could annoy something that's trying to get its moves off.
Right, and everything's kind of up in the
Or
front
is it
line,
just the
so I
cameraman?
feel like that could have been away.
I don't know why, it looks like the camera's stuttering when it's looking at Metagross.
You get this, Metagross.
Knife shots are so massive.
Glaceon did just do a ton of damage to Metagross. I will say, that's already looking pretty good.
Sorry to cut you off, Chef. It feels to me like Shu is warming up still. Some of these snipe shots have rung true. Some of them have gone wide, but we're starting to see a larger percentage of them hit from game 1 even to like the first half of game 2, which is a good thing for OJA, right? You don't choose that for a Pokemon that's not going to hit their target, and they are cruising. This Metagross is in trouble here. The whole team decides to commit.
Isn't it crazy that it's 207 to 199 and they've already broken a tier 2?
Yeah, yeah. This is it's a really high-scoring game, surprisingly. Not a lot of safety, and there's actually
Nice Metagross Unite.
no objectives to be won here, but
Blitz assistance too late.
Wow.
Oh, I did.
Wow.
Sorry, I thought Metagross was on the purple team. Bad Metagross Unite. You trapped your team inside the pit.
And there's actually a big fight in the center. No objectives to be won here, but
Blitz assistance too late.
Sorry, I confused Metagross for being on the other team.
Wow.
It was a bad Unite.
this Glaceon pick is
Wow.
really looking good. Oh, wow. 5 shots there.
This is going so well for OJA in some of these fights.
The points difference is so small, but the level lead.
Oh, Darkrai 1v1 the Glaceon, though.
Taking out a Poro here is a lot of reverse HP for Zeta Division. It's the only KO that they got, but it's a big one. But they're still
it is.
behind.
Very much so. I mean, this Glaceon being level 12. Level 12 with 4 minutes 30 seconds left. It's huge.
It's so scary because, you know, it's a sure hit move that follows you everywhere. The higher level you are, the
They
more
need to force the Umbreon Unite move early.
you just need to catch someone once.
If anything, Metagross needs to unite and engage. And then once Umbreon pulls, like, once they pull the Umbreon Unite move, most likely, Blissey needs to Unite move afterwards, not before. Like, you don't want to stack the shields, but you want to make sure that you're healthy enough to the point where...
Big counter push bot. Sword's going to sort that out. We're going to over-rotate here.
Glaceon walking bottom as well. Darkrai coming down. They're just kind of putting some pressure here, but I think they're going to have to peel back. There's no good fight for them.
Yeah, this is so aggressive. I mean, they're behind by a lot. I do like it because it does give them a little bit more EXP, and Nagoya OJ is not really pushing back. Are we waiting to score here? What is this?
I think they're just waiting for information. Waiting for information, waiting for a pick. This Garchomp and Darkrai can collapse.
Bro, he's AFK, man. He's AFK.
Mindlessly goes in. Glaceon mindlessly goes in.
It looks like Nagoya OJ might understand that they are in their center area still, and they're just not walking in, and not giving them an opportunity. Nobody's even checked. Hold on a minute. They're like, whoa, where'd you all come from?
And this is what they're looking for here. Sword a little bit off pad. Eldegoss trying to sustain them.
Oh, Darkrai 1v1 the Inteleon.
Still standing with the wide guard.
Wow.
Into the boosted too.
Wow.
That huge HP recovery.
I still haven't noticed if Eldegoss is guard, but I think it is.
I think it is because I think you would have seen.
Damn. James Pond over here. He's scared of the bushes, man.
That was a really late Unite. That was like it was like below 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
And they didn't get anything from it.
I think you're hoping you get the KO right there, right?
To buy some of that back.
Yeah, you get some of it back in the reset. But, yeah, no, you know, they got birds here. So they can get it back a lot quicker than you think.
Wow, what a... Regardless of how this game shakes out, great draft by OJA.
I think they,
Yeah.
this feels like they cracked the code.
Took us a moment to kind of step through it, but what is this aggression?
Okay, Umbreon. Scary spot for you to be in. They missed
That was really close.
Ooh, that,
Got some spears. Wow.
Oh.
Kick.
Over the wall.
Oh!
Stage.
Oh, the wall is greater than Metagross Unite move.
Armor up the sword, it's awful.
The wall! The wall!
Did you see that icicle spear only had one icicle attached? They were just a hair lane Garchomp.
Blissey Slash Unite move.
To get the KO back onto the objective. 4 members
And
of
Metagross
Data
is
Division.
so low, and it's going to be able to get all that back.
Glaceon can do so much damage right here.
Oh,
They-
wow, that
they
was
know
so
somebody-
early.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Oh,
Why so
wow.
early? Wow.
That early catch on the H-Slash just seemed like it shut down the entire fight. They really needed that there. That was also their best secure by a long shot, right? So the fact they didn't have that, well, I mean, it's not just best secure as well, but realistically.
Still somewhat close.
It's Jover!
Lane Garchomp missed the pollen buff.
Alright, let's see what happens here.
Ooh, that,
Got some spears. Wow, huge psychic.
This right here, bro, this gets me every time. I feel like they should rework the Metagross Unite move. Because, like, I feel like this shouldn't happen. The Metagross popped their Unite move. You still get the shield. But, like, you don't connect with the... Oh, shit, hold on. Yeah, like, you still get the shield, but then his Unite move gets snubbed by the wall. Like, the terrain of the map prevents him from connecting to the Glaceon. So, like, you want to go, like, you want your Unite move to, like, kind of follow along and, you know, get on top of the Glaceon so you can put up your Great Wall. But then they get stuck there, which I found kind of funny. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, it was hilarious.
Kick.
Like, Eldegoss Unite move, not the greatest.
Oh,
Not,
stage.
like, they pretty much just healed themselves. They didn't even heal the Glaceon. Like, you united yourself, and you're already full HP. So that's a very bad Eldegoss Unite move. Aegis Slash stuck in the middle of the entire enemy team, gets caught out.
Did you see that icicle spear only had one icicle attached? They were just a hair lane Garchomp moving
Umbreon uses their Unite move, and then while all this is happening, by the way, look at Inteleon, okay? Keep your eye on Inteleon.
See that Icicle Spear only had one Icicle attached. They were just a hair lane dart shot.
Bye, Inteleon.
Not able to get the KO.
They get Dark Voided and ulted by Darkrai, and they're just dead and off screen. Oh my god, bro.
So much damage right here.
Oh wow, that was so early.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Why so early? Wow.
You know, they actually got lucky, though. Like, look how much, like,
Wow, that was so early.
everyone got CC'd. Look how low they are. Like, it was very close. But the problem is they have no secure. Like, look at that. And it's still up. One auto attack makes the difference here. The problem is there's no one on Nagoya Oja that has secure on this team. Like, Glaceon is DPSing, but they do not have secure. So it really came down to like a really lucky 50-50 toss-up. Maybe more like a 70-30, just because they have more members on the team. Like, Blissey has Unite move, and on top of that, they have more members. So it's, rather than a 50-50, let's say 70-30. But goddamn.
Why so early? Wow.
That early catch on the H-Slash just seemed like it shut down the entire fight. They really needed that there. That was also their best secure by a long shot, right? So the fact they didn't have that, well, I mean, it's not just get secure.
I think we have Luminosity next. I think.
We are.
Do we?
Yeah, Subin and Ward getting locked
FN
in.
Esports.
Same thing. Just do the same thing. We'll
Oh, no. I think they're after this. Okay. Let me play Nina really quickly. Damn. Damn.
For this one. Yeah. But honestly,
Metagross smacked their shit in both games.
Play and do very well really early yesterday, and then we didn't get a chance to see them as much as the rest of the day went on. So
Yeah, that's true.
I'm curious how they've basically been prepping. Especially with such a long day, it's really interesting to see the teams that played early on, because it has been literally like 24 hours since we've seen them on a, well, maybe not fully, but really focused into those early games.
Yeah, both these teams had the luck and benefit of their groups concluding in day one, so they've had a really long time to chill and wait for their match to show up, being a little bit later on in the bracket, which is great. You get some information on other teams, but I'm sure these teams...
The only one that could save Inteleon is Blissey, but Blissey is with the team.
Ranked at the very least.
This is like the trust exercise where you hope your support is gonna pocket you, but then they don't, and then you just get absolutely demolished.
Plays, I would say, a similar game to someone like a Luminosity or a Zeta Division. A bit more of the aggressive play style. Very willing to play split pushes, focus on the top. Those are always really fun between these teams. But
And what's even worse is that in that specific game, Darkrai wasn't even support. They were Darkrai, like, actual carry. So, like, up until recently, the people that played Darkrai on the Asia teams, they were playing it as a support. So, they still do, like, they do damage, but they don't do as much damage as they normally would because they're going a support build. But, this time around, it's actually carry Darkrai, and then you just literally just get one shot.
But I think some of these bans are going to be really interesting. One thing that I am curious... I'm going on tour.
But no,
tour.
If we didn't talk about this current, they're not that complicated, if I'm being honest. They've just been together.
Yeah, Talonflame ban going to be happening immediately, and then FN Esports responding with the Hoopa ban. So no trick Hoopa combinations or shenanigans. Well, Alter Ego going to be banning
Ooh, okay. So there's a lot of things up. You pretty much have every single speedster except for Talonflame. You got Leafeon, you got Meowscarada, you got Absol, you got Zera, you have Blissey, you have Comfy, obviously there's Inteleon as well, there's Mewtwo Y. Like, let's see what these guys prioritize.
Got a new option, very interesting. Psyduck, I think, makes a lot of sense. That's a standard ban. But we'll often see that from the orange.
Oh, they go with the James Pond.
Blissey Umbreon.
Bro, take Blissey Umbreon.
For FN Esports with the
Blissey Umbreon! Take the Blissey Umbreon!
On the other, but we have seen FN Esports
It's free!
off of the
Yes, excellent.
Not in this current time. Z-Ray gonna pick up the Inteleon. FN Esports locking down the support core first.
This has been a pretty common, I would say, draft pattern that we've been seeing. That's a lot less common, especially
Yeah.
such an early pick. Okay.
That makes sense. If you
yeah.
have the potential, like if this is a composition where Comfey could be a realistic play, I actually do think you can consider it. But with Ice locking in the Snorlax, I don't know that's going to be a likely option anymore.
No, pick up an early jungler.
Early Snorlax pick, just because they're pretty
Go with Absol. Or Zoroark. That's okay too, if you're good with it.
Means that they might have some sort of strategy locked in for their final few picks. Yeah.
No! Why? Fuck your Espeon, bro. Why do you guys I hate this Pokemon. Delete this rat from the game. This purple ferret. Delete it. I'm tired of seeing this thing. No!
So not having that
Oh my god.
And then Esports is going to lock in the Gengar as an answer to a Zeraora, Meowscarada, Comfey kind of being the main highlights of this draft. I want to say the Inteleon's going to be amazing, same with the Snorlax, but it's just, those are pretty standard picks. I think the interesting part of Alter Ego being this double speedster with the Comfey support.
Okay, go hyper carry Gengar. Go Hex. Go Hex. You got a Blissey. Go Hex.
You might not even give them a chance to really.
Oh wait, but there, you can go Dreamer. It's fine.
On the other side, though, I am
They're going X attack though. Why? You don't need X attack on Gengar. You already do so much damage.
As far as like matchups, or if there's anything you can do as far as the debuffs and like maybe like double team or sneaking away.
Bro, I don't have a problem with Buzzwole. I think Buzzwole is okay. I would have preferred the Metagross instead. Metagross in the top lane. And if you wanted to go Gengar, fine. I would have preferred Absol for the early game. And then for the last pick, yeah, I would have went Absol. I would have went Metagross, and then would I go for jungle? Like, you need a jungler. Let me see what's available. I forget right now. Speedster. Hacker. Not see. Oh, does that not work like that? I can only Hacker. No, I don't like these options. Speedster. He had the Leafeon. Like Leafeon and Absol would have been fine. At least he would have had some early game. All-rounders. Metagross to the top lane. Or you could have went Mimikyu. What are you? Yeah, play Mimikyu, man. What the hell? Mimikyu into double speedster with frickin' James Pond over here? Could have went Garchomp. Garchomp as well. Option. Garchomp, Blaziken. Hell, Zacian. The problem I have with Buzzwole, not to say that it's a bad Pokemon, I think it just falls off late game. And the thing is, like, hypothetically, if you don't do well in the early game and the mid game like you're supposed to, because Buzzwole is a strong early game Pokemon, or a strong laner to be more specific, you're not doing yourself any favors in the scaling department.
I mean, if you double team, you absorb the Dream Eater, you're feeling fantastic. We are going to be looking at a Shadow Ball Dream Eater, by the way.
Let's see what happens.
X attack battle item. I think almost triple glass. Need to hit that level. Roam outside.
This Gengar better carry, though.
See the Meowscarada.
Ready?
Gengar better carry.
Go!
Go!
Right. Jumping into the battlefield. Look out for those heart sprays, folks. We're still looking across that one.
Oh yeah, and this Espeon. Keep an eye on the Espeon. If they don't do their job, which has helped them win the game, they lost because of the Espeon. Just saying.
Snorlax, which I am for some reason a big fan of.
It's great.
And
I don't know if Snorlax has a bad hollower, and here it is,
Yes,
as
agreed.
predicted.
Best
Alter
overall.
Ego going to be roaming in. That is a
Look, now
long
Gengar's getting
swing.
invaded, man.
Miami Central area. FN Esports not dedicating the Chansey to kind of join them in an initial clear. Instead, NQ trying to get some early stacks, get that healing up early.
I would love to see what's going on with that Snorlax. That's such a scary invade against the Ghastly that it's one of those situations where it's not only like they might steal your buff and get away, it's like they might KO you, right?
For sure.
Yeah, that's scary. And if you can shoot them down early, which it does seem like they did at least a decent job. I don't see a blue buff, right? So blue buff stolen away.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, Ghastly did get red buff, and with a little bit of experience got taken from the rest of their path Pokemon on the bottom side. They will evolve into the Haunter. So things getting a little sketchy there. Alter Ego with kind of a rare slow start in the bottom path. Poor Z-Ray getting pushed out on this Sobble, even with the Comfey duo. It will be Shandy giving them some backup on that Zeraora. We might see Sweet Kiss, by the way, in this game.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. We were so, I don't want to say
Buzzwole's dead.
We had to talk about all the other
In a
things
1v...
around it.
Was it a 1v1 or 2v1? I can't tell.
See Sweet Kiss, by the way, in this game.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about that. We were
How did Buzzwole die? Oh my god,
I don't
2v1.
wanna say caught off guard,
Actually, just
but
got
we had
lane
to talk
gapped.
about
It's
all the
over.
other picks around it.
It's over.
I would never admit to being caught off guard.
Oh, never, absolutely. Oh, okay, that's a great pickup, especially trying to catch up on experience. They're doing a great job after that first invade, just to be able to recover and control that bottom path. And so much of this, I think, is the Espeon, right? The Espeon pops up so early in the game that it was able
That
to
is a level
control
7
that
lane
bottom path.
Gengar, though,
And
just
Sobble
saying.
is still a poor
That's actually
Sobble
pretty
strong,
spooky.
rightfully.
Yeah, I don't think for
Pretty
long.
spooky.
So many teams have been doing this pathing phase where they actually leave all 3 wild Pokemon in the bottom side in that initial second phase into or standing behind. But so much damage on a Mule is actually going to be the Espeon.
Bro, Gengar carry.
KO.
It's cooking.
Big start. K2 Gale Streak for Subin. It's going to be massive. Alter Ego going to be on the run as FN Esports.
And it's getting the lane farm, or not lane farm, the central farm.
We've actually been seeing a lot of support Espeons recently, but this is a normal Espeon, non-support, which the
Level 9 lane Gengar. Okay, someone's going into overtime over here.
We had a great prom, kid.
Thanks.
Bro, they should have used the Dream Eater. You had the kill. You got the reset.
The super speedster meta that we were basically hitting, it was just a little bit below. Now
That's crazy.
Slightly, I still think Espeon is really, really good.
They blind cast the Shadow Ball, but they didn't use the Dream Eater. No.
It's a great Pokemon. I think its versatility has shown quite a bit. Well, FN Esports.
Oh, almost. Not enough damage.
Top side and bottom side. This early game has gone so incredibly well for them. They have the chance to threaten at any given point. However, a slam shot from Z-Ray.
Oh my god, Gengar, you're trolling. Gengar! Gengar, why? Gengar, what are you aiming at, bro? Oh my god, it's Jover. This guy, yo. This guy's Joy-Conning. Joy-Conning.
Great defense. They do lose the goal zone, but they're able to probably have a solid play at this Regirock.
Yeah, I think.
Bro, you gotta line the Dream Eater, man. Oh my god, Gengar! Why, bro? Dude, we're watching you in 4K. You're missing everything. Okay, you landed something. That's good. That's good.
That's a mean combo, and they're gonna lose one Pokemon. More importantly, though, I think Alter Ego realizing that they should not overcommit to that push. They're behind by.
Wait, did Umbreon go mean look? I haven't been paying. Oh, you went foul play, you cringe lord. No, you were supposed to go mean look for the Gengar setup, man.
On any kind of advantage,
This guy.
they're going to attempt to try to stifle Alter Ego's comeback potential. It's going to begin.
Woo! Reset City! Reset City!
This is what a Gengar can do with a really superb lead. Nice answer back from 94, but I don't think it's going to achieve that much more than that as a goal zone, getting about half of its total HP broken, remaining at 52.
Like I was saying, I think this is actually such a smart pick. The Gengar damage is absurd, right? Obviously, Gengar just has to kind of set up and get to the right level, but when you're dealing with a Comfey, anything being carried by a Comfey, we don't really get the super tanky Comfey targets anymore. So Burst is your best friend. You can burst down before the Comfey healing comes into play. It doesn't matter. It does nothing. And Gengar, a great choice against that. We'll see if that continues on. The Gengar's gonna have to be soloed out a little bit later on.
Ooh, Blissey Season's onto the Espeon, mostly to save the Blissey. NQ being a little bit under danger.
Oh my god! Go Gengar, go! Go Gengar! Oh.
Range of the Inteleon to try to attach, so no escape for that unfortunate Comfey. Instead, we'll get KO'd.
Okay.
Still doing massive damage from the back.
I question the Blissey Unite, but it works out in their favor anyways.
Able to be followed up by 94 Shingdi, as they have not been able to get within range. FN Esports just capitalizing too quickly. Buzzwell grab, foul play grab, either way, it all leads to a Gengar KO, it feels.
It's like an assembly line, you know? You pick it up, you move it backwards, the other person picks them up, moves them a little bit backwards. They should have been the ones to take this Zera Aura. They could have just continued.
It's a 4 versus 1 top lane.
Zera Aura
They can push this. And they're pushing it.
Bummer. And attempt to defend here, but honestly, I don't know if that was even
That was the
necessary.
latest Snorlax Unite I've ever seen.
Just hasn't come into play. Just hasn't had a chance. It's a little bit of a bummer.
What's the... Dude, the Regilucky already went in. What's the point of
here,
this?
But honestly, I don't know if that was even necessary. That did slow them down long enough for the team to get through in the Unite.
Oh no! No!
From 94, it's going to be able to give them 2
Oh,
picks.
500 IQ play from the Snorlax.
They're behind by an unbelievable amount of points. They've got to start pushing something to make the comeback.
Yeah, I like this push from Alter Ego using so many resources, if only because they didn't push into that tier 1 on
Oh, the Espeon got the Meowscarada.
You know,
And it was because of their
instead,
teammate
they
too. They were
decided to
standing too
recall
close.
Ben. Fortunately, Ice's defense wasn't lined up exactly where it needed to be to stop the Regieleki.
Alright,
But
okay.
either way, to try to get some value,
So, they got the Gengar, they got the... It was a 3 for 1.
Held to 31 right now.
Oh my
FN
god.
is absolutely crushing.
Oh
this
my
game.
god.
But the level lead is like technically.
Oh
well,
my
maybe
god.
That exact moment I was going to say was in Alter Ego's favor. They had 3 level 12.
Nobody is safe from Gengar.
They got a 13 and 212. So
But we're in the point range where I honestly don't know if that matters as much.
You know what? They started off slow.
They're still feeling confident. 361 to 31 is a ridiculous margin to be ahead by. FN Esports also cutting off even path experience with these Altaria Swablues being stolen away. Ice can't contend. Regieleki spawning in with plenty.
Guys, you
time
guys
to
got a
knock
third
down.
Regieleki.
FN
Go
Esports
top
can threaten
lane.
it all the way to the home goal zone. Alter Ego forced.
I think
to
Ray's
play
traumatized
aggressively
on this
the
in
top
Teleon.
side. Cannot
He's
allow
he's
FN
afraid of
Esports
every
to have
single
a
bush.
second win condition.
I wonder if you group up and try to take one big good team fight here, if they overcommit to the Regieleki. Alter Ego, they're going to have to find something huge.
This guy is
Really
max
like the entire team.
distancing,
What
snipe
do
shotting,
I
checking the
actually think you
bushes.
said that, and I think the exact
He's
call
definitely
for Shingdi was
traumatized.
maybe the opposite. He was just like waving his hand.
Snorlax United at
Waving.
235.
All right, the opportunity has presented itself. Umbreon will go down. Board with an extremely short respawn timer, so Alter Ego with a solid punish. No
Snorlax is not going to have Unite move for Rayquaza, just saying.
He KO'd. Ice searching for experience on the map right now, so maybe they can get back into that Snorlax Unite move. But yeah, a solid punish. Regieleki will land. Gengar waiting in the wings. Maybe if someone wants to score, they can get a burst.
They got 10 seconds to take this base in Reggie, and they're actually going
it's
for
theirs,
it.
for sure.
That's a really nice rotate. They're going to be able to make it. Well, I don't want to stun them. Oh, we're getting a little close there. If that was Reg Rock, I'm going to say that was a no, because it would definitely trolled them. But they certainly now
Okay,
know
they
that
have a
Alter Ego is to their
310
south.
point lead.
They're gonna be able to
There's
see
no
if
way
they
they
can
lose
back
this,
up,
right?
And
Right?
they've got some pretty good strength.
Right.
I think. It's just the points problem.
310 point lead.
Yeah, so FN Esports is just playing this so
Assuming they don't
incredibly
score
safe,
any
because
more,
that's their
Alter
win
Ego
condition.
needs
They're playing very
311
hard to
points
that
to win
out
this
at the
game.
moment. Over 300 points separate these teams. There'll be 3 full scores of 50 to shakes that around. Buzzwell takes so much damage early. On forward against a push on the backside, trying to enable this Gengar Ward. Actually, the first to
Bro, Gengar missed his skills! He's trolling! He's trolling! He's trolling! Oh my god! Oh my god, they lost! It's over!
Everybody getting involved.
My god, bro.
And Alter Ego are going to secure the Rayquaza. They got to start racking up these points.
Jesus Christ, he missed everything again. Look, you don't believe me? Look at this, check this out. Okay, so first of all, Buzzwell's getting caught out. Buzzwell over here taking so much damage for no reason.
Very hard to that out at the moment. Over 300
Wait,
points
wait,
separate these
hold
teams.
firm, okay. Volt switch into discharge into snipe shot gets taken to literally less than half HP, literally on the brink of death. This guy's crawling away from the battlefield. Like, he got cut off at the knees. He's literally just, a grenade landed at his feet, his legs are gone, and he's crawling away. He needs help. He needs medical attention. I don't know why Umbreon decides to 1v4 pop their Unite move like this is a good idea. You literally saw your teammate get taken out.
So much
Gengar comes in with Unite move,
damage early.
misses everything! He missed Dream Eater. He missed Shadow Ball. He missed his Unite move.
Forward gets a push on the backside, trying to enable
And then he gets stunned by the Snorlax.
this Gengar out.
He's stuck.
Actually, the first to fall.
Oh my god.
Phantom Ambush is gonna jump out of the ground.
And this Espeon ain't doing shit. You know what, guys? I blame the Espeon. Oh, Espeon's fault.
And that is a team wipe, full ace. Everybody getting involved from AE. And Alter Ego are gonna secure the Rayquaza.
Bro, I got baited by the Gengar, man.
These points over 300
Like,
points
they start...
but every member is
Who did Bliss Unite? I have no idea. Let me see. Okay, they still have Unite here.
Scores of 50 to shakes that around. Buzzwole takes so much damage early. On forward gets a push on the back.
They ulted the full HP Buzzwole! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Phantom Ambush is gonna jump out of the ground, who will not take any.
The person you've been soft boiling for like the last like 20 seconds, and then you unite them when they have no Unite move, what are they gonna do?
They're striking first, and that is a team wipe, full ace. Everybody getting involved from AE, and Alter Ego are gonna secure the Rayquaza. With it to the early on forward gets a push on the backside, trying to enable this Gengar out ward. Actually, the first to fall. Phantom Ambush is going to jump out of the ground, who will not take anybody. With it to the Aether, it's Alter Ego that are
definitely trolled them, but they certainly now know that Alter Ego is to their south. They're going to be able to safely rotate back up, and they've got some pretty good strength.
I'm trying to check something. Hold
Just
on.
the points problem.
over 300 points separate these teams. It'll be 3 full scores of 50 to shakes that around. Buzzwole takes so much damage early.
Okay.
Gets a push on the backside, trying to enable this Gengar out ward. Actually, the first to fall. Phantom Ambush is going to jump out of the ground, who will not take anybody. With it to the 8.
Okay. You know what? They didn't go Mean Look Umbreon. They didn't go Wish Umbreon. They went soft-boiled freaking Blissey. Like, okay, guys. If you're gonna... Generally speaking, whether you go Mean Look or not, like, that's debatable. What, like, you can go Mean Look or Foul Play. But for the love of God. Like, if you have a Blissey, you go... Like, they don't have an Umbreon on their team. The Blissey goes Safeguard and Helping Hand, and the Umbreon goes Heal.
It's Alter Ego that are striking first, and that is a team wipe.
And then whether you want to troll with Foul Play or not, that's up to you. But what did the Snarl Foul Play do for you? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You dove in 1v4 and through.
Solid. They did not allow that to deter them. That was an excellently played team fight. Yeah. If they had lost,
Gonna be the ones banning the Inteleon. Wanting a different first pick, clearly. That's what Alter Ego's first pick was in the previous match. I'm curious where they want to go. They want to take the Zera Aura immediately.
we did see Zera Aura banning his Alter Ego in their last set every game, I think. And that's certainly seeming like a pretty good choice. That is easily been the most common duo pick of your first picks. It has been Blissey and Umbreon. Also, Umbreon Leafeon has been seen a decent amount, but we just talked about Leafeon not really shown up.
Yeah, wow. Z-Ray gonna be okay, so it's ban Inteleon, pick Espeon.
Oh,
Known for shouting.
You need to adapt.
They're gonna try to force them into a weird spot. Inteleon ban and an Espeon pick. We're gonna see a brand new look. And wow,
Okay, Mewtwo's fine.
Mewtwo's
okay.
Mewtwo,
I know. I was so like in there, like being like, what is gonna be the replacement?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, Mewtwo, and you're like, oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. that actually makes
Like
sense.
Buzzwole lost lane, man. He lost 2v2. Drop the Buzzwole.
There's probably about a 0% chance that we're going to see that player Rapidash, but I would love to see it.
Yeah, Mule hovering the horse, and then onto the three-headed bird, and back to the Ghosty Boy. I heard that Zoinks was commentating this game, had to lean in to my gym leader aesthetic, and that will be Mule locking down the Gengar. Did have the Shell Bell equipped last in the attack, but either way, I think Mule for a lot of that match was proving that Gengar is not gone forever.
Really gained power from the game.
That's
and they still clapped, and we were like, oh, I feel terrible now.
Now, I love the energy of the production line. Oh, wait, that was one heart spray, by the way, on that Eevee.
Oh, all right.
In the bottom side, so keep a lookout at one heart spray sighted. If we have a second one, and honestly, it might just need to be in the match. We might need to see both Pokemon available for it, but wow, look at this early damage on the ice. Snorlax, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the game, especially early, having some of the best base stats of everybody else. So gonna be doing just fine at the moment.
Oh, no, I don't see any other hearts. It's a little bit of a bummer, unless it's maybe on the
Yeah,
gas
Comfey, the
lead.
only wild card, but I don't think we see it. Does have that really beautiful Comfey Holloway, but it's not equipped with the heart spray. All right, chat. Only one heart spray for our Espeon, and boy, does it look good. But unfortunately, we do not see two. And wow, what an early dive! Subin gonna get the KO opener, but a quick response by Mule. Will-O-Wisp is gonna be the only.
Oh no, bro! I think he got baited.
It looked good, but
I think he thought he hit the
Wow, what an early dive.
or I don't know. I can't tell. Maybe he got baited and thought he landed the Dream Eater on Espeon and wasn't paying attention. But yeah, he Dream Eated the camp, used it, and then he just put himself in between two people and just dies. Ay, ay, ay.
By Mule, Will-O-Wisp is going to be the only damage they have with no Dream Eater.
Wow.
That cooldown so long when you first get with no Shadow Ball to kind of combo with it. Unfortunately, Haunter caught up creek without a paddle.
And you can see this is exactly what they were going for, right? They're doing so much better in this bottom path now.
Yeah.
Last time the Gengar, well, the Haunter at that point ran down, got some KOs, got some scores, everything was Gucci. This time, they're the ones getting KO'd. They had to run all the way back up top. They missed the 850 spawns. They're just not looking nearly as strong. This is a scary path up top for FN Esports. They've got a lot of power, but they've got to make it happen. We're watching a nap. Maybe it needs the face mask that I've got. I'll lend it to that Chef Snorlax.
Oof. All right, there goes an eject button. So we're getting close to that 8-minute fight. Without that extra ability of mobility for your Snorlax around that is going to be a little more of a tepid push by the Snorlax, and in fact it'll be FN Esports dominating this space 3 seconds before this major source of experience is going to spawn in. That'll be immediately eliminated by your orange team, FN Esports, Alter Ego, your purple team.
We got it. 2.5 minutes.
I did do it the opposite way in honor of not wanting to steal Spraggles' thing.
Okay, okay.
He's good at doing things backwards.
Yes, thank you. You went me look this game.
I know.
Maybe there's hope for you. Maybe.
A great push from FN Esports. They're going to completely destroy that tier 1 goal zone. I'm surprised there wasn't a little bit more defense there. I guess just the fact that it was only a.
Wait, what move did
not
Blissey go?
Power to be able to fight them off, but big rotation down bottom.
I swear, if you went softball with a Mewtwo Y, so help me God.
Yeah, oof, nice little cleanse of meme look, by the way, for the Zera Aura. So well.
Why are you going F-bomb?
Time until that eye opens.
Bro, like, you're playing Mewtwo Y and they're the carry.
Second one, not gonna be so.
Bro, what are you doing? Oh my God, bro. Someone get this guy off the team.
Speedsters, and I think potentially with Gengar
Like,
having a little bit more
guys, like, if you're gonna play carry Mewtwo, commit to the bit. Like, what is this imposter syndrome, bro? Like, is this guy trolling?
consistency with lining up its combo.
Why do you need to, like...
Good luck in this game number 2.
Whatever.
Finally
You know what?
becoming a Gengar. We're fighting for this basement Reggie Ice. Just poking. We don't have really strong secure here at all. So the damage
Buzzwole maybe one of the better options.
Oh, we see the Masquerada up north get picked off from very, very far away. And a secure
You're
focus
healing
there.
someone that's full HP. They can't get any more HP. It does nothing for you.
Or they used that already.
Oh my God, bro. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind. How did you guys make it to day 2 with your decision making?
With the block Snorlax in this time. Interesting to see Ikura and Ice kind of switching up roles a little bit. Ice with the Comfey, Ikura on the Snorlax. But the block Snorlax, a nice play in the Mewtwo Y. Not only do you get that benefit of the shield, but any incoming damage from the shield side of things is going to be reduced quite a bit. So a very conscious decision to slow down those damage numbers, and a big call-out attempt from Mule, trying to call the movement pattern of 94 with that Gengar combo, but going to fall short, obviously. And now it will be Ward trying to hold down this goal zone, but they will have a bit of backup from the Mewtwo Y.
Oh, nice body block.
Kind of left alone for a while. It's really kind of above the rest of their team as far as experience. The only one that's really catching up to Alter Ego at all, and they do need that to be their Pokemon probably that does get that extra.
If they lose this game, I blame the Blissey. Just telling you right now.
Let's make sure that
I blame the fucking Blissey.
Although they're really backing up all the way.
This is why they don't add more support Pokemon to the game.
Slow burn on the Regieleki, but nobody's challenging it.
Yeah, Alter Ego just playing so safe. I mean, we saw how FN Esports played their advantages in that game number 1. The enemy central area could honestly be called their terrain if you really wanted to. As soon as they're breaking those goal zones, immediately pathing
Yep.
in there every single time. So Alter Ego, I think, a little more conscious of trying to get their wild Pokemon off of their timers. But they will eliminate a Blissey running to try to score in that goal zone. NQ getting a bit of information as Regieleki will walk towards tier 2.
We can definitely say this is a much better early game for Alter Ego than last game.
My goodness, tremendously so.
Oh, wow, okay, that's a pretty close fight. Like you said, they do feel like that is their own area to farm, but unfortunately there was a little bit of defense there. They're saying, nope, not yours quite yet. You're going to have to take down at least one more goal zone. Center area XP as well, going to 94, as, okay, we are going to probably get a pretty big score in here. Is that enough to break it?
Couple, probably.
No, not yet.
Yeah, a couple of score attempts going to be going into that goal zone as we do have Gengar picking up, and they are running the special attack specs, remember. So, loving the stacking items there. Aura will take down that Regirock even without the Unite move, and now it's a big push from Alter Ego. There is a Psychic Solaire to kind of respond or help initiate with this fight as Espeon with an offensive one. Normally, sweep very defensive Unite moves out of the Espeon, but now it is Alter Ego's chance to catch up with the scoreline. But look out, we got the Gengar coming from the back line, full combo, and there will be 2 targets down. They are carrying a Flower Trick, but not enough damage to take them away. Ikura can take that jump pad away back into the central. Great play by
Nice way to sneak away, but yeah, Mule really turning this around. They might be able
I
to
think
take
I'm
some
getting
goals
depression
over
watching
confident
this
putting
Blissey.
another KO on that Comfey, and
Like,
it's a little bit scary. Whoa, hold on a minute. So much damage coming from 94. They get 47 points in. Mule might hit that 247 mark.
I think I'm just slowly losing my soul.
That situation, the points lead now in FN Esports' favor after losing that goal zone, which is pretty good. A little double team running afterwards. Now we gotta start looking at the
Seeing an
objectives.
egg bomb
It's gonna be
Blissey,
pretty
seeing Blissey
awkwardly
egg bomb the
tough.
clone
Reggie
to
Mikey
try to run
managed
away.
to take this one
It
again
amuses
pretty
me.
early. Basement Reggie's not
Come
been
on,
on for
Blissey.
a while, so kind of a tough decision of what to prioritize here.
Yeah, exactly. It seems Alter Ego going to be prioritizing just a very safe, patient clear of their wild Pokemon spawning on the top side. On the other hand, we do have Z-Ray and
Bro, this Blissey player makes me laugh, man. Oh my god.
NQ just kind of being this persistent, bit of a mosquito-like threat, never a danger.
By the way, I just want to point out that Buzzwole is under-leveled and they're not contributing to this game either. Again. Like, this is why I say, like, if you're gonna lose the early game, at least play something that scales into the late game. What has Buzzwole been doing this game? Dying. That's it. Listen to Coach Shen, man. I will help you win. Switch the Blissey moveset. Switch the Umbreon moveset. Pick a different all-rounder.
Scoring from FN has been so good, but it was also really good in the last game. And then they weren't ahead by that much as far as game strength. It was just
Tisk,
score
tisk.
after a point, which is pretty much what we're getting to here. But they just aren't able to get those KOs. But they really only need to get the KOs in this final fight. Regirock not going to be fully taken down. They decide to walk away. That thing's going to certainly troll them.
Oh!
That's a ton of damage.
Oh my god, he's
Great
dead.
roll. They lose the Umbreon immediately.
Why do you keep Blissey ulting this Buzzwole? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. He missed this. He 3-metered the clone. He 3-metered the clone. Oh my god, yo, okay, it's over. Please end the series. Alter Ego, for the love of God, end them. Send them to the Shadow Realm. Thank you. Thank God. There are so many things that went wrong here. I'm so thankful this series is over. Like, I do not want to see these guys for the rest of the tournament, and I won't. You know why? Because they're going home. They're losing.
Look at them popping off, man.
What team is this? Like, I think it's a Japanese team. Let's search. Where's the Liquipedia thing? Okay, I got it. Alter Ego was ACL second place, or second, and it was FN. Not Fennel. Oh, here. Southeast Asia. What the hell is this? They were the Southeast Asia champions? Am I reading this right? Hold on. Jong, Ward. They are you are the champions, and you're playing like this. Oh my god, your region is shit, bro. Your region must be shit. I don't know. I don't even know how that's allowed. How did you allow your like? My god, I'm losing my mind.
It's a team that I would love to win as well.
God damn, bro.
This is a powerhouse of a match. Let me just tell you, it's almost a shame for this to be the first one.
Let's ask you a couple of questions about ACL. First, of course, you are an incredibly strong team on Lumin.
Harzard hover.
Ooh, we got LG. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, let me rewind a couple seconds. Let me play the ad really quickly.
Even our casters.
Ad really quickly.
They're still not helping us.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Oh, who is it just randomly catching strays? Or was it you just dumpstering on OJ for no reason?
No, it wasn't no reason. It's because I love the juicers. I was explaining that they simply didn't, they didn't have like insomnia energy. And I said, bring more of that. Why is Flareon's not mean mugging some cameras here? I'm on their side.
Because he's at prom right now.
He is. He's the new prom lord.
Hey, congratulations, prom lord.
Yeah, huge, buddy.
He on screen right now.
Hey, there's the OG prom lord here live.
LG prom lord.
Oh, sorry, LG prom lord. We have U2Y as a band.
Interesting.
Very targeted.
Okay. Yeah, and we slow it down. Paper X, one of the few teams left in our tournament that's been playing a lot of Zacian. I feel like a lot of our Zacian teams have been eliminated.
No, it's not
up until this
OJ.
point, so you could see Paper X trying to lean
This is
into that a
Asia.
little bit.
Zacian felt a lot better before the speed switch.
Paper Rex.
Totally.
First pick
First
is
pick,
Duck. Really, really strong, and we're going to see how Paper Rex wants to
Whack,
respond here.
whack.
They obviously
Quack,
were
quack,
worried
mother
about
truckers.
Overlord's Zera
Dr. Quackers is
We are
in the
opening
building.
ourselves up for a potential Zar Comfy back on the side of LG, so we got to be on the lookout for that.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, with the Psyduck tank and the Comfey support. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, double
Okay.
grass speedster.
Okay. Love the Tyranitar Charizard hover out the gate.
Yeah.
This player is just cruising around the menu, it seems, of which Pokemon to select, but kind of returning to the Charizard. There we go.
There we go.
Stop playing with my heart.
LG's won a tournament match with Charizard before this
That is
year,
true.
right?
Well, a couple, actually. One was an alleged accidental pick, and
Right,
then
yeah.
the other one more intentional. But Otter returned to the Mew well, and there quite a few times. There's no way!
Yeah.
Triple Speedster?
Paper X.
Please do this.
Oh, this is peak Paper X, y'all.
No.
No, that's better! That's better than 5 speedsters!
No, it's not.
It is!
What do you...
Oops.
Why would that not be better than 5 speedsters?
I don't know, because one would be insanely unique and amazing, and the other is now a regular Pokemon.
There's nothing regular about that Pokemon.
That's not true. That's pretty good.
Chef,
I'm staying out of it.
you don't think seeing 5 speedsters...
Okay.
Well,
Fight fire with fire a little bit.
Now we
here.
have 5 speedsters.
Bro, what you got
Are
here
there any speedsters left? Oh, Glaring Rapidash.
is
All
a
right,
gladiator
Glaring
smackdown of
Rapidash.
just
Let's go,
damage.
Paper X.
This is such a wild setup.
Oh
Forget
my
team
God.
compositions, we're just going full damage everywhere.
Welcome to Solo Queue, ladies and gentlemen.
Truly, this is a solo queue comp right here from Paper Rex. If they get any type of early lead, though, it's going to be so annoying to deal with. You can have any one of these. You could have Dodrio or Leafeon permanently stay in the central area of Luminosity.
All right, Yang Sableye. We're gonna be. Is this our Sableye debut in
I think so.
tournament?
It is.
Wow, a Pokemon that felt like it caught so many bans in the Asia Champions League regular season. Finally, having a look on stage at it in the grand finals, and it's Paper X on the back of a triple speedster composition.
I like how everything we've seen this weekend is how do we turtle up away from these speedsters? How do we bubble ourselves and insulate ourselves? And here it's like, what if we all ignite everything on fire all at once?
This is going to be such an exciting game. I mean, two crazy
Right. Nor
in the bathroom and was like celebrating Luminosity.
Is Overlord
It's
that
so
good or is he
true.
overhyped? No, he's that good.
Big facts. And
I've never seen someone.
When he's playing at the top of his game, that good. Honestly, if you wanted me to be completely honest,
Glad to see.
if LG didn't have Overlord, I don't think they would be as consistent as they are right now.
They're a real fan, no matter where they
I think
Absolutely electric.
I think
energy
Overlord
from that
is
gentleman.
LG rather than.
Alright, so I don't even know what's gonna happen in this game.
Yeah, this is such a crazy good game. I mean, it feels like LG has a much more serious comp, but again, these speedsters can they can take over games.
Wow, they make so much early damage on it.
To me, again, it's going to come down for LG. It's going to come down to Slash and Otter. How can they mitigate what Paper Rex is throwing at them? With the CC that they can both generate, it's going to be critical.
Psyduck a great way to do so.
Yes.
I mean, stats-wise, not one of the bulkiest supporters, but just the sheer amount of crowd control it has, it feels like it is. So many get-off-me buttons.
You still go Disable? Harder to hit Disable?
Yeah, honestly, Disable might be a little bit more consistent than something like Psychic. And Slash plays so much
Yes,
Disable.
Psychic. You knew what I was working towards.
Yeah.
I think it was really smart, by the way. They took Absol to the center area because it was going to deal with the Sableye less.
Yeah, that makes sense. I actually feel if there's any ace for Luminosity Gaming, I think you were right, Duplex, it might be this Mew from Otter. I mean, so many great tools. The Unite move is just such a solid speedster counter in a lot of ways. We'll see where that plays happen from there. Zora getting that KO, but likely going to have to trade immediately. The counter back from Paper Rex so quickly.
I think it was nice. You don't expect Overlord to even make it out of that at all, so it's nice that he was able to get something.
Yeah.
The headache has to be so annoying to deal with, too, as Paper Rex's comp.
New trio.
Or every comment, really.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, so one of those.
There ever
games
been
that's gonna be
actual
tough to tell
cheerleaders
what
in any
players on,
esport?
what Pokemon it
Cheerleaders?
works for us, because just everybody on the same role. Right? Situation, but
Yeah.
so
I don't know about
much fun.
cheerleaders.
Yamu on the Meowscarada, I think, had the most
Think
early
so.
game impact. The Dodrio from HT also been a pretty consistent factor. And wow, we're gonna see a Trick Room Mimikyu from Trainer. I don't know if I've ever seen Trainer pick up that move.
Don't we have a slot for that? Am I wrong?
We do.
We do. Bottom right.
Is it because of Dodrio? Oh my god! Holy!
Huge. All right, Luminosity Gaming getting the first solid team fight win of this game. Obviously, a lot of skirmishes have happened so far, but the first clean one going in the favor of LG. And thank you, Underchef. I am marking it off the board. Trick Room has been selected. Another bingo board off and checked away.
I think this Mimikyu is going to be gigantic for this game. Trainer's going to be huge, being able to like lock one thing down. It's going to be just annoying enough that I think it could be one of those Pokemon that like takes out an entire, like 2 or 3 members of the other team in one team fight.
Do you know the interaction of Trick Room slows and Dodrio speeds?
Literally
serious?
Are you looking that up
exactly
right now?
what I wanted to look up.
You and I were.
Because I was
of
like,
the same
what?
mind.
This has to be the combo, right? That's all I'm thinking is you're setting up an area that ruins.
Oh my
Dodrio's
god.
That's
Everything.
Oh
counters
my god.
Dodrio.
So true.
Oh my god. Oh!
Emerald two-step having a.
I just realized Overlord went
That
Sucker
was
Punch this
Sucker
game.
Punch, right? To
Yes,
dodge that?
yes.
That was huge. See, that was crazy.
I didn't see it.
It's
Yeah,
Sucker
so
Punch
Drio's playing
Absol.
Sucker Punch Absol. We've been seeing this so rarely at this tournament, but in a rare case, actually allowed him to leap out of the Emerald two-step, dodge it, and then immediately.
I think that is the first
So
Sucker
sick.
Punch Absol I've seen this entire tournament.
Driver's seat in game number 1.
Well, I think it makes so much sense when everything's attacking all the time.
Yeah.
Also, the potential of the, I'm assuming it works well into the Meowscarada unit.
I mean, these serfs are ruining Paper Rex's day.
Which one? The Psyduck or the Mew?
Exactly,
Both ends.
exactly. Yes.
Oh my god, did you see that?
Ruining Paper Rex.
Bro, look at Dodrio.
Which one?
Dodrio comes in with the Unite move, tries to get on top.
Or the Mew?
Exactly.
Oh my god! They died so quickly that literally their HP bar didn't even show. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Oh no! HT getting shot down immediately. No Unite move on that Dodrio, so just immediately burst. They are going to take out this Regieleki, but it feels like Luminosity.
I'm not playing
push
Sucker
like
Punch.
that, only losing their support Mew. Not a bad look whatsoever.
And looking at it, I don't see any interaction where Trick Room would work with Dodrio, like messing it up. The only thing I can assume is you're going to be able to dash into Boosteds and Shadow Claws, more frequently, which would slow it.
And just dodge moves.
Yeah, I
Genuine.
guess just
Like,
dodging moves, yeah.
a little bit of a chance to slide away. I mean, you're not really going to capitalize getting more KOs.
Man, getting a knockout there. No!
Wow.
No!
Meowscarada had to eject button its Unite to get away from Overlord's Unite.
Yeah, this team might win this tournament.
I think so.
Pretty good.
It's crazy.
Pretty good for a new team.
Well, Slash gonna put in the honest effort here.
You gotta auto it. Somebody's gotta do the damage.
Yeah, exactly.
It's gonna be the duck.
Not much, but it's honest work.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, getting shut down with Sableye.
I will say, as much as I like the Sableye pick, Sableye does not feel like it got any mileage this game.
Yeah.
So far, with 4 minutes left.
It's not setting up knockouts because it can't fight through. Like, Psyduck is literally like the bane of Sableye's existence.
Yeah.
Or it'll just turn and get one shot by one of the speedsters. Like, yeah, usually the last 4 minutes of the game is when Sableye does most work.
Okay, Otter finally going to pull the trigger on that Unite move just to escort Mimikyu all the way up to that goal zone, but it will be a
Oh my god, Leafeon. That does not feel good.
Doing a lot of damage to a Meowscarada clone I'm seeing, so let's try to get back to ring.
Okay, that's the knockout that you needed to get. That's why you have Sableye, right? Just to try and facilitate that. Slash not in the vicinity, so Sableye gets to do its thing and set up a knockout. Not a bad look.
Yeah, I don't think Overlord had illusion to try to cleanse the flower trick either. So just a tough spot.
Still behind on experience by quite a bit is Paper X, it feels like. Number check. That's close enough.
Wow.
Oh my god, Leafeon's getting PTSD from Absolman.
They're behind two other strong speedsters.
No push onto that tier 2 from Luminosity Gaming in the bottom side. I'm kind of surprised about that, but obviously with 3 speedsters, you can get over and defend it very quickly. So Paper X well situated to make sure their tier 2s are still in good working order.
At level 14 almost on this Absol.
Yeesh. Big Curios out here.
That Sucker Punch is really doing some work too.
It's so good. It is such an inspired pick here.
Kyros's flexibility is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's, like,
I mean, despite the kills that LG have been getting, the point lead is relatively close.
Yeah. Yeah, Kyros seizing the Curios potentially.
No way! No way!
Whoa!
Oh man!
Oh my word! Overlord with a KO streak of 4. I don't think that's gonna take over to 5, right? No, unfortunately, not giving us the full penta, but what a run!
Not yet.
It felt like that moment at the end of a movie trailer where another jump comes out, you're like, ah! It wasn't done.
Sableye down already. Umbreon about to be in the same boat.
Holy dudes.
This is such a nice spot for Luminosity. They just get
Keep
to
in mind, they don't necessarily need Rayquaza.
KO them.
Okay, now they do. They double capped on the top lane. Oh man.
Catch up in the bottom though.
Oh man. Bro, level 12 Leafeon in the end game. They're doing they're nothing.
Whenever, you know, multiple members of Paper Rex are being dealt with.
It's a little froggy here, though. There is a way for Paper X to kind of cheese the lead between Sableye and Dodrio.
Yeah, Overlord kind of on their own here. Doesn't really have back with the Unite move. Does get a lot of burst damage done, but that doesn't work with almost 30 seconds on the respawn timer. I think 26 on KO.
They could have burned down Rayquaza right now. I don't know if it would have been worth it necessarily, but it's been free for so long.
Absol waiting right here.
Does with the Sableye indicator above their head, knows that Paper X is on their way. Paper X gonna make that play call right on the ray.
Well, yeah, Mimikyu's 1v1 south. This is a rip and it's close. Going straight, Absol Unite early.
Oh! Who got it? Oh my god, Otter. That is the second time in this tournament Otter saved the game.
Really, truly do. United Sports, if you're watching,
Oh my, what a save.
do another one of those tweets talking about how I'm right. Otter's the best. What can I say?
Put that on Twitter.
Call your shot. Oh, look, call your shot. You're right.
I love it.
Only 2 for 2 on stealing the game-winning Rayquazas. Easy.
Yeah, you want to know
Not
the
the
opposite?
otter.
You know what? I had the opposite at the start of this game. I was like, you know, in these speedster competitions, we actually see both teams kind of taking it easy, not getting a lot of KOs. And this match, I mean, truly a bloodbath. Wild to see. Luminosity Gaming start this thing off 1-0 against Paper X, allowing that Leafy on the other side. But wow, what an electric match.
I mean, once again, a scary moment for Luminosity at the end there. They had control of the entire match, but Overlord getting caught put them in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it felt like it would have been fine.
Rank
if they
the
were
LG
slightly
team
closer and could jump
individually?
up, because Overlord did get all of them down to about half HP.
Yeah.
So a Pokemon
Like,
Mewtwo could just
are
shred through
you
the
asking,
entire
like, number
roster, but
1
a
to
little bit
5?
slow on that rotation. Paper X good to dodge out, recall, and then make the Ray attempt with how long that respawn timer was.
I gotta say, I mean, MVP of Luminosity this tournament so far, it has been Otter.
Yeah.
Otter is truly saving them in some massive moments.
Okay, if you're asking me to rate them from 1 to 5, Overlord number 1. I think Trainers number 2. It's a toss-up for number 3 and 4. I'd probably say between 3 and 4, it's hard for me. I would say like Otter or Kyrios. Like I don't know. It's hard. I would say number 5 Slash.
His Mew is unbelievable. Yeah. It's support Mew too. Doesn't
That's
matter.
how I would rank them. If you're asking me like
Just one of the best secure moves.
like that, then that would be my rating.
It's really consistent. You can't really miss
Overlord,
the ways up,
Trainer.
Even if you accidentally target the wrong thing.
3 and 4 is a
Really
toss-up for
safe
me,
pick.
so it's
And
between
this is
Kyrios and
solely
Otter.
nerfs on Mew.
Number
Just
5
feels
is
way better on those
Slash.
How funny is it too that LG, like realistically, they started playing the support Mew.
You coughed
and
directly
support attack.
into your microphone.
it was the other
It went the other way.
Okay,
The stream is sick
It's
now.
all I heard was you coughing loudly, and I thought he coughed directly into his microphone.
This is where my mic used to be. It was recently switched, and I almost did that because I did a oh, and apparently it just didn't matter. So awesome. You're welcome, everyone at
Stream's
home.
all sick. I hope you're all enjoying that. We're bringing you that
Yep.
gift from Japan.
There you go.
But
Unfortunately, I don't think we had anything marked off the bingo board at that one. Even the Penta KO, we were so close.
Yeah, we were
a Quadra from Overlord, but nothing else, I think.
Oh,
Not much.
yeah.
Gave me a hug and just the heartiest thumbs up.
Yeah.
And
The big Rayquaza fight,
Yeah.
not necessarily any steals. Might have found him, but yeah, I suppose he was positioned really, really far forward. It's true.
Paper Rex, was the problem only 3 speedsters? We'll find out with this next composition.
Get 5 in there.
everybody agrees. 5 speedsters is worse than 3 in a Sableye.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's not about it
All
being
right.
better or worse. It's about it being more interesting.
Do we think Luminosity Gaming actually first picks Zero Aura in a situation like this? Maybe a little risky. I feel like Umbreon's still a very realistic choice for first pick, but
It did earn the ban last time, yeah?
yeah, last time it was the Zero Aura in the ban slot and Psyduck left up, and it will be Slash.
Like this. I like this a lot.
Oopa, okay, wow.
They have some
Talon's
big
available?
options here. Talon is, obviously Rex wants to grab that right away, so they can't make that play.
Okay.
This is like just a treasure trove of weapons, but that these two teams can take at this point.
Okay, so I think this is true, but can somebody confirm this or deny it? When you do the Zero Aura pull trick, if they also go back through Hoopa, the Phantom Force, you pull them all the way back, right? Like it's like you keep going.
I would assume you would.
Yeah, I think so.
It's
I
just
think you do.
pulling 2 Zero Aura. It would be the most ludicrous pull of all time. It would
Yeah.
be very cool.
It's gonna happen.
This is great because you can have Slash on Hoopa. Until they switched and Otter locked in Mew. I was gonna say Slash on Hoopa, you get the Leafeon, and then Otter's like support Mew is a pretty easy late pick. Not willing to give it up, and I kind of get it. Luminosity's been
double
winning
speedster
games with
again.
Just Otter standing in the middle with his Mew. So
Double speedster, double defender.
Wow,
Okay.
Berg's going to be going with the double defender route. So, Yang playing the support-based Umbreon. Luminosity Gaming now going to do with the double defender, double speedster composition. We don't see that one very often at all. Wish support, decent on
Oh,
speed.
I thought he was gonna lock in Charizard.
Very, very nice.
I thought he was gonna lock in
Like, this
Charizard.
Buzzwole pick.
I do too. I think that Buzzwole, Kyrios has just had a lot of really solid picks. And another triple speedster for Paper Rex.
Okay. Well, trading the Mimikyu Unite move lockdown for the solo Darkrai Unite.
The problem I have with this team composition is that it's very apparent to me that LG are able to out macro Paper Rex. And the issue I have is like last game was closer than it needed to be. But going like if we're not taking into account like the very last fight, going into Rayquaza, like they just got out macroed. So I don't like the idea of Paper Rex playing from behind going into the end game again and not having any way to pull the Rayquaza reliably. Like basically this team composition that they're drafting for themselves, they either need to like win early so they can scale quickly so they can keep on pushing their advantage, or then when it comes to late game, either win a team fight. That's it. They got no, like, they got damage, but
Like
not
this.
safe
I mean,
DPS.
my dive priority would honestly
Catch me
be
up, what's the
Slash
hype about
first.
speedsters? Long story short, they
If
all
you
got
can
buffed
Slash out
for
from
a short
this
while,
team,
then they got nerfed,
got enough firepower
and then
to
some of them
fight
got
from
buffed
there, and
again.
It really puts a lot of pressure on Otter to cover. Otter's been having a great weekend. We know that. But it is stressing Mew.
Plus they got armor
in a lot of
penetration
different
as well.
directions, and kind of removing that escape valve that Kyrios and
To
Trainer
put
would
it very simplistically, they do more damage than they did before.
Or a trick combination too. Could see something with Buzzwole. Have some nasty smackdown, really long pull kind of thing. So, or not smackdown, rather superpowered, but who knows? Either way, yeah, Kyrios on another.
Yeah, but it was
and
worse
Trainer
before.
sort of
It's not as bad
well,
now.
Very flexible player, but returning to a mainstay on the Mimikyu.
LG, by the way, is very hard to dive, right? When you're trying to dive a Hoopa and a Mew, they both have so much mobility. Like specifically, if they're going to be trying to target them with something like a fly, for example, it's going to be very, very easy for them to get out of the way. Well, not easy, but you know, easier than most backliners.
True.
So the fact that those are their only kind of vulnerable Pokemon, they can like shield themselves and others, and there's just so many different things that they can do. It's gonna be tough.
All right. Ready, go! Not bad.
One of our best yet, I think.
Yeah, we're working on it. We got a few more hours.
Overlord on the Buzz.
Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Paper Rex, your orange team. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, thanks. Kyrios on the Sarah Aura. So Overlord not on that pick. Instead, changing it up to the Buzzwole. Kyrios going to be taking the first rotation through the central area on the Sarah Aura.
At this point, I'm convinced that Kyrios and Overlord have switched bodies because all of the Overlord picks are
Don't
going-
accuse
Yeah, I was
LG
gonna say
of switching anything.
Yeah, my bad. All right. So I wasn't saying anything, but theoretically, you know, I'm impressed by how many speedsters Kyrios is playing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, interesting.
It's a nice Astonish right there. Mimikyu in trouble though. Leafeon coming in with a big time Razor Leaf. Snorlax putting the Hoopa in a tough spot, but he continues to fight.
I mean, yeah, you might not be able to get the KO into the Hoopa, but still, slowing down an early game Mimikyu feels awesome for Paper Rex. They're going to have a lot more room to breathe without Trainer getting up to that level 5. We'll take these birds for free.
Wow, did he get that?
With Astonish.
Yeah.
Got 7 points in pocket, I think, I assume so.
Wow, great secure. Yep, there was a pull. I don't even think he realized he pulled Tom. Like, oh, he was on his way.
Big Astonish going to help with the KO. In fact, secure it onto the Leafeon. Snorlax will buy a little bit of time with this rest. Oof, what a tough wake-up call.
Whoa, Darkrai in some trouble here.
Take a nap.
They're chasing it. Oh, it's so close.
Oh,
no, put the.
Oh, man.
Nice play.
Yeah, Kyrios.
Such an interactive Pokemon. I love getting stunned forever.
Tough nighty-night.
The crowd control on Darkrai is so good. It's just so annoying to deal with. They're doing a great job of using it. The Darkrai's that we've seen today have been great.
Yeah, way more successful. Great day 2 conversion rate instead of day 1. Would have been rather tough.
I mean, we've seen it in the true speedster role, right? Damage dealer. We've also seen it kind of operate as a support around something like a Metagross as well. But
You been
everybody's
keeping up with the new
confident
Linkin
putting
Park at all? Not at all.
opponents to sleep here and letting the rest of the team
No
get
Chester,
passionate
no
and
Linkin
all
Park.
that
What do you ask?
Yeah, I'm assuming Vachi playing the Yawn Snorlax.
They make any good
Wouldn't
songs?
even have that option selected yet, maybe.
The Unite move from Leafeon right there. I mean, 5 members, excuse me, of Paper Rex in this top half.
Ooh, look at Luminosity Gaming's mini-map right now. They are scoring on the bottom side to try to keep up a little bit, but they're also roaming into the central area immediately. Trying to keep track of those timers. If they can pull a red or a blue buff, they would. But unfortunately, we see on our mini-map it's popping up as soon as they leave, and Paper Rex on an invasion strat of their own.
Yeah, nice job there from Darkrai, able to steal that away. They're going to take this, and then they're going to have to either defend or watch them move through their central area down to their tier 1. We have possibly 2 members of Luminosity
I'll
at
listen-
the top, and it looks like everyone from Paper Rex
I'll listen to
will
something
fly
tomorrow.
to either head bottom
I'll
or
take a look at what they
experience elsewhere.
think.
Luminosity in a really tough spot. Paper Rex are on the horizon of a few Unite moves.
Or
too,
later
so
today, technically.
These pushes with Regieleki and the tier 2 being open is so scary.
Wow.
the bag. Well done.
Look at that.
Luminosity Gaming in a terrifying position at the moment. Overlord trying to slow things down with this Buzzwole, but it's going to target the Umbreon. KO, with the help of Otter, is pretty big. Umbreon does have a lot of shields. This will eventually fall as it returns back to the central area of Luminosity.
Push back here, for sure.
Nice two-step. And the sleep yawn. I am shocked that HT did not go back in to knock out Overlord there.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Man, that feels like a missed opportunity not taking out Overlord.
Yeah, finally will fall, and no points scored for Luminosity Gaming on the top side. So sure, a lot of catch-up experience earned because they were falling behind Paper Rex drastically.
Yeah.
But no points scored is still a silver lining for Paper Rex. They're 205. They've only broken one of Luminosity Gaming's goal zones. It's
Yeah.
kind of wild.
They have a ton of points scored in that top half. I think the goal was left with about 22 or something like that.
Oh, it's even more dangerous.
Yeah, which is really scary, right? Because with multiple speedsters, one of them could easily peel off towards that goal zone, score a couple of points, and then leave your main base open.
Yeah. Or even a big overdunk situation with Regieleki. However, we don't see big overdunks on tier 2 very often, just with the nature of it being really easy to defend, especially with the 5-minute jump pad spawning in now.
Paper X knows what's up. I mean, we've got Slash with the rings unbound. Are they going to try and do some damage up top first? It looks like they are. When are we going to go into unbound form for Slash? It's got to be soon. There we go. It's at half. Big stun. Heavy slam yawn combo. Registeel still standing, flies early, secured by who
Otter,
else?
yeah.
And now the team is looking to move through, but Paper X unfazed, gonna get some knockouts for themselves. Good sleep.
Tough look. It'll have to be Overlord versus the world right now. Takes down 1. Still in a 1v2, pulling Snorlax all the way over their side. Gluttony passive helping Snorlax a ton at that point in time. Overlord with a KO streak at 3, but I think Snorlax is going to be living for a minute more.
Moji has done an amazing job with these yawns, by the way.
Yeah.
And I actually think so impressive, such that even his team is bailing on things that they shouldn't have because they didn't expect him to hit. I.e. the HT Leafeon retreat after the 2-step. Moji hit a nasty yawn on Overlord because HT didn't recommit. That's what Overlord was able to get a bunch of that experience back. Paper Rex still looking strong, but the lead shrinking.
Really nice Regieleki for Luminosity there. It walked in just like, I think, under 4 minutes. So they're not going to have to worry about another one regardless of what happens. And it looks like it's going to crash into a tier 2. So somehow everything is working out for LG currently. And an even goal zone break. We got it, everybody.
That was an even goal zone break. That's so hype.
Oh, that's bingo then.
Is it bingo?
That's
That
bingo.
is a bingo. Shout as soon as this match concludes, we
Hey,
will
Spragos,
show you
thanks
all.
for intentionally missing that coin hide so we could finish.
Okay.
I
No,
was
it was
thanking
huge.
you.
Yeah, you guys are welcome.
All right,
Obviously, I
we'll
was-
still keep playing for Blackout, obviously, but wow, what a moment for the broadcast.
Let's go LG. I'm an LG fan now. You know, I didn't care for them very much until this point, but they gave us our bingo.
I'm back in.
5 members of Paper Rex looking at this fight. This could be an early raid, but it's quite early, so throwing Unite moves here outside of Leafeon or something feels really dangerous.
Yeah. Leafeon is running Energy Amplifier as well, so Very, very
Good
up
yawn
pace.
on Overlord.
Oh my god.
Great catch.
Overlord just got blown up.
In there with that discharge and like ripping through the entire squad. Everyone's under half HP almost.
Yeah, they gotta play it safe. Yeah, one big pick's great, but even after going very big yawn.
Oh!
All right, there we go. What a moment. Not to mention all that Darkrai damage getting amplified anytime it's
Dude, Darkrai with the stuns.
Jeez.
The chunkiest fly we've seen all weekend.
Great fight from Paper Rex. Level 14 on the Darkrai.
Everyone should be back.
Mochi, well done. He's yawning massive targets every single time.
Here it is. All right, Rayquaza spawning into the map. Paper X on the bottom side of your map right now. The Snorlax positioned in a very defensive look.
They could potentially back cap down on bottom that 50 points that's on the Leafeon if they really wanted to. That tier 1 still being available. They got 50 on the Darkrai as well, but Darkrai seems like it's trying to maybe, I don't know, farm up a little bit more before we get there. Get to that level 15, a little rude.
Yeah, so we got Hoopa, right? So they're trying to send Trainer on a mission.
Yep.
You don't give up your tier 1. Overlord's babysitting that. And I mean they've got
That is really dangerous.
For sure. Like no shot they miss.
They have Hoopa, so they're allowed to do this.
Here comes Paper
The
Rex.
problem is they're probably not going to force a
They
rip.
have no idea where Overlord is, which is going to be a
They're
problem.
just going to go in, they're just going to rip it. Maybe.
Pulling everybody
Hey.
through, predictable maneuver.
Oh, they back up.
Yeah, Paper X trying to back up. I think that hyperspace.
Okay, caught Overlord again, right in the yawn. Follow-up engaged by Zera. And Overlord gets out?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a
and
problem.
Talon just playing too far back, weren't able to capitalize at all.
Wow.
Paper X is playing really, really safe, and they're getting punished for it right now.
Yeah, now they
have to.
50 seconds left, and now LG can try to punish them. United from Mimikyu with the flame sweep from Talon. Overlord puts him up, puts him down, fly into the air, crashes down. Buzzwole is down. One member of both squads down now, and it looks like they're kind of backing out from this fight.
Yeah, Mimikyu is at such low HP. I mean, everybody on Luminosity Gaming
Yeah,
is
they're
so
gonna make it to
weak
pad.
right now.
Oh, the dodge. Oh, no. Oh, but they need more than a Hundo Burger. I don't know if they're going to be able to...
They don't have enough time.
Like, underdunk here.
There's no way they wipe these guys this quickly. Like, it's over.
Hundo Burger here is exactly enough to win, almost.
All right, here we go. Talon fight, but somebody's going with a discharge. Such a good.
That was very
defensive
optimistic.
maneuver right
Heavy
now.
slam, huge yawn.
They had to commit to the Rayquaza play.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, what an effort.
Also, what the fuck is this comp? 3 speedsters, 2 defenders?
What a sigh of relief from Luminosity Gaming.
I think they're still waiting to find,
And there it is.
They weren't sure.
100 points exactly.
Could you imagine if they tied in that moment, if they did hit 100? That would have been absolutely...
We don't often see Luminosity Gaming doubting their endgame results.
Actually cares about when we throw to break more than the English-speaking production team, which means we haven't missed one yet.
Yeah, it's true.
And our English producer was just next to us, the one we were non-verbally communicating to,
Yeah.
and just shook their head and shrugged and like, yeah, you're kind of
I
right.
guess you're right. They're crushing it. Bands Hoopa, Mewtwo Y, Comfey, and Metagross. Metagross has been such a problem. I actually love this band.
Yeah. You know, don't deal with it, deal with other stuff. But that means they've got Darkrai Prio has skyrocketed today.
Yep. What do you think you do into the... I mean, you're not too worried about them grabbing Inteleon still, are you? I guess it's possible, and then they swap someone over for Vitopo?
You know, I'm not sure. I mean, because Rom played Darkrai last go round, right?
Yes. Leafeon, wow. Triple speedster.
I mean, that's not easy into Obi-Wan's tree that's stacking, trying to get big and sit up front and tank some damage. And we already know they'll play Pain Split. If they've got a little, well, do they have?
Bro,
enough
these
support
Asian
to
teams,
kind of
Jesus
Pain
Christ.
Split the damage back.
Who cares about team comp?
I guess
Run
that's
triple
the real question
speedsters.
here, huh? I like Insomnia's team composition, but at the same time, if Zeta just, crashes into them with a ton of damage before they can really react to it, it's gonna be hard. For sure. Mew doesn't output that much damage. Gyarados could, but Gary also doesn't necessarily survive that long. But we're going back to the Rocky Helm on Gyarados. Is that Potion as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rocky Helm, Potion, Gyarados.
And,
Usakazu was playing Waterfall all weekend.
Yeah. Trevenant does have the assault vest on, but for will actually make that's pretty solid. Personal preference. You better for the show. Which team should move forward here? Should it be Zeta or Insomnia? What gives a better team in the grand finals for like excitement factor for you?
I have to think Zeta Division, because I think it'd be our best opportunity to go 5 games against whomever is coming from the bottom side of the bracket. Insomnia has a lot of tricks up their sleeve, but those have diminishing returns in a best of 5.
Yeah.
And I think eventually you just kind of run out of slop to just throw at the other squad.
Yes.
So you just kind of have to play straight up, and these teams are very good at that.
Here we go. Absol actually making its way across the map, recognizing that if Leafeon went to one of the paths, they could maybe make something happen, but no. Not able to slow them down. They actually are taking some of their wild Pokemon there.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad look. Leafeon hitting lane early, kind of like 2 ships passing in the night, right? Neither of them being immediately impactful as we're used to seeing out of those speedsters.
We're looking for a fight here. We have Mew, Trevenant on the other side. It looks like they got enough of it, at least enough for the Trevenant to evolve.
The Mew was able to secure the big one.
Members of Insomnia move forward. The pursuit, I don't think, ended up resetting right there. They're going to peel away from this fight.
Gyarados is carrying that attack weight, and obviously, you know, Magikarp, you'd like to stack early just to get your effort gauge up. That's not the easiest order.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to see a point in time where Insomnia just leaves Gary up top. Nice knockout here in the mean look, and that's a good trap to set with some of these speedsters.
Yeah, I think that was just perfect for Obion on that Trevenant, right? They moved forward right there.
Oh my god.
Darkrai with Curse the entire time, recognizing that with that assault vest and their natural bulkiness, they're not going to be able to be taken down. They break top goal very early here at the 8-minute mark. Super aggressive.
Yeah, very fast Gyarados as well. Took them
Umbreon went mean look, and this is like the one time you need to go safeguard to prevent that shit from happening, or at least to mitigate that. Like, it's still possible to land your mean look on someone that's using safeguard. It's just it makes it harder. Oh, and we got another sucker punch Absol.
Gonna make it out, but look at the time they were able to waste on the map.
Yeah, wasting a lot of time, being super aggressive, and there is that. You can't really put it down. You don't see it on the scoreboard, but the feeling that none of your wild Pokemon are safe because Insomnia are coming for them every moment, it's something that they're also going to have to deal with on the side of Zeta. And we're actually seeing that's not a pain split. They're going with Curse, but they are using Horn Leech. Ideally, I'm guessing to grab one of these speedsters, peel it all the way back to their team.
Well, you can kind of see what they're doing here. They've got a bunch of CC, a bunch of disruption, and they're going to try and make these 3 speedsters feel incredible.
No, it's not that. It's just a little uncommon.
Yeah.
Just try to kind of
but
trap them in
considering you're playing against 3 speedsters, you might need the outplay mechanic.
Getting a knockout on Absol, but going down themselves.
Wow.
Like, when you play Cycle Cut, you do more damage overall, but Sucker Punch allows you to have the outplay potential for things like triple speedsters, so it works.
Here we go. Gyarados looking for this possible secure. Darkrai moving around it. They don't want to go to bed here. Absol moves in. Gary picks up the secure. Umbreon Unite move towards the Darkrai. Big time pursuit.
Oh my god.
I need to call out the Talon play from Kokata earlier. It was an eject button for eject button play. The eject to peel away and then Talon ejecting right back midair on the fly. You love to see it, but what a great fight from Insomnia. Another stellar fight.
Flame Sweep Poach forcing out the Absol Unite, but the Talonflame goes down for that endeavor. Finally stepping back up, another 2-step does take care of the Absol. Gyarados is underwater, pops back up, doesn't find their target. Water falls through, and they are in a blender right now, Spraggles.
Yeah, this is really nice for Zeta. Obviously counterpunching super well there. There were other things that Insomnia could have been doing on the map at that point. One thing for sure is what's happening with Trevenant. Level 11 right now. Highest level on the map is the tree for the side of Insomnia. Just walking around making sure they're taking their time to get every piece of wild Pokemon experience that they possibly can.
Kind of sussing out the pressure that Insomnia is trying to put. Almost gets a pop on the Umbreon. Mean Look helps them get out. And this is maybe the best Mean Look has looked all weekend so far. putting a ton of pressure back on the Umbreon. Not a prime target, but the pressure continues here. If they can find themselves a knockout, that would be impressive in and of itself. Finally, Obi-Wan stepping back in, the big tree. Gonna see if they can Horn Leech some targets. No, the Darkrai's doing all the work.
Yeah, Darkrai moving in. Absol coming in there trying to clean this up. We do have the opportunity for Absol to unite. They do, but they don't really catch much right there.
Yeah.
Absol needing to peel away. Bliss assistance on the Leafeon as they're trying to chase down this KO. Sucker punch to peel away. Eject button from Talon doesn't make it. Umbreon back with the unite move towards this fight, and the Absol picks up a KO. This is a mean look snarl Umbreon because Insomnia.
Soon, what a legend.
Yeah.
Giving coverage, buying just enough time for Slime to flip the script and sucker punch back the other way, get a knockout. And honestly, you know, Obi-Wan a little silent in this game, but Insomnia has been handling it very well because quietly they are just getting experience all over the map.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, I love watching this.
I really don't like the fact that
talking about Insomnia,
Blissey
like,
did not go
Zeta's
safeguard
amazing, but you have to just
when
be
they got that Umbreon.
impressed and
Like I know, like
kind of,
I know people go soft-boiled because they don't want to
better word, entertain.
deal with the Umbreon Unite move and whatnot. Like you go soft-boiled because you don't want Umbreon getting more shields than necessary. Oh my god, and they lose the objective.
Insomnia makes grand finals. A team like LG does very good against wonky comps because they're playing a different style of game too.
Yes.
And that might lead to some real problems here. But Zeta Division is going to try and put an end to that because they want a chance at being back-to-back ACL champions.
A Pokemon I talk about a lot, jeez, is Mew. Mew is always like, I think whenever I talk about a tier list or something, people will say Mew's bad or whatever. I think in the hands of a good player, it's still such a force, man. It's
Absolutely.
unbelievable.
It has every tools you need in every game, right?
Yes.
It has like coaching to help out the squad, and an invincibility unite move that can get you out of trouble. E-ball secure, like even boosted autos to just deal just tough damage to take, right, from a good range. It's phenomenal. Now, where I think you and I agree, is that it's best used in a support role where it leverages all those tools to kind of slot into whatever situation is best. I've been very unimpressed when they're investing time and energy for it to be a damaging character.
Yes, I fully agree with you. Fully agree.
Insomnia bouncing back big. Vitopo is level 14 and now outpacing everyone on Insomnia.
Damn.
Obion, 13, looking for a catch there with Horn Leech.
We have a Nightmare.
Oh shit, Darkrai United at 220.
The Nightmares.
Oh, this is the fight.
They're making this the fight.
Yeah,
this
they're
is what
taking
they
the
want.
fight right now. Tree is so
Darkrai
low.
United, Umbreon United, Blissey just United right there.
Lands on nobody as we see the Trevenant.
Leafeon still has Unite. Oh my god, the damage from the Absol.
The Blissey is gone. Look at all the Unite moves still on Insomnia though.
Wow. This is scary because they're up by so much, but also this is a good rip. So you have to wonder if this is the right call. I mean, of course, someone from Zeta could steal it.
Leafeon still has Unite move. This is dangerous.
Leafeon in some trouble, but picks up a KO. They're getting very, very low right here.
Oh, they didn't get their Unite off. They didn't have a target. Oh my god. Like they literally have no one they can target because Slime and the other guy are too far away, and Gyarados is in their Unite move animation. Like they were saving their Unite move to try to get into the pit, but then they waited too long as well.
This is scary because they're up by so much, but also this is a good rip. So you have to wonder if this is the right call. I mean, of course, someone from Zeta could steal it. They're moving in to try to stop them. Leafeon in some trouble, but picks up a KO. They're getting very, very low right here. Secured by Gyarados. Unite move.
Wow. What a sigh of relief because
from Insomnia. I mean, some mistakes. 683-39. The point lead at this, it's insurmountable right now. There's really nothing that can be done. What a game one from
Slime survived the Nightmare Void. Sliver of HP.
He's going to play something expected, right? Like barrier confusion. Mime already is a curveball. We just don't see it that much competitive anymore. I mean, maybe.
Oh my god, not Mr. Mime, bro.
Really bad for Nouns Esports.
Why,
but-
Mr.
but
Mime?
Generally, we do not see a lot of Mr. Mime. If we saw Power Swap Mime, I'm gonna lose it.
Buckle up.
I know.
I think we're about to
I
see
think
it.
we are.
Slime going back into the Scizor, and they've actually played Scizor now this weekend, right? So Scizor Scyther.
Oh,
is
wait a
on
minute.
the table with that
That's special attack Mr. Mime. They're not running XP share.
selection, and
Oh, it's a
Slime has
triple
played
support comp.
Yeah.
Well,
Here we
technically
go.
2 supports and 1 attacker as a support,
Our
but
next one. They do have their item
is an
selection
interesting
leads
choice.
this possibly could be a Scizor, right? I mean, you have the Razor Claw. It works great. Honestly, that item setup does work great for either choice. But man, if we see a Scizor here, if a Scizor qualifies this team for the grand finals, that'd be amazing.
We did see some switches around. If our graphic here is accurate, Obion picking up the duck, as if we just saw our graphic there.
Oh, really?
Reflecting what is actually going on. I don't know if they switched around. Okay, there's no way, because Tomato wouldn't be playing Blissey,
Yeah, and
right?
Wajiro
wouldn't be playing Tree.
No way.
Okay, so that was just the draft order from left to right. It wasn't necessarily what they're playing.
Let's see what it looks like here.
Ready?
Go! Heading into our next game here. We've got the duck heading to the bottom path. No, it is not Obion on the side.
I'm really glad.
Me too.
I'm really happy.
I'm
Yeah.
heading to the central area here. Scyther has a very fast clear of that center. They're
Very
gonna be
much so,
back
yeah.
Very soon. Not able to get that secure though. Secured by the side of Zeta. Gonna head over here. The team that secures more of this contestable farm, it is very important. Tomato now in a little bit of trouble. Obviously, Insomnia doesn't want to give them the option to secure. Tomato now having to peel back. Their passive being ripped away from them. Not going to happen for their next fight.
Not irrelevant, right? That's something that Insomnia should keep track of here. Now that they've kind of collapsed, and it is a Scyther that we're going with. I believe I saw the dual wing beat.
Yeah, you did. You did just see the dual wing beat. They're looking for Leafeon here. Well, they found him. Vitopo dancing in the center. Getting hit by the dual wing beat a little bit. Honestly, I don't think Leaf's that scared with the shield that you get on Razor Leaf.
They're just working through. Obi-Wan hanging out here, dual wing beat through, tons of damage put on. The pursuit is there, but just not enough in the tank, like you said, with this Razor Leaf out. Leafeon
That's
doesn't
too
have
bad.
Too much to be scared of.
if Mr. Mime was able to land the stun there, that would have been a kill. Oh!
And they pick one up.
That was
Really
more
nice
damage than I
fight
thought it
in
would be.
tall grass. Beautiful play there from Insomnia, picking up the KO.
Now Slime moving forward. They're seeing Wajiro. Gabite is there. I think that's Kokata as well. Surf through for coverage by Soon. Just really respecting each other right now. Not overcommitting everywhere. You know, we already gave up a knockout, did Zeta Division, not willing to do another one.
Level 5 on Gyarados. Looking for a possible fight center.
Another fast Gyarados too.
Yeah.
Good stun trying to set them up for the Scyther.
I honestly do not know.
Side of Insomnia there in the center.
I really do not know.
Zeta are scoring in the top end.
Like, it makes sense if there's an Umbreon on the other team, but this time around there isn't.
Doesn't really have any interest in fighting, and I can see why. Insomnia is moving very well as a
Like, I generally do not know why in this case specifically. Like, you have a Garchomp,
Sharks.
you have a Darkrai.
Good reposition. Circle more.
Garchomp already has enough sustain as it is, like self-sustain. Darkrai, I mean,
Question is which sharks will come out victorious and be more
I would rather
shark-like?
Is it the team
I would
with
rather have a
actual
Darkrai
shark
be able
on
to
it,
confidently get their
or is it
skills
the
off
other
rather
team
than
that smells blood as
the
sharks
heals.
do, and battle in the water as also sharks do.
Well said. They're gonna have
I think it's a missed opportunity, honestly.
head down to the bottom path here. Darkrai looking for some extra experience. They're already 7, which is great. So is Mime on the other side. I don't know if I've seen whether they're barrier or power swap. I'm guessing it's barrier.
Do we love the
Plus, they have a
Darkrai
lot
or
of
not? Where
CC
are we
too.
at?
Like, they have a Mr. Mime, they have
I feel like I'm not
Gyarados,
Darkrai.
they
There are
have
times where it's
Psyduck as well.
amazing, and there are times where it feels like it's
Even
just
Mew,
right
technically.
now. But every once in a while, when you catch with that Darkrai Unite, it is just brutal.
Good Scyther Unite to get a knockout on Leafeon.
Nice.
Prime target, E-ball through. Now they're moving forward. Luna has done a great job on the support Mew. and you can see why they prioritize it in the same position that LG does as well. You know, that second pick range.
Ooh, nice Dragon Claw combo, peeling away that experience. We're still looking for our Garchomp here. We're getting pretty close. We need our level 9 to get that massive Unite move. They do get it, moving to the central area, could go right into it, and they do.
That's a good quality knockout. That's a quality knockout.
Oh, close.
Right there. Good experience back into their hands, getting slime. Scary might be in trouble. Does have its Unite move. Good psychic pull. Not enough though. Horn Leech out. Tomato still stands.
Yeah, Tomato looking, you know, Trevenant is one of those Pokemon that's really hard to catch, Trevenant, right? There's not a lot you can do about it. Psyduck moving to the top path here. Continuing this sort of back and forth fight between Garchomp and the Gyarados. Leafeon moving in. Not able to pick up the Duck either. Very tanky Pokemon that are being caught here on both sides, so it's really hard for either of them to go down. 162 to 89 right now. Insomnia is up.
It's gonna be so hard for Garchomp to get, like, the thing about Garchomp, or at least in this specific case, it's gonna be so hard for them to get their auto attacks off, and the only time they're gonna be able to commit to a fight or a skirmish is when they have their Unite move.
Another quality knockout, you know, a pretty free Psyduck KO. And you want to talk about all the extra experience that they're getting on the side of Zeta.
Okay.
Nice Nightmare pull right after the Scyther Unite.
Oh, huge.
KO, that's huge, Spraggle.
Really great stuff. Wow! A confusion pushing the Darkrai just into that wall there. I mean, Darkrai was very low after that exchange. And we now have the Mime Showtime looking for a KO here. Leafeon Unite moves.
Oh my god, the Mr. Mime.
Right there.
It didn't do anything.
Looking to see if they can hit with some serves. The Bliss Assistance onto the Trevenant. I don't think that's the target they were looking for, but here comes Garchomp. Eject button picks up the KO.
They wanted Kokata in that Bliss Assistance in a big way here. And now it's going to be up to Usakazu to try and do some of this Gyarados. Not enough time for Slime to come back. And this Gyarados wants this knockout here. Stepping back up is Slime. Usakazu getting it. And Tomato forced to retreat, and nobody started the Regice. That's this whole time.
Yeah, Rom was down there ready to start, but it just doesn't have the kind of rip that you need, right? If Garchomp was there or something, they could make a play. Unfortunately, Rom just has to peel away from this, seed this objective over to the side of Insomnia, where they can also start to position themselves to the top path.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I was going to try and mention with the goal zone's gone, the extra experience that Zeta has at their disposal, that's almost exactly what you want as a Garchomp, right? Is just kind of farm up and just build this monster for the final fight. We'll see if they actually take that time.
Bro, it is so crazy that Scyther is running around in their jungle and no one is doing anything about it. This guy farmed their jungle, killed one of them in a 1v3, and then just walks out.
Oh, nice big Dragon Breath. Moving forward right here. Darkrai looking for a KO, goes for the Unite move. This is kind of surprising to me. They must know that they're going to be able to get this back very quickly. It was about 3:15. Little late, but not impossible, right? As they're going to go for another KO here, they do pick it up.
Yeah, I'd like Usakazu not using their Unite move there to try and get out of dodge, realizing it's a pretty tight resource, and they have other Unite moves they need to build up, namely Slimes. So let them get what they need to make sure that they have it in time. Soon, going to try and provide cover here and keep an eye on Zeta Division.
Here we have it, 277, 188. Very close here, but Insomnia is up. They were able to score in the bottom tier 2 a little while ago. They were punished for it, though. Their tier 2 is now broken. They're going to have one available here on the top path. And there is a question as to whether or not they want to deal with this Regieleki. They know that in a moment, Zeta could peel towards it. Objective in the bottom path, there's not going to be enough time for it. Ray is going to hit before that. And they're actually just walking away from Regieleki here.
I mean, 100-point-ish difference between these two teams here, right? 89 points. If I can do math, I can't. It's over. Yeah, it's 89 points. Who knows?
It's different.
Something like that. 2 seconds left.
Darkrai needs to land their Unite move on a meaningful target, and I pray that this Blissey pockets the Garchomp and nobody else. Okay, they got the Mew. That's good. Darkrai didn't even burn Unite move.
Great for Zeta. They're going to want to look for this fight. Scyther behind their crew. Leafeon spotted them out, and now they're going to be in.
Oh, Leafeon one-shot the Scyther.
Darkrai moves in. This is catastrophically bad here for Insomnia. They're going to need to make a huge play.
Garchomp Unite is out. They're going to try and pin down this Psyduck. They can't. Obi-Wan's still standing. Rayquaza is at half. Gyarados use their Unite move. They're going, and it's going to be a Gyarados. It's going to be a Gyarados. And you can see that from a mile away. You could count it.
Oh my God.
They were going straight. It's going to be a Gyarados.
Huge play.
Garchomp Unite is out. They're going to try and pin down this Psyduck. They can't. Obi-Wan's still standing. Rayquaza is at half. Gyarados use their Unite move. They're going, and it's going to be a Gyarados.
Whoa!
It's going to be a Gyarados. And you can see that from a mile away. You could count it down too. When they jumped underwater, they were going straight for it. Zeta Division, not keeping an eye on that at all. And just withered that thing down and made it the easiest Usakazu Gyarados secure for the second time in a row.
Unbelievable. Psyduck scoring here in the main goal zone. 413, 188. We have Zeta assaulting this top goal zone, trying to be defended here by Slime.
Oh man, it's Jover.
KO.
It's
And
Jover.
Slime denying the triple.
Brother, you could
the fight didn't go your way, but on top of that,
Huge play.
Garchomp Unite
at the
is
very
out.
least,
They're gonna try and pin down this Psyduck. They can't. Obi-Wan's still standing. Rayquaza is at half. Gyarados use their Unite move. They're going, and it's gonna be a Gyarados.
I mean,
Garchomp Unite is out. They're gonna try and pin down this Psyduck. They can't. Obi-Wan's still standing. Rayquaza is at
they could have delayed the damage. There is also that. Like, they didn't need to flip right in front. Like, it's still relatively healthy. If everyone stops DPSing it, like, you wait for the Gyarados Unite move to timeout, and then you can just ping your ults.
half.
But they gambled on the rip, and then they lost it.
Use their Unite move. They're going.
Like, look at that. And, like, they got CC too. So, at this point, it's like, they get CC'd,
It's gonna be a
Gyarados just pops up, bam.
It's gonna be a Gyarados, and you can see that from a mile away. You can
Yikes.
count it down
Big
too when they
yikes.
jumped underwater.
Offline events.
Not yet.
Not
With
yet.
the momentum they're playing with
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, though, I think they're a clear favorite for the final stretch. Whenever we get down to that tournament, a few months away from that, but not that many months away either.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're on their way towards their perfect live event season. It's
Yeah.
an impressive thing to go for, but it's possible. They have won LAIC, in EUIC. Now they are here at ACL. They're just collecting letters.
Can we talk about how funny it is? Like, how many strays Ice has caught when they've walked up? Ice like comes up, he always comes up and he'll say stuff, and then they walk up and they're like, "That's crazy. Ice would say that. He sucks." Basically, you know, like over and over. It's so funny. I mean, they say they're friends, so they're just doing normal friendly trash talk, but it's really funny. It's like always been Ice.
Yeah, the two teams have been had just really solid on camera in the watch party banter against each other specifically. Just another for themselves, right? A different book ending is Alter Ego.
Here we go. Blissey banned for all away from them.
Interesting. I kind of feel like maybe I'm wrong, but have they been even using Comfey? Obviously,
They have,
Shinji and they have. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
because 94 was playing like Meowscarada, Shingy would grab like Absol, double speedster, and then they would grab Comfey. Ice would be on Comfey. So
Overlord
right, duh, yeah,
insta-locking in the Zoroark here
Last
after the Hoopa taken by Alter Ego. Otter moving it over to Trader. They just gave him 2 speedsters. I think they're feeling pretty good. That's a great pick.
Yep, and Z-Ray is a great new player as well. You know, kind of one of the original stars on that Pokemon. There's about a handful, and Z-Ray is no exception.
That does leave Inteleon as an open potential, though. Kira still, of course, having not picked yet. But the Pikachu would be a really cool pick. We haven't seen them have this yet, but again, I think Pikachu's so
Poor
scary. It's been
Pikachu.
good, and then it got the buffs, and we still haven't seen it as much. But as a replacement for that kind of Mew support spot, I think that's great.
Final pick over to Curios. Looking to see what they want to bring in. 2 speedsters on the side of Alter Ego. Curios has some options here.
Nope.
Not Machamp. I think this is a no-nonsense pick from Curios. You could swap it for Mewtwo Y to be the support, but Pika is a great supporter pick. You know, it doesn't need a lot of experience to get a recovery on.
Otter with a great utility in Volt Tackle. If they do go E-Ball, we know they know how to secure
The first KO. A lot of different looks you could throw at this with Pika. Just gives it a
Go!
but you are inside of a dangerous zone when you do Volt Tackle.
You had the opportunity to interrupt yourself with the left team, right team. Could have done it.
What?
Nothing.
Alter Ego, your
There it
purple
is.
team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Here we go, our semifinals. One of these two teams are going to be heading to the grand finals here at ACL.
Sending Akura on a mission is very interesting, and good cover on that by LG. Splitting up their central area with the Pikachu babysit is just a great understanding of the potential situation.
That top half looks like it's going to be terrifying. Pikachu, Zera, Aura. It's not one that I really see together all that often, but I can't imagine it's going to be any fun to fight at all.
Unfun duel in the top side, certainly. For Alter Ego side, Luminosity Gaming, however, have a bit of a maniacal sense of fun.
They also have access to the best move in the game, Electro Web.
Yes,
It's so good.
currently. Oh, scary times though. Is Absol gonna get the first KO?
Maybe that was fun to go against.
Yeah, apparently I actually loved it. I don't really know what to make of how that interaction went there.
It was weird positioning from Pikachu, right? Like really far forward.
Yeah, maybe thinking Trainer was going to commit,
Yeah.
and they just didn't. Good rotation by Ego.
Nice.
Absolutely understanding what Trainer was up to. And now they've just given up 2 quick KO, the K opener and another KO to Alter Ego. They didn't have to work too hard for him, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that was a really odd little exchange there for Luminosity. It felt like they were going for a sneaky play. Foley got caught, lost 2 Pokemon for it.
I think Trainer thought for a moment that maybe they were unseen walking into the enemy central area, but I do think Shindy had eyes, was able to find him quickly, waited for the support of the Hoopa of Ikura, which I think
First for
I
tomorrow,
wasn't,
man.
Able to talk too much in the draft mode, but I'm kind of shocked that Alter Ego has a Hoopa curve.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Such a power pick in that scenario, so surprising to see that one.
We do have level 6 on Overlord, which is pretty great. Level 7, however, for this Absol means it has its plus move. They did go with Psycho Cut. Overlord moving in to try to fight here. Discharge is out, picking up 1, 2 KOs. Wow.
Good E-ball.
Great side strike, and they're moving forward.
Also, this might be the first time this tournament, but that feels like a Luminosity Gaming dominated crowd, by the way.
Oh.
The pop-off felt way more LG favored than we've seen for any of these Alter Ego knockouts.
Maybe if you head to the grand finals, LG, get ready to lose all that.
Lose that momentum, yeah.
Well, maybe it's because if LG wins here, it's like a win for Japan because then Japan's
It
qualifying
is.
for
That's
Worlds.
actually
It's
true. I
100%
forgot about
true,
that.
yeah.
They're actually cheering for Insomnia right now.
True.
By way of a North American team.
Yeah, that's fair.
Have we seen what the Pikachu went yet? I feel like I haven't seen it.
E-ball.
Well, yep. It's good timing. But that doesn't make sense. It's basically been Electro Balls just doing all the work throughout this weekend for Otter.
Yeah, it's true. If Otter has to play a different Pokemon, they are going to make sure that they get Electro Ball
Yeah.
still, you know?
Somehow, some way.
Luminosity gets caught earlier, but after that, every
Easiest
single
first of your
moment
life.
has been
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
140 now, 40-70. It was almost 140 to 0 there for a moment.
Yikes.
Now 107. There was a lot of scoring going on that we didn't get a chance to see. They broke the tier 1
Oh
goals
my
out.
god, my shoulders
Now
are
they're gonna
stiff,
pivot up
man.
to the- oh my!
Oh, wow.
Wow, I felt really, really close.
That was so close. Unbelievable.
Yeah, especially with 4 members there. So 4 of that Infinite Cyber, not all of them within range, but
Yeah.
dangerously close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that's why Slash was booking it up top to try and get vision.
Ooh, nice pick.
For Curious to be able to use that Unite move and put it so close.
Very, very nice
Of
pick
course,
from
they have
Trainer.
to do Unite back the other way. E-ball hitting. I feel we're going to be saying that a lot this game. E-ball hitting Trainer right there on the Leafia.
Oh yeah, both ways too. All right, I will be requesting Surf Slowbro's win rate after the end of this tournament. I do want to know where that ends up, but we'll see. Alter Ego leading into it when you're playing against, I was gonna say trainers, but players like Trainer, LGC, and Overlord. Yeah, it feels like still a very viable option to invest in.
Oh,
It works. Okay, it works.
not scary at all.
Oh, love the play.
The guy in the camera is like yelling.
To get around Slash's
I think he's
block.
molding a bit the fact that
Amazing there, though, yeah.
Overlord was able to recall.
Snorlax
Beautiful hollow air here with the Snorlax and the Pikachu on the side of Luminosity Gaming.
Oh yeah, they're chromed out.
Nobody there in time to try and save that, so they're going to be down at least a defender for this objective fight.
Thunderstorm used by Pikachu, but will get knocked out, I believe, mid-Unite move, so the final tail end of that damage is not going to happen, but a lot of points scored into the top of the map from Luminosity Gaming.
Uh-oh, Leafeon's going for the flank.
Slow beam catch, very good.
Massive slow beam.
See, this is kind of unfortunate because, like, Slowbro did the right thing, but the problem is that they had to secure the objective. So right here, it's like, it's that awkward situation where you need to continue DPSing the Reggie Rock, which they're doing, which is good. They secured it. But the problem is because they're like, because both of them are focused on this, like they're not focusing on the Leafeon. And then the Leafeon, like there's no DPS for the follow-up. So they live, technically. And then they're able to get their Unite move off.
Massive slow beam. That was great.
Still gets a knockout back out of the slow beam. Focus was on the Regirock, right? They're trying to get that done. Didn't put enough damage on Trainer.
I mean, it's 1 for 2, so it's not that bad. Like 1 for 2 and you got the objective. Actually,
despite how low its HP was,
2 for 2.
Zero Aura diving in just barely misses the timing. Obviously, you're flipping a coin a little bit or finding a coin a little bit with into the tall grass. You're not too sure when they're going to pop out.
Trainer now, level 12. Level 12 for the Absol on the other side, Xing Di. Overlord getting close to 13.
Yeah, things feel like
Aren't you supposed to say
Murica?
Murica?
That midway point or the
Murica.
early point of the game, or Luminosity Gaming was really taken off. Alter Ego finding some really key KOs, and even in team fights where they lost, it feels like they got a bit of momentum. Hoopa used to get a ton of score pressure.
Wow, this is surprising. I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make it home in time, so we'll see. They do. No, they don't land in time. This is great for LG.
They definitely miscalculated with that one.
Scores important. Massive Pikachu Unite move too. Oh my goodness gracious.
You want to know how you hit the right clone? You just unite.
Ay, 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 ay.
Damage, making sure you're hitting both.
Wow.
I mean, there's
great
not much to
stuff
be
there.
said about that. Literally,
Plenty of
they
time, by
just
the way,
pushed
to
with the
get
Regieleki and no one was there to defend.
Unite moves to charge up Pikachu. You can get in a minute. Trainers you can get in a minute. So 217, 344 in a power position in this match. Great start for LG.
Overlord 14, Trainer 14. That is, again, not scary at all. There's going to be time for the Spaceman Reggie. It does look like they're both kind of meeting there. They're going to get some vision for sure from Ikura being pretty far forward down in that bottom path. I think they're probably going to have to back up. I don't think you want to try to take this fight as much as you would love that experience.
Slowbro Unite move can change a 2-minute fight like this real quick.
Oh, they're committing. That's scary.
Oh, good heavy slam.
Yeah.
Slash has been having a very good game on this Snorlax.
I mean, this is LG's
Completely bullied.
Reggie Steele.
Yep.
A Reggie Steele with a 214 level speedsters is crazy.
And barely an investment. Honestly, I'll take it on a level 12 Pikachu with the XP share as well.
Trainer's about to be
Thunderstorm
15,
with some
right?
amplified damage sounds awesome.
Well, that's dangerous, man.
You on Venusaur.
I mean, we're scrapping in the
Oh,
middle.
you got picked off.
15 Trainer.
Trainer's 15, yeah. Jeez.
Wait.
We can win the day.
I mean,
It's happened. Trying to bring him in, obviously. They don't want to go for this. They just want to threaten them and say, look, if you don't come and
they're
fight,
taking it kind of low.
Yeah. Try to call out at least one of these speedsters, trying to make a play. Hoopa portal.
Oh!
They're gonna have to push. Taken by Alter Ego.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Secured by Mew, no curveball.
Absol gonna go all the way to the home goal zone for sure. Hoopa's gonna have a tough time making it out though. Pikachu
Yeah,
trying to chase him down. Snorlax gonna come up, block, will
get
stop
through.
them from getting there. That's huge.
Oh man.
If they had any idea how close this game was right now, 417.
They're getting more in base,
Mew
yeah, they got the
scoring
lead.
30. They're now up, and LG's about to learn that because we're about to hit the 1 minute mark. So
And it's over a threshold
Yep.
where it won't just be that
Correct.
close battle.
Exactly.
This is massive.
this is massive because they get a ton of information. However, there's still shields on the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, there's still 2 shields on the side of Alter
Hoopa's
Ego.
got a farm Unite move if they really want to threaten to play with those shields.
Like, they could literally just send one person and then keep 4 playing defense.
Play the aggressor. The Luminosity Gaming rallying, trying to play towards the bottom side of the map. Leafeon trailing.
I don't know about
trying to
this.
Get that Unite move back with their 2 level 15s. That might be the firepower they need to break through these home goal zone shields.
They might be able to send over Ikura as well.
They're sending 2 people to score, the 2 people to shields, but can these guys hold the defense? Zera and Leafeon have, well, Zera has the Unite move. I don't know about Pikachu, like, if Pikachu gets it back.
20, they got it. Up by 7, counter score. Trainers on the base though. Can they get Shingy's points?
Oh, it's over. It's over.
Wow, what a counter punch. Well done, Alter Ego.
Sub Alter Ego takes game number 1. Holy.
Man, they even invest the Leafeon.
Yeah, the problem is like,
Making it out there.
despite them getting the Mew pick,
At least one of these.
they leashed it so low. Well, okay, like, I understand that they're trying to pull Rayquaza to force them to come to you. But the thing is, like, you have a Hoopa on the enemy team, so, yeah, someone's technically dead, but as long as they have their Unite move, they don't need to, like, take the pad, walk all the way down.
Trying to bring him in.
And then, like,
they don't want to go.
Zera is doing a lot of damage. I think that's all from auto attacks. Holy shit, bro.
They just want to threaten them.
Like, Overlord autoing that? Just straight auto attacks. That took it to like 60%.
Say, look, if you don't come and fight,
And then the problem is, they tried taking the fight right here, which is fine, kind of, but they didn't let the Rayquaza reset. Like, look at the HP. Like, the Rayquaza never reset since Overlord touched it.
Call out at least one of these speeds, just trying to make.
And then now they're just flipping it. Like, it came down to luck, but like luck was on their side when they flipped it.
wow.
How many shields we've got? Plenty.
Yeah,
Secured by Mew, no curveball.
Absol going to go all the way to the home goal zone for sure. Hoopa's going to have a tough time making it out, though. Pikachu trying to chase him down. Snorlax's going to come up, block, will stop them from getting there. That's huge.
Oh, man.
If they had any idea how close this game was right now, 4:17.
They're getting more in base. Yeah, they got the lead.
30. They're now up, and LG is about to learn that because we're about to hit the 1-minute mark. So
And it's over a threshold where it won't just be that close battle. This is massive.
This is massive because they get a ton of information. However, there's still shields on the side of Alter Ego. They're in the power position right here.
Hoopa's got a farm Unite move if they really want to threaten to play with those shields. It lets everybody from Alter Ego defend and lets the Hoopa, you know,
Let me fast forward a little. Let me see what happens.
So
So they sent 2 to go score, the 2 people to the Rayquaza shields. Zera has the Unite move.
20, they got it. Up by 7, counter score. Trainers on the base though. Can they get Shingy's points?
Oh, they score on the base.
Wow, what a counter punch. Well done, Alter Ego.
Sub Alter Ego.
Damn.
And I believe I heard it, but they sit.
Let's go.
Man,
Get them out to try to get at least one target that they can jump on. They're speedsters. They could flop over, right? They have a couple of options to do so.
And it's not even like the LG were playing like bad.
And then LG kind of just like brought it all
It's
back.
more so like,
Wonder if there's
it's
any
that micro mistake of just bringing the HP of the Rayquaza lower than needed.
Which was actually really solid.
Because at the end of the day, like,
a lot of what Luminosity did was solid.
even if they don't do that, they still, the enemy team still needs to come to you to do something. Either like try to fight or try to force Rayquaza.
for it, especially with their level of aggression.
Yeah,
but,
I think that's just a small misplay from Overlord, just leashing the
really
Rayquaza for them. Because, like, honestly,
They took a match that they were probably
between him auto attacking it to
a much
60%,
higher likelihood to win without
I
hitting
think
Ray
LG
and
did more damage to Rayquaza overall than the enemy team during the flip.
Sometimes when the pressure's on, you just gotta make something happen. But also, we've seen
Or they
recent
just did,
matches
like,
where
over-
people have
like,
done
collectively,
nothing for far
LG
too
did more
long,
damage
and
overall.
then they lose because of that. So it's the difficulty of the game of Pokemon Unite, right? There's no right choice. The only way to win is not to play, right?
And I'm definitely more on board with let's take our victory as opposed to don't. Yeah.
I think and so
That's all they're doing.
Curious Lock has been relevant in this match.
Okay.
Meowscar's been great.
Razor Claw.
So, especially when they get the double.
Revenant, interesting.
Airy Tree.
Curious likely gonna pick that one up.
Tell is very strong. Difficult to deal with. Trainers mimic you this weekend.
Think of this Psyduck form when it's
Curious a little bit more low key, I think. And I don't know the last time I saw Curious play Trevin. Maybe it was this weekend, but maybe I just missed it.
No, he did play it this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh! Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Alter Ego, nope, your purple team.
One job.
I had one job.
Get this man a new job.
Come on. Can I be coin flip guy?
Oh, you wish. I wish too. That would be so cool. We all wish.
There is a rumor, I guess it's more of a legend, that once you pick the coin, you become him.
Oh.
Like I wake up in the morning and we've switched bodies.
Wow.
Boy, I hope it's true.
It's like a real Freaky Friday situation.
Yeah. How would you explain to people? No, I'm a content cowboy. I'm not coin flip guy.
You don't.
Give me
You
purple
just,
or orange.
you just embraced your new life.
I think I would, yeah. He'd come to me like, we have to switch back. I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
You'd be like, if you want to switch back, you choose a hand.
Yeah, choose a hand. Oh my gosh. It's a good movie.
Big stakes in that one. Bigger stakes potentially in this match, depending on how you look at it, really.
Honestly, no, I think there are bigger stakes in you switching bodies with someone and someone's trying to not let you switch back.
We gotta make the script.
I know we gotta make the script, I keep saying. All right, when I go on break, I'll start writing.
Big push by Luminosity.
Her Mimikyu is so scary, man. Trainer's Mimikyu is one of the best.
Curios is already treed. He
Yeah.
evolved in like a minute and 15 seconds.
Wow, 4 members of Alter Ego here coming for the KO.
Yeah, Overlord in a tough spot. You actually see Trader's Mimikyu going all the way back.
Yeah.
You were alone. Good luck.
They've been giving up some early KOs from Luminosity. I mean, I guess they're just not afraid of it happening. They're taking some chances, but
Yeah, a lot of stacking pressure, and they're holding Alter Ego's Meowscarada currently to the stage right before it, Florgato. We'll get to that level 6, finally. The 94 going to have the Meowscarada all set to go.
Nice little cleanup of this experience in the center. Gets Overlord to 7. We don't yet have a 7 on the side of Alter Ego. There are a few Pokemon that would love that. I mean, Zeraora, obviously, getting its second move. You've got the evolution from Inteleon, second move from Meowscarada.
Wow, getting those points in seems kind of like robbery.
Yeah, it's the second time now that these little coaching plays given Absol just enough time. It will secure those points, but you taking so much of that damage, but will make it all the way back to the goal. Early game, looking phenomenal for Luminosity Gaming.
Man, can we just tip of the cap to Curios right now? Holding down bot by themselves for most of this game.
Into Inteleon.
Yeah, and like obviously out securing them.
yeah.
Already level 7.
Yeah, big plays from our defender down bot. In terms of Alter Ego, it feels like we're going to be looking at a Regieleki priority for AE. Not unfamiliar at all.
They're pretty split up here.
Yeah, Overlord roaming through is going to take both buffs from Alter Ego. So kind of punishing this early rotation of the objectives, going to take the central area spawns.
Yeah, and they're still here to contest as well.
Overlord has level 9 and he's rotating bottom. You gotta be
Curios
careful.
isn't worried about running forward. Forcing out the Fell Stinger, escape. Hornleech is pretty good, goes straight through the Umbreon. Does get a knockout on Trainer, which is pretty good. Here comes Overlord. Nice Absol Unite a bit.
Oh,
early.
man.
Does allow them to get knocked out by this.
Ooh, that was messy.
I'm not going to lie, I think Alter Ego punishing Curios' play there a little bit. On the Trevenant stepped up really, really far forward. Alter Ego just kind of went around them to the rest of the back line and took them out. No Hornleech to stop anybody, and they just sort of sweep through them. From that point on, Z-Ray able to just land a few snipe shots.
They need to wait for Overlord
Also,
before they commit to that play.
not debuffing the Regirock and using
Like, the thing is, like-
optimistic, I think, to try to take that objective.
Yeah, you want to contest the objective, but
I mean,
the guy who's gonna bail you out of that situation is not there. And then by the time he shows up, like you're dead, like there's not much for him to do.
It feels like every time they run into him, now that they have this level lead too, it's level 10.
Like, he tried to make the play regardless, but he gets punished as well.
Here from the Inteleon, Regieleki getting very, very low, easy secure, no one from LG even coming up to fight it.
This combination between Xingdi and Z-Ray on these two particular Pokemon is so scary.
That's incredible.
They do such a good job of just doing perfectly enough damage and then being there to finish them off. It's a great coordination.
You know, we were asked about this earlier, not asked, talked about this earlier, that it is a disable surf side deck.
Yeah,
so we
Slash
are
loves
going
this
with disable. It's incredibly powerful. It was nerfed a long time ago, but it was still very, very strong. Obviously, it's a sure hit that's going to increase move cooldown time. It can be really brutal.
You know, already have Kyrgios playing a defender with a lot of crowd control, so you got someone else who can kind of carry that torch a little bit. Ooh, big flower trick.
Oh, huge.
Massive.
Good Blitz Assistance cover there. Very well done by Akura.
Yeah, gonna allow Shingy to walk away, kind of scot-free.
Nice play from the
but also
Masquerada.
Still with the Unite move.
I think they get the feeling that they knew that he was in there, but then the problem is they just didn't have the damage.
Spawning very soon on the bottom side of the map.
94 has had a really good usage of the Masquerada Unite the entire day. I feel like it's easy to kind of put yourself in a bad position or not really hit the targets you want to, but they've done a really, really good job of it.
Z-Ray's a menace, man.
Yes.
Good, decent Trevenant Unite. Didn't mark anybody, but at least got everybody to retreat, which gives Otter the opportunity to secure, take out Kyrgios, but I don't think they're too concerned about that right now. Nice surf and a dodge. Wow.
Yeah, Slash making it out there as well. I mean, that's just Psyduck stuff right there.
Yep.
Reggie Rock buff
I gotta say though, I've noticed over the course of these, like, over the course of the first VOD and this VOD as well, these teams are giving Luminosity a run for their money. Like, I don't know if Luminosity is just not playing up to their normal standard, or if they are, and
Split pushes are not looking good at Illuminati.
like the Japanese teams are just, or not Japanese, like the Asian teams are just a lot more refined, I guess, but yeah, it's very different, quote unquote, to see like these teams not necessarily bully LG, just like give them a run for their money. Because normally when you watch North American, like the UCS tournaments, like the monthly tournaments, you see LG pretty much stomping like all the other teams, and then every once in a while they have like a close series or they lose, whatever. But yeah, they are. It's really back and forth. If it's just dive meta, will Machamp be viable?
Otter, by the way, secured like
not
every single objective. Of course.
Really? Like it can be. It's situational, but at the same time, the problem with Machamp is that it takes a long time for it to become relevant.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a big moment, guys.
Like a lot of other Pokemon in this game scale like Power Spike at level 5, level 7. Machamp, yeah, you get your skills at level 5 and level 7, but the thing is, you don't really do much. Like it's very easy to play around Machamp until level 9, where you get your Unite move.
One thing is for sure, they have to do something about Inteleon. If a few of those snipe shots, hit, they're going to be able to take an easy fight.
Pretty good tool to do it with.
Okay, we're approaching the last fight. This could be it. Like, Luminosity might lose this game. Or like they could get eliminated this after this match.
Yeah, I don't think you can go in unless you.
Beside Blissey, that it'd be devastating.
Oh!
They pulled Slash. They've got him.
Oh my God!
They're gonna flip it right now. They're looking for the game right here. Here comes Luminosity, looking to see if they can stop them. And the secures from it down.
Oh wow!
Gosh, LG is not able to get it. Alter Ego is gonna score now. It's almost all over.
That was dirty.
So many points.
Northeast and then 80 in the bottom southeast. So there are at least points going in. They're still behind by a ton. But
Yeah, there's going to be a big farming phase as well as a team fight win for Luminosity Gaming if they want to rally back. But Alter Ego, after just one simple pick, making such a good call out, all the crowd control for Luminosity Gaming, not all of it, but a lot of it from that side up. Massive play.
can we call that a simple pick? That was an advanced pick, okay? The Shingdi pull, that was awesome. That was so good.
Do they have, okay, do they get Unite moves? They're gonna try to go for a push here, but none of them have Unites.
It was a cool pick.
It was
It's possible for a counter push if they get their Unite moves back up, but if they don't, then this game's over. And also, Inteleon's going for a back cap as well.
Let's say, again, as we talked about earlier, like some sort of percentage. Let's say there were 60% on that even. They're already up one game. They have games to give. They could have just secured their...
Okay, Umbreon's going for a back cap as well, so it's a 5 versus 3.
4 points in that main goal zone. Umbreon heading...
Oh, no, there's no way.
Unite move. That's going to rip through multiple members of...
Damn!
Wow.
Down 2, Otter has the Mew Unite move.
Damn! Let me see that again. Like, I gotta see that. Okay, so I'll play from here.
I I think one thing is
The 215, you know, they're chilling. Everyone's waiting for Rayquaza to spawn. They're getting positioning on Rayquaza.
They're going to be able to take an easy fight.
Pretty good tool to do it with.
Overlord gets hit by the snipe shot.
Overlord getting taken down to 1/3 HP by being somewhere.
Got
feet
Smail
away.
Scarada. Yeah. Yeah, but there's no one there to help, right?
Yeah, I don't think you can go in unless you.
Beside Blissey, that I'd be devastated.
That is such a nice pull. Oh my, like, and it's perfect timing too, because, like, look at this, guys. So one thing you have to notice,
By being somewhere.
Got
feet
Smail
away.
Scarada.
like, besides the pull, so,
no-
oh wait, I think I went too far.
Sure, they have to do.
Okay, so I'll play from here.
If a few of those snipe shots, hit, they're going to be able to take an easy fight.
Okay, so Inteleon manages to get a, like, whether it's a fluke or not, he manages to land a snipe shot on on the Absol, which is Overlord. Like, literally one of the biggest threats on their squad. So he needs to reset. You gotta keep in mind, on their team composition that they drafted, they have no sustain, they have no heals. So the only way they can get their health back is if they lifesteal off something, or they reset. The Overlord is going to reset. Trevenant is taking a fair bit of damage as well.
Somewhere.
Got Smail
feet away.
Scarada. Yeah. Yeah, but there's no one there to help.
You can see at the top left, Trevenant got hit by a snipe shot as well, so he needs to reset as well. So even though Overlord is coming back, now Trevenant needs to go back to base.
Go in unless you.
And then the worst thing is, when Slashcan gets caught out, as Psyduck is getting pulled by the Zera back towards the enemy team, Kyrios is in base because he had to recall. He wasn't expecting Slash to get pulled into the enemy team, so now you're basically in a 5 versus 2 because Overlord technically isn't even here yet. Like, 2 people are not there, and then... Oh, man. And Kyrios still needs to, like, walk back to base. Or, like, walk back to the middle, I mean. Wow. That was a very nice play. Very, very nice play.
Inteleon secures. Oh my gosh, LG is not able to get it. Alter Ego is going to score now. It's almost all over for them.
Yeah, it's just going to be so
100
many points.
Northeast and then 80 in the bottom southeast. So there are at least points going in.
So that's it. They get eliminated by Alter Ego. Alter Ego was the Alter Ego is in Southeast Asia, Indonesia team. So it's not even just Japan. It's like the other Asia regions are giving, you know, Luminosity a run for their money.
behind by a ton. But
like, they had a very close series against Zeta Division. They lost to the Indonesia team, which is Alter Ego.
It's a good call out.
that was awesome. That was so good.
Get your picks right, Zoinks.
Get the
As
picks
we're
right.
taking a look.
Chef, the villain of the broadcast.
It was a cool pick.
It was
Come on.
it was a really cool
It felt criminal to call it simple.
I get what you're saying. I love their decision making. The one thing is, let's say, again, as we talked about earlier, like some sort of percentage. Let's say there were 60% on that even. They're already up one game.
And not play as a team sometimes. So that communication thing was a factor. I think, but now the vacation has to turn into rank games, I think. Who are good at the Zoro. Eventually, some teams like our coach, he's from...
Okay, the grand finals. Insomnia versus Alter Ego.
I think Japan, this experience might make us a bit.
So I have to keep reminding myself because I don't remember where some of these teams are from. Insomnia is from, pretty sure it's Japan, right? They are, yeah, they are the Japanese team. They're the 3rd seed. And yeah, Fennel is the world champions. They were 2nd. Zeta Division was 1st, but they got eliminated. Okay. Wow.
You wanna?
So, I don't want to say Fennel. Fennel was playing kind of badly this tournament, but I think Ren told me that they were playing with a sub, so that would make a little bit more sense why they weren't performing their best. But yeah, Fennel wasn't playing that great. Zeta Division were doing okay. Japanese third seed, Alter Ego knocked out #1 from NA Luminosity. And then Insomnia, well, they made it to Grand Finals too.
For us as we go through it.
Yeah, I mean, draft meta is like that only, right? Hoopa, Gyarados, everything's broken right now. I mean, I would say there are too many good picks and the bans are very less.
Yeah.
So it's like you have to pick some broken, you have to give some broken to your opponents as well.
Yep. Makes sense. Yeah, Zero were a first pick. I mean, likely the Psyduck going over to Insomnia. That feels extremely strong. I actually don't know if we've seen Insomnia play a lot of Psyduck.
I think Insomnia in general, they have better ideas about the game. Like in our game, there was Waterfall Gyarados with Potion.
Yeah.
And he's playing like weakness focus, he's very tanky.
Yeah, and rock.
Sacrificial type.
Oh, okay. Gyarados no more. Obviously in the banning phase, we gotta find a new Pokemon.
I mean, if you notice, they don't play with healers. They have like Miraidon, Xbishare, and
If Shingy pulls another duck, I'm gonna fall over.
Mewtwo, Mew.
I mean, I respect this team because they try something.
Oh, Zacian Comfy. Oh, and Phalanx. Well.
They love it. It's unique, it's different, you don't see it too much, so.
Triple all-rounder composition. I mean, when's the last time we saw something like that? It's kind of wild too.
I mean, on paper, Alter Ego drafts looks more scarier, I feel.
Yeah. Comfey Zacian has scared us all.
This
for
damage
quite some
numbers on
time.
Zerora feels very weird. I don't think the math is mathing in this.
It's really too bad though. Like before I watched the series, it's really too bad that LG lost the first game. I'm not saying that because like I care that much. It's just more so I would have liked to have seen a game 3 between both teams. Because if you watch the first game, LG were in a position to win the game entirely, but then they got flipped on, which was partially their fault, so they misplayed. But it would have been nice to see a game 3 just to see like how it would have turned out. But
Zacian is weird. I don't
of
think
course,
we've seen Alter Ego
Alter
play
Ego
Zacian.
won back-to-back, so but it is.
But in their regional league, they only flipped with Zacian and they qualified. Zacian is like, I feel like it's like a safe, safe. It's like
Insomnia
a
is
secure,
cooked,
secure
fried,
Pokemon,
burnt with
I
this
think.
comp.
Yeah, it's pretty massive.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about a triple all-rounder comp, but you know, they made it to the grand finals for a reason, so let's see if they can make it work.
That's just
On broad.
A little bit.
do.
Here we go, our grand finals, Alter Ego, your purple team, Insomnia, your orange team. This is a best.
Wait a minute. The grand finals is a best out of 3? I thought it was a best out of 5. Unless it's a bad overlay.
Two squads to see who will win the Asia Champions League.
Shindy has to feel great getting Sarah Aura going into the grand finals, man.
Yeah,
Has to.
right.
Especially after coming off of a huge Zero Aura moment in last games. I mean, really the entire tournament.
Yeah,
Shindy's
LG
been
came in
such a
3rd.
hard player to control.
They
A lot
came
of
in
teams have
3rd.
really tried with bans and stuff. They've never really found a great way, I think.
I mean, even Alter Ego was struggling for a while, right? But suddenly it's Speedster meta and Shingri's back. It's like,
Yeah, they do feel like a team with.
Is it best out of 5? I don't think so. It looks like a best out of 3.
Hey, opener to Alter Ego. They got to feel good on this. Tons of pressure now.
There's no bracket reset either, which makes it a little weird to me.
Massive early game pressure from Alter Ego. Insomnia get to play farther back, even with the Psyduck, you know? Notably a great defensive supporter.
I feel like we haven't seen too many games in this tournament where Insomnia has been behind really significantly at the start. Oh yeah, this is a huge invade. I didn't even realize that was their side.
Yeah.
Slime is relentless.
Yep. Taking both ball toys, playing the Scyther. Played both variations of that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Are we now thinking that the Scizor was a misclick?
usually Insomnia, I think they play steady in the laning phases. After mid-beast, they do a 4-man play in some lane. Let's see if that's still the case, but the Scyther is...
I genuinely thought it was the best of 5. I could be, like, it might just be a bad overlay, but I guess we'll find out.
No one else plays Scyther.
I feel like every region has one.
Yeah, one Scyther player.
The last have North have like.
Oh my god, they're letting Scyther get so many resets.
Alright, I mean that's like the
Holy!
Bug comp broken.
Seen this movie before?
Yeah.
Bro, Scyther reset city, man.
Receiving end of a Scyther, that's a tough one to deal with. Yeah, Insomnia looking great. Early game start from Slime. I mean, Sasha getting a few early levels, but after that, immediate shutdown by Insomnia.
That's a level 9 Scyther 2 minutes into the game. This guy's popping off.
A ton of time.
Why not? He's bigger than them.
At this point, you just give your jungle to someone else.
Not bad.
You're not gonna power spike any harder at this point in the game.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the maybe the best Scyther player in the world, honestly.
Oh, oh my! Cast the curse.
Yeah,
I cursed that one.
yeah, absolutely. Cursing that immediately.
Kashkar curse is a thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, good. You're aware of it too.
Bro, now Zera's level 9 and they have Unite move.
Oh,
Okay,
barely
well,
getting out
not
of there,
anymore.
maybe getting out of there.
Yeah.
Interesting Unite move. They really didn't get much out of it. I mean, pushed him back, but that's about it.
Maybe just trying to get positional advantage on the basement Reggie, right?
Yeah.
Bullying them so far back. Doing the ready to go in.
Yeah. The beat up combo is there trying to steal that objective, but you're just at half HP already. Just can't risk jumping in.
Is there orange jumping? No.
Krasnon to set that one up too.
Yeah.
Did have the pull together moment.
Oh, not off.
If there's a part of Failing's kit that is the worst, it's its Unite move. It's not very good.
No call outs.
I was kind of hoping they would go Sweet Kiss Comfy
Turning into a slime versus shit.
rather than floral healing.
Supporting cast at this point in time. One's got a Comfey, one's got a side down. Going back to the year's wild work.
Had a side.
Okay.
Okay. Jeez.
Oh,
Yeah, never count out Shindy. And not in a moment like this.
Very nice body blocking. Oh!
The comfy carry.
He did give away a lot of XP though.
That's true.
On Zerora. I mean, Scyther died to Zerora twice.
Shindy at 12 now, by far the biggest character in the lobby. Scary moment for poor Z-Ray here. Don't have your night move.
Yeah, Z-Ray's getting caught a lot right now.
Yeah, it's nice to actually hear the crowd while I'm listening to the VOD.
Maybe a little optimistic.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they knew some allies were coming still.
Asia esports culture is just
Trading.
bigger than the West
Two
Coast.
in a row.
Nice.
Okay, there he goes here. Made up for it.
That snipe has to feel good.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all mobile players also, by the way. So I don't know how much difference it is in Switch on mobile, but I think.
Well, the crowd is bigger too.
better in aiming stance, right?
The crowd is bigger, but they're also more invested. Like, they
Defend mobile to the
have better they have better esports culture than over here. At least when it comes to Unite, but that's just in general as well.
Are they going to do this and then try to break it and then go take Reggie and push it down to their main base at 430?
Exactly. Side up.
Give us another check mark.
Yeah, exactly.
How is the
Oh my god, I can't believe Psyduck is living that.
that Pokemon is so good?
Oh, oh my god, Psyduck. Oh! Jeez, I spoke too soon. Still pretty nice though. Nice play.
Scyther on a mad dash away at the moment. Oh, Phalanx going down again.
Yeah, cutting them off before they can really do anything.
Rasslon again, a double up stun.
Ice has been playing well on this Comfey too.
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
Oh,
Oh my.
Bro, they're starting to get so much experience. I don't know what's happening, but they're getting so much experience back.
We're looking at 3.
Maybe playing a little too well in the Comfey. Is higher level than Zacian at points, which is going to hurt any XP share.
Why haven't we seen more Buzzwole this weekend?
Yeah, Sikazu gonna bring in this thing back a little bit. Sliding in range now is gonna make this so good. Oh, beyond puts together 2. Oh, wait, that's how Grassshot works on Phalanx? That's so unfortunate. Yeah. Into a trooper. Oh no.
Phalanx has so many funny interactions.
Like truly.
It's the best.
Yeah. Good into Inteleon though.
Damn Chan with the content. 24-hour stream and I get clips every 5 minutes. The wife is getting jealous of how much you're on my screen.
I mean, there's something with Comfey Comfy and Asian.
I just
team
wanted
that
to. I just
go
wanted to
the
finish this
Comfy
today.
Street Zorax.
I had the option to split it up into 2 streams, but I really just wanted to do it in one sitting. That's why the stream's long. But I'm on the grand finals, so this is the last best of whatever
It
series.
doesn't feel like a 150 lead game, right?
No, yeah,
No,
this would be
yeah.
a slide. But I mean, 3 level 13s on
Like
a
I know
slide.
people want to see me get mad when playing solo queue, but I actually enjoy watching MOBA games as a viewer. Granted that the games are not one-sided. Like if the games are back and forth and competitive, then I'll actually enjoy the matches. But if it's like a one-sided shitfest or like a stomp fest, like I don't really care for those types of games.
Oh, they're taking the fight to them.
Wow, this is really aggressive.
That's an early Inteleon Unite.
Oh man, oh man.
Wow.
Alter Ego's gonna flip.
This might be over.
Slime not getting to zero.
They lost 2.
Wow.
Oh!
What a snipe shot.
Oh, Scyther just got
Well,
double
that was
tapped, man.
functionally perfect. It's not over yet, but
I mean,
Yeah, why not? Why not? He'd be an Italian.
I mean, Z-Ray just looks insane.
they kind of all look insane. If I'm being honest, everybody on that team. Honestly, everybody on both teams this game. This was like a high.
Scyther still has Unite move, by the way.
Yeah, guys.
They stop it?
Who still has shields?
Got
Okay,
other
they're-
shields. but
It's
they're-
small
they're
shield.
backing up.
Oh no.
They're still losing.
No.
Oh my god, it's still, wait, it's not over.
This is concerning.
Oh boy.
It is.
Oh wait, this isn't over.
Comfey has to have a shield, right?
Oh, okay, these two have a shield. Scyther needs to blow the, like, they don't even need to get the kill, they just need to break the shield. I don't even, yeah, they're not gonna.
Less than 20.
They have to know. They're behind by so much.
Yeah, I would say, well, they're gonna hit close battle,
for the
but
counter push.
All right,
though.
we have Shingdi. We have
You gotta be careful. Buzzwole and Scyther have Unite moves.
Can they hold here is the question.
this is scary. I mean, this is a 5-player push.
94.
This is dangerous. This is very dangerous. Scyther pops Unite move.
They can defend this permanently.
Oh! It's not over, it's not over.
So small. It's so small. 407.
Oh!
Lead right now. There's still 30 seconds left.
No, there's no way. Jeez.
Respawn in time.
Unite over the wall.
Oh, pentakill too.
No, they're gonna make it. They're 100%.
Luna's the
Why are
only
you
one
even
who's gonna
farming
spawn.
that? Just score! Just score!
No one can spawn anytime.
You don't need 5 more points!
Wow.
That's too much! Wow, what a match! First one of Grand Final.
Damn.
That was something.
You made us all
That
pretty
was
nervous,
close.
Puerto Rico.
Close.
Wow.
What a way to start. Gee, Shingdi with a penta. That final moment defending those goals. Crazy stuff.
That's a bingo mark, if that matters at this point.
Oh, that's true. We're going for blackout. Yeah, give me that. Top left.
Wow.
Yep.
We almost had less than 10.
That was a lot of confidence at the end there, that pose, after what happened in that game, which would make me shaky.
That turned out to be spicier than it should have, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Do we think Inteleon gets into a single game for Alter Ego for the rest of this match? I'm thinking no.
I think no, that was so scary.
That's a problem.
It kind of single-handedly won that Ray fight. I mean, they were playing off their allies. Sarah or
After it's not, you can probably
Said and done.
in the team fight. I just leave my mobile on. Fully he'll cool down. Inteleon he plays SP on. I think he's played more SP on than Inteleon. It's his
Yeah, Crowley, how are you doing in terms of first pick and second?
flash pick speed. The more. Not only, I mean people. And
Yeah, yeah, we had Slash on earlier in your seat talking about how Insomnia is just extremely good. At
Oh, okay, no, it is the best of 5.
So honestly, landing on a
Grand final best of 5. Okay, so it's just an overlay thing.
Pretty good look for them.
They were feasting.
Well, Hoopcon, they're also quickly again getting rid of that Gyarados. I like that. They're really, I mean, definitely these teams have had plenty of time to study each other over the course of the tournament.
it's a potion Gyarados.
Yeah.
Terrifying Gyarados.
I mean, we're setting ourselves up to be going into the same tanks here, the same wells.
They took bot.
Okay.
Yep.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought, right? So now we have Buzz Umbreon. We're gonna have to see what they want to play instead.
They fear the Rocky Helmet
It's interesting in
Gyarados so
Insomnia where,
much.
like, one of the only speedsters they play are Talon Family you were mentioning, but then Slime has a host of speedsters they can, but they don't normally go into double speedster comps, where we see so much Buzzwole play.
Yeah.
Are we going to see a Snorlax Gunner pick?
You think?
Oh, I thought Ice for sure was going to go Comfey.
Yeah, I mean, well, there you go. The Inteleon does not surprise me here. That was so good. And we're back on Phalanx. I mean, I really don't think, as you talked about before, it wasn't Phalanx that cost them the game. It was the Phalanx player that really made a tough call there. I mean, they're really deep and they got caught.
I do think they are picking it for this Inteleon, like every single time. That's the matchup they want to make happen. I mean, you can reduce some of the crits.
I'm on the grand finals. I've watched every single. I've watched day 1 and I watched day 2. I've watched every single series.
It looks okay.
Right or wrong, but the way I think about the game is like if Inteleon is given away, some sort of healing is necessary, I feel.
And I still spent less than half the time doing it. Because I can skip through
They
the
were doing a pretty good job
intermissions.
of diving Z-Ray earlier in the game, right? They caught out Z-Ray like 2 or 3 from ice. That was kind of funny.
Oh, no one on Alter Ego could defend themselves, but
Yeah. They were standing
Still
like 3
dropping that
feet from
low.
us, but
I mean, Trevenant feels like a god in this game, unless if he takes 2 snipes and he just dies instantly. But yeah,
Feels great unless it's playing against the stuff on the other side.
all things in Unite are humbled in the face of a snipe shot.
True.
but the current state of Unite, I feel like as long as you're good at some Pokemon, it's usable. Like before, it used to be very one-dimensional and only 6-7 Pokemons were meta, right? I think everything is playable right now, which is good.
So what?
I think Phalanx being in this lobby is a pretty good proof of that
it's a
concept
pretty good indication.
right now.
Yeah.
Larian Rapidash next.
If Phalanx wins this final, our rank games are doomed.
But if it loses, we're safe.
The nice thing is, I don't think anyone who's ruining ranked games are watching this right now. I don't think they're making these decisions. I think they're just saying, I like Cinderace.
Spraggles is talking about the Pikachu with the leftover.
Yeah, you out there with the Pikachu leftover.
Which happens to be me.
I love that to be Slime strikes first this time.
Getting the eject out is nice too. Forcing 9-4 all the way back.
And once again, Scyther with another strong
Most
start.
Likely. We did see Pain Split from this team earlier, but it was when Obion was playing the tank Trevenant.
They rotate through their own center area, just trying to like stop them from, saying like, maybe we'll just pick off his blue buff. They're still there, still looking. Slime can easily take this. Good confirm on.
There it is.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Did he get that?
Yeah, he did.
Wait, did he? No, he didn't.
Oh, wait.
Wait, no.
He had blue buff. I'm 100% sure he had blue buff.
I think he had it before that, and then it faded just now.
I thought for sure they got it. Wait, did Zera again not get it? Was it the Comfey that got it?
It's got to be Comfey.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, interesting.
That was like a cool magic trick. It disappeared from the side that got it, and it was on the side that didn't get it.
Psyduck is immortal. Like, truly immortal of a Pokemon. That is crazy.
Just walked away from it. They were like, we're not getting that. Z-Ray getting hunted down again, by the way.
These guys always trade top pad for like scoring and stuff bottom, usually, Highness.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty frequent game plan of theirs.
Their Psyduck like still around, haven't gone down yet.
Well, what can KO it? Simply enough.
Well, that maybe.
That might do it.
Full combo.
The tech.
The eject backwards and the smackdown. It's fun. This is good. Yeah.
Looks clean. Yeah, 94. This has been their best Pokemon, without question. It's been the most
Usually all the SEA teams, they just like to sell top pad for free and to get more scaling on their. So usually people will just like do the Regirocks and stuff. Just ignore top set fully.
A beat up combo going a little bit short of Inteleon and not going to hit the KO, but they got the teammates there. Jeez, Z-Ray will go down, but at what cost? Taking 2 before they go.
Z-Ray was really far forward
Oh
there.
my
That was
God.
tough. Yeah, they're just taking apart one by one. Oh, actually, they were able to defend and at least draw them away with this Buzzwole. 94 strong enough.
You got to push through a side up.
They're going to have to rip through it again. Already at half.
Here's Z-Ray.
Side shot.
Oh!
How predictable. There's a big red line on it. Get in the way.
He's feeling it, I think.
Oh yeah. He's not missing. Yeah, and now Shingdi can start getting involved in some of these bigger fights. Level 9.
I just realized Ultra Eco has 3 moves they can push slash pull with.
Likely not gonna be leaving Shingdi's
Yeah,
side
they can
for
pull
remainder
with
of this match.
discharge. They can.
They're popping everything here. Trying to get some
Wait, Alter
some
Ego?
picks, but well, I think Albion's probably in a danger spot. I don't know if they made
Yeah,
it
they
out
can.
of this. Knights?
Oh. Or Z-Ray.
Pull with discharge. They can
Down.
knock back with
I
Buzzwole.
still think Shingdi, you gotta consider them favored. No!
And I think they're playing
2 on 3.
foul play Umbreon, so they can also kind of knock back.
Yeah, that Revenant is not dying without intel on connecting snipes, I think, this game.
That was an interesting call to go back through that volt switch there. I mean, I know they thought like we could move in and really get them, but discharge was down. They should have at least.
Well, this Inteleon's really on point with their snipe shots, though.
Yeah, it was a little bit fast. I think if they had just started off with it, it could have been. They could have done it because I also thought they were going to potentially win that 1v3. I'm being honest. The AoE damage is just so good on Zero Aura. That's the biggest thing about it. You like almost don't need to worry.
Oh yeah, and they can pull Grassnot too.
Side up taking a little bit of poke damage.
The comfy. Granted that they hit multiple people.
Their side up, they're always going to be fine.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good slam on the Mewtwo.
Okay, I see what you mean by the
Oh, nice pull.
by the way.
Yeah.
I can't believe 94 is still not KO'd. Obion gets one, but is going to go down ultimately.
Good grass knot.
Wow. That was a really nice detach right there to block that side strike.
Yeah. Ice was correct. A great config player.
Yeah.
Alter Ego's
When
doing
Ice said they were good, they were correct.
yeah, that's fair. But yeah, Alter Ego's doing such a good job of building up like a triple threat. Like if they're full diving Z-Ray, they still have to deal with so much damage from Shingdi. They deal with Shingdi. They have to deal with 94 dunking the people that are attacking Shingdi. It's gonna be so hard for them to deal with everybody all at once.
Ines is making 2 plays at once, like top pushing and.
Oh. Great timing on the Mewtwo Unite. I mean, good team communication.
Oh no.
Oh man,
He's under.
that is so unfortunate.
It's a great escape up until that moment too.
Totally on a mad dash away, but Insomnia feeling great about their scoreline. Both have their tier 1s up, which Insomnia normally, or sorry, Alter Ego normally does not allow that to happen.
I'm also curious what happened in that last fight, by the way. Ice got KO'd like before the fight, like was off and somehow got picked. I'm not exactly sure how, but maybe it was blocking something important. I just genuinely didn't see it.
Okay. Set up. Wow.
Wow. Oh man, he tried to go for the highlight reel play.
I think that super bad timing great. If they let off that last curse, I think they genuinely get at least one more down before they go.
That was like a really nice flex, but it was super unnecessary because it's genuinely.
I mean, since 2 games there is so much fighting, even though there's a point if the levels are equal on both sides during Rayquaza, so the 100-point lead doesn't really matter. It's like down to a Ray fight, right?
Yeah. I'm actually not sure if Usakazu is going to get back an early Unite as well. Like that was pretty late. That was like 2:45.
That was really late, yeah.
His tier 1 is still up. I don't think he's getting his Unite.
Oh, Obion taking so much damage.
This Trev without a healer feels very
Night
squishy.
2 is weird. This is the fight they want.
This is messy.
Wow, a defensive Mewtwo. Why you
Position seems very wild.
Home for Unite is down 2. I mean, just slime as there is left.
Oh no.
Great cover by Trevenant on his
Ooh. They didn't even need the Trevenant Unite move.
Triple from the Trevenant.
Yeah. That Scyther being at the best flank possible.
There we
best
go.
flank position possible there.
We got a series. Yeah, we do.
Indeed.
Well, get a little bit of an answer of how good Usakazu is at playing stuff.
I'm gonna be honest, this Scyther is giving them problems.
Extremely strong.
Like, if they're gonna build their comp around Inteleon and Zera, like, they're gonna need a response to Scyther.
Great showing.
Because Slime has been popping off. Even last game, although they lost, the Scyther was still putting in work in the early and mid game.
Yeah, go beyond the leaves.
Confidence is important.
They had a really good flank too. Like they were playing topside, they're going around, they're hiding in the bush. Alter Ego tried to go for the re-engage.
This trap without a healer feels very squishy.
They got some good damage off, but they didn't get to secure the kills. Now, Mewtwo pops their Unite move. Like, two of them are at half HP, one's at less. Umbreon actually whiffed their Unite move as well. Inteleon actually dies in the Rayquaza pit, and then they just get full resets. Ay, ay, ay.
Triple from the Trevenant.
That Scyther being at the best flank possible. That best flank position possible, yeah.
We got a series.
Yeah, we do. Indeed.
But just like all the Scythers, when you head towards the later part of the game, it doesn't always have those moments like you just saw. However, the early game
The question is, do they ban the Scyther?
is brutal.
They think it's ban worthy to actually get rid of it.
Nope, no deviation from the
Because the thing
Gyarados
is,
ban, Alter Ego. No,
then
that
you're
is-
at
that is
risk
a bit
of
a
just
ace for Insomnia, so you
leaving a
cannot
bunch of
let that
other strong
slide.
stuff open. No, they don't ban it.
Meowscarada and a Hoopa ban again from Alter Ego.
I think it's solid. I think this is good. Actually, I think the Meowscarada band's a little bit interesting. 94, I know you've been saying that 94's best Pokemon is the Buzzwole. I think the Meowscarada's been doing a lot of like behind the scenes, like heavy lifting too. I mean, they're both great, right? It's kind of like better or better.
Yeah, good point.
But again, like forcing them onto the Buzzwole doesn't feel like you're winning, if that makes sense.
They might just play Scyther again.
We're just going back to the well here.
Yeah.
Because it's the same core composition.
Insomnia's composition does incredibly well. Obviously, it's just the crowd control. We talked about, I think it was Slash talking about how tough that was to
They
play.
could save it to last
How
pick as
well
well
it
if they
played
want
for
to.
them as well.
Just to see what
With
they're
this
playing against.
U2Y, Psyduck, Trevenant,
Oh, they're going for the
there's
Scyther again.
So many stuns. It allows Slime to have just a lot of opportunities to pick up big knockouts.
I mean, no fear in Alter Ego going right back to it.
Obeon likes
Yeah,
to switch
it's the
items.
same thing.
See an identical draft. I think pick order a little different, but Pokemon selection.
I mean,
Exactly.
Insomnia forging their personality in this tournament with how off the wall and how unpredictable they've been have find themselves in this rhythm right here with this composition and going right back to it.
It's interesting seeing two curse items on the side of Insomnia, right? You've got Curse Trevenant playing a Curse Bangle, as well as Curse Instance on the Mewtwo-Y. Really powerful counter to what they're trying to do, obviously, with the Comfey.
Yep.
So I think
you don't have any healing, you don't either.
yeah. It'd be very powerful.
It's I'm still. I mean, I get the idea of the of the Phalanx, but it still doesn't seem like it's tanked enough shots for that to matter. Obviously, it's like a comfort pick, and it's fighting fine, and it's well, but. I mean, obviously at this point, I think they're probably just going for comfort picks, right? It kind of feels that way. They're obviously taking some great Pokemon like on the line.
But I'm S tier with it. That might be more powerful than Flavor of the Week, you know.
Yeah. And also, people don't know how to fight it as well.
Yeah, very true.
And with Alter Ego taking this Umbreon like game after game, it's not really like you have a better tank option in the mix that you'd really want to work with. Maybe a Mamoswine, but the rest of your team doesn't really play well with that. So, yeah, having a different kind of flex pick, maybe a little bit more fun.
Pulled the slow smoke on the Phantom early.
Yeah, that's a really early slow smoke, actually. That's a great point. Low cooldown.
True.
Do you get it from birds, actually? 40 seconds. I'm trying to do the math rapidly. I don't know slow smoke's cooldown, but you might.
It's pretty low now, isn't it?
Yeah, you might have it for first birds if you use it already.
Scary bottom path here from Insomnia. Kind of feel like you just don't want any part of this. Their aura's here, but the fact you still have an Eevee means I don't feel like you're not getting much mileage.
I like Insomnia playing into the bottom path, though. Keep Z-Ray at Sobble at all costs, if at all possible, I suppose.
Oh, Slime coming down for a pretty heavy flank.
Yeah, feinted a top push and then is immediately coming back down. Good stuff there.
Oh, catches. Did a ton of damage. Now it's going to be a more honest fight up in the center. Oh, it looked like maybe that was taken away by Xingdi, but hard to say.
Yeah, V2Y in a dangerous spot. It's a big push, but no punish. Of course, Volt Switch going to give Xingdi the escape route they need.
That was less KOs than I thought there was going to be. That seemed like there was certainly something was going to happen. Although maybe it's just going to happen somewhere else on the map.
Unfortunate.
Double admit, I don't think they expected Drizzile to rotate up to help. I think they were expecting maybe a 1v1 versus the Zera Aura.
A very slow Inteleon for Z-Ray, not hitting it yet, just ticking over to level 6 actually.
All right, 94.
Our third slow smoke of the game, I imagine.
Off cooldown.
Their buttons actually just stuck on their controller.
Great defense by 94, nice. Did a really good job to slow them down. Now they have a 4-player push potential. Scyther is going to be coming up for a flank though, so watch out from that central area.
Oh, they can get...
This is a great time to come up. It seemed like a lot of the attack cooldowns were off for 94, so they couldn't really punish it as well. I was about to say that 94
Is it actually a best out of 5? This overlay's throwing me off.
But they have been. So that was a really good time to push in.
Like, the bottom overlay shows best out of 3, but like the top shows best out of 5, so I'm not exactly sure which one it is at this point. Like, I'm sure I'll find out after this match, but...
Alright, well, Zera's got Inteleon now. I don't actually think those
really
Chaos Streamers
confusing.
I don't know if a snipe shot was even involved. It was just a whole lot of auto attacks. Those fell stickers giving you a little bit of critical hit, like boosts or whatever it is, you know, those boosted attacks are huge.
Certainly not a slouch, even just normal auto attacking. A lot worse in the game than that. Can we get the steal? No, not this time.
Okay, here we go. So Phalanx body blocking almost the entirety of that Regice, but obviously it's very long, obtuse body.
Yeah.
Able to stop any snipe shot from hitting the Regice.
A lot of body to use for a block, that's for sure.
Yep.
You can go for like 270 degrees with the angle of an objective with one failing.
Hey, Trooper, welcome to the team. Get in the line.
Not fast enough to stop the score.
I think we saw another attempt.
The irony is that score animation of Trevenant is so slow that it actually saved them from the damage of Zera.
Trade?
Like, the discharge was basically timing up by the time they finished scoring, which is actually so funny to see.
It was Grasslot last game, and yes, and now it is Mad.
Not intentional, but...
That's an interesting difference.
Almost no damage taken either way. I love the camera following the snipe shot.
Yeah, that was cool.
I like that a lot. We gotta be watching those. I mean, those snipe shots devastating at any point in the game.
I like the off-screen, all of a sudden you just see the snipe shot ride in, walk on somebody. Oh, good hit on the
like that.
Wow. Z-Ray's still standing, tons of HP. Can they get to them?
Yeah, and again, it's a Z-Ray situation where they start that fight, taking the KO. Wild work there. Regieleki gonna be the next main objective. A lot of Pokemon really low, but Alter Ego taking this opportunity just to farm up that experience that just populated on the top side.
Yep, I think that's a good call.
Usakazu's been unstoppable this game as well. I think is it them in the other area, other center area invading? They're just being an absolute menace, feeling invincible, and they're not afraid to brawl. I mean, they get so much sustain, they get so much damage back with the curse. I mean, I think maybe eventually they'll fall right here, but look at this, they're just wasting so much time. Even with their highest damage Pokemon, they're actually going to be able to turn this around and survive.
Wow.
Dust Devil formation from the Phalanx, jumping all the way in and earning themselves a KO. Comfey on top of an Umbreon might be one of the most terrifying Pokemon to try to knock out. You're looking at around a full-length Marvel movie's worth of time to get that KO.
Only second as terrifying to try and take down than this normal Trevenant, apparently.
Yeah.
who 1v3'd until their team could rotate into the enemy center area and help them.
Crazy amount of defense. Obion will pick up the Regirock if you wanted a little bit more tank. Why not take the Regirock buff defense? The whole squad. Oh, another latent hitbox situation with the Psychic Circle picking up the Masquerada.
I'm really surprised Alter Ego went back into this well.
Which one?
This composition here.
Entirety, yeah.
I kind of love their composition, gotta be honest.
I just don't, well, it just doesn't look effective.
Yeah, honestly, I was talking so much about this Buzzwole pick. I think it might be one of the first things you try to change up. Have a little more poke damage to try to take down Usakazu and punish this no healer composition. But so far, not the case.
Usakazu's playing out of their cord right now.
Yeah, I gotta say,
I think
that's
Z-Ray on
really
Glaceon would look better into this than what they're doing right now.
I like this Ashen from Game 94 was like Ashen, right? Earlier?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Game 1 they won.
Ooh.
Hooking.
Yep.
Oh, man.
That damage reduction is very clear.
Crazy. Like, they're able to absorb a lot of those where no other Pokemon can.
Oh!
Okay.
What a catch. Look at Trevenant right there. What a Horn Leech.
Usakazu is gapping everywhere right now.
I'm happy you all got the chance to speak with him a little bit because what a superstar.
I love Trevenant. It's one of those Pokemon that people really get to show off how good they are.
Yeah, Trev is so fun. So good.
Especially this moveset in particular. Woodhammer's got some really cool style moments as well, but this one, I mean, with the resets and everything, it just looks so clean.
Yeah, the tech with Woodhammer being able to, readjust enemies is really cool. But whoa.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, that was scary.
Insomnius clearly did not watch the LG game.
Yeah.
At least on game 1.
Slime is ready. Slime wants blood.
Oh my god, Buzzwole just got melted. He got CC locked and just got deleted. Oh! I don't know about that pull.
Last thing you want to pull right there.
They're just going for it. They're spacing out with the duck, but
And less than half.
So scary. Great Horn Leech. Here they go. They're looking for the secure. Can they get in? Another mess. There's a Psychic pushing them out.
Oh, man.
Insomnia.
Shinny just can't move. Just simply cannot move. Insomnia locked down that team fight. Yeah, pulling a Phalanx with Unite move, a terrifying thing to see.
Yeah, you pull in the Phalanx. Nice. Just barely got it.
Doug.
Between Psyduck and Trevenant, you just could not get in. There was absolutely nothing you could do to get in that pit.
I don't think 94 can play this Buzzwole into this composition. It's just too much crowd control to really be effective, at least without a Blissey or something along those lines to help it out.
I was actually just about to say, I feel like the Blissey ban from Insomnia is super smart with what their entire goal is, right? Blissey would hurt them so bad in a lot of different ways, but they've just been getting rid of it consistently, and this one's over.
Insomnia 1 game away from being your ACL champions. Dang, they can't let him have Trevenant. Honestly, I think so much of this match hinged on that Trevenant.
It's huge. From the Seaman, ooh, Z-Ray. Gonna leave the Intellion and ice on the Wigglytuff.
That's a way to cleanse.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, we're going into brand new uncharted waters.
Are we cleansing all this?
Oh, Wigglytuff.
Yeah.
That's the entire plan here?
Yeah, 94's like, I need something.
Is there any chance
I don't like the
Another
Espeon
game
though.
of Striker here.
It doesn't solve their fundamental problem. Like right now, they're struggling so much to deal with the Scyther, and it's not like Espeon fixes that issue. Like, yeah, you have like better early game scaling. You're a little bit like more level efficient, but at the end of the day, Like you're still as fragile, if not less mobile than Inteleon. And you're not gonna have the same level of poke either. Like your potency, like your damage output is gonna be debatably worse. I don't like that doesn't really fix issues you've been having. And then if you go Gengar, well, let me hold
Option
on.
for 94 being hovered. Zacian could return to it, like you just mentioned. That Wigglytuff Unite move could give it a little bit more freedom in that final Rayquaza moment. Just trying to get a big secure.
Oh no, they went Gengar.
Way! The last second rotation to Gengar.
I do not like
I
their
don't
team
understand
comp at
what we're
all.
watching anymore,
Yeah.
if I'm being honest. Imagine showing somebody this screenshot and saying this is the final, potentially the final game of the tournament of like maybe one of the most difficult tournaments we've ever had in our entire game's life.
Also, camera's not on us, but I was visually the only one excited about seeing Gengar in this room.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is confirmed.
Well, I'm excited to see it, but I'm also perplexed. When I look at Alter Ego's comp, it's either that they cracked the code or they want a few players able to just start packing their bags during game. So they brought some bad Pokemon, they're going to get KO'd pretty fast.
Or what happened is that FN had the curse of Gengar, and by losing to Ultra Ego with Gengar, they passed on the curse of Gengar.
No.
And
Yeah,
so they
I
simply
don't
need
like
to
Alter
get
Ego's
it.
team composition.
Passing.
I don't know what happened. They went from beating LG to going into the grand finals to drafting like the weirdest shit I've ever
We
seen.
all agree that. Okay, here we go.
All right, this goes to game 5. We cannot miss the red.
I actually think this is the first Wigglytuff being played in this tournament.
Alter Ego pinning their
At least on
tournament
stream.
dreams on a Wigglytuff and a Gengar.
That's until we even realize it's a rollout week.
It could be.
My dream.
Could be.
Not happening.
I mean, you put the enemies to sleep and then hit with the Dream Eater combo, you're looking at big KOs, so.
A lot of defense reduction with that sleep condition.
Whoa! That was fast.
Yeah, with the side-up passive proc, it felt like that might have been Zeraor's chance to get a chase. There was no big push available, but won't have the opportunity. Shingdi instead just going to rotate back to the central area. Wants a consistent level 5.
Very good Holloware on the Jigglypuff. I'm a fan of that.
Oh, yeah. Top tier.
Oh, they went Psyshock.
Not roll out, just defense grow. Yeah.
Oh, stole that. Took the blue buff away.
Wow, Shingdi going to be lacking.
Slime is all over this map.
Uh-huh.
What a problem.
This is not a good start for Zera.
Slime has had a
They went for the
really
early
strong
game,
performance.
like they
I
went
mean,
for the
this
very
entire
early
team
game
is
top
incredible,
lane.
but
They didn't really get anything out of it, and then they lost their buff after going back to the jungle.
That's one.
Pretty good sing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, hitting a few. I think Obion the only one to really not be too worried thanks to the evolution mid-cast.
Oh, never mind, they went
Still
Store
did fall
Power.
asleep at the end.
I thought they went
No
Psyshock.
Alter Ego can really jump on top of that.
I want this to go to game 5, so we can say that Wigglytuff delivered.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, do you remember this combo happening?
Oh, they lost the red buff too.
Jeez, soon, putting this first pick side up to work with a Surf Steal, taking away that red buff and a knockout. Poor Ikura, not even level 4 yet. I mean, Umbreon does struggle in the early game.
It's
Oh, he missed his Hex.
Gengar.
All right.
There goes Hex Gengar.
There goes Wigglytuff.
Yeah, soon.
If they walk down into a dual wing beat right here, this could be really rough.
Yeah.
It's an attempt.
Oh my!
Oh my gosh!
Obion says, don't worry, I got this.
Scyther got the damage from the dual wing bait, and on top of that, the Horn Leech into the curse just finished them off.
I really like Psyshock into sleep.
Dude, this early game is not going well for Alter Ego. They're getting starved out so much. Every lane, even every lane and the jungler are just like losing across the map.
That's all they're gonna be looking for.
I mean, there is a reality. Hex rips apart bulky things, so there is a reality they actually can deal with the Trevenant with Hex Gengar.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, immediately hexing in, but then you just get hit. Can you chase? No.
Wow.
See, the first step that isn't being done is you need to be a Gengar. That is looking tougher than planned.
Gengar is one of the lowest levels on the map. That's so scary.
Not gonna lie, this isn't looking great. Or Alter Ego. Correct.
Holy, this is going really bad. And they still have a Trevenant and Garchomp Unite too.
Run over so quickly. Like, it almost doesn't even matter what Pokemon they had. This is, I mean, it does, obviously, but this is rough. This is the most one-sided start we've seen this almost all of today, but certainly this set.
Yeah, this is, I mean, where was this Alter Ego against LG?
Insomnia playing out of their minds right now. Alter Ego, just no response.
Like I guarantee you, or not even guarantee you, just more so like it's so funny because Alter Ego knocked out LG. I bet you LG are watching the games right now. They're looking at Alter Ego like, how the fuck did we lose this team?
This is a hard game for them. So
like actually.
Big Unite move from Zera, they might be able to make something happen. No, gets pushed out.
I still don't see the reasoning why special attack damage build Side Strike is the superior moveset for Mewtwo. I think it's just more so because of the fact that they nerfed the attack speed build. Like Rapid Fire Scarf got nerfed, Mewtwo got nerfed as well back in the day, or like, you know, several patches ago. So it's better to just get the damage off through your skills rather than
very much at all the entire tournament, but
trying to scale for the attack speed build.
We're almost level 12 Garchomp in 5 minutes. I mean, it's such an incredible early game for a Pokemon that is normally kind of chided and chastised for its bad early game.
Plus, they're going support anyways. Like, most of the people that are playing Mewtwo Y anyways are going Mewtwo support. So rather than being attack speed oriented and doing most of your... like.
Yeah, they were like, look, we're not crazy.
You've got to get this.
Oh! Oh my god, he lost vision.
Wow. That feels like the nail in the coffin more than I could even say.
Oh, that must feel so bad to be Gengar right now.
Come on! Oh, Icar, why are you sticking around? Just run!
Oh, the speed berry! The berry! Oh, you can take it! Oh, didn't want to ego check. Didn't want to ego check. Still though, Mexico out of that situation alive.
Oh my god, this poor Gengar.
Overdog. Insomnia sitting at 325 points.
Shingy is level 12, so...
Yeah, Shingy is, keeping pace. They need to.
That's huge.
That's great.
Yeah, finally, Slime getting slowed down a little bit.
All right. Seeing into the damage from Shingy is going to be huge as well, if we're being honest. Perfectly sized to match.
Solid fight for them.
Yeah, good 4v1.
All right,
It worked. Okay.
All right,
it was a good plan.
The sleep. Garchomp Unite, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're unstoppable, so you're not worried about the weekly sleep in that
9-4.
moment.
Getting the Garchomp down.
Okay, 94.
Okay, Gengar's kind of popping off now.
All right,
Look, the scoreline is still 300 points.
It was a Unite move too, so not having the Gengar Unite to kind of push on that tier 1, a little bit of a scary spot. Alter Ego just trying to pull, I mean, honestly playing a little scared at the moment. Objective win, but immediately pulling back.
Yep.
I will say if Alter Ego wins this, I feel like they win the tournament, right? If you can make this comeback.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
It is a monumental comeback.
Yeah. I mean, it's already been a monumental comeback. They obviously haven't won yet, but just even to be at this fighting chance at 255 is huge.
Oh man, look at this.
These points might be insurmountable as well, actually.
Yeah.
Wow. No one there to respond. I mean, oftentimes we'll see teams at this stage of the game leave one player back on a jump pad just to try to prevent something like that, but Alter Ego all inning on this Regieleki now.
They just want to make sure their opponents can't get it, you know, because it's so devastating, so they just have to rip here.
Look at where Scyther and Mewtwo Y are right now. Huge flank, but great Wiggly tough response. This is dangerous.
This is
dangerous for Insomnia.
Oh, Starlight Recital's out.
And then cleanse the side strike. Yeah.
Trevenant's down. Gengar needs to convert a KO somewhere, though.
Peeling back at the moment. Now they have the healing, so this is one of the big benefits of Alter Ego's composition.
Oh, they need to get a big score in here while it's still instant.
Oh my god. Gengar should have let Zera score.
Does not have the
just for the immunity and maybe like a little bit of the HP.
Couple of targets, Gengar duel. Oh, straight under, popped up. They're going in.
Ooh!
They got him. The last seconds of that Unite move from Gengar, they're able to take it down. Now, of course, this point lead is wild. So step one, great.
I mean, they have a Gengar with Hex. They can definitely rip
I
this.
think they just have to rip it right now. I don't know if they have too many other options, and it does look like they agree with that.
Starting to rip it right now. Rayquaza so extremely Zero or Unite.
Oh my god! Oh my god! They lost it to Garchomp! Bro, that is... That's a feels bad, man. And they actually clutched up the team fight. Somehow they managed to find a way to win the fight, but they lose the objective.
I will say it was a great attempt to make a comeback from
Bro, the amount of Rayquazas that were stolen during this tournament is like absurd. And it like stolen and it costed them the game. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy MVP award without a doubt. Within this tournament. Holy. Okay, Insomnia, you're going to Worlds, baby.
Yeah, Insomnia are going to Worlds. You win this tournament, you go to Worlds. You don't even gotta play the rest of the season.
California.
Hey, what a cool weekend for this team. I mean,
3, 2, 1. Insomnia, your champions of the Asia.
Let me see, hold on.
From a
I just want to see the like the last. Okay.
They have too many other options.
Like they have a Zero Unite, they have Umbreon Unite
They
too.
agree with that.
Starting to rip it right now. Rayquaza so
That's a very early Zero Unite. Like I will say that. Very, very early Zero Unite.
to win the game.
I think they just have to rip it right now. I don't know if they have too many other options, and it does look like they agree with that.
Starting to rip it right now. Rayquaza so extremely Zero or Unite.
Ah, that is painful, man. That has got to hurt. And like, it hurts that like. Okay, think about it like this, guys. Like when you watch like these teams, like not these teams, like generally speaking, when you watch like a monthly tournament, the stakes are not that high. Like because you're just playing for you're playing for points and you're playing for a little bit of money. But like this tournament has so much value because you're playing for an automatic qualification in Worlds. Technically, even if Alter Ego won this game, they would still have to play one more. So there's no guarantee that they would win Game 5. But like, losing the game in a game that you should have won, but it just like, it's the micro misplay that didn't execute it properly is just like, that's gotta hurt, man. And it's not even like they have reliable, like, it's not even like the people that are alive on the enemy team have reliable secure. It's literally a Garchomp. Like Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo into the pit, and then they stun them long enough for them to get it. That is. I gotta see this one more time. I'm sorry.
Too many other options, and it does look like they agree with that.
Starting to rip it right now. Rayquaza so
I'm gonna play it in slow-mo. I'm gonna play it as slowly as I possibly can. I just want to see it frame by frame. Ay, 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 ay.
It's Insomnia! Wow. Usa Kazu of Insomnia taking the Rayquaza, effectively pulling the rug out from underneath Alter Ego in that moment. Look at that. I think we're gonna get are gonna be competing against
All these teams, they are.
Everybody should getting to watch these amazing
Great tournament.
I imagine it immediately goes to Relic's face. Enjoy Relic's face.
Relic's face.
Dang, that's it. I finished it all. I finished. Dang. There were a lot of good series. Like, there were a lot of good best of threes. There was the Zeta Division versus Luminosity. There was Luminosity versus Alter Ego. That was a close series. I think those are probably like the two closest ones, I think. There was the... I think it was the game one of this one. I'm pretty sure it was game one. Let me look for it. That was the one where like it was very close, regardless. I'm gonna fast forward just so I can kind of give myself a refresher.
This might be over. That was approximately perfect.
Insane.
Scorp, though?
Yeah, this one was really close too.
Who's let shield?
But then like after this
It's
match,
small shield.
after this match, it went like downhill very quickly.
Backing up.
They have to know. They're behind by so much. Yeah, but can they hold here is the question.
This is scary. I mean, this is a 5-player push.
94, holy. They still get enough with that score if they can defend this permanently. Yeah,
Wow. It's so small. It's so small for
Yeah, but the problem is, like, they needed to score 2, but the problem is, because everyone died and their dead timers are so long, like, there's nothing they could do. Yeah, that was a nice game to watch. And after that, it was, like, pretty one-sided, but, you know, it is what it is. That being said, guys, I finished my ACL VOD watching. It was a long stream, but I wanted to make sure I have it done before I finish stream today, so that way I can go back to solo queue and, you know, playing the game the next time I stream Unite, whenever that is. Maybe I'll take a break later today and then like come back. Like, because I did a long stream today of VOD watching, maybe I'll take a break later today and then like come back on Wednesday. We'll see. But either way, you know, happy April 1st. Thank you guys for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed the matches. Hope if you watched it live, then obviously, hopefully, you know, thank you guys for not spoiling, because obviously I do like watching that stuff and not knowing the result. Yeah, obviously, it's very obvious that at least based on the game's LG, like if I'm just using LG as a reference point, the fact that they not only didn't win, but the fact that some of the series that they played on day 1 and day 2 were by no means a one-sided series, it just goes to show that at the very least, the Asia teams put up a better fight than the North America teams. At least, if I'm just like using this small sample size as a reference. Obviously, NA teams have their work cut out for them because, you know, they're gonna be sending 4 like later this year when we watch Worlds. You're gonna have what 4 NA teams going to Worlds, and obviously, they want to perform well. That means they have to play better than the Asia team. Well, still got a few months to go before that happens, but at the very least, you know, maybe if they're serious about winning, maybe they use some of the strats that the Asia teams were using to kind of help them refine their gameplay for the monthly tournaments. But we'll see. Obviously, if they want to win, they'll put in the work. They'll practice. They'll VOD review. They'll learn. They'll adapt. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will be back possibly later today, but if not, the latest will be tomorrow, Wednesday. So, look at your matches if you're playing today, and if not, then I hopefully have a great night, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time zone you guys are in, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. So take care, have a good night, I'm out.